Chapter 1. My name is Mo Ran, a woeful traveler who has traversed this realm for over a century, ensnared by a system for just as long, living a life of leisure, indulging in daily rituals of sign-ins, sipping tea, and admiring blossoms. Tea that very moment. A general from the Qingyu dynasty appeared, cradling a child barely half a year old, claiming her to be my daughter. Without further ado, he thrust the infant into my arms and hurriedly departed, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. My emotions were a tumultuous storm. After a century of wandering, I had unexpectedly become a father. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, a palanquin drawn by two fearsome beasts came to a halt. The overwhelming aura emanating from these creatures sent the feral beasts within 100 miles retreating in fear. Inside the palanquin resided the reigning Empress of the Qingyu dynasty, Shen Qingqing. Her presence here was no mere coincidence. 2 years prior, she had encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, struggling to break through the sixth realm of the Emperor's stage despite exhausting every conceivable method. In desperation, she chose to venture out for a change of scenery, seeking alternative paths to transcendence. However, she never anticipated that this excursion would lead her into an ambush orchestrated by the three major dynasties, compounded by an exceedingly shameless rogue who, despite possessing unfathomable prowess, masqueraded as an ordinary mortal before her. Caught in a web of peril, she endeavored to protect what she believed to be an innocent bystander, fleeing together until they were ultimately overpowered by the elite warriors of the three dynasties, her life hanging by a thread. Upon entering the confines of a wooden cabin, his residence, she witnessed the man she had sheltered unleash a power that shook the very heavens. With a mere wave of his hand, he eradicated the three formidable adversaries. Injured and overwhelmed, she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke, her purity had been irrevocably tarnished. She, an illustrious empress, had been sullied. As this realization struck her, the empress clenched her jaw, an uncontrollable, transcendent aura radiating from her being. Scoundrel! Had it not been for the Qingyu dynasty being targeted by the three major dynasties, jeopardizing Qing heir's safety, I would never have entrusted her to you. Once I resolve matters with the three dynasties, I shall personally reclaim Qing heir, and you shall pay dearly for this. Gazing down at the cherubic bundle nestled in my arms, I was engulfed by an unprecedented sensation. As I cradled the tiny hand of the little meatball, an intense pulse of bloodline essence radiated from her. This was the power of lineage. Indeed, this is truly my daughter. Feeling the warmth of this profound connection, my hands trembled uncontrollably, transforming my initial shock into pure joy. Yes, host, this is unmistakably your biological daughter. 2 years ago, a mechanical voice, devoid of inflection, echoed in my mind. It was my system, the standard companion of every traveler. Be silent, you wretched thing. Were it not for the abominable task you issued 2 years ago, I would not have sullied her purity. Upon contemplating this, Mo Ran could not help but feel a surge of anger. 2 years prior, he stood merely a step away from the realm of the immortal emperor. Yet, the laws of this world proved incapable of accommodating the influx of such formidable power. His profound cultivation, bestowed upon him, could not escape this wretched mountain, leaving him a loss for how to wield it properly. Consequently, the system assigned him an absurd mandatory task. The task was to rescue the Empress Shen Qingqing of the Qingyu dynasty. What he initially perceived as an exceedingly simple mission was ensnared by the system's restrictions, forbidding him from utilizing his cultivation until he returned to the wooden cottage. Subsequently, a series of melodramatic events unraveled. After guiding Shen Qingqing to the cottage, he discovered that she was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. If she did not receive timely treatment, she would soon perish. With time pressing and the task urgent, he called upon the system for a life-saving elixir. After all, if she died, he would not fulfill his mission, nor would he be able to transcend to the realm of the immortal emperor. To his dismay, the wretched system provided him with a dragon and phoenix pill. While it possessed healing properties, it came with. At this juncture, Mo Ran could only manage a bitter smile. Having traversed a foreign realm for a century without ever holding a girl's hand, he found himself losing that opportunity under such circumstances. To make matters worse, he had incurred the resentment of an empress. Curse you, insufferable system, that it cannot be entirely blamed on me. I merely followed your instructions and provided you with a healing elixir. Indeed, it is a healing pill, albeit with some side effects. Mo Ran, that you truly are insufferable. We share a fateful bond. If I perish, you shall meet the same end. As he bickered with the system, the little bundle in his arms unexpectedly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of glistening azure orbs that seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of all things, those eyes, inherited from her mother, were indeed exquisite. A newly minted father. Ran gazed upon his porcelain doll-like daughter, an affection swelling within him that was unlike any he had ever known. In his previous life, he had faced eternal solitude, and now, having traversed to this otherworldly realm, he found himself ensnared by the system for over a century. He had never anticipated the opportunity to embrace fatherhood. Looking at the porcelain doll in his arms, Ran felt an unprecedented happiness. Yet the girl nestled within his embrace had her own thoughts. Shen Qingqing, in this life, was the daughter of the Empress of the Qingyu dynasty. However, in her previous life, she hailed from a prestigious lineage, being a formidable being at the Immortal King level, famously known as the invincible Moonfall Immortal King. While exploring a secret realm of the Immortal Emperor, she had unwittingly fallen prey to a covert ambush by 5 Immortal Kings. Devoid of honor in battle, they had ultimately bested her, leading to her demise within the secret realm. The Jingxian King, the Sword Immortal King, the Wood Immortal King, the 100 Battles Immortal King, and the 10,000 Beasts Immortal King, mark my words, you shall pay for. This, once I return to the upper realm, I will ensure that you suffer 1,000 cuts, imprisoned in the heavenly dungeons, never to reincarnate. System, is my daughter hungry? Why is she glaring at me with such fierce little eyes? Do you have any beast milk or something? Please bring me some. Faced with his fierce-eyed daughter, the newly minted father, Ran, found himself momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether his daughter was indeed hungry or if something else was. Amiss, he hastily inquired with the system about the availability of beast milk. Response: yes, host. In an instant, a bottle filled with fresh beast milk materialized in his hand. Without a second thought, he thrust the nipple towards Shen Qingqing's mouth. Startled by his actions, the bewildered Shen Qingqing, unable to articulate her confusion, thought, "What on earth are you doing, mortal? What are you trying to feed me? Is it sweet?" Just as she was grappling with her puzzlement, an ancient and formidable phantom of a great demon appeared behind the milk bottle. The knowledgeable Moonfall Fairy King instantly recognized what it was. This is beast milk, a tremendous supplement. Having just been reincarnated, although remnants of her past life lingered, she was still merely a child, unable to stir any significant turmoil and in need of care. Despite not being able to discern her adoptive father's cultivation level or sense any fluctuations in his power, the fact that he could produce beast milk capable of manifesting the shadow of a great demon suggested that his strength was not to be underestimated. After all, this was something even her mother could not procure. With this realization, she continued to drink her milk, understanding that growing up swiftly was of utmost importance. Because they often criticize me, I am uncertain if my writing truly possesses flaws. You should savor it first. After all, I have taken your judgment away. If you find it lacking, you cannot blame me. I personally feel it's not too bad. Thank you for watching. This marked the second day of Ran's journey as a caregiver. His daughter exhibited peculiar behavior, sitting up in the middle of the night to meditate and cultivate. Can you fathom an infant, less than a year old, practicing meditation instead of sleeping at such a late hour? Is this a consequence of the otherworldly environment? Do children from this realm exhibit such ferocity? Could it be that they begin cultivating at 6 months? Is my daughter destined for greatness? System, what manner of world is this? When shall I emerge from my seclusion? Are all children in this world like this? Leaning back in his chair, Ran reflected on the incident from the previous night when his daughter had abruptly awakened and sat cross-legged to cultivate, his lips twitching. Involuntarily, he was genuinely startled. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a peculiar reaction of a restless child. However, before he could approach her, spiritual energy from all directions suddenly converged and flowed into his daughter's body. That he recognized this phenomenon as cultivation. Having never ventured into the outside world, despite possessing formidable strength, he had not engaged in any form of cultivation himself. His abilities had been accrued through daily sign-ins and a leisurely existence. Thus, he possessed no knowledge regarding the art of cultivation. The notion of an infant, merely 6 months old, engaging in such practices was utterly unheard of. For the past century, he had remained within this mountainous realm, never having ventured beyond its confines. As for his own strength, he was uncertain. Yet he could sense that, should he desire it, this entire world could be rendered to naught in an instant. In the terminology of the system, it could be said that he had ascended to the realm of the Immortal Emperor. The world in which he resided was known as the lower realm, the most inconspicuous of realms amidst the myriad realms, with countless lower realms and only one upper realm. The distribution of power within the lower realm could be broadly categorized into the following: the Qi condensation realm, the Qi gathering realm, the Qi dispersion realm. The 3 stages of the Fate Palace, and the most formidable Emperor realm of the lower realm. Note, the 3 stages of the Fate Palace are: the first stage is known as King, the second as Emperor, and the third as Sage. Each stage is further divided into 9 tiers. When an individual from the lower realm attains the 9th tier of the Emperor realm, poised to ascend to the next realm, they are forcibly transported by the heavenly Tao to the upper realm, for this world cannot bear the power of an immortal. Ran was exceptional years ago. Upon breaking through to the Emperor realm, the system bestowed upon him a garment capable of concealing all things, designed to obscure his heavenly secrets and prevent detection by the heavenly Tao. Now that he had reached the immortal Emperor realm, the garment had lost its original purpose, serving now solely as an object of beauty. In the immortal Emperor realm, one traverses the myriad realms with ease. However, the time had not yet come for the host to contemplate leaving the mountain. Rather, thoughts should be directed towards nurturing his daughter. Once again, is there anything else you can say besides that? No. Clearly, Ran had broached the subject of leaving the mountain before, and the system's response remained unchanged. What, then, constituted the right moment? At that juncture, Shen Qingqing approached Ran, cradling an ancient tome in her hands, her little form bounding toward him. In no time, she arrived at his side. Is this truly real? Is what is inscribed within this book genuine? The mute Shen Qingqing gestured excitedly at the book with her chubby little hands, babbling incoherently. Though puzzled, Ran accepted the book from his daughter's grasp. The Chronicles of the Upper Realm. Had he not received this several years prior? This tome chronicled significant events that transpired in the Upper Realm. In moments of idleness, Ran often perused its pages. Constrained by his inability to exit, he frequently indulged in his yearning for the world beyond by reading. It contained accounts of various notable figures from the Upper Realm, albeit limited, yet those of renown were certainly documented. Most importantly, this book was an artifact of immortal Emperor caliber, capable of automatic recording. This meant that any major occurrences in the Upper Realm would be inscribed within its pages, continuously updated. It had been quite some time since Ran had last perused it. Was he curious about the nature of this book? Lost in contemplation, he knelt down, lifted his daughter into his arms, and remarked, "This book is titled The Record of Time, and it encompasses a multitude of enchanting tales. A brief tale? This king inquires if it is truly so." The more she pondered, the more her frustration grew. With her plump, soft little hand, she angrily pressed it against the face of Ran, who was within reach. For Ran, this gesture felt no different than a gentle caress. "My daughter is touching me." Suddenly feeling the unexpected contact, Ran was filled with joy. Sweet and tender. The story above is quite intriguing. "Come, allow me to share another with you," he said, opening the book to the very page that Shen Qingqing had just perused, revealing 4 prominent characters. Moonfall Immortal King. My dear daughter, look, this illustrious figure is none other than the renowned Moonfall Immortal King. Isn't she beautiful? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment as the 4 characters she was all too familiar with came into view. The Moonfall Immortal King, born of the revered Moonfall clan in the Upper Realm, possessed the celestial spirit body and ranked 3rd on the beauty list of the Upper Realm. 3 millennia ago, she attained the Immortal King realm, defeating several seasoned immortal kings from the Upper Realm in a remarkably short span without suffering a single defeat, earning her the title of the foremost among immortal kings. That a millennium ago, when the Emperor's secret realm was unveiled, the Moonfall Immortal King ventured into the realm alone, seizing the Emperor's legacy with her formidable prowess. However, during the critical moment of inheriting the legacy, she was ambushed by the 5 great immortal kings and ultimately perished within the secret realm. She lived for 6,500 years. Gazing at the account above, Shen Qingqing shuddered. Could it truly be? Have I been dead for so many years? What troubles you, my dear daughter? Noticing Shen Qingqing's melancholic expression, Ran inquired with concern. Shen Qingqing ignored him, her little hand continuing to flip through the pages until she landed on the year closest to the current timeline. Nangong Hua, the pseudo-immortal emperor. 1,000 years ago, he, alongside the Jingxian king, Muxin King, Baijian Immortal King, and Wanshou Immortal King, breached the Emperor's secret realm and collaborated to slay the once mighty Moonfall Immortal King, ultimately seizing the Emperor's inheritance and successfully breaking through to the realm of Immortal Emperor. 500 years ago, within an Immortal Emperor's secret realm, he unleashed a massacre, annihilating all Immortal Emperors who dared to enter, emerging as the sole survivor and successfully ascending to the pseudo-immortal Emperor realm. Nangong Hua, As she gazed upon the familiar visage depicted in the portrait, Shen Qingqing's chubby little hand clenched into a fist, and she struck it against his head. In that very moment, a surge of sword energy began to coalesce. This is not good. An immortal emperor cannot be insulted. The unexpected turn of events left Shen Qingqing in a state of panic. If this sword energy struck her, it would surely cause her grievous harm. Clouds gathered in the sky, their intricate golden runes converging into a massive dome, with a colossal sword-shaped energy aimed at Shen Qingqing, who was sprawled atop Ran. Such a commotion rendered the surroundings eerily silent, and even the heavens seemed to fall into stillness beneath the pressure of the sword energy. A deathly calm, "Begone!" A deep voice emanated from Ran's lips. A mere sword energy from a pseudo-sword emperor dares to be directed at his daughter. Does it even have the right? Let alone the insult. What harm would it do to slay? As Ran's voice echoed, the heavens and earth momentarily returned to their former tranquility. "Begone!" A deep voice resounded throughout the realm, and as the skies regained their serenity, the little bundle nestled in Ran's embrace squirmed slightly. His clear eyes seemed to have uncovered something extraordinary. It appeared that this so-called father of hers was no ordinary man. The earlier sword energy had targeted her, though its power was minimal. It was an affront to the celestial emperor, inciting divine retribution. Yet this father of hers, with merely a single word, had dissipated the heavenly punishment. This compelled her to reassess the nature of her father in this lifetime, pondering the kind of person he truly was. To repel divine retribution with mere speech, surely, such a feat could not be accomplished by an insignificant cultivator from the lower realms. Could it be that? A terrifying thought flickered through her mind. That he a celestial being? She was secretly astonished. Beside her, Ran gently caressed her head and chuckled. "Don't worry, my dear, it's all just a bit of mischief." Shen Qingqing's lips twitched uncontrollably. Ran, unconcerned with the thoughts of the little one nestled in his embrace, casually retrieved the cotton candy that had just been awarded by the system from his spatial pocket. "This marshmallow, he has seen, is no ordinary confection. As the saying goes, products of the system are invariably of exquisite quality. This marshmallow appears rather ordinary, yet it possesses remarkable benefits, particularly for young children. It has the effect of nourishing the meridians and refining the physical body, making it exceptionally suitable for them." "What is this?" Shen Qingqing gazed curiously at the cotton candy that had unexpectedly appeared in Ran's hand. It resembled clouds. Could it be clouds? Driven by her curiosity, she reached out her small hand, tugged at it a few times, tore off a piece, and then placed it in her mouth. So soft. Sweet? Is it a snack? The moment it melted in her mouth, an unprecedented sensation coursed through her entire being. Her meridians were nourished, and the spiritual energy within her expanded more than double. Such miraculous effects, rivaling an entire night of arduous cultivation. Shen Qingqing was overjoyed. She had not anticipated the existence of such a wondrous item in this world. To think that her seemingly ordinary father could possess such a treasure. It seems her conjectures were nearly spot on. One must understand that even her mother, the Empress of the Qingyu dynasty, would find it exceedingly difficult to procure something that nourishes the meridians. Such a treasure, even in the upper realms, is a rare and elusive find. There lies an array of such delightful confections beside her. Furthermore, upon consumption, there is an absence of any peculiar sensations. It is remarkably gentle. Shen Qingqing's large, glistening eyes fixate intently on the cotton candy in Ran's hand, then shift to the cheerful, teasing face of Ran. Her chubby little hands incessantly reach out towards the sugary treat. Naturally, Ran understands the intentions of her precious daughter. It is only natural for children to have a penchant for sweets. "Patience, my dear, one mustn't indulge excessively," she remarks, delicately extracting a suitable portion from the cotton candy before gracefully retracting the entire confection back into its original place. After a series of operations, the Moonfall Immortal King was left trembling with indignation. "My cotton candy! Bring it to me at once!" he exclaimed. However, Ran remained unfazed. As a young man of the 21st century in his past life, he was acutely aware of a fundamental truth. Children should not indulge excessively in sweets, for it would ruin their teeth. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his daughter seemed to possess none. Thus began Ran's journey of parenthood in earnest. As time flowed like a swift river, they led a tranquil and comfortable life in their secluded paradise, while the reincarnated Moonfall Immortal King thrived splendidly in this serene environment. Outside their haven, however, tumult reigned. The Empress Shen Qingqing of the Qingyu dynasty, with an indomitable spirit, launched a counterattack against the three great dynasties. igniting a cascade of warfare. In just 2 short years, she dismantled these powerful regimes, guiding the Qingyu dynasty towards unprecedented glory. The aftermath of war and the remnants within the dynasty would require a protracted period for restoration. In summary, Shen Qingqing's last 2 years had been consumed by relentless endeavors, starkly contrasting with the tranquil existence of Mo Ran in his idyllic retreat. 3 fleeting years passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Mo Ran stood in the courtyard beside a fire serpent bound with ropes, watching intently as he prepared to heat oil in a pot. The serpent trembled in fear, for today marked his daughter's 4th birthday, a day of awakening her latent potential. "Host, do you intend to cook your daughter?" came the query. "Get lost," Mo Ran retorted, oblivious to the serpent's lack of understanding. He was merely concocting the necessary materials to awaken her potential, which comprised the precious blood of divine beasts, painstakingly obtained through great effort. Over the course of these 3 years, although Mo Ran remained inextricably linked to this place, he seized the opportunity to embark on a brief excursion to the upper realm, commonly referred to as a day trip to the upper realm, through the act of signing in. Simultaneously, he received notification from the system that his daughter was on the verge of reaching the age of awakening her innate constitution, necessitating a substantial amount of beast essence blood to serve as a catalyst for her awakening. The stronger her constitution, the more potent the beast essence blood required. His daughter, endowed with an innate Tao physique, was destined for sanctity. Thus, he ventured to the upper realm to procure a modest quantity of divine beast essence blood, not much. Just a little. Everything was for the sake of his daughter. At that moment, a petite figure approached Mo Ran with delicate steps. Observing the busy Mo Ran, a look of puzzled curiosity appeared on the girl's face. "Father, what are you doing?" "Having just finished her training." Shen Qingqing stepped outside and immediately spotted an exceptionally handsome young man fiddling with a large spoon in his hand, while tending to a sizable pot. Feeling a sense of intrigue and uncertainty, she took a closer look. "Ah, it seems today is not just an ordinary day. It is your birthday. And I am preparing soup for you." "Soup? For a birthday? Goodness, I have seen soup made in small pots, but never in one so large. Surely, you do not intend to stew me, do you? Who could possibly consume all of this?" Naturally, these thoughts were only voiced within Shen Qingqing's mind. After all, regardless of the circumstances, Mo Ran was indeed her father in this lifetime, albeit somewhat ordinary. Of course, she was referring to his daily routines and habits, lacking any semblance of a reclusive master's aura. Nevertheless, the undeniable fact remained that Mo Ran was her father. It is worth noting that her father in this life was truly, exceptionally peculiar. Although she had not witnessed him in action for many years, or seen him engage in any significant endeavors, his days seemed to revolve solely around slumber. Wait, she almost forgot the main purpose of her visit. She had come to consult her father, for today marked the day of her awakening. Based on her experiences from her previous life, she harbored within her a formidable power, a strength unparalleled even by her former celestial spirit body. Despite possessing such an extraordinary constitution, the materials required for awakening were far beyond her means. Yet, in her pursuit of vengeance and her desire to return to the upper realm, awakening this power was imperative at any cost. Presently, with her current cultivation, the prospect of awakening such a constitution seemed impossible. She would have to rely on her seemingly absurdly strong father. Just as she was about to utter the words, she felt a tremendous surge of energy erupting from the iron pot that Mo Ran was tending to. Startled by this overwhelming presence, Shen Qingqing instinctively recoiled, nearly collapsing to the ground in fright. The aura of the celestial demon phoenix. A phantom of the celestial demon phoenix materialized above the iron pot, its formidable presence sending chills down her spine. This was the essence of the celestial demon phoenix clan. How could this possibly be? In the netherworld, how could the blood of the celestial phoenix manifest? The celestial phoenix clan is notoriously protective, even in death. They would incinerate their entire essence to prevent it from being seized. Each formidable celestial phoenix boasts immense power, with even the weakest among them reaching the realm of immortal kings. Yet, the ethereal projection of the celestial phoenix before her exudes an aura that far surpasses that of an immortal king. "Oh dear, little Qinger, you must be cautious," Mo Ran exclaimed, noticing Shen Qingqing nearly faltering in fear from the apparition of the celestial phoenix. He swiftly pointed his fingers towards the projection, compressing them downward, which caused the apparition to be suppressed back into submission. What on earth is this? Even though she had sensed her seemingly unremarkable father was extraordinary from the very beginning, This was indeed the blood of the celestial phoenix, blood that transcends even the immortal kings. Her father must undoubtedly be an immortal emperor, or perhaps even more. She dared not ponder further. It was simply too outrageous. To avoid revealing her peculiarities, she had diligently played the role of a child all these years. Otherwise, if her extraordinarily powerful father were to discover any oddities, she would be in serious trouble. Seeing his daughter startled and displaying such an endearing demeanor, Rand's heart swelled with sweetness. He quickly set down his spoon and approached her, crouching beside her to gently stroke her head, reassuring her. What you just witnessed is a creature known as the celestial phoenix, but fret not, my dear. It is merely a fragment of its blood. Do not be afraid. Fearing that his daughter might hesitate to awaken her potential due to fright, Rand hastened to comfort her. Meanwhile, he silently cursed, those damned creatures. I managed to suppress all other bloodlines, yet I nearly overlooked this seemingly inconspicuous one, which could have frightened my precious child. Next time I venture out, I shall ensure to thoroughly pluck every feather from those vile beasts. At that moment, far away in the celestial realm, several plucked celestial phoenixes cowered on the ground, trembling and too fearful to rise. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, and their once resplendent feathers were now scant, leaving them in a pitiful state. They could feel a chilling breeze along their backs, causing them to instinctively shrink further in dread. Upon hearing Rand's account, Shen Qingqing was even more astonished. Solidifying her inner suspicions, he is mocking the celestial phoenix, an immortal emperor. On that day, the aura of the celestial phoenix surpassed that of her previous life. Shen Qingqing was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. She could scarcely fathom that the bloodline of the celestial phoenix could be seized by a mere human, especially one from a lower realm. As for whether to believe Rand's words, did it truly matter? Not in the slightest. Even if this were not the true form of the celestial phoenix, but merely a drop of its essence, it was not something an ordinary person from the lower realm could hope to subdue. Yet her father, with a mere gesture, could effortlessly suppress it. Could this be something an ordinary mortal could achieve? She did not believe it. This is undoubtedly an immensely powerful celestial being. Although her physical form resembles that of a child, she is, in fact, the reincarnation of a celestial monarch, not a fool. Henceforth, she must endeavor to maintain the guise of a child, ensuring that her father does not perceive anything amiss. Otherwise, her fate would be sealed. Rand, silly girl. You are reborn, not possessing another's body. How could you possibly be doomed? What is this? Drinking? Unable to contain her curiosity as she gazed at Rand's handsome visage, Shen Qingqing inquired. Of course not. This is for awakening your innate abilities. The drink is over there. Following Shen Qingqing's gaze, Rand pointed towards the side, where a crimson fire serpent lay bound tightly. At that moment, the serpent dared not writhe, for it was ensnared by an overwhelmingly potent aura. The master of this aura, without a doubt, is Rand. Following the recent event, Rand found himself compelled to proceed with caution. After all, this fire serpent is a beast of the demon emperor rank. Frightening his precious daughter would indeed be a grave concern. Rand cast a fleeting glance, his clear eyes sweeping across the surroundings. He comprehended all the information regarding the fiery serpent with utmost clarity. This is the genuine eye of truth bestowed upon him by the system. It possesses the ability to perceive all things. Anything he wishes to know will be revealed in its entirety before his gaze. Demon beast, fire serpent demon emperor level. Sovereign, there are further brief descriptions, including weaknesses and other details. However, Rand deemed it unnecessary to continue reading. After all, such matters held no significance for him. Whether it existed or not made no difference. To eliminate, it was merely a matter of thought. As for why it had been allowed to live this long, simply for the novelty of it. Originally, he had no need for sustenance. However, ever since the arrival of his daughter, the system rewarded him with an advanced culinary skill. This seems to encourage Rand to venture further down the path of fatherhood. If the system were to hear this, it might respond in a rather scathing manner. You scoundrel, it is clearly your own desire, yet you place the blame on me? How shameless. As for the demon emperor lying beside them, Shen Qingqing has grown accustomed to such scenes. After all, ever since she expressed her hunger and desire for a meal, her father has been acting rather erratically, inexplicably bringing home a demon emperor each day. Dining on demon emperor flesh has become quite the indulgence. However, what she had previously observed were only the prepared dishes. Now witnessing the live creature invokes an odd, indescribable sensation. One cannot deny that this demon emperor behaves remarkably obediently in the presence of her father. In the brief span of a few seconds, Countless thoughts had already raced through Shen Qingqing's mind. In recent years, ever since she witnessed him dismiss the divine punishment with a mere word 3 years ago, she has been exceedingly cautious each day, fearful that her father might perceive her unease. However, throughout these years, Immortal has continued to shower her with unwavering affection, providing her with anything he is capable of bestowing. It must be said that the exquisite demon emperor's meat soup is a luxury she could never have imagined receiving, even in her previous life. This has resulted in her, at the tender age of merely 4, having attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of chi gathering. This is merely a consequence of her lack of cultivation. Why, you may ask, does she not practice? Are you out of your mind? With such a mysterious father, how could one explain possessing a cultivation technique of the celestial king level at such a tender age? Would it not be absurd to claim that an elderly gentleman appeared in a dream to bestow it upon me? Who would believe such a tale? Little does one know. For Immortal, who has never ventured beyond the mountains, this notion is indeed credible. However, out of caution, Shen Qingqing chose not to pursue the techniques from her previous life. As she observed the concoction she had been brewing for most of the day nearing completion, Immortal chuckled amiably at Shen Qingqing and said, "Dear daughter, time is of the essence. This pot of ingredients represents the fruits of my labor for half a day. We must utilize it wisely." Nodding earnestly, Shen Qingqing understood the rarity of the celestial phoenix's essence. Such an opportunity was unparalleled. After all, was she not troubled by the fear of being unable to awaken her innate abilities? With such a splendid chance laid before her, she could not afford to let it slip away. As for the origin of the celestial phoenix's essence, did it truly matter? Perhaps it was best to embrace the innocence of youth. With that, Immortal turned his back and walked toward the nearby rocking chair. After all, entering the cauldron required shedding one's garments, and it is customary for a daughter to avert her father's gaze. Moreover, having labored for hours, Master Mo desired a moment of respite. As for the fiery serpent, it required careful deliberation. Should it be steamed, stir-fried, or braised? Perhaps it was best to consult his precious daughter before making a decision. He pondered, unsure of her preferred method of preparation, which was rather vexing. If the fiery serpent demon king were aware of Immortal's thoughts, he would undoubtedly break into song, "Let me express my gratitude." Meanwhile, the instant Shen Qingqing saw Immortal turn away, she hastily shed her clothing and plunged into the boiling cauldron. Indeed, she was about to be cooked. Yet, before she could contemplate further, she immediately sensed something amiss upon entering the cauldron. Why was the essence so gentle? Shen Qingqing was taken aback. The essence in the pot was not the violent force she had anticipated. Instead, it nourished and caressed her meridians in the most comfortable and soothing manner. Meanwhile, her dormant physique, starved of energy, eagerly absorbed the surrounding foreign energies. Throughout the entire process, she felt not a trace of pain. This is simply unreasonable. In her previous life, as a revered celestial king, she undoubtedly underwent the arduous process of physical awakening. To awaken her sacred physique, she endured countless hours in a medicinal bath, suffering through excruciating pain akin to 1,000 insects gnawing at her heart. At the tender age of 4, she bore it all in silence. Yet now, she feels not a trace of pain, though she can distinctly sense an unceasing flow of energy surging into her body. It is remarkably gentle, as if this energy were intrinsically destined to facilitate her smooth awakening. However, at this moment, regardless of the myriad questions swirling in her mind, she finds herself powerless to act, attributing it all to her absurd father, and must wait until her awakening is complete to seek answers. Though the energy surging within her was gentle, she remained vigilant, unable to relax her guard. At that moment, the dormant constitution within her began to awaken. Suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically. The vast expanse of clear blue was abruptly swallowed by a multitude of dark clouds, which gathered ominously. Thunder rumbled where the clouds converged, and a nameless wind swirled, stirring up dust. Striking bolts of lightning danced within the darkened heavens, and torrents of thunder descended, turning the entire forest into a hellish landscape. What was happening? Why was the spiritual energy of the world converging in one direction? Could it be that a rare treasure had descended upon the realm? Many nearby cultivators sensed the unusual phenomenon, yet none dared to approach. After all, with such a daunting display, who would be foolish enough to venture forth without a powerful leader to guide them? Did they possess the fortune to survive such recklessness? Naturally, a few, driven by the prospect of fortune amidst danger, charged forward, only to be struck down by countless bolts of lightning, leaving no trace behind. Many who witnessed this felt a sense of relief for having refrained from rushing in impulsively. The commotion, which lasted for half an hour, inevitably attracted the attention of numerous mighty beings. Dozens of formidable auras locked onto the mountain, ready to act should any extraordinary treasure reveal itself. At that moment, a general clad in blood-red armor, wielding a long spear, made his appearance. The sudden upheaval in this nameless region raised concerns about the well-being of the young master and the emperor. What would they say to the Empress if calamity struck? This general was none other than Ning Wu, the foremost warrior of the Qingyu dynasty, who had served 3 years prior. Compared to 3 years ago, he now exuded a greater sense of composure and a significantly heightened aura, suggesting he had encountered some fortuitous events. He had been dispatched by the Empress to garrison this location, ensuring that the remnants of the 3 great dynasties would not target Shen Qingqing. Following the annihilation of the 3 dynasties by the Empress, he had been tasked with guarding this place. His initial intention was to retrieve the young master. But with the ongoing troubles within the dynasty, the Empress had been unable to provide the attention required, leading to further delays. Now, with such a significant event unfolding in the nameless realm, it had drawn the gaze of numerous factions. Once a tranquil land, it was now under scrutiny. And Ning Wu felt the weight of increased pressure. The Empress was already en route. He hoped she would arrive in time. Ning Wu shook his head with a wry smile. He had only just stepped into the Emperor realm himself, yet around him there were no fewer than 8 auras that matched his strength, not to mention the powerful beings lurking in the shadows, whose presence he could not sense. What calamity had transpired in this nameless mountain to attract such attention, even from those at the Emperor realm? In the meantime, Mo Ran leisurely reclined in a rocking chair, savoring the tranquility. He was aware of the tumult occurring outside, yet felt indifferent to it. A band of insignificant minions posed no real threat. Should they dare to lay their eyes on his daughter, he would not hesitate to send them to their next reincarnation. After a century in this otherworldly realm, he had seldom engaged in combat, for he feared that a moment's carelessness might lead to the cataclysmic destruction of this world. Only in the upper realm could he wield his powers without restraint. System, half an hour has passed. Why has her constitution not fully awakened yet? Is it possible that the essence blood is insufficient? Mo Ran inquired anxiously, glancing at Shen Qingqing, who had been seated in the large cauldron for half an hour without any sign of movement. After all of his cultivation had been acquired through signing in. He had never practiced and possessed no extraordinary constitution. His only concern was that of a father, worried for his daughter's well-being. The essence blood you provided could empower a pig to ascend to an empire. With such a surplus, it could only burst from excess. Your daughter bears the innate Tao body, which naturally requires a substantial amount of energy for awakening. It is hardly surprising that even after a day, she has not yet awakened. Furthermore, this is an innate Tao body, without the essence blood of the 8 legendary beasts to activate it. Your daughter might have taken eons to awaken, and yet, you grow anxious after merely half an hour? Upon hearing this, Mo Ran chose to remain silent. His system was remarkable in many aspects, yet its sharp tongue and human-like nature were rather vexing. It resembled a mother more than a mere system. Though he found himself pondering whether it was male or female, he felt it was likely male. A sudden chill ran down his spine at the thought. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing's awakening continued, and a formidable aura began to emanate from within her, indicating the imminent complete awakening of her innate Tao body. Outside, in the sky, 8 ethereal figures materialized, their overwhelming presence causing cold sweat to cascade down the brows of the Emperor-level beings who dared not move an inch. What in the world is this? Has an immortal fallen? This oppressive force makes it hard to breathe. Numerous hidden Emperor-level figures found themselves suppressed by the aura radiating from the 8 ethereal forms. After all, each of these apparitions was born from the essence blood of an immortal emperor. Even a single drop would be overwhelming, let alone a cauldron's worth. The 8 ethereal shadows were not impervious to dissolution, gradually fading as Shen Qingqing opened her eyes. The hellish realm began to restore its former tranquility, and the 8 apparitions outside the mountains slowly dissipated. The oppressive auras that had left the emperors gasping for breath vanished as well. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the emperors, many of whom, gripped by the fear of death, chose to flee for their lives. After all, the longer one lives, the more one fears mortality, particularly for those who have existed for millennia. Conversely, some of the younger emperors opted to seek fortune amidst danger, revealing their potential as the oppressive energies dissipated. At that moment, Shen Qingqing hurriedly made her way over. Upon receiving the urgent message, she rushed over alone, her heart racing. Upon encountering Ning Wu, she anxiously inquired, "What is the situation?" In response to Shen Qingqing's question, Ningwu did not withhold any details, succinctly recounting the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing this, the worry was palpable on Shen Qingqing's face beneath her veil. Over the years, she has witnessed the downfall of 3 great dynasties and has vanquished countless treacherous officials. Even when the Qingyu dynasty found itself in the direst of predicaments, she remained remarkably composed, as if nothing in this world could stir her emotions. I can no longer wait. To be candid, urgency enveloped her. Her daughter, along with the scoundrel who had usurped her body, remained trapped within. She longed to reclaim her daughter and personally exact vengeance upon that despicable wretch. The mere thought of her daughter encountering any misfortune sent shivers down her spine. She dared not entertain such notions further. Having resolved herself, she made a swift move, intent on charging forth. Yet, how could those around her allow her to fulfill her desires? Just as she drew within 10 miles of the nameless mountain, 3 ethereal figures materialized, standing resolutely in her path. "Your Majesty, please hold." The newcomers were clad in identical attire, a striking blue robe, with a conspicuous azure token hanging prominently at their waists. The 3 individuals known to Shen Qingqing are the esteemed elders of the Tsong High Spirit Academy in the northern region. Each possesses formidable strength, having reached the first level of the Emperor realm. It is said that when these 3 unite and unleash their combined techniques, they can subdue any opponent within 3 realms. When did the affairs of the southern region become a matter of interest for the northern region? Observing the trio that stood before her, Shen Qingqing let out a cold humph and addressed them with an icy demeanor. After the annihilation of the 3 major dynasties, the Qingyu dynasty emerged as the most formidable force in the southern region, at least on the surface. But why is it referred to as merely a surface-level power? What place is devoid of its clandestine secrets? This principle is something that Shen Qingqing understands all too well. When she eradicated the 3 major dynasties, she nearly met her demise in the process. Had she not been vigilant, she might well be resting eternally in some coffin now. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, the Empress jests. The treasures of the world belong to those fated to possess them. What need is there for claims of ownership? The elder among the 3, named Shen Qingqing, the Grand Elder of the Tsong High Spiritual Academy, chuckled. Flanking him were the 2nd Elder, Chen, and the 3rd Elder, Cheng Qi. However, these 3 elders are merely representatives, and the news of the extraordinary treasure's emergence has undoubtedly spread, with various factions eager to stake their claim. Yet, none of this concerns her in the slightest. She harbors no interest in treasures or spiritual artifacts. Her sole desire is to enter and safely retrieve her daughter. Whoever dares to obstruct her shall meet their end. Get out of my way. I have no interest in your treasures, be they extraordinary or spiritual. My only wish is to bring my daughter back. Once I have her, what happens here is of no consequence to me. Her words were not only directed at the 3 blocking her path, but also to the hidden emperors lurking in the shadows, wary of revealing themselves. Yet, who would believe her? Such a formidable treasure should not merely be subdued by 8 ethereal figures. They dare not take the risk. Observing the silence surrounding her, Shen Qingqing and his companions showed no signs of yielding. Shen Qingqing exhaled softly, aware that her declarations were met with skepticism. The reason the hidden figures remained concealed was not due to their lack of strength, but rather because they possessed terrifying power, reluctant to act unless absolutely necessary. The atmosphere was charged, though the true nature of the phenomenon within the valley remained unknown. However, the mere presence of 8 spectral figures was sufficient to subdue the emperors, suggesting a connection to the legendary Immortals. Thus, Shen Qingqing chose to refrain from further discourse. She was not one for verbosity. Having already granted them ample courtesy with her explanations, she decided to act. With a sudden surge, her realm of the 7th level erupted forth. The 3 elders of the Tsong High Spiritual Academy, upon witnessing this, hastily summoned their spiritual energy to retreat desperately. What choice did they have? To fight? They were no match for her. Shen Qingqing was not one to be trifled with. In an instant, she moved, appearing before the 3 regardless of their attempts to distance themselves. To her, they were as children. With a swift motion, she struck, aiming directly for Shen Qingqing's head. In the blink of an eye, one of his arms was severed cleanly. The 2 beside him fared little better, though she did not directly assault them. The shockwaves of her energy inflicted severe injuries upon them. I spare you for the sake of Wujizi, now begone. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. With a heavy cough, the 3 bears awkwardly clasped their fists towards Shen Qingqing before retreating in disarray. Initially, they had not anticipated that Shen Qingqing concealed such formidable prowess. They assumed that her abilities could not surpass the 3rd level, yet to their astonishment, she possessed the strength of a late-stage emperor. Throughout these events, Shen Qingqing maintained an unwavering demeanor, her visage behind the veil remaining serene. Even in the face of impending threats, she exhibited no sign of trepidation. However, troubles would continue to arise, unaffected by her display of power. Indeed, the Empress exuded a commanding presence, yet the treasures of this world are rightfully claimed by the worthy. The Empress would have to wait her turn. High above, a multitude of auras emanating from peak-level practitioners surged forth. Among them was the individual who had spoken earlier. Bearing a crimson heavy sword upon his back, his scarred visage unnerving to behold. Upon their arrival, Shen Qingqing's brow furrowed slightly. Even the Dongfang clan had come, mobilizing so many assassins of the Third Realm. Even Dongfang Jian was present. It seemed the rumors held truth. Dongfang clan, Dongfang Jian, at the 7th level of the Emperor. The words of the Sword Emperor rang true. Treasures belong to those fated to possess them, and the Empress's tyranny could not be justified. Indeed. Following Dongfang Jian, hidden forces from all directions hastily emerged. With someone taking the lead, they too were eager to partake in the spoils. Empress, this situation is dire. At that moment, Ningwu, the foremost warrior of the Qingwang dynasty, approached Shen Qingqing and spoke in hushed tones. It was astonishing that the commotion from this nameless mountain could attract so many emperors. The fact that 4 late-stage emperors had mobilized was particularly alarming. In this precarious situation, Shen Qingqing found it most undesirable to have so many emperors present. While she could defend herself, she would gain no advantage. Moreover, her purpose for coming was not to seek treasures, but rather to ensure her daughter's safety, fearing that she might be embroiled in this chaos. Reflecting on this, Shen Qingqing could not help but feel a pang of regret. Damn it, I should never have allowed Qingqing to come here, that rascal. Just as everyone stood in stunned silence, none daring to take the initiative, a voice that resonated with comforting clarity broke through the tension. Esteemed guests, why not travel together? Finding the treasures is of utmost importance. Let us set aside our differences for now, enter together, seek the treasures first, and then deliberate our next steps. What say you to Qingtian's proposition? The speaker is an extraordinarily enchanting woman, whose beauty is so captivating that prolonged gazing can lead one to a state of bewilderment. Those with wavering resolve are particularly susceptible to her allure. With her pink, lotus-shaped pupils and a flowing garment of the same hue, she exudes an irresistible charm. The fox demon of Qingqiu. Among the crowd, some seasoned and knowledgeable old creatures recognize this remarkably alluring lady, unable to suppress their astonishment. The fox demon of Qingqiu. The Empress of Qingqiu. Even the formidable beings of the Qingqiu clan have mobilized, indicating that this treasure is indeed extraordinary. Thus, the assembled emperors have unified their stance. First to ascertain the treasure's location, and thereafter to contend for it based on their respective strengths. Fortune favors the worthy. After all, this is the most pragmatic solution at present. If no one allows anyone to proceed, none can gain the upper hand, rendering the stalemate futile. Ultimately, they are all sovereigns, each possessing numerous strategies. Engaging in conflict would be perilous, as a single misstep could lay waste to this place. The longer the standoff persists, the more attracted others become, complicating matters further. Meanwhile, Immortal, residing within the mountain, is fully aware of all that unfolds outside. Initially, he anticipated that these individuals would stop at nothing to seize the treasure. To his surprise, they are merely a bunch of cautious old-timers, wary of one another and hesitant to act, all wishing to play the role of the cunning bird. However, this is advantageous for him, as it spares him considerable trouble. At least he need not intervene, which would be quite cumbersome. Nevertheless, what astonishes him even more is that Shen Qingqing has also arrived. He feels a twinge of anxiety. After all, he is in the wrong, having acted unscrupulously in that situation. They have scarcely crossed paths or exchanged words, and yet their child has already reached the age of 4. Who would not tremble in fear in such a situation? Acknowledging this, Immortal admitted he was indeed flustered, deeply so. He found himself at a loss regarding how to confront her. In a moment of frustration, he slapped himself across the face, feeling utterly navi. Just then, the heavens shifted dramatically. Dark clouds gradually dispersed, and a beam of light erupted from Shen Qingqing, soaring into the sky. Above, the spectral images of the 8 divine beasts were completely dispersed. Realizing this, Immortal snapped back to reality, gazing at his daughter, who sat cross-legged in the large cauldron, his face radiating affection. As the voice of the system resonated, Shen Qingqing's awakening ritual came to fruition. Possessing an innate Tao physique and a natural affinity for the Tao, Her comprehension of the great principles surpassed that of ordinary individuals. My daughter, Shen Qingqing, bears the demeanor of a great emperor. Ding. The task of the host's daughter successfully awakening her innate Tao physique is complete. She has acquired the celestial emperor level technique. The simplest Tao record, and the imperial sword, after rain. The simplest Tao? After rain? Indeed, both are treasures of great worth. The significance of the simplest Tao record is self-evident. Its name alone suggests it is meant for his daughter. Yet, what piqued Rand's interest even more was the imperial sword, after rain. To him, techniques were akin to trivial literature. Within the confines of the system's space, an abundance of celestial emperor-level techniques lay in heaps. Any one of them could incite a storm of bloodshed. After rain, the sword once wielded by the slaughtering celestial emperor, was forged 100,000 years ago. In the early days of his ascension to celestial emperor, he was ruthlessly besieged by foes. This adversary, at any cost, summoned 3 venerable immortal emperors to intervene. The slaughtering immortal emperor wielded a single sword, exhibiting an unparalleled aura of invincibility, while the 3 esteemed immortal emperors unleashed their full might, yet could not inflict even the slightest harm upon the slaughtering immortal emperor. Following this battle, the name of the slaughtering immortal emperor resounded throughout the myriad realms. As his cherished sword, the after rain was also bestowed the illustrious title of the imperial sword. It is said that on that day, after rain commanded all swords across the world to come to its aid. Even the legendary sword Tia Yuan, which had remained unyielding and unsheathed atop the divine mountain of 10,000 swords, nearly emerged from its resting place. Had it not been for the intervention of the guardian of the divine mountain, the consequences would have been dire. After rain, a gentle yet commanding utterance from Rand summoned a long sword, light as a feather, to materialize in his grasp. The hilt was exquisitely adorned with a carving of a blue lotus, while the scabbard was predominantly silver blue, radiating a luminous, jade-like sheen, sparkling with brilliance, complemented by a dragon-embroidered cloak of jade hue. Exquisite beyond compare. Beautiful. This is the evaluation given by Rand. Just as Rand was immersed in his admiration for the post-rain scenery, a soft, plaintive voice pulled him back. Father, what is this? Upon awakening and donning her attire, Shen Qingqing immediately approached Rand. Observing Rand, who was lost in thought over a sword, she gently called out to him. Ah, you mean this? This is one of the birthday gifts your father has prepared for you, but it cannot be given to you just yet. As he spoke, Rand slowed his pace. Stowing away the imperial sword, Hoyu, he then retrieved another reward from the system space. It was the celestial emperor-level cultivation technique, the simplest path. After pondering for a moment, he felt this was insufficient and extracted several additional manuals from the small mountain of rewards in the system space, which he deemed particularly suitable for a young girl's cultivation. Ultimately, he wished for Shen Qingqing to choose her own path. The second aspect is that for Shen Qingqing, as an innate Tao body, the cultivation of this most fundamental Tao will be remarkably effortless, devoid of any challenge. You have yet to practice the techniques, but I possess 3 methods that I believe are exceptionally suited for your cultivation. The first is titled the simplest Tao record. As an innate Tao body, you are a favored child of heaven and earth. This record is custom-tailored for you. By practicing it, your future path will be unimpeded, and achieving the pinnacle will merely be a matter of time. After speaking, he turned his gaze to another book. The second is called the Elixir Classic, which delves into the art of alchemy, achieving enlightenment through elixirs, and earning the admiration of countless individuals. After all, the path of alchemy is exceedingly arduous, and every formidable alchemist is pursued and revered wherever they go. The third is the Cold Moon Immortal Scripture, a particularly domineering technique. As for how domineering it is, I cannot say, for at my level, all notions of dominance seem trivial. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing fell into deep contemplation, for each of these texts appeared remarkably powerful in her eyes. Indeed, even stronger than her own methods from her previous life as a celestial king. Oh no, could my father truly be an immortal emperor? This is utterly absurd. Observing the techniques in Rand's hands, each one would incite fierce battles in the upper realms. Reflecting on her past, she had endured immense hardship to become a celestial emperor, ultimately fulfilling expectations by acquiring the celestial emperor's legacy in a hidden realm. Yet, alas, during her inheritance, she was besieged and met a tragic end. Though such events transpire daily in the ruthless upper realms, what of it? Seizing another's legacy is akin to murdering their parents. It is an unforgivable act. Were it not for her, How could they ascend to the rank of celestial emperor? If they could step upon her to reach that height, then she too could tread upon them to ascend to the status of immortal emperor. Now, while it is clear her father is exceptional, she has yet to witness his true abilities, thus refraining from making hasty judgments. Contemplating this, she curiously inquired, "Is the innate Tao body powerful?" Indeed, it is immensely powerful, surpassing any other constitution. The innate Tao body is inherently close to the Tao, and comprehending the great Tao is as simple as eating or drinking, destined to become an emperor. Upon receiving this answer, an expression of uncontainable joy blossomed on Shen Qingqing's face. Though she is but a child of 3 or 4 years, her extensive experiences from her previous life have endowed her with profound understanding of what it means to be inherently close to the Tao. She sought the Celestial Emperor's methods to achieve a breakthrough to the Celestial Emperor level. Was that not her ultimate goal? Had her comprehension of the Tao been deeper back then, she would not have needed to search for the so-called Celestial Emperor's methods. Nor would she have fallen victim to the ambush. Now, with her awakening as an innate Tao body, being inherently close to the Tao, is this a divine gift? In the end, she chose the path of simplicity. After all, it aligned with her own constitution, and she had no reason to refuse. Immortal merely presented her with options. The choice was ultimately hers. Regardless of the path she selected, he remained indifferent. It matters not. I shall intervene if the moment calls for it. Immediately after Shen Qingqing made her selection, a stunning beauty clad in a flowing crimson gown, adorned with a golden crown and a veil, descended from the heavens within Immortal's courtyard. Upon her arrival, Immortal's previously composed demeanor faltered, revealing a hint of panic. How could she arrive so swiftly? The newcomer was none other than the Empress of the Qingyu dynasty, Shen Qingqing. Once she entered the mountains alongside the others, she relied on her memory of the route to guide her. The emperors who had come in search of treasures had scattered in various directions. The proposals made outside were merely a pretext for their entrance. As for who would ultimately claim the treasures found within, that was a matter of fortune. Shen Qingqing paid little heed to these concerns. Her thoughts were solely occupied with her daughter. The moment she stepped into the annex, she sensed a potent aura lurking within. Following that energy, she discovered a fiery serpent bound tightly in the corner, trembling with fear. A demon sovereign? She murmured in surprise. The term demon sovereign is a respectful title used by the demon race for their monarchs, typically categorized into demon kings, demon sovereigns, demon saints, and the exalted demon emperors, corresponding to the 3 realms of the human race and the imperial realm. She then turned her gaze to Immortal, who stood beside a rocking chair, and to Shen Qingqing nearby. Upon seeing Shen Qingqing, she momentarily disregarded any thoughts of demon sovereigns or emperors. In an instant, she darted to Shen Qingqing's side. Crouching down and placing her delicate hand on the little girl's shoulder, her voice laced with urgency. "Chen, are you all right?" At this moment, the formidable aura she once exuded had dissipated. Beside her, Immortal was completely disregarded. Suddenly, Shen Qingqing was taken aback by the unexpected concern directed towards her. She recognized that the person before her was none other than her mother in this life. Instantly, she experienced a sensation unlike any she had felt before, one of comfort and warmth. "Mother, I am fine." In her previous life, she was born into the Luoyu clan. And after losing her parents at a young age, she was chosen as the saintess due to her exceptional talent. The saintesses of the Luoyu clan were always solitary, as it was a tradition of the clan. Once one became a saintess, freedom was relinquished. The Luoyu clan, though a noble family of immortal kings, had never produced an immortal emperor. However, one of their saintesses had been a consort to an emperor, granting the clan a powerful backing despite their lack of strength. In her past life, family was an unattainable dream for her. Thus, she felt immense joy at Shen Qingqing's concern. Hearing Shen Qingqing assure her of her well-being, the Empress naturally breathed a sigh of relief. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the motionless Immortal and coldly huffed. "If anything were to happen to Qing'er, I shall have your head." In response, Immortal hastily waved her hands in a gesture of assurance. Truly, the Empress was fearsome. Observing Shen Qingqing's gaze shift towards Immortal, Shen Qingqing found amusement in her father's predicament, though she remained unaware of the history between the two. Nevertheless, this scene evoked a feeling entirely new. At that moment, Shen Qingqing seemed to sense something unusual about Shen Qingqing. Her brows furrowing as a flash of light suddenly sparkled in her azure eyes. This is the eye of illusion, capable of perceiving all the phantoms of the world. The essence of the eye of illusion. It is said that one who masters this eye to its fullest can discern the past and the future. On the day of her birth, Shen Qingqing had already caused a celestial phenomenon. Through the eye of illusion, she could only perceive that her daughter possessed a unique constitution unlike any she had ever encountered, one far stronger than all the others she had seen in her lifetime. Astonishingly, this constitution had now been activated. Upon realizing this, Shen Qingqing withdrew her gaze and turned to Mo Ran, inquiring, was that phenomenon caused by Qing'e? Indeed. What kind of constitution is it? The innate Tao body. Is it powerful? Very powerful. Thus, the two engaged in a dialogue where Shen Qingqing posed questions and Mo Ran provided answers. Once their exchange concluded, silence enveloped them once more. Mo Ran was genuinely inept at conversing with women. In a moment of helplessness, he turned his gaze towards Shen Qingqing, raising his eyebrows in a silent plea for assistance. Yet, how could Shen Qingqing offer him any help? She merely returned a look of helplessness, indicating that he must devise a solution on his own. Receiving this expression, Mo Ran felt a surge of despair. My dear, the coldness is unbearable. Mother, please converse with father. I shall take my leave for now. Shen Qingqing had little concern for the chill. She simply needed to flee. All right. The Empress merely nodded lightly, for she indeed had matters to attend to with Mo Ran. Once Shen Qingqing granted her consent, Shen Qingqing dashed back into the house. She intended to thoroughly explore her constitution and the techniques Mo Ran had provided her. After witnessing his little cotton jacket abandon him and run away, Mo Ran instinctively felt the urge to apologize and began. The events of the past were a mere accident. Yet, before he could utter the word accident, a fierce aura of murderous intent radiated from Shen Qingqing. You dare say more? At this, Mo Ran swallowed hard, not out of fear, certainly not. It was merely due to his sense of guilt, especially since she was a woman. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. Had it not been for his compassion, wishing to spare an ordinary person from harm, he would never have saved that scoundrel. Alas, this cunning individual had feigned ignorance, causing her to suffer grave injuries to protect him. He had thought she was on the brink of death. Yet this rascal had done such things in a bid to save her. Truly, it was infuriating. However, one cannot allow Qing'e to be without a father. Contemplating this, Shen Qingqing's face bore a trace of bitterness, and the murderous intent within her heart gradually subsided. After all, it was her own compassion that had initially stirred. With matters having reached this point, further words would serve little purpose. Everything had become a foregone conclusion. She cast a glance at Mo Ran's handsome visage, gently raising her jade hand to caress his chin, and with an authoritative tone that brooked no refusal, she declared, you shall return home with me. Become my wife. Become the Empress. The aura of the Empress was unmistakable. Entering the household, wife, Empress. Upon hearing these words, Mo Ran was utterly bewildered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was about to voice his rejection, no? Yet before he could utter the words, a voice he least wished to hear echoed once more in his mind. Ding. Choice activated. Choice 1. Return home with your wife. Reward. Freedom. Choice 2. Refuse to return home with your wife. Punishment. Imprisonment for 100,000 years. Choice 3. Choose one. Reward. Freedom. Is the system malfunctioning? Mo Ran was left with 3 large question mark emojis. System, you must be joking. What kind of absurd choices are these? She is your host, and I am your host. Ding. Please make your choice promptly, host. Seeing that the system ignored him, Mo Ran chuckled derisively. He finally understood the meaning behind the earlier phrase. The time had not yet come. It seemed he was meant to wait here. Choose 3. I shall drive you mad, you foolish entity. I want my freedom. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained freedom. You are unwilling? When Shen Qingqing heard Mo Ran say no, her brows knitted into a shape. No, I did not mean that. I am willing. I am very willing. I will go with you. The emperor is the emperor. So be it. I shall be your wife. I shall return home with you. At last, I can leave this wretched place. Ah, the emperor is the emperor. At least I want to be an empress, nor will I be forced to remain in this dreadful place. Finally, I can venture out and witness the world beyond. He glanced at the incomparably beautiful empress, licking his lips. The emperor does seem quite appealing, does he not? Seeing Mo Ran agree so readily took Shen Qingqing by surprise. Generally, men tend to harbor a sense of resistance when it comes to returning home with a woman. Yet, she did not sense this feeling emanating from Mo Ran. It was as if, whether as a wife or through entering the household, it mattered not to him. With this thought, the Empress Shen Qingqing found herself inexplicably elated. Was it for her sake? Did he not even care about the world's opinions? As this realization struck, A blush blossomed upon her countenance beneath the veil. Humph. I shall never forgive you, you shameless scoundrel. You have time to tidy up. Soon, this emperor shall return. If Ran were to discern her thoughts, she would undoubtedly say, "You are overthinking it, my esteemed empress. I merely desire to escape this wretched place." After a century, Ran has finally emerged from the depths of the mountains. With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, he is finally able to step outside. In these remote mountains and ancient forests, let those who wish to linger do so. As for him, he is resolved to take no further part. While other time travelers revel in their vibrant, exhilarating lives each day, what justification is there for his confinement to a century of solitude? It is utterly unjust. Were his thoughts to be overheard by those tormented travelers, they would undoubtedly hurl invectives at him. The world outside yearns for change, just as you do. Meanwhile, Ningwu has been waiting outside for quite some time. Earlier, he received word that the Empress intended to return to Qingyu accompanied by the Emperor, prompting him to make necessary arrangements. He promptly spent a considerable sum to acquire a jade carriage, and with utmost urgency, he captured 2 demon Emperor-tier Crimson Flame lions from the Nameless Mountains to pull the vehicle. As the Empress and her entourage arrived, he stepped forward and bowed. Addressing her, "Your humble servant pays his respects to the Empress, the Emperor, and the young master." Upon recognizing a familiar face, Ran smiled and nodded. "It has been a while, General Ning. There is no need for such formalities, General. Let us depart," Ningwu replied. Indeed. With that, Ran and his companions, under Ningwu's guidance, boarded the jade carriage. Once inside the jade carriage, Ran was surprised to discover that the seemingly small exterior concealed a surprisingly spacious interior. The ground beneath was cushioned with feathers as light as clouds, and the benches were flanked by windows. The walls of the carriage were adorned with ancient and intricate inscriptions, enigmatic and difficult to decipher. As the carriage slowly began to move, the surrounding inscriptions activated, emanating a soft blue glow. Seated opposite him, the Empress, Shen Qingqing, gazed intently at him, her expression hidden beneath her veil, lost in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing nestled against him, fast asleep. Observing Shen Qingqing resting in his embrace, an indescribable feeling unfurled within Shen Qingqing's heart. The scoundrel! Why is Qing so close to her? What are your intentions in bringing me back? Naturally, Ran was unaware of her thoughts. He merely sought to understand how this esteemed empress of the dynasty suddenly acquired a husband. While it is true that Ran consented to the marriage, his instincts, coupled with the harsh realities of this world, suggested that he would undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges. Upon hearing Ran's remarks, Shen Qingqing appeared puzzled, uncertain of his meaning. What intentions? Indeed, with my unexpected presence, how do you intend to explain this? Huh? At these words, the normally stoic and aloof Empress could not help but laugh at his foolishness. What are you laughing at? I find your naivety amusing. Why should I owe anyone an explanation? The Qingyu Empire belongs to me. I shall do as I please. The addition of you is inconsequential. Even if there were more like you, what of it? The Empress, as expected, exuded an air of authority. Yet, that last remark. Instantly, Shen Qingqing seemed to recall something, teasingly inquiring. What? Are you afraid to return home with me? Absurd. I, the illustrious immortal emperor, afraid? In this realm, no one knows me. What do I have to fear? While fear is not an issue, I am concerned about the potential for unnecessary troubles, which I find quite distasteful. This is the matter that currently weighs most heavily on Ran's mind. It is not that he fears trouble, rather, he is apprehensive that if he were to take action, the world might not withstand the magnitude of his power and consequently explode. This has become rather unamusing. Ding. Sensing the host's reservations, the system graciously bestows upon the host a grand gift package for returning home with his wife. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the extraordinary skill of perfect mastery. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 sword servants. Excellent. A grand gift package for returning home with my wife. Well done, system. Upon gazing at the name of this grand package, Ran's face displayed several lines of exasperation. This foolish system, as soon as it appears, is bound to bring forth nothing but ill tidings. Subsequently, it cast its gaze upon the items drawn from the gift package. Special skill, perfect mastery of cultivation. Effect, the host will be able to flawlessly control their own realm. Friendly reminder, to prevent the collapse of the world and interference with the storyline, this system advises you to willingly suppress your realm. Observing that particular notification, Ran's lips twitched as he inwardly questioned, if I suppress it and a master comes to kill me, what shall I do? The system responded with a cold laugh. arrogantly asserting, "With me here, what is there to worry about? Is invincibility a jest? If someone approaches, you won't simply swat them away, will you?" Listening to the system's domineering declaration, Ran shrugged and gave it a thumbs up, quietly muttering, "Why must I suppress? Can't you reinforce this world as strength instead? No time for that. I'm busy battling other systems." Seeing the system unwilling to assist with this matter, Ran could only roll his eyes in exasperation. He thought to himself, "If you want to help me, I shall handle it myself." Reinforcing a world fortress? He had faith that as an esteemed immortal emperor, he could accomplish such a trivial task. As Ran smirked, the system merely chuckled coldly, having discerned his intentions. It directly mocked him, stating, "Huh. Interfering with the storyline could result in the readers confiscating your little treasure, Ran. Fine. You are the system. Your word is law. I shall suppress. If that is what it takes." In comparison to cultivation, he cherished his little treasure even more, as it symbolized his masculinity. How could he do without it? Should anyone question why he needed to suppress, he could only reply, "If you possess the ability, go gamble with the system. It certainly won't comply." As this is a matter of his personal happiness. Noting Ran's understanding, the system, residing within its own space, mirrored Ran's expression with a crooked smile. Deceiving the host is indeed a grand pleasure in the realm of systems. The system bore no concern that Ran might encounter any unforeseen events. So what if he suppressed his realm? Had they not witnessed a palm descending from the heavens? Ah, no. Had they not heard of an emperor rising against the immortal emperor? Ran remained blissfully unaware that the system, which had bickered with him for so many years, harbored such a dark heart, such a wicked sense of humor. After he suppressed his realm to the pinnacle of this world, the peak of the emperor realm, he felt his strength remained formidable. It was hardly different from not suppressing at all. He thought that even with suppression, should he desire to obliterate this world with a single punch, it would merely be a matter of thought. He could not discern the difference between suppressing and not suppressing. Yet, the system continued to call out, "What can be done about this?" Though puzzled, he sensed that something was amiss, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Instead, his gaze fell upon the second item bestowed by the system. Item, 3000 Sword Servant's Realm. Third realm of the life palace function, obedience. This is indeed quite succinct. He directly traverses a solitary path. As he senses the aura enveloping him, at this moment, Ran feels as though he has returned to the celestial realm. He reminisces about that day in the upper realm, where he acted with reckless abandon, reveling in the joy of seeking the blood essence of magical beasts for his daughter. 2 words encapsulate it all: utter comfort. When trouble arises, he strikes, eliminating all adversaries, and he will shield you from the consequences. Is this the Empress? I am utterly enamored. As these words were spoken, the jade carriage came to a halt. The inscriptions, radiating a soft azure glow, gradually dimmed. Shen Qingqing rose, lifted the jade curtain, and proceeded to descend. Ran gently roused Shen Qingqing, who was nestled in his embrace, by patting her shoulder, calling out, "Qingqing, we have arrived." Shen Qingqing stirred from her slumber, rubbing her eyes that were still glued together. Upon realizing her current position, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hastily extricated herself from Ran's arms. Observing his daughter's hurried departure, a faint smile graced Ran's lips. The young lady, surprisingly shy, was utterly captivated the moment she stepped out of the jade carriage. Is this the Qingyu Empire? The carriage lingered in midair, revealing an endless expanse of azure sky. Below lay a colossal city, stretching far beyond the horizon, undoubtedly the location of the Qingyu Empire's palace. Beneath her feet stood a vast, heavily guarded palace, sprawling over a significant area, centered within the city and extending for miles. As Ran marveled at the beauty of the world outside, Shen Qingqing grasped Shen Qingqing's small hand, transforming into a streak of crimson light as she leapt down. Within the palace, a multitude of blood-red jade columns rose majestically, flanked by hundreds of officials clad in the distinctive attire of the Qingyu Empire, standing in orderly lines on either side. Upon witnessing Shen Qingqing's entrance, they all bowed in unison and exclaimed, "We pay our respects to the Empress. Long live the Empress, equal to the heavens." Hand in hand with her daughter, Shen Qingqing confidently strode to the phoenix chair at the head of the hall and took her seat. She then waved her hand at the officials, saying calmly, "You may rise. Today, let us set aside discussions of the remnants of the 3 great empires. I have an important announcement to make. The one beside me, whom you all surely recognize, is my daughter. As for Shen Qingqing, This group of officials, aside from the newly appointed ones, had seen her on several occasions. After all, the news of Shen Qingqing giving birth to a daughter had caused quite a stir back in the day. It was indeed quite absurd that she bore a child before establishing her reign. Yet, who could contend with their domineering empress? Left with no choice and unable to voice their thoughts further, the officials resignedly clasped their hands and declared, "Long live the young mistress." Standing on the high platform, Shen Qingqing had never encountered such a scene. Although she was once a revered celestial king and a saintess, she was not accustomed to receiving such deference from so many. Typically, it was only during moments of need that she would be feigned respect, while it felt unfamiliar. Her aura as a celestial king emanated power, rivaling that of Shen Qingqing. Channeling her mother's earlier words, she addressed the assembly, "Please, you may rise." The pursuit of knowledge may not have seemed urgent at first, yet it sparked the interest of our esteemed empress. Truly, she is the daughter of this sovereign, unflinching in the face of her ministers. Just then, an elderly gentleman with flowing white hair and a benevolent countenance stepped forward, hands clasped, and addressed her, "Your Majesty. With the three great dynasties now extinguished, our realm has unified the southern territories. Might it be time to consider the establishment of a sovereign? The position of the emperor has remained vacant for far too long, and now that our realm is consolidated, we beseech you, Empress, to appoint a ruler." Upon hearing this, the elder concluded his statement, and the remaining officials echoed in unison, "We humbly request the Empress to appoint a sovereign." Initially, there was no urgency regarding the emperor's position. However, with the birth of her daughter, the risk of external gossip loomed large. Since her ascension, the throne has remained unfilled, a most unusual circumstance. She had intended to announce the appointment of a sovereign promptly, yet she was taken aback by the eagerness of her ministers. Nonetheless, it was of little consequence. The ministers exclaimed, "If we do not act swiftly, calamity may ensue. Fear not. For today, I shall defer the matter of the remnants of the three dynasties to address this issue," she replied coldly, punctuating her words with a dismissive umph. Standing outside, Mo Ran understood her implication. He cleared his throat softly, adjusted his robes, and boldly entered the resplendent hall. Instantly, the gaze of every official was drawn to him. Was this the emperor who had assumed the body of their empress? Aside from his visage, they could discern no remarkable traits. Which clan did he belong to? As Mo Ran stepped into the palace, the officials scrutinized him closely, eager to ascertain the nature of their new emperor. In that moment, he felt akin to a monkey on display at a zoo, surrounded by curious onlookers. As a modern young man of the new era, Mo Ran had never encountered such attention before. The scrutiny made him somewhat uneasy, yet he could not allow himself to falter. "This is my husband, Mo Ran." Shen Qingqing introduced him, albeit briefly, for she was at a loss for words. They had barely known each other, having inadvertently brought a daughter into the world. What could she possibly say? The officials, though filled with questions and perplexed about what distinguished Mo Ran to captivate their empress, were compelled by imperial authority to offer him the customary respect. "We pay our respects to the emperor." With that, the matter of the emperor was settled. "General Ning, please escort the emperor and the princess for a tour." "As you command," replied a middle-aged man clad in armor, with a square face and a bushy beard, who approached Mo Ran with deference. This was none other than Ning Wu, who had met Mo Ran on several occasions. However, when I had previously encountered him, he was always adorned with a helmet, obscuring his visage. Now, I have finally beheld his face. Mo Ran cast a glance at him, refraining from uttering a word, merely offering a smile and a nod before following closely behind him with her daughter. "Father, the palace that mother has constructed is truly magnificent," Mo Ran remarked as she and Shen Qingqing trailed behind Ning Wu along a broad and lengthy avenue. The surrounding walls were intricately carved with several vividly lifelike guardian beasts, while ancient and complex inscriptions adorned the sides. As one walked past, these time-worn inscriptions emanated a resplendent purple-golden glow, reminiscent of a sacred temple. It was exceedingly beautiful. Indeed, it far surpasses my dilapidated little wooden cottage. Qinger, do you truly find it to your liking? These structures are unlike anything Mo Ran has ever encountered, transcending a century of time. Apart from recognizing the formidable nature of this alternate realm, he is entirely unaware of its splendid scenery and the marvelously intricate architecture. Upon witnessing it today, he is indeed astonished. "I adore it. What girl does not appreciate beauty and exquisite things?" Naturally, Shen Qingqing is no exception. Shortly thereafter, Ning Wu leads the two of them through a portal. Upon passing through, they depart from the palace and arrive at what appears to be an academy, Qingyu Academy. Gazing at the 4 prominent characters inscribed on the plaque, Mo Ran feels a twinge of confusion. Inside, he senses 2 presences that rival even Shen Qingqing's. Prompting his curiosity to inquire, General Ning, what is this place? Ning Wu, seemingly anticipating this question, promptly responds, this is a vital location of our dynasty. Also known as the Royal Academy, akin to the external sections. However, the external sects do not belong to the dynasty. Whereas Qingyu Academy was established by the Empress and is part of the imperial lineage. It houses all the martial arts manuals of the dynasty, safeguarded by 2 esteemed elders at the peak of the Emperor realm. So that is how it is. Mo Ran nods thoughtfully. He had not anticipated that his Empress wife was quite so formidable, having the foresight to establish an academy. Boom. At that moment, an amusing scene unfolds beside Mo Ran. A young man clad in splendid attire is recklessly galloping on a fiery steed, careening down the path. Many pedestrians, caught off guard, are knocked aside by the horse's powerful hoofs. Clearly, the young man struggles to control the spirited beast. Damn it, why is this scion here again? Wasn't he expelled from the academy? Enough with the sarcasm, move aside quickly. If he sets his sights on you, there will be no good outcome. Have you forgotten the fate of that individual a few days ago? Judging by the crowd's reaction, such occurrences have certainly transpired before. In an instant, Mo Ran feels overwhelmed. Good grief, how could he encounter such a ludicrous scenario? He had thought the tales he read in his previous life were mere fabrications, only to discover that such mindless young rascals truly exist after his journey into this world. This is undoubtedly the imperial palace, the domain of the Empress. Engaging in such activities under her watchful gaze, does one not fear the repercussions? Yet, he reconsidered. The Empress might not be aware of this matter, even if she were informed. Given the formidable power he possessed behind him, it would likely be insufficient to impose any blame. His attire was resplendent, indicating that he was no ordinary child of common lineage. The individuals he collided with were merely preoccupied with evading him rather than expressing their anger. Their actions spoke volumes. It was simply fear of the power he wielded that silenced them. Observing this, Mo Ran glanced at Ning Wu and inquired, General Ning, what is this about? He wished to glean information regarding the youth. This young man was no ordinary individual. He was the 3rd son of the Su family, one of the 9 imperial clans of the southern region, known as Su Yang. With a soft sigh, Ning Wu continued, I am not well acquainted with his affairs, but I have heard that he was recently expelled from the academy for violating palace rules. The specifics elude me. His ignorance was genuine, as he had been stationed at the Nameless Mountain, seldom inquiring into the matters of the imperial palace, only occasionally hearing whispers from subordinates. Having finished speaking, he suddenly sprang forward, delivering a swift kick to the wild horse. Such an incident beneath the imperial palace, if discovered by the Empress, would undoubtedly incur severe punishment. Under normal circumstances, he could feign ignorance, but the presence of the Emperor beside him left no room for such leniency. If he did not intervene now, the consequences of Mo Ran's wrath would be dire. A thunderous crash echoed as the wild horse, akin to a kite severed from its string, was sent sprawling, crashing against the surrounding wall, which crumbled under the immense force. Su Yang, who had been riding the horse, was overwhelmed by the debris. The onlookers, startled by this sudden turn of events, stood frozen in shock until they recognized Ning Wu's face, exclaiming, It is General Ning. The general has returned to the palace. Which scoundrel dares to strike this noble? From the pile of rubble, a disheveled figure slowly emerged, muttering to himself. Upon fully standing and recognizing Ning Wu, he burst into laughter. Who could it be? Ah, it is General Ning. It was difficult to fathom what he might be thinking, as he had just been so thoroughly beaten, yet still managed to smile. Seeing his insufferable demeanor, Shen Qingqing, who had been trailing behind Mo Ran, could not help but roll her eyes and mutter, how shameless, to still be able to laugh. Though her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, it was perfectly audible to him. Which little girl dares to call me shameless? Following the source of the voice, upon spotting Shen Qingqing's disrespectful words, his face flushed red with anger as he shouted, I am speaking of you, shameless and unashamed. At that, he erupted with fury, unleashing the full force of his 5th-tier cultivation, and charged towards Shen Qingqing, exclaiming, I shall smash your mouth. Just moments ago, he smiled at Ning Wu, recognizing her as a favored individual of the Empress and a formidable sovereign herself. He was acutely aware of the delicate balance of power. Although anger simmered within him, he refrained from directing it at Ning Wu. After all, her mere breath could have been lethal to him. and the fact that she had spared him was a gesture of grace. Thus, despite his inner turmoil, he had to suppress his frustration. However, the audacity of Shen Qingqing to mock him ignited his ire even further. As he observed the figure rushing towards him, Shen Qingqing maintained her composure. Her clumsy stance revealed numerous vulnerabilities, rendering her an easy target. Just as she prepared to impart a lesson to this oblivious fool, he was sent hurtling backward once more. This time, his trajectory was markedly swifter, more precise, and far more brutal. The assailant was none other than Ning Wu. With a weathered hand raised, Ning Wu bellowed, "Impudent Su Yang! How dare you attempt to assassinate the princess so brazenly? Young man, if you wish to embrace death, kindly do not involve me." Addressing the audacity of Su Yang's attack on the princess, she continued, "The emperor is watching." "Princess!" The onlookers murmured in astonishment. When did the Qingyu dynasty acquire a princess? Could it be that she is the daughter of the Empress? Is the rumor true? As Ning Wu's voice resonated, Shen Qingqing's identity was unceremoniously unveiled. The crowd, already drawn by the earlier commotion, now fixated their gaze upon her. Suddenly, Shen Qingqing, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, retreated, seeking refuge behind Immortal. "Please, don't regard me with such predatory eyes. I am but a socially anxious celestial monarch. This is terrifying." From within the crowd, gasps of astonishment reverberated. Upon beholding Shen Qingqing's porcelain-like visage, a profound instinct to protect her took root in their hearts. Long ago, tales circulated throughout the Qingyu dynasty regarding the Empress giving birth to a daughter. At that time, they had dismissed it as mere slander against their sovereign. After all, their Empress had yet to establish her reign. How could she possibly have a daughter? Yet today, amidst the unfolding drama, they discovered that it was no mere rumor. Their Empress indeed had a daughter, and she was already of considerable age. Ahem, a princess. At that moment, Su Yang was drenched in crimson blood. His once resplendent attire now rendered utterly unremarkable. When did the Empress bear a daughter? He was utterly oblivious. A bastard child? Damn it, what misfortune. He cast a resentful glance at Ning Wu, then at the petite figure cowering behind Immortal. The atmosphere turned palpably awkward. He could not bear the weight of the accusation of attempting to assassinate the princess. Curse be Ning Wu for placing such a heavy burden upon him. Though he was a scion of privilege, he was not devoid of reason. He could discern the gravity of the situation. "I was unaware of the princess's esteemed presence, and I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. Please do not take it to heart, Your Highness," he uttered hastily, not waiting for Shen Qingqing to respond before he fled amidst the scornful gazes of the onlookers. Out of deference to the influence behind him, Ning Wu found it difficult to detain him. With a sense of helplessness, he glanced at Immortal, who had remained silent throughout. He sought to ascertain Immortal's thoughts on the matter. However, Immortal was disinclined to voice any opinion on the affair. How audacious of one so ignorant to speak so arrogantly. As he watched Su Yang retreat in disgrace, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He slightly raised his hand, and a beam of sword light emanated from his palm, striking Su Yang's back with tremendous force. Su Yang's back suffered a brutal blow, colliding harshly against a nearby pile of earth and stones, where he was once again buried beneath the rubble. This time, he could not escape. The strike from Mo shattered his meridians, causing his cultivation to dissipate entirely. It would take him at least 2 or 3 years to recover, if at all. Death may be avoided, but he must face the consequences of his actions. How could he dare to speak disrespectfully of his own daughter? The Imperial clan? What was that? Really? He had never felt fear. After dealing with the matter, Immortal glanced at Ning Wu, who stood frozen in place, and said, "General Ning, might I inquire if you would accompany me to the academy for a visit?" Witnessing Immortal's decisive action against Su Yang, unperturbed by the Imperial clan that stood behind him, Ning Wu felt an increased respect for Immortal. After all, he harbored a certain trepidation regarding the Imperial clan that Su Yang represented. The power of the Imperial clan is not to be underestimated, for it is precisely this strength that has earned them their title. The boldness to act so decisively against Su Yang today was undoubtedly bolstered by the name of Princess Shen Qingqing. Little did he expect that Immortal would render Su Yang utterly incapacitated. "The Emperor may indeed wish to join. Please, allow me to guide you," Ning Wu responded, leading Immortal toward the academy. As Immortal departed, the astonished murmurs of the crowd grew louder. "The Emperor? Do we have an emperor among us?" In contrast to Su Yang's downfall, the significance of Immortal's imperial title was evidently far greater. Thus, the news spread like wildfire, exponentially multiplying from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000, within the span of merely an hour. The tale of the emperor and the princess became common knowledge throughout the city, while Su Yang, rendered powerless by Mo Ran, was swiftly forgotten. Indeed, one must never underestimate the information dissemination capabilities of the onlookers. Within a private room of a tavern known as Jiangman Lu, a figure clad in white, with flowing white hair and a rosy complexion, held a compass in one hand while forming a mystical gesture with the other. His wrinkled eyes were tightly shut, seemingly calculating something profound. The emperor? It appears events are beginning to deviate from their original course. Beside him, a young girl with dark hair plucking the strings of an ancient chain inquired, "Master, did you not say that the southern domain of Qingyu was in decline, and that the 9 great imperial clans held sway?" At this, the elder fell into silence, his gaze drifting toward the distant layers of mist. At this moment, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, unable to discern the path ahead. Just moments ago, he had sought to comprehend the fate of the Qingyu dynasty. Yet, the road before him was shrouded in mist, rendering everything invisible. After all, he was Tianjizi, a being well-versed in the annals of history and the intricacies of the world. How could it be that he could not even predict the rise and fall of a mere dynasty? With this thought, he could not help but let out a bitter smile. Anomalies. He then shifted his gaze towards the young girl playing the zither beside him and gently remarked, "Ranner, it won't be long before you can descend the mountain." "Descend the mountain?" the girl inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Since she could remember, she had always resided atop Tianji Mountain, never having ventured down. It was not that she did not wish to, but rather that her master, Tianjizi, had prohibited her, asserting that the time had not yet come. Now, however, he was telling her to prepare to leave. How could she not be perplexed? Naturally, she refrained from asking too many questions, knowing well that the old man would not divulge anything. In due course, she would discover the truth. There was no need for haste. As for these matters, Mo Ran remained blissfully unaware. The news of the Qingyu dynasty's establishment of an emperor had spread throughout the southern region within just a few hours, demonstrating the remarkable capacity for information dissemination across realms. At this moment, Mo Ran was meandering through the academy under Ning Wu's guidance. His leisurely stroll inevitably attracted the attention of numerous disciples, drawing curious gazes from all around. Initially, there was nothing particularly unusual about it, which left him entirely baffled, akin to a monkey in a zoo. As for Shen Qingqing, she remained hidden behind his robes, hesitant to emerge. It was not that she disliked the sensation of being the center of attention. Rather, the circumstances were not conducive to such enjoyment. Who would willingly endure such scrutiny? It was far too embarrassing. After all, they were merely an emperor and a princess. Was it truly necessary to make such a fuss? The disciples of the academy were not truly intent on such thoughts. Rather, they were merely intrigued by the appearance of the emperor who had captured their empress's heart. What manner of man could possess such a remarkable allure? After all, the empress had ruled alone for 3,000 years until now. But now, that was no longer the case. Here stood the emperor, strikingly handsome, surpassing even the renowned Tianhuazi on the list of beautiful men. While his looks were indeed captivating, one could not help but ponder the depth of his strength. Surely, if his prowess were lacking, he would not be worthy of the empress's affection. Hearing such appraisals from his peers, Mo Ran felt an immediate flush of embarrassment. Such praise was unwarranted. How could he possibly accept it? Was this not inviting enmity upon himself? Suddenly, as the crowd remained enraptured by Mo Ran's visage, a thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens. The sky above the imperial palace darkened ominously. A colossal sword, powerful enough to make the very earth tremble, materialized in the air, pointing directly at the palace. Shortly thereafter, dozens of figures clad in black robes began to hover above the palace, their oppressive aura rendering the gathered onlookers breathless. Even the small hand gripping the hem of Mo Ran's robe tightened instinctively. Observing this, Mo Ran's gaze turned icy in an instant. Such audacity! With a mere wave of his hand, he dispelled the stifling aura that had weighed heavily upon everyone. "Qingyu Empress, come forth and meet your demise. This is the remnants of the 3 dynasties." Suddenly, Ning Wu's figure shot forth with great speed. In that fleeting moment as he surged outward, 2 figures that had remained dormant within the academy followed closely behind. The remnants of the 3 dynasties shall not act with impunity. Before their presence was discerned, their voices echoed. 2 beams of violet light erupted from within the academy. Sensing the formidable aura of these 2 individuals, which rivaled that of the Empress Shen Qingqing, Mo Ran immediately recognized them. The two individuals before him were the very presences he had sensed outside the academy, rivaling the aura of Shen Qingqing. They were Fang Yingzong and Luo Yu, esteemed elders of the Qingyu Academy. It was evident that the disciples present recognized them immediately. Observing the formidable aura emanating from these two, Mo Ran felt a certain peculiarity. From their domineering presence, he detected a heavy aura of death, akin to that of long-deceased corpses. Why did these two exude such a profound essence of mortality? It was as if they had been dead for centuries. With a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, he shifted his thoughts, and their information was soon laid bare before him. Names: Fanging's own Luo Yu. Strength: 8th level of the Emperor Realm, 7th level of the Emperor Realm. Age: 20,001, 20,003. Details: these beings, once on the brink of death, have prolonged their existence through the ice jade spirit coffin. A millennium ago, they were of mediocre talent, mere commoners. Yet, through a twist of fate, they slain a favored child of destiny in this realm and seized their legacy, coincidentally opening the path to becoming emperors. On their path to greatness, they engaged in numerous battles against the elite, yet they consistently faced defeat, achieving no victories. Ultimately, they were expelled from the Emperor's Road. In a desperate moment before their expulsion, they conspired to ambush a prodigy, stealing the Ice Jade spirit coffin in the process. Together, they were cast out from the Emperor's Road, carrying with them a fragment of a treasured relic belonging to the Ice clan, a significant artifact of their lineage. The prodigy they attacked was once the scion of the Ice clan, who perished shortly after the coffin was taken, due to the constraints of the heavenly laws. The powerful beings of the Ice clan could not descend to the lower realms. Thus, this Ice Jade spirit coffin has remained in the possession of these two. Not only did they utilize it to ascend to emperor status, but it also extended their lifespans for several years, a stroke of remarkable fortune indeed. So, they were merely two wretched souls. After perusing the system's introduction, Mo Ran couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at them. They were two who should have long since perished, yet they clung to life through unscrupulous means. No wonder they emanated such a dense aura of death. Typically, an emperor's lifespan is 18,000 years, yet these two had lived for over 20,000 years, even accounting for the longevity elixirs they consumed. It was unlikely they could surpass 20,000 years. They had exceeded their natural limits, yet their realms remained stagnant. If they could not attain a second life or break through the ninth heaven to venture into the celestial path, they were perilously close to death. Amidst these contemplations, a massive black dragon, approximately 100 feet in length, gradually emerged from the dark clouds above the Qingyu Imperial Palace. Seeing this, dozens of shadowy figures swiftly made way. Upon the black dragon stood their master, the sole surviving prince of the three great dynasties, the Black Emperor, Shen Qingqing. Once, for my survival, our ancestors exhausted their remaining lifespans to ensure my escape from the southern region. In those years, the two of you vehemently obstructed, achieving an extraordinary transcendence alongside the two esteemed ancestors. Why is it that, despite the demise of the two ancestors, you two still linger in this world? A voice, devoid of discernible emotion, resonated from the black dragon. As the dark clouds dispersed, the immense form of the black dragon became visible, revealing a man with an extremely pallid complexion, none other than the last surviving prince of the Sanqiao dynasty. Humph. The remnants of the Sanqiao have not been entirely eradicated. How can I, an old man, resign myself to oblivion? Proclaimed Fang Ying, the elder of the Qingyu Academy, adorned in purple robes with flowing white hair. Upon hearing these words, the man atop the dragon did not express anger, but rather scoffed with a pale visage. A being enveloped in the aura of death dares to speak with such audacity. How utterly laughable. Initially, he regarded the two with a sense of confusion, but upon closer inspection, he discerned an inexplicable aura entwined around them, deeply resonant with the principles of death he had come to understand. Only the deceased, or those who have comprehended the laws of death, could be tainted by the aura of death without suffering its consequences. Clearly, these two had not grasped the concept of mortality. Thus, three explanations remained. Either they had comprehended the laws, were on the brink of death, or had already passed, experiencing a fleeting return of vitality. As for the first possibility, he dismissed it outright, having attained understanding of the laws of death himself. He sensed no shared essence with them, rendering the first explanation impossible. Ha ha ha. With this contemplation, Zhujiang could not contain his frenzied laughter. The Qingyu dynasty had seen 6 of its 8 late-stage emperors perish under the onslaught of his 3 great dynasties. Now, with only 2 remaining, their demise was imminent. A fact that incited his amusement. The annihilation of the 3 great dynasties had become an inevitable fate, impossible to reverse. In this moment, he could only ensure that the Qingyu dynasty followed in the footsteps of the fallen 3. Amidst his raucous laughter, within the imperial city, over 3,000 figures swiftly converged. These are the 3 clandestine agents he has positioned within the Qingyu Empire. He refrained from summoning them back during the downfall of the 3 great dynasties. All for the sake of this moment. Among these more than 3,000 figures, the weakest resides in the first realm of the Fate Palace, the King's realm. This marks the final resource he possesses to drag the Qingyu Empire into the dismal fate of the 3 dynasties. Most of these hidden pawns originate from the Qingyu Academy. Many disciples of the Academy, upon seeing familiar faces that once radiated laughter, felt a chill in their hearts. The remnants of the 3 dynasties have infiltrated so deeply that even the Academy in the Imperial Palace are not spared. Though uncertain of how he accomplished this, Ran could not help but regard him with newfound respect. Undoubtedly, had he been granted a little more time, it might have been the Qingyu Empire facing annihilation instead. Alas, the Empress struck first, catching him off guard and shattering his original plans. Yet, even so, she has not managed to force out all of his contingencies. At that moment, within the Imperial Palace, a graceful figure slowly emerged, unhurried and composed. With each step she took, a fiery red lotus blossomed beneath her feet. Clad in crimson, her face veiled, her azure eyes resembled a serpent that had just awakened, and the striking plum blossom mark on her forehead was hard to overlook. Her presence rendered everything else pale in comparison, drawing all gazes towards her, and Ran was no exception, although she consistently presented herself behind a veil. Few have seen her true visage, one might say none at all. Yet Ran has. He must concede that Shen Qingqing is the most exquisite woman he has ever encountered. The one who emerged slowly was none other than the Empress Shen Qingqing herself. The failure to unearth these remnants back then was a miscalculation on the part of the Emperor. Long ago, when you extended your malevolent claws into the Qingyu Empire, I had already sensed your presence. Who would have thought that the 3rd prince, often deemed worthless, would possess such cunning and means? As she spoke, she ascended into the air, pausing mid-flight, her icy gaze fixed intently on Zhuo Jiangqing, who stood atop a colossal dragon. She continued, "Had you been the crown prince back then, wielding a bit more power, the outcome might have been different. Alas, you were not, you lost. And I emerged as the ultimate victor. This was true then, and it remains so now." With that, a chaotic fire lotus rose behind the Empress, its aura capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. The temperature around surged, causing the very fabric of reality to shift. The chaotic fire lotus law. "Now that you have arrived today, you shall all remain." Having spoken, the Empress Shen Qingqing found that the fiery lotus behind her expanded continuously, with her aura growing ever more formidable. In this moment, the power of her imperial rank reached an explosive crescendo. With a swift movement, she breached the barrier and positioned herself before Zhuo Jiangqing, as the chaotic fiery lotus ascended swiftly behind her, descending upon him like a celestial meteor. As the lotus drew near, the temperature around Zhuo Jiangqing surged dramatically. He formed a seal with his hands, and the colossal claws of the black dragon beneath him rose, reaching out to grasp the fiery lotus. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. At the instant the black dragon's claws made contact with the fiery lotus, it erupted violently, unleashing a wave of searing flames that engulfed the dragon's grasp. Once the tumult subsided, dark blood rained down from the sky, leaving devastation in its wake. For the corrosive power of this black blood was formidable. As the onlookers discerned the source of the black blood, a collective shock enveloped them. The black dragon's claws were severed, consumed by the Empress's chaotic fiery lotus. Before they could catch their breath, a radiant sword energy suddenly sliced through the heavens, hurtling towards Shen Qingqing. At that moment, Zhuo Jiangqing, standing atop the black dragon, wielded a pitch-black longsword that had mysteriously appeared in his grasp. The sword emanated an unmistakable aura of death, an imperial artifact. How is this even possible? In the fleeting moment when the sword descended, an overwhelming aura of death emanated from it, potent enough to obliterate the entire imperial palace. Although she was uncertain of the origin of this imperial artifact, Shen Qingqing remained unfazed, her composure unshaken. As she retreated steadily, her movements did not falter. Chaos, the myriad laws transform. A low incantation resounded, and from behind Shen Qingqing, countless fire lotuses, each the size of a hand, suddenly coalesced. Though diminutive, the terrifying force they exuded rivaled that of the sword's aura. Despite the assistance of the Imperial artifact, the chasm in their respective realms was insurmountable. Abruptly, Shen Qingqing pointed, and the myriad fire lotuses surged forth with a life of their own, racing towards the sword energy with astonishing speed. Observing that their two champions had engaged, the onlookers below could hardly remain passive. With the command engage, the cohort of hidden agents swiftly charged towards the inhabitants of the city. Naturally, this was the Imperial Palace, where formidable powers were not absent. Even though their assault was vigorous, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the group of cloaked figures swiftly confronted the two esteemed elders of Qingyu Academy. The figures clad in black robes exuded an ominous aura of death that sent shivers down the spine. Despite possessing only the cultivation of a mere emperor, even the esteemed elders Fong Ying and Luo Yu found themselves struggling against him. Meanwhile, Ning Wu, the foremost warrior of the Qingyu, was besieged by hundreds of formidable beings at the Saint Realm. Nonetheless, an emperor remains an emperor. The trifling cultivators of the third stage of the Life Palace were utterly incapable of shaking him. In no time, he had decimated the hundreds of saints that surrounded him. Just as he prepared to continue his slaughter of the remaining shadows, a long spear obstructed his path. You are still alive? Since you have not perished, how could I allow myself to succumb first? The newcomer was a burly man clad in armor, wielding a spear. He was a general of countless victories from one of the past dynasties and a longtime rival of Ningwu. It was believed that he had met his demise in the great battle that annihilated a dynasty years ago, yet here he stood, having aligned himself with Shen Qingqing. Are you surprised? He asked. Surprised? Not at all. I defeated you once before, and I can certainly do so again. Years ago, Ningwu had bested him, albeit narrowly. With that, Ningwu brandished his spear, and soon the two were locked in fierce combat. As a general accustomed to the battlefield, every move he made was lethal. Father. Mother is not in danger, is she? Below, peeking from behind Imoran, Shen Qingqing anxiously inquired. Her eyes fixed on the fierce battle between Shen Qingqing and Zhuo Jiangsheng in the sky. Though reassured by Mo-Ran's presence, her worry lingered. After all, it was her mother engaged in the fray, and the rapid exchanges rendered it impossible for her to discern who held the upper hand. Each strike transpired in the blink of an eye. In her previous life as a celestial king, she had endured countless skirmishes. Had it been in the past, she would have remained unfazed. However, in this new incarnation, her cultivation was limited to the scattered Qi realm. Faced with such a high-level conflict, she could only watch helplessly. The strength she once possessed belonged to a different life. She could not perpetually dwell in the past. Do not worry, your father is here. He will ensure your mother remains safe. He gently tousled Shen Qingqing's hair, trying to soothe her. After all, she was still a child witnessing such events for the first time, which was entirely natural. Yet, if our Qing'er were aware of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes and retort, "Who is afraid? I am merely concerned for my mother." The battle in the skies has grown increasingly intense. Reaching a fervent climax, the two esteemed elders from the academy, obstructed by dozens of cloaked figures, now appear somewhat overwhelmed. They seem impervious to pain, their bodies unnaturally resilient, akin to puppets. The longer the conflict endures, the greater their depletion becomes. While these assailants seem to possess an inexhaustible vigor, their offensive not only unwavering but increasingly formidable. As the elders begin to falter, Zhuo Jiangsheng deftly manipulates his sword with his fingers, incessantly directing it towards Shen Qingqing. Each strike is imbued with a palpable aura of death. Ha ha ha, Shen Qingqing, how much longer can you endure? Even if you manage to hold on, how long do you think these old geezers can last? Shen Qingqing is not oblivious to the situation unfolding before her. She too finds herself powerless against the tide. She dared not lightly taint herself with the law of death. Even the slightest contact would amplify the malice within her infinitely. Should she succumb to its influence to a significant extent, she would cease to be herself. I am curious to see how much longer your dwindling lifespan can sustain your swordsmanship. After observing the battle, Shen Qingqing discovered that with every swing of Zhuo Jiangqing's sword, his body aged a step further. Having already unleashed over 100 strikes, the vitality within him was draining at an alarming rate. And it would not be long before he met his demise. This is sufficient to slay you. In an instant, Zhuo Jiangqing's rapidly withering hand clenched suddenly. The imperial sword transformed into 1,000 shimmering blades, surrounding Shen Qingqing, creating an inescapable fatal maneuver. After executing this, Zhuo Jiangsheng, struggling against his rapidly desiccating body, bellowed at Shen Qingqing. At this moment, his life had reached its end. On the day the three great empires fell, two ancestors fought fiercely, securing for him a fleeting opportunity to cling to life. It was on that fateful day, disheartened, that he arrived at the abyss of demon burial, intending to end his existence. Yet, by a twist of fate, he acquired this eerie sword imbued with death's aura, capable of siphoning away life. This unexpected incident not only allowed him to comprehend the laws of death, but also enabled him to successfully step into the realm of emperors. Although he was merely at the 3rd level, with the aid of that enigmatic long sword, he possessed the strength to contend even against an 8th-level emperor. Thus, he devoted several years to intensive cultivation and meticulous planning, and today he could no longer restrain the hatred within him and sought revenge. He arrived with a resolve of certain death, leaving him with nothing to fear. Regrettably, he would not witness the downfall of the Qingyu Empire. Shen Qingqing, this time, I shall see how you will fare. In the end, he knelt upon the black dragon, his body visibly aging at an alarming rate, the vitality within him steadily ebbing away, until he peacefully departed. The moment he uttered these words, the heavens were torn asunder, and the space twisted. From the distorted realm emerged a figure, standing tall and gazing down upon the crowd, a massive sword prominently slung across his back, a ghastly scar marring his face, revealing a fierce countenance. Entrusted by others, he drew forth the sword. As he spoke, he unsheathed the colossal sword from his back. In an instant, a razor-sharp sword aura pierced the heavens, the laws of the sword cascading forth like an unending river, descending with the force of a rainbow piercing the sun. Aimed directly at the sword formation ensnaring Shen Qingqing. The laws of the sword. From the Dongfang clan, the sword emperor of Dongfang. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, all present could not suppress their astonishment. From the 9 great imperial families, the sword emperor of the Dongfang clan. Insolent fool, how dare you? As the magnificent sword aura was about to descend upon the sword formation, the 2 individuals, Fang Yingzong and Luoyu, who had been entangled, suddenly erupted with an overwhelming momentum. They forcefully subdued several black-clad figures. Subsequently, the 2 hastily withdrew from the battlefield, hastening towards the direction of the Empress Shen Qingqing. At this moment, the Empress was wholly focused on breaking the formation, oblivious to any external disturbances. If struck by this sword, she would not only face death but also severe injury. Yet, the sword emperor of Dongfang showed no intention of holding back. His strike was a lethal one. There was no time left. The sword energy swiftly descended. Just as the law's sword energy of the Eastern Sword Emperor was about to touch the formation that trapped Shen Qingqing, a figure suddenly appeared above. Immortal ran, slender and fragile, positioned himself before the oncoming sword energy. Grasping the Immortal Emperor's sword, Ho Yu, he thrust it forward with a simple yet unadorned motion. The tip of the sword clashed against the sword energy, and in that fleeting moment of contact, the sword energy aimed at Shen Qingqing dissipated like fleeting clouds. Upon closer observation, one would discern that it was not the tip of Ho Yu that met the Eastern Sword Emperor's law sword energy, but rather the faint sword energy emanating from the sword's tip. The moment the law sword energy encountered the delicate sword energy released by Ho Yu, it retreated in fear, much like a grandchild fleeing from an imposing elder. Ho Yu, do not approach me. Begone. Mo Ran coldly snorted, his icy gaze fixed on the position of the Eastern Sword Emperor, resolutely declaring, since that is the case, I shall also strike on behalf of another. You had best be prepared to receive it. Cursed be the despicable scoundrel who dared to launch a sneak attack on the mother of my child. One-on-one would suffice. The mother can handle it herself, as the Empress requires her dignity. But to resort to a cowardly ambush? Do you truly believe this woman stands alone? Such an affront is intolerable. The instant Mo Ran made his appearance, all gazes were drawn to him. The Emperor. It was the Emperor who had taken action. Many who had previously encountered Mo Ran could not restrain their astonishment. Just by effortlessly dispelling the law sword energy of the Eastern Sword Emperor with a single stroke, Mo Ran had left them utterly awestruck. Who is the Eastern Sword Emperor? A figure from 3 millennia past, contemporaneous with the Empress. He is the pride of the Eastern Imperial clan, possessing the formidable Eastern Imperial body and a mind as clear as crystal. With the combination of the Imperial physique and a profound sword heart, he was destined to surpass even the greatest of emperors. Thus, the Eastern clan had invested half of their resources in him, viewing him as the future of their lineage. Many believed that in this era, the Eastern family would achieve unprecedented glory through him. History has shown that the Eastern Sword did not disappoint the expectations placed upon him. In the Southern domain, True emperors are not scarce. The current lower realm is inundated with pseudo-emperors, with only a handful of exceptional beings emerging from the ranks of these false deities. The Eastern Sword Emperor undoubtedly ranks among the foremost. With a single stroke, he has felled 3 sovereigns of the same realm, a testament to his formidable prowess. Thus, upon witnessing his assault on Shen Qingqing, Feng Ying and his companion resolved to transcend their limits at any cost. Their actions were a clear indication that they had cast aside the concerns of life and death. In their current state, they were akin to flickering flames, exhausted and spent, beyond the reach of even celestial beings. When they beheld Ren intercepting the lethal blow capable of obliterating the Empress, a sense of relief washed over them. Although they had never laid eyes on Ren, the tale of the Emperor's ascent had certainly reached their ears. Today, witnessing his commanding presence, they found him no less impressive than the Empress herself. Death, it seemed, would be a worthy closure. They should have perished long ago, during the annihilation of the 3 dynasties. Or perhaps when they were cast from the imperial path. It is said that none have ever been expelled from this path. There exists only life or death upon it. Yet they have etched their names in history. Their reluctance to depart stemmed from their bond with Shen Qingqing, whom they had watched grow since childhood. Akin to a cherished granddaughter. In the battle that decimated the 3 dynasties, 6 of the 8 great emperors of the Qingyu dynasty fell. The dynasty has yet to recover from the aftermath. Should they also depart, only the Empress would remain. Unable to bear this thought, they resolved to linger a while longer. It seems they have finally awaited their moment, and thus, death holds no terror. As dawn broke, 2 beams of holy light surged skyward. The air was filled with mournful cries. Countless drops of imperial blood rained down from the heavens, nourishing the earth. With the fall of the Emperor, the heavens and earth lamented. Such celestial phenomena are unique to the latter stages of the Emperor's realm. In the 9 heavens of the Emperor, each tier represents an insurmountable chasm. Whether through imperial artifacts or secret techniques, without an inherent strength that matches one's aspirations. No amount of external assistance can bridge the gap in power, especially after one has entered the later stages of the Emperor's domain. This disparity will continue to widen. This is precisely why, despite utilizing the imperial weapon, Zhuo Jiancheng was unable to vanquish Shen Qingqing. He could merely contend in battle. Who are you? Witnessing Ren effortlessly disperse the sword energy he had meticulously gathered, the Eastern Sword Emperor felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Although that strike was not his most formidable, it was far beyond the capability of an ordinary sovereign to withstand, let alone someone like Ren who did so with such ease. A formidable adversary indeed. In this Azure Feather dynasty, when did such individuals emerge? Ren could not be bothered to engage in trivial conversation with him. As for such underhanded characters who resort to ambush, he could overlook their actions against others. However, to think they would dare to launch a sneak attack on his beloved wife. This is indeed the mother of the child. Thus, he has no intention of letting this individual escape. With a single move, he unleashes a lethal strike. When he speaks of a sword, he wields it without hesitation. Ren is enveloped by the power of the stars, and the immense laws of the cosmos within him surge forth, coiling around the rain sword in his grasp. In an instant, the sky resonates with the sound of swords, each note striking at the heart. The celestial energy surrounding Ren resembles an ancient beast awakening from a deep slumber. Go! Ren bellows, raising his hand to deliver a strike towards the Eastern Sword Emperor. A blade of sword energy forged from the power of the stars cascades down like countless twinkling stars from the heavens above. In the blink of an eye, it strikes the Eastern Sword Emperor. Countless strands of star law energy ensnare him in a deadly embrace. The moment the sword energy makes contact, a brilliant golden light erupts. It is the protective shield formed by the Emperor's body, defending its master. The golden radiance collides mercilessly with the star law energy. Ultimately, the Emperor's formidable body is shattered into fragments by the celestial sword energy, accompanied by the sound reminiscent of shattering glass. The figure of the Eastern Sword Emperor is wholly engulfed by the starry sword energy. Witnessing this, countless individuals within the Qingyu dynasty are instantly overcome with shock. Their expressions transformed, each heart gripped by profound terror. This was the most resplendent sword they had ever witnessed. A flash of stars illuminated the heavens, and countless meteors streaked across the firmament, as if the dazzling cosmos had materialized before their very eyes. Is this truly their emperor? The consort of the Empress? After countless stars have passed, the Eastern Sword Emperor yet lives. However, the majesty of the once great emperor has faded. He is now but a mere wisp of sword energy. His imperial body lies in ruins, his sword heart shattered. The once mighty imperial weapon, the colossal sword in his grasp, has been utterly obliterated by that very sword energy, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. He believed that no one from the southern domain could surpass him in the way of the sword. Over 3 millennia, he has vanquished countless adversaries, each a paragon of swordsmanship. In the realm of the sword, he possessed extraordinary insight. Throughout his life, he has defeated innumerable foes and comprehended the principles of the sword, ultimately achieving the status of emperor. He forged an invincible sword heart, never having tasted defeat. Even when facing the unparalleled sword emperor on the divine sword mountain, who had once left him with but a scar upon his visage. Since that moment, he has made no further advancements in the way of the sword. I have not been defeated. At this moment, he gazes at Immortal. The madness etched upon his face laid bare without a hint of concealment. Ha ha. I have not been defeated. I cannot be defeated. I, the Eastern Sword, have traversed a lifetime, forging an invincible sword heart, conquering multitudes, and ultimately grasping the principles of the sword to ascend as emperor. How could I possibly be defeated? Impossible. Impossible. Now, his eyes blaze with crimson fury, veins standing out, and without a sword in hand, he resembles a destitute, enraged beggar. He cannot accept the harsh reality of his defeat, even when struck down by the unparalleled sword emperor on the divine sword mountain years ago. He did not perceive it as defeat. Yet, what can self-deception achieve? The stagnation in his sword path serves as the clearest evidence of his failure. He lacks the courage to ascend the divine sword mountain once more. How can one advance in the way of the sword? The moment you launch a sneak attack, you have already succumbed. Immortal's voice resonated coolly as he retracted his rein, striking with a palm towards the sword formation that ensnared Shen Qingqing, which disintegrated under his force, dissipating into the void. In an instant, Shen Qingqing's figure reemerged before the crowd, enveloped in a celestial power. As the sword formation dissolved, her first glance fell upon Immortal, who stood before her. A sudden blush, reminiscent of tantalizing thoughts, emerged upon her exquisite face. That scoundrel, fond of heroes rescuing damsels in distress. Humph. The moment of his ambush. Upon hearing Immortal's words, Dongfang Jian experienced a fleeting moment of tranquility as he momentarily broke free from his frenzied state, plunging into deep contemplation. He pondered when he began to fear failure. Was it during his time with the imperial clan, or at the sacred sword mountain? As he reflected, a vague memory seemed to resurface. In this realm, the heavenly Tao is fragmented, unable to support the opening of the immortal path. If the immortal path cannot be opened, then the pinnacle of the great emperor is merely the utmost limit. The utmost limit? What ultimate conclusion can there be in the pursuit of cultivation? It is the zenith of life. Ancestor, what do you mean by that? Jinner, my time is drawing near. If I cannot ascend the immortal path and reach that legendary upper realm, I shall soon perish. The zenith of life. Then what of my father? He too shall die. Everyone shall perish. Why? Because the heavenly Tao is incomplete. The pinnacle of great emperors remains tethered to this world, unable to break through that barrier, resulting in an ever-increasing number of great emperors. In the past, only those who traversed the emperor's path and survived could attain the title of emperor. Yet, at some point, it seems anyone could become an emperor. This is not favorable news for the world. The memories of yesteryears flickered through Dongfang Jian's mind like a slideshow. It turns out I have long since been defeated. Subsequently, he addressed Immortal. Though you are powerful, I have not yet been vanquished. It is the heavenly Tao that is flawed. It is the heavenly Tao that has failed. Not I, Dongfang Jian. No, he declared emphatically, until his body gradually dissipated into the cosmos, as though he had never existed. Until his last breath, he refused to concede defeat. How tragic. After Dongfang Jian's demise, the battle reached its conclusion. Ning Wu stood coldly below, holding a severed head with wide-open eyes. The two elders had perished, dispersed into the void. The 3,000 dark agents had been decimated, leaving only a handful of black-clad figures huddled together. Strangely, they bore no wounds, nor did they exhibit signs of exhaustion. Instead, the aura of death surrounding them grew increasingly potent, and their realms had ascended several levels. Could they be consuming the death energy produced upon a person's demise? Beside Immortal, Shen Qingqing sensed the transformation within this group, her expression suddenly shifting to one of shock. Hearing her words, Immortal too felt the peculiarity. He immediately activated the Eye of Truth, revealing the information about the group in its entirety. Item: Puppet details. To suppress the life-destroying imperial artifacts accompanying puppet, it bears no distinction from humans. Classified as an accompanying entity, yet not truly one. Impervious to pain. Capable of absorbing death energy. As long as the death energy persists, the puppet remains undying. The more death energy absorbed, the stronger the puppet becomes. Life-destroying imperial artifact? At this moment, Ran suddenly recalled the pitch-black imperial artifact in Zhuajiaqin's possession. So that contraption is known as the Doomsday? Upon further reflection on the rapidity of his aging, a twitch manifested at the corner of his mouth. It seems more fitting to call it Soul Devourer instead. This is not merely a loss of life. It is akin to a voracious beast, devouring souls. These beings are not human. They are mere puppets. The imperial artifact that had ensnared you has been shattered by my hand, and it will not be long before they dissipate into nothingness. As I speak, Ran suddenly conjures a sphere of starlight, hurling it towards the assembly of puppets without hesitation. The starlight sphere expands as it races through the air, ultimately engulfing all the puppets upon contact, shrinking at an astonishing pace until it becomes mere dust, akin to particles. Nonetheless, I shall accompany you on your final journey. With this matter concluded, the remnants of the 3 dynasties have met their end. The name of the Emperor Ran has rapidly ascended to fame in the lower realms, becoming a household name. The external evaluation of Ran's prowess has reached extraordinary heights. One sword could cleave through the late stages of an emperor. At the moment the sword fell in the east, a jade tablet bearing his soul's imprint shattered instantaneously. The guard tasked with watching over the jade tablet turned pale upon witnessing its broken name, trembling in fear as he hurriedly fled. The distant Eastern Imperial clan erupted with tremors of indignation. Who is it? Who has slain my son? The clan leader, Dongfang Ming, with the cultivation of a 9th-level emperor, unleashed a surge of power that shook the very foundations of the Eastern realm. Go and investigate. I want him to suffer eternal damnation, never to be reborn. After everything was settled, Ran cast a glance at Shen Qingqing, admonishing her, next time, do not be so stubborn. Long before Shen Qingqing was ensnared by the sword formation, Ran had sent her a message, offering assistance. Yet, the ever-proud Empress would not easily accept help. Thus, when Ran sought to intervene and was rebuffed, he had no choice but to relent, for breaking the sword formation was merely a matter of time for her. I understand, Shen Qingqing replied, her gaze tinged with melancholy. What an unromantic man. Observing her sorrowful expression, Ran felt perplexed. What a strange woman. You were the one who insisted on refusing help. Why does it feel as though you are blaming me? Silly host, begone. Now, how do you intend to deal with these hidden agents? Ran inquired, glancing at the encircled remnants of the 3 dynasties' hidden forces. These agents are now few in number, with many perished and others gravely injured. The losses on the Qingyu Empire's side are substantial, with 2 late-stage emperors having fallen. Now, only Shen Qingqing remains in the Qingyu Empire, along with Ran. With a name and a child now at hand, Ran naturally intends to assist her. Eliminate them. Shen Qingqing has never been one to trifle with. The emergence of these dark figures signifies their resolute acceptance of impending doom. Indeed, Ran nodded lightly in agreement. As the saying goes, if one does not eradicate the roots, the spring breeze will allow them to flourish anew. Following this confrontation, the Qingyu dynasty has certainly sustained significant damage. Not long ago, they endured a fierce battle, losing 6 emperors, and today, 2 more have fallen to the remnants of their foes. With the demise of 8 great emperors, their ranks have been utterly decimated. Suddenly, a thought struck Ran. Had he not just slain Dongfang Jin? Wouldn't the Dongfang family seek vengeance upon him? Would they not come to the Qingyu dynasty in pursuit of retribution? Was he not the sovereign of the Qingyu dynasty? With this realization, Ran felt his head swell with the implications. The pain was excruciating. Must he not be allowed a moment's peace to raise his daughter? With so many troubles arising daily, it was utterly vexing. Perhaps he should annihilate the Dongfang clan? After deep contemplation, he nodded heavily. If anyone dared to come knocking, it would provide him with a pretext to extend a warm welcome. Yet, fatigue weighed upon him. He found himself longing for the simplicity of life in the mountains. Of course, it was merely a fleeting sentiment. For returning was an impossibility. Such a return was forever out of reach. Ah, he sighed. Why the sigh? It is nothing. I simply detest trouble and was pondering how to concoct a flimsy excuse to eradicate a clan. Trouble? Indeed. A great deal of trouble looms ahead. What trouble? Enduring the wrath of the Dongfang imperial family? Upon uttering these words, he chuckled derisively. It would be remarkable if the Dongfang family could withstand his fury. At this, Our Empress seemed to ponder something, feigning contemplation before jesting. You are the one who committed the murder. It would suffice to hand you over. Back in our hometown, this would be regarded as ungratefulness and the murder of one's husband. He jested. Is that so? Remained unimpressed. Subsequently, she chose to disregard him entirely. The news of this battle spread rapidly. Upon hearing of the demise of the last two emperors of the Qingyu dynasty, certain forces that had previously been suppressed began to stir restlessly. Yet, word soon emerged that the emperor of the Qingyu dynasty had vanquished the Sword Emperor of the Eastern Imperial clan with a single stroke, causing the Eastern Sword Empress to retreat in trepidation. The news of the Eastern Sword's fall quickly reached the Eastern Imperial clan's spies. Upon receiving this information, the countenance of the three venerable emperors, each at the pinnacle of the ninth realm, darkened ominously. Deep within, a tempest of rage erupted like an active volcano. Impossible to quell. The Eastern Sword, the son of the current head of the Eastern family, had ascended to the rank of emperor at the tender age of 3,000. Regarded as the most promising candidate for transcendence within the Eastern lineage. After all, this world had not witnessed a breakthrough to immortality in a long, long time. Yet, a millennium ago, the sage Tianjizi had proclaimed, in this realm, the heavenly path is flawed, the road to emperorship obscured, yet an emperor may still arise. Once the number of emperors reached a certain threshold, the world would approach a critical juncture, at which point the path to immortality would manifest, and this realm would perish. Thus, the entire Eastern clan devoted their resources to nurturing the Eastern Sword, aspiring for him to successfully traverse the brutal path to immortality, leading the Eastern family to greater heights and longevity. Now, with the Eastern Sword's demise, all their efforts had been rendered futile. The Qingyu dynasty must pay the price for this. Let me seek out this so-called emperor of Qingyu. Fourth brother, do not act recklessly. Just as the formidable emperors of the Eastern family prepared to embark alone on a quest for vengeance against the Qingyu dynasty, a voice steeped in age called out to halt them. The speaker, known as the Elder of the Eastern Gate, was the second ancestor of the Eastern family and currently its most powerful member. His intervention stemmed from a desire to prevent his impulsive younger brother from rushing headlong into danger. Among the entire Eastern family, none cherished the Eastern Sword more than he did. He had imparted nearly all his knowledge to the Eastern Sword, treating him as a son, despite being an ancestor. Given the Eastern Sword's tragic fate, one can only imagine the depths of his sorrow. Remaining composed amidst such turmoil was a feat in itself. Dongfang Quang, the fourth ancestor of the Eastern family, had achieved the status of an emperor through sheer physical prowess. His body was as formidable as that of ancient beasts, and he had once felled a demon emperor of the same realm with a single punch. The physical strength of demonkind was traditionally several hundred times superior to that of humans, particularly for an emperor-level beast. His ability to defeat such a creature with ease attested to his incredible might. Reckless? A mere Qingyu dynasty? Were it not for the disdain of the 9 great imperial clans for such hollow titles, could a single woman like Shen Qingqing truly unify the southern domain? Upon hearing this, Dongfang Quang's rough voice erupted in anger. Let me ask you, how confident are you in defeating Jianer? Dongfang Meng replied leisurely. Observing the furious expression on Dongfang Quang's face, enunciating each word deliberately. Hearing this, Dongfang Quang was rendered speechless, his previously raised head suddenly drooping, his countenance transforming into one of profound anguish. He once again experienced this sense of helplessness. The words of the Eastern Gate's elder rang true. Confronting Dongfang Jian, he possessed little assurance of victory. Dongfang Jian represented the future of the Dongfang family, having demonstrated astonishing talent and cultivation since childhood. In merely 3,000 years, he attained a realm equal to his own. Such prodigious talent had never been seen in the Dongfang family, past or present. Should he face Dongfang Jian? Defeat would be inevitable within 10 moves. Yet, the thought of seeking vengeance through someone capable of slaying Dongfang Jian with a single stroke was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Contemplating this, he bowed his head in frustration, resembling a forlorn statue, his expression steeped in despair. At that moment, the usually silent third ancestor of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Hua, let out a cold hum and forcefully slammed the teacup onto the nearby table, exclaiming, "In my humble opinion, what course of action should we pursue? To slay Jianer with a single sword strike, that individual must undoubtedly possess cultivation at the 9th level of the Emperor realm." With this, Dongfang Min paused briefly. Before his tone grew chillingly cold, the day the immortal path opened shall also mark his demise. A glint of frost flashed in his eyes. Acting against the Qingyu dynasty at this juncture would be ill-advised. They had the Dongfang family to protect. If Imoran could indeed kill Dongfang Jin with a single strike, none of the three of them could accomplish such a feat. This indicates that Imoran surpasses the three of them. Perhaps only by joining forces can they contend with him. However, if they unite, what will become of the Dongfang clan? In recent years, the 9 great imperial families have experienced continual friction, all in preparation for the opening of the immortal path. Should any unforeseen events arise, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, the only prudent course of action is to wait until the immortal path is opened before taking any decisive steps. Even if they are filled with reluctance, they have no choice. They cannot jeopardize the entire Dongfang clan for personal gain. The greater good must take precedence. 10 years later, a decade ago, the battle resulted in a significant decline in the strength of the Qingyu dynasty, which thereafter no longer displayed its former brilliance but instead focused on recuperation. After all, the Qingyu dynasty of that time had undergone a substantial transformation. If they did not take the time to recuperate properly, they risked following in the footsteps of the 3 dynasties that preceded them. Of course, Imoran's single sword strike that felled Dongfang Jin served as a deterrent to those who eyed him covetously. They are not fools. The formidable Dongfang Jin being vanquished by Imoran with a single blow signifies that Imoran's power far exceeds that of Dongfang Jin. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to be the first to take action. As for Imoran, he initially believed that after slaying Dongfang Jin, he would face countless troubles and be deprived of peace. He expected the Dongfang imperial clan to seek vengeance against him. Yet, unexpectedly, they chose to endure, wary of his formidable strength. They indeed possess wisdom. This is the evaluation given by Imoran to them. It is far superior to those who charge in recklessly, for at least he does not soil his hands. Over the past decade, Imoran has flourished remarkably, and his relationship with Shen Qingqing has rapidly intensified. Moreover, after their prolonged efforts, Shen Qingqing has borne him a daughter. His eldest daughter, Shen Qingqing, had already joined the Wenqin sword sect 2 years prior, leaving the Qingyu Empire and her father to pursue her swordsmanship. In the southern region in Sanggu Prefecture, the Wenqin sword sect is currently experiencing a slight increase in activity compared to the past. Today, a notable visitor has arrived at the Wenqin sword sect, a young man named Wenlin from the Songhai Spiritual Academy in the northern region. This day marks the quinquennial exchange meeting between the young disciples of the Wenqin sword sect and the Songhai Spiritual Academy. Traditionally, the Songhai Spiritual Academy would send 8 representatives. However, this time only a single individual has come. Instantly, the entire Wenqin sword sect buzzes with excitement. On the martial arts platform, disciples of the Wenqin sword sect gather, eager to witness the capabilities of this lone disciple from the northern region. What does it mean for the Songhai Spiritual Academy to send just one person? Do they look down upon our sword sect? Many disciples of the Wenqin sword sect jeer and point at Wenlin, who stands on the stage, holding a 3-foot-long green peak sword. Although he appears calm on the surface, internally, he feels as though 1,000 rampaging horses are rushing through him, and cold sweat pours down his brow. In this moment, he feels like a rat scurrying through the streets, pointed at by the masses. He does not wish for this situation. The Songhai Spiritual Academy has very few sword cultivators, and even fewer are outstanding. The Wenqin sword sect, a major sect for swordplay in the southern region, is incomparable. Competing in swordsmanship? How could he possibly match up against seasoned sword practitioners? 3 years ago, the eldest senior brother of the sword cultivators from Songhai Spiritual Academy, Ji Chengyan, has been in seclusion attempting to break through to the second realm of the Life Palace, and has yet to emerge. His 4th and 5th senior brothers have been out training and have not returned. His 7th and 8th senior sisters have gone home to visit family. His 2nd senior brother, blinded on a mission, is currently recuperating. Thus, aside from a few ordinary disciples, he is the only one left to represent the sword cultivators. Reluctantly, the Songhai Spiritual Academy could only send him alone to seek guidance in swordplay, faced with so many piercing gazes that seem to wish him harm. Wenlin takes a deep breath and declares, "I am Wenlin, the 9th disciple of the sword cultivators from Songhai Spiritual Academy, here to seek instruction in swordplay. I humbly request the guidance of the esteemed members of the sword sect." Though he feels helpless, he understands that he represents the Songhai Spiritual Academy and cannot tarnish its reputation. Humph. The members of the Wenqin sword sect respond with a collective cold snort, declaring in unison, "I shall." Their momentum is formidable. The sect leader, the disciples of the sword sect, remain as vibrant as ever. Elder Xiongkai chuckled, remarking that compared to the disciples of your esteemed academy, my own pupils are of little significance. Upon the high platform, the esteemed leader of the Wuxing sword sect, Gu Wuxing, addressed Xiongkai, who sat beside him. Xiongkai, the grand elder of the Songhai Spirit Academy in the northern region, was the one who once obstructed the Empress from entering the nameless mountain in search of Shen Qingqing, ultimately losing an arm to the Empress's merciless decree. His arm has since miraculously regrown, likely due to the application of some invaluable spiritual herbs. The two of them had taken the art of mutual flattery to an exquisite level, exchanging words in a harmonious banter. Meanwhile, the disciples below had become a bubbling cauldron of excitement, witnessing Wenlin's audacity. The disciples of the sword sect were eager to confront him and show him a thing or two. Just as the crowd was on the verge of action, an incongruous voice rang out. Wenlin, the ninth disciple of the Songhai Spirit Academy's sword cultivation lineage. He possesses the innate sword body, known as Wugo. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. The Wugo sword body? The legendary physique that, if one can merely survive for a century, would assuredly ascend to the rank of emperor, even without rigorous cultivation, merely by delving into the ways of the sword? To think such a prodigy existed in the northern region. No wonder he dared to challenge the sword alone. It left many wondering how his sword body compared to that of their senior brother. After all, the one atop the divine sword mountain also possessed the Wugo sword body. How terrifying indeed. A guaranteed ascension to emperor within a century. If he were to diligently hone his skills, might he not achieve this even sooner? This thought sent waves of envy rippling through the crowd, for the term emperor felt like a distant dream to them. Yet here stood a youth on the platform, who might require merely a century, or perhaps even less, to attain that title. How could they not feel envy? In that moment, some even entertained the dark notion of eliminating him to appropriate his sword body for themselves. As they snapped back to reality, they felt a shiver of fear at their own thoughts and hurriedly recited calming incantations to regain their composure. Is no one coming? After a long pause, the young man on the platform, feeling somewhat awkward at the absence of challengers, pondered whether he was being underestimated. I am formidable, indeed. Were we of the same realm? Even the senior brother would not stand a chance against me. Sensing the slight of being belittled, Wenlin opened his mouth, poised to speak once more. Just then, a youth clad in a flowing white robe, exceptionally delicate in appearance, ascended the platform. Look, it's senior brother Wuming. He is going up. Upon discerning the countenance of the individual who leaped onto the stage, one of the sharp-eyed disciples from the sword sect exclaimed in astonishment. This person was none other than the esteemed disciple of the Qingqing Peak, one of the three great peaks of the Wuxing sword sect, known as Wuming. Possessing a sword body of his own, he was, however, somewhat inferior compared to the immaculate sword body. Brandishing his longsword, he addressed Wenlin, requesting instruction. Qingqing Peak's Wuming. I seek your guidance. Please. Wenlin's heart leaped with joy at the arrival of an opponent, and he promptly clasped his fists in response. At last, someone had come forth. In the blink of an eye, the two had engaged in combat, exchanging blows in a fierce contest. Initially, Wuming held a slight advantage, yet gradually, Wenlin grew bolder with each strike, seemingly deciphering Wuming's patterns of attack. Suddenly, a flash of sword energy pierced through the air, disarming Wuming and leaving Wenlin's longsword poised at his throat, delivering a decisive blow. With Wuming vanquished, Wenlin sheathed his sword, his face blooming with delight as he clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, brother Wuming." To this, Wuming merely nodded twice in acknowledgement and retrieved his sword as he descended from the stage. Had he truly lost? Wuming had been defeated in such a swift manner. Was it not too hasty, having barely lasted the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? Skeptical onlookers believed Wuming had intentionally held back, and many rushed forward to challenge Wenlin. Yet, to their dismay, none could withstand more than 3 exchanges before facing defeat. As Wenlin prepared to speak again after vanquishing the 13th challenger, a figure descended from the heavens onto the arena. Relief washed over the spectators. He had arrived just in time. A young man of cultured demeanor and graceful bearing, wielding a gentleman's sword, made his entrance. Senior brother. The senior brother had emerged from seclusion. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Wenlin was in for a world of trouble. They speculated whether the senior brother had perfected his sword in 10th. I wager he won't last half as long as an incense stick against him. Come now. You said the same when the third sister challenged him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wenlin was momentarily taken aback. He recognized this individual. 5 years prior, during a sword contest, the 8-year-old Wenlin had witnessed him in action. With a singular, unembellished stroke, his senior brother had emerged victorious. 5 years ago, it was his senior brother who stood in that very spot, facing that single strike. Today, it was Wen Lin's turn to experience the majesty of that swordplay. Ever since his senior brother's defeat, he had incessantly murmured in Wen Lin's ear, stating, "That strike, even if I practiced swordsmanship for 8 years and cultivated for 8 years, I could never replicate it." When Wen Lin inquired why, he simply replied, "Because it is handsome." This left the 8-year-old Wen Lin utterly bewildered. Handsome? As he momentarily lost his focus, he heard Gu Qingfeng, standing before him, say, "I've long heard the old master mention that this year's sword challenge is unlike any in the past. Initially, I thought many skilled warriors would attend. Instead, it appears we have an immaculate sword body. How fortuitous to encounter the immaculate sword body, destined to become an emperor in a century. I yearn to witness it for myself. Until now, I have only heard tales of its might, its unparalleled strength, with only the one living atop divine sword mountain possessing such an essence." At this juncture, he gazed at Wen Lin with a gentle smile. "I shall avenge my senior brother," Wen Lin declared with unwavering determination. He sought to demonstrate that the legendary sword strike was anything but graceful. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng paused momentarily, as if recollecting something, then burst into hearty laughter. "Very well. If you can withstand this sword strike, I shall concede defeat. Please." Wen Lin responded with a simple bow. Gu Qingfeng wasted no time in idle chatter, for he had never had the opportunity to contend with the emperor residing within the immaculate sword body, a lingering regret in his heart. Wen Lin was over 2 decades his junior, having arrived on the scene 20 years later. Yet, he did not underestimate the youth. If Wen Lin could master the sword techniques he had perfected at his own age, then it would be evident that he was inferior. With that, he began to gather his strength in preparation to strike. The gentleman's sword in his hand rose, and the surrounding waters surged towards Gu Qingfeng as if recognizing their master. The 6th form of the falling flowers and flowing water sword technique, weak water of 3000. This is one of the supreme sword techniques of the heart-seeking sword sect. Only by cultivating it to perfection can one comprehend the essence of the weak water sword. Around Gu Qingfeng, countless streams gradually coalesced into the shape of a longsword. At this age, he has comprehended the most formidable sword technique. Should he manage to endure it, he would concede defeat. Conversely, if he succeeds, victory would be his. Such tenacity. Observing the seemingly gentle and feeble flow of the water flow sword, it emanates a remarkably astute sword aura. What appears simple conceals profound mysteries. Sensing the weight of this strike, Wen Lin proceeded with unhurried grace, executing each movement and step with precision, his long sword dancing in his grasp. In an instant, as Wen Lin's form manifested, phantoms of his figure emerged. 10 phantom sword technique? Am I dreaming? How could he possibly wield the 10 phantom sword technique? As Wen Lin unleashed this exclusive masterpiece of the Heart Question sword sect, the audience could not help but gasp in astonishment. Even Gu Qingfeng, standing on the stage, wore an expression of disbelief. When Wen Lin employed the 10 phantom sword technique, the disciples of the Heart Question sword sect were rendered restless. The 10 phantom sword technique ranks among the top 3 sword techniques of the sect. Since its inception 100,000 years ago, only a mere 100 individuals have successfully mastered it. Each of these 100 has, without exception, risen to become a dominant force in their respective eras, instilling fear across the land. Presently, only 2 individuals within the entire Heart Question sword sect have grasped this technique, the first being the sect leader Gu Wentian, and the second, the very Gu Qingfeng who now faces Wen Lin in combat. I cannot match him. Gu Qingfeng smiled self-deprecatingly. Yet, self-mockery aside, the battle must continue. In the blink of an eye, Wen Lin's figure appeared before Gu Qingfeng. As Wen Lin swung his sword towards him, Gu Qingfeng raised his gentleman's sword to block. With a sharp whoosh, 2 phantoms suddenly materialized beside him and behind him. 2 manifestations? Realizing the situation, Gu Qingfeng swiftly raised his foot and kicked Wen Lin away. His long sword continued to swing, releasing a torrent of sword aura that flowed gently like water from his gentleman's sword. He moved his sword as if painting, with exquisite elegance. The fluid motion of the sword tip twisted and turned harmoniously, and the 2 sword phantoms fell in sync with his rhythm. Before long, the phantoms were engulfed by the relentless sword aura. Meanwhile, the kicked-away Wen Lin had risen again. Lacking combat experience, he noticed that the 10 phantom sword technique was ineffective against Gu Qingfeng. He drew his sword once more and charged at him. Despite his inexperience, his talent for imitation was remarkable. The seemingly chaotic swings of his sword were, in truth, each a lesson learned from Gu Qingfeng's style, albeit still lacking in finesse. This is indeed intriguing. Naturally, Gu Qingfeng sensed this action. He found it quite fascinating. At such a tender age, the boy possessed an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, and his aptitude for mimicry was equally exceptional. The 10 remnant sword techniques had been showcased by him 5 years prior during a duel with the senior brother of the Songhai Spirit Academy, where he had triumphed using this very sword. To his astonishment, after merely a single glance, he had refined it over 5 years, even cultivating 2 phantoms of the technique. A genius. Truly a prodigy. Alas, he was still too young, too inexperienced, too naive. Only he truly understood himself. To emulate him, was it not a path to self-destruction? With that thought, Gu Qingfeng seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword forward. The flowing sword energy coalescing around him surged forth like a stampede of wild horses. Rushing towards Wen Lin, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. A single sword strike sealed his fate. "You have my concede, young brother Wen Lin," Gu Qingfeng said, sheathing his sword and offering a charming smile. Upon realizing that he had been bested by Gu Qingfeng's lethal thrust, disappointment was stark on Wen Lin's face. He had promised to avenge his senior brother, and now he found himself defeated. Next time we duel, I will surely reclaim victory. I must. Wen Lin shot a defiant glance at Gu Qingfeng, his resolve unwavering. "Very well, next year, do not merely imitate," Gu Qingfeng replied, affectionately ruffling Wen Lin's hair. He continued, "While imitation is not inherently wrong, if one only seeks to replicate the greats without forging their own path, that would indeed be a folly." He held a fondness for the child blessed with the unblemished sword body. At his words, Wen Lin's cheeks flushed crimson as he nodded, signaling his understanding. "What? You wonder why I blush? It is because my senior brother enjoys patting my head in such a manner. I see his reflection in you, and thus I cannot help but respond instinctively. Until next time." With that, Gu Qingfeng smiled gently, tossing his Junzi sword into the air. With a swift hand gesture, he stepped onto the sword, soaring away with grace. Once Gu Qingfeng departed, the onlookers finally grasped the reality. Their senior brother had emerged victorious. "Look, our senior brother has won. We saw it. Ah, senior brother, I adore you. Truly, senior brother is remarkable. From this day forth, senior brother would be my idol." "What? From today onwards?" At this, a disciple suddenly became the center of attention. Startled, he hastily waved his hands. "I meant, it was the second senior brother before." Only then did the crowd redirect their gaze. The disciple patted his chest and muttered softly, in a tone only he could hear. How terrifying. Thus concluded the sword dueling conference, held once every 5 years. Once again, the Wuxin sword sect emerged victorious. Yet, one cannot help but wonder how the next encounter will unfold. After all, they all witnessed Wen Lin's performance. The one who triumphed over him was none other than the esteemed senior brother Gu Qingfeng, while the rest faced defeat. Moreover, the victory was not entirely honorable. Thus, despite their win, the disciples of the sword sect did not allow themselves to indulge in excessive pride. Of course, there were a few who did, but they were swiftly dealt with. At this moment, atop the first peak of the Wuxin sword sect, known as Wuxin Peak, the maid Xiaoya and was gracefully practicing with her long sword alongside Shen Qingqing. "Princess, I hear today's sword contest was quite spectacular. Why do you not go and witness it?" "I shall not go," Shen Qingqing replied. "What is there to see in a sword contest? Is it more impressive than the sword wielded by my father?" At this time, Shen Qingqing stood tall and elegant, a striking resemblance to our Empress. Ever since the great battle a decade ago, she dared not linger too long in her father's presence, fearing discovery, which prompted her to wander away. "Do not even think of slacking off. Practice your swordsmanship diligently. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts." Upon realizing her secret was unveiled, Xiaoya's round head drooped heavily, akin to a deflated balloon. She truly loathed practicing swordplay. It was so tedious. Lacking any talent in that regard, she pleaded for mercy. It was far more exhausting than attending to others. And how could Shen Qingqing be oblivious to her sentiments? This maid had been encountered 5 years prior when Mo Ran took her on an outing. At that time, she was merely 6 years old, and now, 5 years later, she had grown to nearly the same height as Shen Qingqing. At that moment, she had been encircled by 3 fearsome demonic wolves, armed with only a small dagger. Despite her heart-wrenching cries, she resolutely clutched her dagger, refusing to relinquish it. Shen Qingqing, passing by, had assumed the girl would meet an untimely fate at the jaws of the wolves. However, as the wolves cornered her, an extraordinary surge of power, foreign to her being, erupted within her. In an instant, she vanquished all 3 demonic wolves. Afterward, overwhelmed by exhaustion, she fainted. Mo ran, recognizing her extraordinary potential, took her back and entrusted her to his service as a maid. When she inquired about his motives, Mo Ran did not conceal the truth. He explained, "The girl is a born sword attendant. The dagger she wielded possessed a modicum of sentience, albeit limited. Due to her unique constitution, she amplified that sentience to its utmost extent, enabling the dagger to meet the standards of a spirit sword in that fleeting moment. Thus, it could assist her. Furthermore, this dagger is no ordinary object. It has been forcibly sealed, and she appears to have been intentionally left behind." Thus, upon hearing Mo Ran's explanation, she suddenly came to a realization and decided to keep the young girl with her. When the girl awoke, it seemed she had suffered some trauma, causing her to forget her previous memories. Therefore, Mo Ran bestowed upon her the name Xiaoyuan, hoping for her future peace. As for the events that transpired prior to her amnesia, Mo Ran chose not to disclose them to Xiaoyuan, allowing her to continue her life under a completely new identity. After all, for her, forgetting might be more beneficial than remembering. "Princess, may we take a break? We have been wielding our swords for 3 whole hours. Aren't you tired?" Xiaoyuan exclaimed, unable to endure any longer, pouting as she beseeched Shen Qingqing. Over the years, Shen Qingqing has not regarded her as a subordinate, but rather treated her more like a sister. Although she was the saintess of the Falling Moon clan in her previous life, she preferred simplicity over ostentation. Therefore, she and Xiaoyuan maintained a natural rapport without the constraints typically associated with a master-servant relationship. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing let out a sigh and nodded in acknowledgement. Yay! Upon seeing Shen Qingqing nod, Xiaoyuan instantly resembled a wild horse set free, tossing her wooden sword high into the sky. She hurried to the stone table, eagerly grabbing the fresh fruits she had picked that morning, delighting in her feast. If one were to ask her what her favorite thing was, it would undoubtedly be fruit. Shen Qingqing could only shake her head in exasperation. It seemed that in her past life, she must have starved to death due to her insatiable appetite for fruit. Consequently, she chose to ignore her. The reason she had come here was that she had heard of a secret realm akin to the Imperial Path. However, while the Imperial Path connected all realms, the one belonging to the Wuxin Sword sect only linked 5 lower realms. It was said that the founding patriarch of the Wuxin Sword sect, in collaboration with other sects, created it through an imperial artifact. This realm opens once every decade, and today just so happens to mark the 10th year. Coincidentally, the questioning of swords has concluded, and it would not be long before the realm opens. Her decision to join the Wuxin Sword sect was primarily driven by her desire to access this secret realm. After all, she had never even laid eyes on an imperial artifact capable of connecting 5 worlds. Moreover, it was rumored that within it lay an array of spiritual herbs and treasures. Having been granted a second chance at life, she was determined to avoid a monotonous existence. Currently, her cultivation had stagnated at the pinnacle of the first Fate Palace for quite some time, and it would not be long before she broke through to the second realm. In her previous life, she had not progressed so swiftly, as if it were as effortless as drinking water. This caused her some concern, as she feared her strength might be illusory. Thus, on one hand, she yearned to witness this so-called imperial artifact, and on the other, she sought to utilize this secret realm to ascertain the true extent of her current abilities. In her previous life, she resided in the upper realm, while in this life, she found herself in the lower realm. Consequently, it was her first experience of 2 distinct cultivation systems. Could she be considered the first of her kind? With this thought, Shen Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled. She turned to her companion, the delightfully gluttonous Xiaoyan, who was indulging in fresh fruits, and said, "Xiaoyan, would you accompany me to the hunting secret realm?" "Of course. The hunting secret realm? What might that be? Was it delicious?" Xiaoyan, with her cheeks full of snacks, hadn't truly contemplated it before responding affirmatively. She was generally always willing to assist Shen Qingqing, even if it meant practicing the sword, which she did not particularly enjoy. Nevertheless, she would comply, for she reasoned, practicing swordplay alone is exceedingly tedious. Thus, she accompanied her, and although it was tiring, it never felt monotonous. Upon hearing Xiaoyuan's agreement, Shen Qingqing mischievously smiled. Her motives were purposeful. Mo Ran had once stated that she did not belong to this world but had been abandoned in this place. As for her origins, she suspected Mo Ran knew but had not divulged that information. However, Mo Ran had pointed her toward a direction, the Heart Inquiry Sword sect. After much contemplation, She concluded that only the hunting secret realm of the Heart Inquiry Sword sect could connect to other realms. Hence, she was eager to explore the truth of the matter. Just then, a beam of white light suddenly surged from the central area of the Heart Inquiry Sword sect. From the highest peak of the Sword sect, the resonant chimes of ancient bells echoed through the air. This is the chime signaling the commencement of the hunting realm, beckoning disciples from each peak to partake. Upon hearing the bell toll, Shen Qingqing cast a glance at Xiaoyan and said, "Xiaoyan, let us go." "Coming, Your Highness," responded the somewhat dazed Xiaoyan as she hurried to catch up. Oh, wait. She suddenly recalled something midway, halting in her tracks and turning back. Huh? Where are you going? I need to fetch my sword. With that, Xiaoyan dashed into the room, retrieving the long sword that hung upon the wall, cradling it against her chest before scampering back outside. The sword she held was none other than the Imperial Sword, Rain After the Storm. This sword, which was bestowed upon her by Mo Ran when she joined the Heart of Inquiry Sword sect, remained sealed. Presently, Hou possesses only the rank of a spiritual sword. Despite having been with the sect for quite some time, she has always been placed in a rather tranquil location, courtesy of Mo Ran. The only individuals who have met her are the current sect leader, Gu Wenxin, and his son, Gu Qingfeng. What purpose do you have in bringing Hou along? Shen Qingqing inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she saw Xiaoyan emerging with Hou in her arms. Although the Hou sword has been sealed by Mo Ran, the prolonged nurturing it has received has allowed it to amass a significant reservoir of energy. This is the means by which Mo Ran safeguards her life. It is merely a trial, a journey into the depths of a secret realm. The reason for bringing along the Rain Sword remains a mystery to her. She finds herself perplexed. The esteemed emperor commanded me to always keep her close, declared Xiaoyan, puffing out her chest. She has always been attentive to Mo Ran's words. For Mo Ran once declared her to be the finest sword attendant, entrusted with the care of the Rain Sword. What, then, constitutes a sword attendant? A maidservant of the sword. The higher the sword's rank, the more stringent the requirements for its attendant. Even the sword's master, the slaughtering immortal emperor, has yet to find the most suitable attendant for the Rain Sword. Only a skilled attendant can nurture the sword effectively. The master is merely the wielder, engaged in battle. The attendant, however, is solely devoted to the sword's care. Due to her unique constitution, while an ordinary person may take a decade or more to nurture a sword, an attendant can accomplish it in mere moments. The longer the nurturing, the greater the sword's power becomes. An ordinary person faces limitations in their efforts, yet an attendant has no such constraints. Hence, Mo Ran asserts that she is the finest sword attendant, indeed the most fitting for the Rain Sword. Well then, you must hold on to it tightly. The Rain Sword is quite valuable. If it were to fall, I would not be able to compensate for the loss. Shen Qingqing raised her eyebrows, attempting to intimidate her. I won't drop it, Xiaoyan retorted, dismissing her with a turn of her head. Thus, the two strolled down the mountain at a leisurely pace. Meanwhile, at the Heart of Inquiry Sword sect, a mirrored gate stood prominently in the center of the platform. The sect's leader, Gu Wenxin, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a glance at the gathered disciples of the sect. He spoke. The hunting secret realm has been activated. All disciples with a life palace realm and above may enter. This trial differs from previous ones in significant ways. An additional requirement has been introduced. Disciples from various sects may contest for resources based on their abilities. Therefore, securing the treasures acquired within the secret realm will not be an easy feat. Upon hearing Gu Wenxin's announcement that only those at the life palace realm and above could participate, all the disciples were momentarily taken aback. They yearned to inquire about the reasoning behind this restriction, but decorum prevented them from interrupting. Gu Wenxin continued to elucidate, stating that the increased difficulty and heightened requirements were entirely reasonable. Indeed, sect leader, they replied in unison. Meanwhile, the leaders of various sects, possessing this mystical mirror, were imparting instructions to their disciples. Traditionally, disciples from each sect would form groups of 5 for hunting expeditions, with all acquired treasures belonging to the individual members. However, the regulations have now been altered. Should one lack sufficient strength and have their treasures seized within the secret realm, they would have no choice but to swallow their grievances in silence. Consequently, many combative disciples licked their lips in anticipation. Within the hunting secret realm, which was transformed by an imperial artifact, the density of spiritual energy surpassed that of the outside world by more than double. Even if one emerged without any treasures, the experience would still yield significant insights. Should one acquire treasures, the rewards would be even greater. The spiritual power contained within the secret realm was potent enough to create an entire miniature world. Thus, while the secret realm nurtured numerous spiritual herbs and treasures, it also harbored formidable beasts. The most notorious of these creatures was a bloodthirsty demon emperor residing deep within the realm. It was said that anyone who encountered this demon emperor met an unfortunate fate, as none survived its wrath. However, this did not signify actual death. The secret realm operated as a world accessible only through the soul, where existence manifested solely in spiritual form. Therefore, death within this realm was not a permanent end, but rather a severe blow to the soul. The secret realm would remain open for 10 days, during which disciples who did not perish could exit safely. Those who succumbed to injuries or were obliterated would suffer grave damage to their souls, requiring a recovery period that could range from 6 months to several years. For the soul is the most fragile aspect of a being, as this was a unique world, crafted from a special imperial artifact. It belonged entirely to the realm of the soul. After a brief respite, the leaders of the various sects exchanged knowing glances towards the sky, and then simultaneously performed a specific incantation. A faint glow coalesced at their fingertips. Go! At the command of the advisor. A beam of light shot forth from his fingers towards the nearby teleportation portal. The concentrated light surged into the portal, rapidly expanding to envelop all present disciples within mere moments. Observing this, the disciples promptly sat down and closed their eyes. The secret realm is now open. You must proceed with caution. Furthermore, remember that inter-sect conflict is strictly prohibited, the advisor warned, leaning back with one hand supporting him while the other stroked his beard. Addressing the disciples of the Sword Sect. Every time the secret realm opens, he proclaims that the disciples of the Sword Sect are forbidden from slaying one another. As per the sect's regulations established since its inception, this rule has been upheld through the ages, and each successive sect master reminds the disciples during significant events as a precautionary measure. As they sat cross-legged, the disciples at the Fate Palace mirror level witnessed radiant beams of spiritual light ascending from their heads. 1, 2, 3. Within the illuminated space, numerous pillars of light soared into the sky, coalescing into ethereal manifestations that were exact replicas of themselves. Their ephemeral figures bowed slightly toward Qingqing, declaring, "We disciples solemnly heed the Master's words." Upon hearing this, Qingqing smiled and waved his hand. The souls of the disciples then surged toward the teleportation realm. Such phenomena also transpired within the other 5 major sects of the lower realms. Just as the disciples of the Sword Sect at the Fate Palace mirror level entered the mid-phase, 2 striking figures gradually emerged into view. "Ah, Your Highness, have we arrived late?" one asked. "And you say, had it not been for your insistence on returning to fetch the rear rein, could we have been delayed?" replied the other. "It was the Emperor's summons. Scram. This little one often resorts to her father to gain an upper hand." The 2 young girls bicker as they stroll along, and before long, they find themselves before the crowd. What is this? 2 unparalleled beauties, unlike anything seen before. They are even more stunning than the 3rd senior sister. With 30,000 disciples in the Sword Sect, each has likely crossed paths. Yet none have any recollection of these 2 enchanting maidens. When Shen Qingqing and Xiaoyan made their entrance, those disciples unable to enter the secret realm exchanged glances, their eyes communicating curiosity. Shen Qingqing had been part of the sect for many years, always stationed in a serene and secluded area, unseen by others. After all, she had come for the secret realm and had little desire to learn the ways of the Sword Sect, as her father deemed them worthless. Prior to joining the Wuxin Sword Sect, she had perused ancient texts and discovered that the sect's founding was steeped in antiquity, which piqued her curiosity to visit. Additionally, the secret realm here was connected to Xiaoyan's lineage, further motivating her arrival. Before coming, she had mentioned it casually to Mo Ran, who replied dismissively, "It's all worthless. If you wish to learn swordsmanship, I have many sword techniques. Do you want them?" To which she inquired, "Can you teach me?" Mo Ran fell silent thereafter. She had long discerned that Mo Ran was not inclined to teach others the art of cultivation, having spent so many years together. Her cultivation was entirely self-taught or guided by Shen Qingqing. Although she did not require such instruction, she could not appear overly knowledgeable. Thus, her arrival was rather unexpected. She did not come when the Wuxin Sword Sect was recruiting disciples, leading to the peculiar situation of the ordinary disciples being unfamiliar with her. Moreover, she rarely descended the mountain, as she was the princess of the Qingyu dynasty and the eldest daughter of Mo Ran. What could she possibly lack? Upon meeting the sect leader, she apologized for her tardiness, explaining that she had been delayed on her way. Shen Qingqing, accompanied by Xiaoyan, slowly approached the esteemed leader. Navigating through the perplexed gazes of the disciples, she performed the customary respectful greeting and stated, "No, dear niece Qingqing, please take a seat." The leader found it challenging to reciprocate her respect, as she had not performed any formal rite of apprenticeship. When Imoran brought her here, they had traversed numerous magical formations directly to his secluded chamber. Those 10 formations would pose a significant challenge even for a cultivator at the 9th level of the Emperor realm, yet Imoran had effortlessly transcended them, covering vast distances to reach his retreat. This truly startled him considerably. Ever since he ascended to the realm of the Great Emperor, occurrences that could genuinely frighten him had become exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. However, the mere presence of Imoran sent a chill down his spine. Should Imoran harbor any intent to kill, he could effortlessly eliminate him without anyone ever noticing. Reflecting on it now, that chilling sensation remains as vivid as it was on that fateful day. Thus, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept Shen Qingqing's courtesy. With such a formidable father, there was no need for him to impart any teachings. Then he heard Imoran elucidate that she had come regarding the secret realm. In an instant, he comprehended. It turned out to be the daughter of a prominent figure wishing to visit the sword sect. With this realization, he promptly indicated a spot for Shen Qingqing to take her place. Naturally, he could not reproach Gu Wenxin for her demeanor. After all, the strong are revered while the weak are devoured. Master sect leader, is this secret realm enjoyable? Can one bring food inside? At that moment, Xiaoyan, who had been hiding behind Shen Qingqing, peeked out with a curious expression directed at Gu Wenxin. Gu Wenxin found himself momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. Whose fool is this? How have they raised such a one? How should one respond to such remarks? Ever since she and Shen Qingqing appeared in this place, the gazes of the disciples have been fixated upon them. Xiaoyan had never witnessed such a scene before. Even during her time in the Qingyu Empire, all eyes were solely on Shen Qingqing. This was a situation she had never encountered, leaving her feeling somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to hide behind Shen Qingqing. What a joke! What a farce! In response to Gu Wenxin's astonished expression, Shen Qingqing playfully delivered a light punch to her head. With a wince, Xiaoyan retreated further. If I can't, then I can't. Why hit me? You're just as fierce as the Empress. Lacking the gentle demeanor of the sovereign, the fierce princess tightened her grip on the hand of the one beside her. Observing this, Gu Wenxin found herself at a loss for words. Shen Qingqing, too, remained silent, tugging at Xiaoyan's sleeve as they settled down at the designated spot indicated by Gu Wenxin. Xiaoyan, do you remember the incantation I taught you? Focus your mind and let your spirit escape. Do you recall? I do. Shen Qingqing inquired, noticing her dazed expression. After all, she had forgotten quite a bit previously. It was uncertain whether her mind had been muddled after the fall or if she had never been particularly bright. She could only shake her head helplessly before allowing her spirit to escape, taking Xiaoyan along through the teleportation realm. It was not a restriction that only those of the Destiny Palace could enter this realm. Rather, it was a limitation imposed by the various sections. Thus, Shen Qingqing was able to bring Xiaoyan along. The moment the disciples noticed Shen Qingqing entering with Xiaoyan, who had just reached the Qi-gathering realm, a commotion erupted. Sect Master, this is unfair. Indeed, Sect Master, why can someone in the Qi-gathering realm enter? Ah, young ones, does this world harbor fairness? Did you not see the Sect Master's demeanor towards her? Furthermore, she is addressed as princess. What status does she hold? Hearing the clamorous disciples, Gu Wenxin could only shake her head in resignation. If you all wish to enter, I shall not stop you. However, this year marks the first adjustment of the rules. Among the various sects, there are many eager for battle, and even more who are ruthless. If your strength is lacking, entering will only lead to suffering. It is far better to diligently cultivate and enhance your prowess for the next encounter. This is ultimately for your own good, should your spirit suffer grave harm. It is you who will bear the consequences for years to come. Upon finishing his words, the heads of the disciples bowed in deference. After all, the advisor's counsel was indeed sound. The spirit is the most delicate of entities. If it sustains injury, it may take an exceedingly long time to recover without the aid of rare elixirs capable of healing the spirit. They had witnessed individuals lying in a state of prolonged incapacitation due to severe spiritual damage. Thus, upon hearing the advisor's remarks, they felt compelled to remain silent. only able to lament their own inadequacies and strength before dispersing to pursue their own cultivation. Observing their departure, the advisor nodded in satisfaction. They still adhered to some degree of discipline. His gaze then shifted to Shen Qingqing and her companion, and with a resigned shake of his head, he wished fervently that they would encounter no unforeseen mishaps. For should that formidable presence arrive, this sword sect would be ill-equipped to withstand such a force. He had never witnessed a sword severing an emperor, but he had certainly seen the likes of Immortal, who could traverse through 10 formations capable of suppressing an emperor at the 9th level in an instant. This is no less terrifying than the calamity brought forth by the sword of the emperor. As the group traversed through the portal, they found themselves in a realm abundant with spiritual energy. Almost immediately upon entering, they could sense the tumult of numerous battles erupting from all directions, indicating encounters with disciples from various sections. "Your Highness, where are we? It's so beautiful," young Xiaoyan exclaimed, utterly astonished by the breathtaking scenery that unfolded before her. The flowers flourished more vibrantly than those outside, and the trees towered grander than any she had seen beyond this realm. In summary, this place was not only more resplendent than the outside world, but also saturated with spiritual power. Upon entering, Shen Qingqing felt the barrier within her begin to loosen. Thank goodness, Shen Qingqing thought, feeling relatively at ease. In terms of beauty and the richness of spiritual energy, nothing in her memory could rival the humble wooden cabin nestled in the nameless mountains. Humph! Young Xiaoyan, noticing Shen Qingqing's lack of response, scoffed softly and chose to admire the surroundings on her own. Just then, Shen Qingqing sensed something amiss and quickly expanded her consciousness. Due to her reincarnation, she possessed not only the memories of her past life, but also a heightened awareness that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Consequently, she was particularly attuned to anomalies. She detected 2 presences of equal strength approaching her direction, 3 miles away, moving with remarkable speed. "Xiaoyan, someone is coming." "Huh? Where? Where?" Young Xiaoyan, clutching her rain sword, turned her head in confusion, looking around like a fool. "Idiot," Shen Qingqing thought disdainfully, unwilling to engage in idle chatter. She despised trouble. She was merely here to observe, not to engage in conflict over treasures. Quickly, she moved beside young Xiaoyan, grasped her hand, and led her to find a place to hide. Her aversion to trouble might have stemmed from either an inheritance from Moran or the weariness of countless battles in her past life. However, she mused that it was likely the result of spending too much time with Moran, her father, and being influenced by him. Once she secured a suitable hiding spot, 2 figures abruptly appeared. They paused at the very place where young Xiaoyan had stood moments before, and one of them spoke. "Did she disappear? Is there something wrong with the star compass?" The other, looking at his companion with a bewildered expression, replied, "Where did you come from? Questioning the star compass? Have you lost your mind? It never makes mistakes, understand? The star compass is infallible. It belongs to your family. Why do you speak of your family and mine? Are you not a member of the Fong family?" With a dismissive sound, the companion of Fong Tong began to search the surroundings, seemingly in pursuit of something. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing, who was hiding nearby, felt a twinge of surprise. Just moments ago, she had sensed neither treasure nor anything peculiar. What were they searching for? There was nothing here. "Fong Tong, is it possible that the star chart in your hand is genuinely flawed?" After an exhaustive search yielded no results, doubt began to cloud the previously confident Fong Tong's mind. He shook his head, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. "Perhaps we have indeed been misled." He stowed away the compass and murmured, "Let us move on. The spirit herb from a decade ago should be ripe by now. I hope we are not too late. What else are you concealing from me? If I tell you, it would spoil the surprise." As they conversed, their figures gradually faded from Shen Qingqing's view. She exhaled softly, glancing at the jade pendant hanging from her waist, a gift from Moran, which purportedly concealed her aura within a 2-meter radius, undetectable by anyone below the emperor level. Thankfully, she had not been discovered. Otherwise, she would have found herself in considerable trouble, though she could not ascertain the nature of that trouble. Nonetheless, caution was prudent. However, through their dialogue, Shen Qingqing seemed to have gleaned something significant. She glanced at Xiaoyan, nodding thoughtfully. "They have left. Xiaoyan, let us follow them." "Huh?" Shen Qingqing's sudden maneuver nearly overloaded Xiaoyan's circuits. "Why follow them? Are we seeking trouble? Shouldn't we be avoiding it?" Despite her bewilderment, she obediently complied. For with Shen Qingqing and Hou by her side, she felt secure. The emperor had once said that holding Hou tightly could prove life-saving in critical moments. For reasons unknown, Xiaoyan held this statement in unwavering belief. Thus, wherever she wandered, she would always have Hou Yu in tow. These years have unfolded in such a manner. As the wielder of the imperial sword, Hou Yu is indeed quite willing to be carried by her. Perhaps it is due to her role as a sword attendant, or perhaps it stems from her simplicity and lack of ulterior motives. Thus, it is not entirely implausible that Hou Yu finds delight in her innocence. After such an extended period of sword nurturing, the bond between her and Hou Yu has grown increasingly intimate. Apart from Mo Ran, who shares a connection with her, anyone attempting to approach Hou Yu has invariably been harmed by the sword aura emanating from her. She stands as a unique exception, the sole individual who can draw near to Hou Yu without incurring her disdain. Reflecting on this, Shen Qingqing cast a somewhat helpless glance at the little one she was tugging along. Mo Ran had once mentioned that Hou Yu would be given to her, though the moment was not yet ripe. After their fateful encounter, Mo Ran directly entrusted Hou Yu to her. 10 years ago, when Mo Ran unleashed that sword strike against the Eastern Sword, the memory remains vivid to this day. In her past life as a celestial king, her perceptiveness was undoubtedly extraordinary. At that time, Mo Ran's strike was merely a manifestation of Hou Yu's sword aura, while the so-called strike of the Eastern Sword never even grazed the tip of Hou Yu's blade. This matter could hardly escape her keen perception. As a result, she had long coveted Hou Yu. However, Mo Ran insisted that Hou Yu could not be entrusted to her, but must instead be bestowed upon Xiaoyan, for she was a natural sword attendant, perfectly suited to wield a blade. Thus, it was due to this assertion. Over the years, Xiaoyan has essentially carried Hou Yu with her everywhere, except to the restroom. The two of them followed closely behind the previous pair, maintaining a safe distance that rendered them undetectable. However, it wasn't long before Shen Qingqing sensed something amiss, as the two figures ahead seemed to have halted. Confusion enveloped her, for her spiritual awareness detected no presence beyond the two individuals. Had they arrived at the location they mentioned? To ensure utmost safety, she resolved to observe the situation further. Thus coming to a stop. Why have we paused, Your Highness? We cannot proceed. Why not? Because they have stopped. Did you not say you wish to follow them? Are you not seeking them? What nonsense. Shen Qingqing could not help but lightly tap Xiaoyan's head twice. If not for the peculiar behavior of those two, which led her to believe they were connected to Xiaoyan's origins, she would have had no interest in trailing them. Feeling unjustly struck, Xiaoyan felt a tinge of grievance. You are fierce, just like the Empress. Though slightly hurt, she understood that Shen Qingqing did not genuinely wish to harm her. She merely thought her foolish. In truth, she was quite clever when the situation demanded it. As she indulged in her thoughts with a silly grin, a sharp beam of sword light suddenly emerged from her side. The chill emanating from it was so intense that it sent shivers down her spine, evoking a sensation akin to impending death. That must hurt, right? Am I to die? Startled, she shut her eyes tightly, clutching Hou Yu's hand as if bound by chains. Tightening her grip, after a considerable moment, she realized she was unharmed and felt no pain. Tentatively, she opened her eyes to see Shen Qingqing standing protectively in front of her, her fingers poised against the oncoming sword energy, exuding an aura of dominance. Your Highness. How majestic. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. With a cold huff, Shen Qingqing flicked her fingers, redirecting the sword energy towards a nearby tree. With a resounding crack, the mighty tree was cleaved in two. Cunning little rodents, Shen Qingqing remarked with a calm smile, addressing the long-haired youth wielding the sword with a hint of mockery. The youth paused, seemingly taken aback, as though surprised by Shen Qingqing's effortless counter to his attack. Which sect do you belong to? After a moment of surprise, the youth regained his composure and, disregarding her, spoke to himself. The 5 sects from the lower realms capable of reaching the soul mirror and entering the small world of spirits were Tianyuan Sword Sect, Ziwei Sword Sect, Haoran Sword Sect, Wenxin Sword Sect, and Shishue Sword Sect. However, he had never encountered Shen Qingqing before. Among the disciples of the other sword sects, there were few who could easily withstand a strike from him. Yet, Shen Qingqing did not linger in his memory, which piqued his curiosity. Why would one attack my maid without provocation, and instead of offering an apology, dare to inquire further? Shen Qingqing glared, finding the youth's behavior utterly ridiculous. Who would dare to lay a hand on her maid? It was simply intolerable. This is a misunderstanding, miss, he stammered. A misunderstanding, you say? Shen Qingqing mimicked Mo Ran's colorful curses, having often witnessed him mumbling to himself in a corner of the imperial palace, oblivious to his audience, hurling invectives. Drawing from past lessons for present use, she cast a glance at the unharmed Xiaoyan, feeling a wave of relief. before shifting her gaze to the sword hilt nestled in the arms of Hou. As she reached to draw it, a soft hand halted her action. "No, you mustn't. Release me. I cannot allow it." A premonition of imminent danger gripped her. After nurturing the sword for so long, she could not afford to use it for such a trivial matter. What would she do if a greater threat emerged later? Thus, upon witnessing Shen Qingqing's intent to unsheathe the sword, Xiao Yuan instinctively intervened. She sensed that if Shen Qingqing were to draw the blade, the youth before them would meet his doom beneath Hou's sword. Moreover, the atmosphere felt peculiar, leading her to believe they would rely on Hou later. Hence, she was determined to prevent Shen Qingqing from unsheathing the sword. Years of sword cultivation had endowed this blade with power beyond the capability of an ordinary practitioner to withstand. Moreover, Immortal had once advised her, "Unless absolutely necessary, do not draw your sword. If your fists can suffice, then let them. Hou is formidable. Are you foolish? He intends to kill you, yet you protect him." Xiao Yan shook her head, denying any intention of safeguarding him. Shen Qingqing shot her a glance of exasperation. Yet her grip on Hou's hand remained firm as she rebuked. "I have never seen anyone like you. The sword energy is practically at your forehead. Had I not noticed in time, I would have been slain by it." This thought deepened Shen Qingqing's fury. Damn it. Just a moment of negligence, and danger has arisen. Almost injuring Xiao Yuan, she had been extending her spiritual awareness, feeling assured there was no threat nearby, and had allowed herself a brief respite. Yet, who could have anticipated such treachery? In a fleeting moment, danger struck, nearly causing harm to Xiao Yan. The thought ignited a mixture of anger and self-reproach within her. Under the protective wings of Immortal, she had forgotten just how perilous this world could be. How utterly embarrassing. With this realization, Shen Qingqing could no longer contain her fury. Her icy gaze fixated fiercely on the young man before her. Releasing her grip from the hilt of her sword, she unleashed the full force of her pinnacle cultivation. A fiery red lotus erupted beneath her feet as she propelled herself forward, delivering a powerful strike towards the sword-wielding youth. "Wait, miss, this is truly a misunderstanding," he exclaimed, raising his sword in defense against Shen Qingqing's onslaught. Yet, faced with her overwhelming might, he found himself struggling to withstand her relentless assault. He could not comprehend how such a stunning and seemingly gentle beauty could unleash such ferocity in battle. As Shen Qingqing unleashed her relentless barrage, akin to the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, the young man gradually found himself at a disadvantage. It was not that he was unwilling to fight with all his might. He sensed Shen Qingqing's formidable prowess, and the extraordinary techniques she employed were anything but ordinary. Even if he were to exert himself fully, the outcome remained uncertain, especially considering she had yet to draw her sword. He vividly recalled the moment he was prevented from unsheathing his weapon, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for his earlier actions. What a foolish mistake. The prior strike had been an accident. He had merely intended to apologize. Yet it was essential to ascertain whether a misunderstanding existed. Of course, that was his perspective. Shen Qingqing, however, viewed the situation differently. After all, who could endure an unprovoked attack? If it had been directed at her, it would have been one matter. But striking such a frail girl as Xiao Yuan was tantamount to risking a life. With a fierce resolve, she pressed on. Under Shen Qingqing's domineering offensive, the young man found himself in a desperate position, forced to defend with his sword. The aura emanating from it merely encircling him in a futile attempt to shield against her relentless assault. Yet, enduring was ultimately a fruitless endeavor. Seizing the opportune moment, Shen Qingqing identified a flaw in his defense, channeling her spiritual energy with precision to coalesce a diminutive fire-red lotus in her palm. With a swift motion, she struck towards his chest. In terms of combat experience, Shen Qingqing far surpassed him and his companions. How could they possibly compare to her? She was a genuine expert of the celestial king realm, having engaged in countless battles of all magnitudes. How utterly absurd. Seizing upon this vulnerability, Shen Qingqing's palm struck the young man's chest, her fiery lotus blooming like a flower. In an instant, it enveloped him completely. With the resounding boom of an explosion, the young man's body was propelled backward as if severed from its tether, akin to a kite cut loose. His longsword slipped from his grasp during this tumultuous flight, plummeting from the air to pierce the ground below. The force of the blast from the fiery lotus sent him crashing violently against a tree, where he finally came to a halt. The fabric of his shirt at the chest was scorched open, revealing a gaping wound. Shen Qingqing's palm imprint lingered for a moment before dissipating into ethereal energy. Coughing, the young man utilized the sturdy tree for support. Kneeling on the ground with one hand braced against the earth while the other clutched his chest, where Shen Qingqing's strike had landed. A trickle of crimson blood escaped from the corner of his mouth as he coughed softly twice. Shen Qingqing had spared him from fatal harm, merely inflicting superficial injuries. Yet, the recent blow from the fiery lotus had been excruciating, searing his chest and leaving him questioning the very essence of existence. What method is this? It appears so serene. Yet when it comes to action, the techniques learned are so brutally forceful. Of course, he could only voice his grievances internally, refraining from provoking her with his words. Despite possessing merely the pinnacle of the first realm, she was overpowering him. After all, he was a practitioner of the second realm. To be bested by someone who transcended his cultivation level was an experience he had always been the one to inflict upon others. Now, feeling the weight of defeat, it was an unbearable sensation. Miss, allow me to clarify, it is truly a misunderstanding. As he observed Shen Qingqing drawing ever closer, he hastily spoke, fearing that her ire might cast him out. He could not afford to be expelled. Given his current injuries, he would inevitably be bedridden for several days. And should there be any underlying force at play, his situation would become dire. He must find some spiritual herbs or something of the sort here. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous loss. Humph. Upon hearing his words, Shen Qingqing merely let out a cold snort. Yet, her steps came to a halt. She had only intended to approach and ascertain whether her actions had been overly harsh. It was not out of a sense of benevolence. Rather, she suspected that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Thus, she desired to hear his explanation. After all, the young man had merely been defending himself and had not exhibited any intent to engage her in battle. She had sensed this, which was why she had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. All the techniques she wielded were learned from Shen Qingqing. The fire lotus body and the fire lotus palm are both insights she derived from the chaos fire lotus principles, which she comprehended on her own. After all, she possesses an innate Tao body, naturally inclined towards the Tao, making the understanding of a chaos fire lotus principle a mere trifle. Previously, she had aspired to grasp the stellar principles taught by Immortal, yet her request was met with refusal. Immortal remarked that she was still too young and suggested revisiting the matter in the future. Upon her return, she was determined to comprehend the Tao, for it was simply too captivating. However, that was a matter for another time. Your Highness, are you unharmed? At that moment, Xiaoyuan, clutching the Hoyu sword, came running towards her, panting heavily as she reached her side, evidently having exerted considerable effort. It's nothing, she replied with a hint of amusement. After all, what harm could befall her? As a dignified celestial king, dealing with a mere fate palace mirror cultivator was child's play. Now, explain why you dared to lay hands on my maid. You had better provide a reasonable justification. Shen Qingqing fixed him with an icy glare, her tone equally frigid. After all, her maid, her Xiaoyuan, was off limits to anyone but her. The young man, sensing the gravity of her expression, let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he could explain himself. Swallowing hard, he recounted the events from beginning to end. The young man, known as Junrian, hailed from the Howensword sect, a direct disciple of the sect's leader and its eldest disciple. A decade prior, disciples of the Howensword sect had suffered a brutal massacre at the hands of the bloodthirsty sword sect within a secret realm, being expelled in just 3 days, an egregious violation of the agreements among the 5 major sections. Consequently, the 5 sects were compelled to redefine their rules, a necessity brought on by the bloodthirsty sword sect's actions 10 years earlier, which had led to the alteration of long-standing regulations that had remained unchanged for millennia. The Howensword sect could not simply endure this injustice in silence. In the aftermath of that incident, many disciples from the Howensword sect sustained severe spiritual injuries, and several mysteriously perished, their souls lost. An explanation was imperative. After all, the 5 major teleportation realms had to be activated simultaneously to access the secret realm. Otherwise, entry was impossible. Thus, a revision of the rules was inevitable. Otherwise, the matter would remain unresolved. The 5 realms were not on amicable terms, distanced from one another, and cross-realm travel demanded substantial resources. While teleportation methods existed, the costs were exorbitant, rendering such endeavors infrequent. According to the accounts of the Howensword sect disciples, the bloodthirsty sword sect possessed a peculiar technique that allowed their attacks to traverse through a vortex formed of spiritual energy, enabling them to manifest on the other side, akin to spatial laws. Moreover, the identities of the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples were shrouded in mystery. they would vanish as they were pursued, leading to significant losses for the Howren Sword sect. 10 years ago, Jun Rian had been in seclusion, striving to break through to the Fate Palace mirror and had not participated in that fateful hunting expedition. It was only after emerging from his retreat that he learned of the events. Thus, he vowed that the next time, the bloodthirsty sword sect would pay dearly. Just moments ago, he had engaged in a skirmish with a disciple of the bloodthirsty sword sect. Unexpectedly, the individual was unaware of the sorcery at play, as a vortex consumed his attack. Consequently, he pursued the matter to this very place. The disciple of the bloodthirsty sword sect subsequently vanished, as if he had evaporated from existence. Then, they beheld the astonishing spectacle of someone effortlessly receiving his sword energy. After a brief explanation, Shen Qingqing remained skeptical. After all, such occurrences were exceedingly preposterous. Vanishing from the mortal realm? Spatial loss? The loss of one's soul? Did it imply that someone had ensnared his spirit? As an immortal king, Shen Qingqing swiftly grasped the crux of the issue. The matter of the soul was likely accurate. This secret realm harbored peculiarities. However, when it came to spatial laws, she was unconvinced. Being a congenital Tao body, her perception of the myriad laws surpassed that of anyone else. If there were any anomalies here, or if someone wielded the power of the laws, she would undoubtedly sense it. Yet, there was nothing. This indicated that the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect merely possessed an exceedingly strange technique, rather than the power of laws. Moreover, the power of laws could only be wielded by those at the third realm of the Fate Palace. If those disciples truly possessed such mastery and command over spatial laws, why would they need to flee? Thus, the notion of them possessing such laws was implausible. You, with your peculiar behavior, do you not realize that I and Her Highness are following someone? You sprang out unexpectedly, nearly costing you your life. Reflecting on the moment Shen Qingqing had drawn her sword, the petite Xiaoyan, standing behind her, could not help but emit a cold humph. Seemingly wishing to convey how perilous the previous situation had been, she sensed that upon contact with the rain of the moment, the power radiating from it was capable of annihilating everything. Hence, her involuntary utterance. When Xiaoyan mentioned the word someone, Shen Qingqing suddenly appeared to discern something, hastily turning her head towards the direction of the two individuals who had just departed. It seemed she understood why they had halted. The situation aligned with her suspicions. The two individuals' auras had vanished, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Most likely, they had encountered an unforeseen misfortune. Your Highness, shall we pursue those two individuals? Xiaoyan inquired, her large eyes blinking curiously. She remained quite intrigued about her own origins, especially since she had awakened with no recollection whatsoever. This feeling is truly unpleasant. Shen Qingqing expressed that she feels abandoned. She is quite eager to understand the reason for her abandonment. Is it due to her disobedience? Or perhaps because of her hearty appetite? For instance, Ran once remarked on her robust eating habits. With no clear direction, she can only take it one step at a time. Oh, Shen Qingqing is not particularly anxious about this matter. After all, in comparison to Xiao Yuan's background, her primary concern lies with Xiao Yuan's safety. Her father undoubtedly knows about her origins. If she cannot find out, she can always return to inquire him. Although she is unaware of why she harbors such feelings, her intuition has always proven to be remarkably accurate. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, shall Jun depart? Upon noticing that the two had ceased their conversation, Jun Rian rose to retrieve the sword that had fallen to the ground, gently wiping it clean and speaking cautiously. After all, he dared not provoke this young lady again. She is far too formidable. Though she appears gentle and demure, when roused, she is fiercely intimidating. Moreover, judging by the way Xiao Yuan addresses her, the identity of this young lady is far from ordinary. Furthermore, he bears a mission that demands his immediate attention, leaving no room for prolonged delays. Nearly a day has already passed since the secret realm was opened, with only 9 days remaining. Should he continue to dawdle? It remains uncertain how many disciples of the Howren Sword sect may find themselves expelled. This event occurs once every decade, and they certainly do not wish to return empty-handed. However, it is imperative not to provoke the individual before him. Although it is not entirely his fault, it is undeniable that his sword aura nearly caused harm. This is undoubtedly a fact he must acknowledge. Shen Qingqing, uninterested in further discourse, had already vented her frustrations and resolved the misunderstandings. There was no necessity for her to retain him. Despite the resolution, the memory of his earlier demeanor still irked her. It would be far better for him to distance himself. Such misfortune. He had nearly harmed Zioyan. As for Xiaoyan, with her life hanging by a thread, she had still failed to draw her sword. She deserved to be cast aside. Reflecting on this, she cast a resentful glance at the foolish Xiaoyan, resembling a vengeful specter eager to devour her whole. Xiaoyan, feeling an inexplicable chill, trembled slightly, clutching tightly to Shen Qingqing's garment, fearful that the sword aura might suddenly resurface from nowhere. The recent brush with death had been profoundly unsettling, merely a heartbeat away from demise. Jun Rian, observing Shen Qingqing's nod, disregarded all else and swiftly gathered his belongings to depart. He was eager to vacate the premises. "Miss, may I inquire your origins?" After traversing nearly 10 meters, he suddenly recalled he knew not from whence Shen Qingqing hailed. Despite their earlier skirmish, they were, after all, strangers. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing furrowed her brow, reluctant to divulge her identity. One must exercise caution when abroad. "My princess is named Shen Qingqing, and I am Xiaoyan. We hail from the Asking Heart Sword sect. Young sir, please refrain from recklessly wielding your sword next time. Had it not been for Xiaoyan's timely intervention, you would have met your end." To her dismay, Shen Qingqing had yet to formulate a suitable response when Xiaoyan, this foolish girl, spoke as if her tongue were greased, revealing their entire background. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing raised her hand, clenched her fist, and struck her on the head. "Will you perish if you keep your mouth shut? Honestly, our Moonfall Fairy King Shen Qingqing has lived for ages and has never encountered anyone as thoughtless as you. How dare you speak so freely? I am a princess. And so are you. Asking Heart Sword sect? Gu Qingfeng sect? I know him and have sparred with him. He is one of the few who can match me evenly. Yet, I had never heard of such a formidable disciple from the Asking Heart Sword sect. Is she a recent recruit?" He was puzzled, but only mildly so, as it was ultimately inconsequential. He merely wished to know their names. Turning his gaze towards Xiaoyan, he waved his hand and said, "Ah, Miss Xiaoyan, I am grateful for your timely intervention. Otherwise, I would have found myself in quite a predicament." Upon hearing Xiaoya's words, Jun Rian promptly expressed his gratitude to her. Though he uttered those words, he remained skeptical. It is true that Shen Qingqing possesses formidable strength. However, he is no insignificant character himself. To manipulate him would not be a simple feat. The notion of his demise is likely just the fanciful musings of a young girl, and he would not deign to engage in such trivialities. After all, he had indeed been bested moments ago. To maintain defiance in light of that would be unwise, especially if that individual were to become enraged. With this thought in mind, his pace quickened slightly. "Ladies, until we meet again, take care on your journey, dear sir." This scene utterly stunned Shen Qingqing. Without uttering a word, she placed one hand on her hip, slightly bent at the waist, and tugged at Xiaoyan's ear with the other hand, gazing at her in disbelief. She exclaimed, "My dear, someone intends to harm you, and you aren't the least bit upset?" "Ouch, that hurts." Xiaoyan promptly responded, wincing from Shen Qingqing's grip. Although she acknowledged the wisdom in Shen Qingqing's warning about being cautious while out and about, and the necessity of maintaining a wary disposition toward strangers, she retorted defiantly, "But they already clarified it was a misunderstanding. Yet it nearly caused you harm. Look, you are unscathed." Shen Qingqing, her temper flaring once more, clenched her teeth tightly, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. This young lady, does she truly comprehend the perilous situation she just encountered? There is a reason for Shen Qingqing's profound anger. In her previous life, as the saintess of the Falling Moon clan, she had no friends, always solitary in her endeavors. She dined alone, trained alone, and cultivated alone, with no one to confide in. Every individual who approached her bore ulterior motives. Consequently, she harbored a deep yearning for a genuine friend, someone with whom she could share her heart and engage in playful banter. The arrival of Xiaoyan felt like a compensatory gift bestowed upon her in this new life. Their companionship was remarkably comfortable, of the kind that only true friends experience. Our Falling Moon Immortal King maintains a perfectly normal disposition, which is why her anger is justified. Observing Shen Qingqing on the verge of true ire, Xiaoyan, ever the astute observer, quickly interjected with a playful chuckle, "But you are here, princess. You are the mightiest. Surely, you will protect me." "Humph. You little rascal, I will send you away eventually." With matters having progressed this far, it would be prudent to exercise caution henceforth. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyan gently patted the hand that was still gripping her ear, signaling her to release it. Noticing the reddening of her ear, she reluctantly relinquished her hold, letting out a soft huff, and remarked, "Once we return, I shall have your father send you off." How vexing. Stay close to me. Let us venture ahead and see what awaits. In the imperial palace of the Qingyu dynasty, within the chambers of Emperor Ran, he lay peacefully asleep on his bed. Suddenly, a small, pudgy figure, resembling him quite closely, with bare feet, struggled to push open the tightly shut door. Cautiously, she tiptoed inside, and upon entering, she gingerly approached Ran's bedside. With a sudden leap, she launched herself into the air, arms outstretched, landing directly atop him. She twisted her petite form, placing her hands upon his face, and exclaimed, "Father, father, wake up and come play with Linger." Sighing in resignation as he looked down at the little girl sprawled across his chest, Ran could only shake his head in amusement. This is his second daughter, Linger, who is now 3.5 years old. As for her surname, it has yet to be determined. The Empress has declared that as he is married into the family, the child naturally ought to bear her surname. He is aware that Shen Qingqing is merely jesting with him, constantly referring to the little girl as Linger, while Ran affectionately calls her Xiao Linger. However, Ran is indifferent to these appellations. After all, whether referred to as Linger or Shun Linger, she is his precious daughter. In contrast to Shen Qingqing's reserved demeanor, Linger seems to embody her lively counterpart. She is exuberant and delights in playful mischief. Not long ago, the Empress was conducting her morning court session. The girl stealthily slipped inside, seizing an opportune moment when the Empress was distracted, and ignited a fire that consumed the garments of an unfortunate minister, causing him great embarrassment before the assembly. Consequently, the esteemed Empress confined him for 3 days. Yet, such confinement proved insufficient to contain the situation. From a tender age, this little girl possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to treasures. Without exception, everything amusing and useful that adorned Ran was stealthily pilfered by her. Thus, whenever the Empress was absent, she would slyly sneak out, compelling Ran to escort her outside for a brief respite. Once her confinement period concluded, she would request Ran to return her, so she could once again retreat to her cell, awaiting the moment when the Empress would graciously release her. The reasoning behind this action is perhaps unnecessary to elaborate on further. Wouldn't you agree? Do you wish to be confined by your mother? Ran gazed at the 2 small buns atop her head, unable to resist the urge to gently tousle her hair. In this manner, he was fashioned in the likeness of Neza from a previous life. Though the design was somewhat simplistic, it has often been criticized for its lack of aesthetic appeal. Nevertheless, she could not bring herself to part with it. The Empress had insisted on several occasions that she replace it, yet before long, she would revert it to her original style. It took only one attempt from Moran for her to master the art of binding it herself. One cannot blame him. He never anticipated the astonishing capacity for learning possessed by this little one. Upon hearing Ran's words, she pouted her small lips and, in a huff, exclaimed, "Isn't it simply because he always enjoys arguing with mother? Whatever she says, he insists it cannot be so, proclaiming, I, as a loyal subject, deem it impossible. This has led mother to confide in you daily, leaving you with scarcely any time to play with me." Upon hearing these words, Ran felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Is this little cotton-padded jacket feeling jealous? I don't care. I miss my sister. With a mischievous smile, she turned her large, expressive eyes towards Ran and playfully pleaded, "Daddy, will you take me with you?" This tactic of hers was always effective. Observing her adorable demeanor, Ran felt his heart melting. It had been quite some time since he last saw Shen Qingqing. The last encounter had been when this little rascal sneaked out to meet her, not even bothering to say a word. Spanning 30,000 miles all on her own to reach the Wenshin sword sect, the 3-year-old had vanished for a full 3 days, leaving the Empress in a state of frantic worry. If it weren't for the divine consciousness Ran had left on her, who knows what might have happened. This little fellow seems utterly oblivious to when he might slip away. This little fellow seems to have stealthily pilfered the transference talisman from him at some point. Due to the sheer number of items, Ran did not pay much attention. Fortunately, he remained unscathed. Ever since the incident when he was captured and brought back, the Empress was incensed and confined him for nearly half a month. Well, that confinement was somewhat peculiar. The Empress insisted he stay by her side, forbidding him from straying beyond 10 meters. Consequently, Linger was quite distressed, as her opportunities for clandestine escapades were curtailed, and she was faced with the formidable presence of Shen Qingqing. It was not that Shen Qingqing forbade her from venturing out. Rather, it was her stealthy and silent demeanor that was truly daunting. Thus, she was expressly prohibited from seeking Ran. for each visit resulted in an assortment of unfamiliar and potent items appearing on her person. Among these were numerous treasures of considerable lethality. But there were also many bizarre objects intended for escape. Previously, while the Empress was distracted, she had even absconded with the imperial seal for some amusement, leaving behind a mere imitation that radiated an identical aura to the genuine one. Had she not needed it, the anomaly of the seal might have gone unnoticed. The imperial artifact was of utmost importance. Any mishap could spell disaster for the Qingyu Empire. Hence, she promptly demanded Linger return it, and sternly cautioned Mo Ran to secure those curious trinkets more diligently, ensuring they did not fall into the hands of this little imp. As for her unique constitution, Shen Qingqing found herself at a loss. Naturally immune to all formations, endowed with a treasure-seeing eye, she could instantly discern valuable items, along with the uncanny ability to pilfer them, truly a remarkable talent. In a few days, her father would take her to see her sister, who was presently absent from the sword sect. Oh, not in the sword sect? Where could she be? Linger tilted her head, pondering in confusion. Mo Ran, however, did not deceive her nor speak falsely. At this moment, Shen Qingqing was indeed not within the confines of the Wenxin sword sect, nor was she in the lower realms. According to the system, Shen Qingqing had entered the secret realm of the Wenxin sword sect 2 days prior. This secret realm, connected to the other 4 sword sects in the lower realms through imperial artifacts, was no ordinary place. Rather, it resembled a miniature world. The item they possessed was a fragment of an immortal emperor's artifact, known as the Soul Mirror. A complete soul mirror could manifest its own realm, subduing countless souls for the cultivation of its master. The bearer of the soul mirror could nurture their own soul by drawing upon the suppressed souls within, achieving a fortifying effect. It was an artifact capable of enhancing one's soul, and the souls contained within were predominantly those of malevolent entities. The malevolent spirit has been subdued for millions of years, having been refined by the spirit within the vessel, leaving behind only a trace of pure essence. By absorbing this essence, one can indeed enhance their soul and elevate their cultivation. However, the nature of malevolence lingers, even after refinement. Remnants of its darkness remain etched deep within the soul. Should one with a wavering will attempt to absorb it, the malevolent spirit may seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Where has my sister gone? To a place. Mo Ran rose, donned the heavy white cloak hanging nearby, enveloping herself in its fabric. She then cradled it in her arms and slowly ventured outside, to a realm that is both exquisite and extraordinary. In recent days, the wind outside has been rather strong. Is the imperial palace, where my dear mother resides, truly magnificent? Linger has yet to behold the vast and boundless world beyond. The most splendid place she has encountered thus far is none other than the imperial palace of the Qingyu dynasty. Something even more beautiful than the palace? She certainly wishes to witness it. Her mind is already concocting plans. However, Moran's words fell upon her like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her desire to venture out. No, he replied. As her father, he is well aware of her innermost thoughts and schemes. If he were to allow her to escape, Shen Qingqing would undoubtedly seek his life. This woman is quite formidable. Father, can you take me to find sister for some fun? Lingo blinked her bright, clear eyes with anticipation. She felt a tinge of curiosity about the place Mo Ran had mentioned. Rather than mere curiosity, it was more that she was restless and yearned to wander about. Absolutely not. A stern voice, firm and undeniable, interjected before Mo Ran could utter the words. Recognizing that familiar voice, Mo Ran slowly turned around, and there she was in a flowing crimson gown, approaching him gracefully. A smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, "What a delightful surprise. I was just about to take Linger to find you. Well, today has been rather busy, hence my late arrival. Is your distress caused by the Dongfang family?" Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing shook her head and replied, "It pertains to the Lin family. Is it resolvable?" "It's a bit complicated. Please elaborate." "Today, the 3 holy sons of the Lin family came to the academy seeking an individual, but I declined to comply." Mo Ran paused in surprise. Was one person truly a source of trouble? Who is it? His curiosity piqued. He inquired further. This individual is somewhat unique. He is also from the Lin family, though he was expelled 3 years ago. Shen Qingqing then recounted the entire backstory in detail. 3 years prior, a prodigious talent emerged from the Lin family, though he was not a direct descendant, but rather from a collateral line. His displayed talents rivaled those of the current holy son of the Lin family. Due to his lineage, the Lin family did not elevate him to the status of holy son nor grant him any special privileges. which incited considerable discontent among the direct descendants. After all, a collateral descendant outshining them was a blow to their pride. Consequently, they frequently sought to create trouble for him. Initially, a few incidents were manageable, but as they accumulated, discomfort grew, and suppressed emotions began to bubble to the surface, culminating in an outburst during this recent plea for aid. The maternal figure, related by blood, was afflicted with an exceedingly rare ailment that could not be remedied by ordinary elixirs. It required a concoction of the 7th grade or even higher. Such high-tier potions were reserved solely for the Holy Sons. Given his demonstrated talents and prowess, securing a place among the top 10 Holy Sons should have posed no challenge. However, the crux of the matter was that he was not a Holy Son. Hence, the quest for the medicine was fraught with immense difficulty and hardship. During his search, he was publicly humiliated by one of the Holy Sons, who commanded him to crawl beneath his legs in exchange for the remedy. He believed the promise and complied. Yet, after 3 days, he was still left empty-handed, and ultimately, his mother succumbed to the relentless torment of her illness, departing this world in tears. Devastated by grief, he resolved to confront the Holy Son for clarity. The outcome was predictable. He left without answers and suffered a fate that left his meridian shattered. Subsequently, the Lin family branded him a thief of the sacred and expelled him from their ranks. The day of his expulsion coincided with the Lin family's coming-of-age ceremony, which had drawn the imperial dynasty to witness the talents of the younger generation. I had dispatched General Ning to attend, and upon his return, he recounted the dramatic event in detail. At this juncture, Shen Qingqing pondered if she had overlooked anything, and seemingly recollecting a detail, she added, Ningwu had expressed his disapproval of such treatment and had ultimately saved the youth's life in his moment of desperation, taking him away with him. However, during their return journey, after the youth had recuperated, Ningwu could no longer locate him. Thus, this individual was not within the imperial realm, rendering it impossible for me to provide him to the Lin family. Upon finishing her tale, she cast a resigned glance at Ran and nestled closer to him. How delightful! Ever since she had grown increasingly intimate with Ran, she found herself yearning to be close to him at every moment. Sometimes even reluctant to attend morning court. People often say that a beauty can lead a nation astray, and so can a handsome man. How shameless, mother! As she spoke, she suddenly leaned onto Ran's shoulder. The little one in Ran's arms could not help but chime in. Shen Qingqing pouted, raised her delicate hand, and poked the round head of the child, saying, "The one who lacks shame is you. How old are you? Still clinging to your father?" After saying this, a bashful blush crept onto her face. To be fair, she was considerably older than Ling'er. How infuriating. Why must I compete with a child over affection every day? I don't care. I want my father to hold me. Hurry and leave my husband. Get lost. When she uttered the words "get lost," a spark flickered in the eyes of the little one in Ran's embrace. "Ha, this is what you said. I'm leaving." Just when she thought she could seize upon a flaw in Shen Qingqing's words, Shen Qingqing, sensing her ulterior motives, curled her lips into a cold smile. "You cannot go anywhere. With those trivial thoughts in your mind, they are all written across your face. Humph, wicked mother. I shall ignore you." The little figure in Ran's arms crossed her arms defiantly, pouting her lips to the side and puffing up her cheeks, letting out a disdainful huff. This appearance resembles that of the Empress, as if sculpted from the same mold. He chuckled helplessly. Such a life is truly splendid. Turning back, he reflected on what Shen Qingqing had mentioned earlier and inquired, "Is it the Lin family's distrust that causes this trouble? Is there any other reason?" After all, it was Ningwu who had taken him away. In the eyes of the public, claiming he was no longer within the empire would raise skepticism. Yet, if he had already been expelled, why seek to retrieve him? Ran found this perplexing. After all, once cast out, he should no longer be associated with the Lin family. People love where they will. What does it matter? Uncertain of the intricacies of their family affairs, he felt it was not his place to intervene. Nevertheless, it remained a fact that he was not within the empire. Indeed, that is a valid point. When I return next time, allow me to handle it. Ran did not wish to elaborate further on such matters. His sole desire was to nurture his daughter and witness her growth, thereafter enjoying a life of intimacy with her. If such troublesome matters could be alleviated or even vanish entirely, it would be most desirable. Nonetheless, he will take action. Shen Qingqing softly uttered an then cast a glance at the little meatball sulking beside her. She then stepped away from Ran's shoulder and swiftly lifted the little one from his embrace. What else with the sulking? Why are you angry at your mother? In any case, Lingo cannot go anywhere, especially not to find Qingqing, a mere burden. I am not a burden. Then what are you? I am. Provoked by Shen Qingqing's words, Linger, already simmering with frustration, suddenly grew anxious, to the point where she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Wah! Bad mother, foolish mother, fierce mother, always bullying me. I am not my sister's burden. Suddenly, in her flustered state, the little meatball felt a pang of sadness, and with a heartfelt wah, she burst into tears. Observing this, Ran, standing nearby, wisely refrained from uttering a sound. Though his daughter felt wronged, he knew well that his wife was far more formidable. It is indeed best for Shen Qingqing to handle such matters herself. Observing Linger weeping inconsolably, Shen Qingqing expertly wiped away her tears. It was evident that this was not the first occurrence of such an event. All right, dear, mother is merely teasing you. How about we go out and have some fun? Upon hearing Shen Qingqing's words, with red-rimmed eyes and tears streaming down her cheeks, Lingo hesitantly pushed Shen Qingqing's delicate hand aside and inquired, Really? Truly? No, it's not true. As soon as the words left her lips, Lingo felt even more aggrieved. The tears that had just been dried began to flow uncontrollably once more. Observing this, Shen Qingqing hastily reassured her while continuing to wipe her face. Really, truly. Mother and father will take you out to play. Just as the mother and daughter were engaged in their playful banter, the system, which had remained silent for 2.5 years, suddenly reawakened. The familiar voice echoed once again in Ran's mind. Ding! The last child of destiny in this realm has appeared. The path to the empire is about to commence. System? Hasn't this thing been updated for 2.5 years? Is it really that fast? Accompanying his daughter's growth and enjoying warmth with his wife, Ran feels as though these 2.5 years have flown by. The system, the child of destiny? Is that person from the Lin family? From Shen Qingqing's earlier description, this lad's experiences are strikingly similar to those of protagonists from the novels he used to read in his past life. Am I not the child of destiny in this world? Am I not the main character? Reflecting on his relatively young age, having a wife and daughter, and possessing cultivation, he has attained a life free from worries about food and clothing, and unafraid of impending dangers. Yet, the thought that he might not be the protagonist fills him with indignation. What is this? Such a blissful and fulfilling life. Who else but the protagonist could enjoy it? Indeed. Host, you are correct. That individual is the last child of destiny in this world. With confusion and doubt, Ran inquires within his mind, System, what am I? This question causes the system's CPU to overheat. It is unclear what Ran means, but it responds honestly. Host, you are not anything. Ran suppresses his urge to reprimand the system, takes a deep breath, and continues. Since this world already has a child of destiny. What does that make me? A villain? The mere thought sends shivers down his spine. If he truly is the villain, what will happen to his wife and daughter? In the numerous novels he has read before crossing over, the lives of villains were undeniably quite comfortable. He cannot comprehend where things went awry. He hasn't done anything out of the ordinary in these years. How did he end up as the villain? Upon hearing this, the system is unable to contain a large question mark hovering above its head. What on earth is going on in this host's mind? Resisting the urge to curse, it explains, Host, there is no need for overthinking. You are neither a villain nor a child of destiny. A mere child of destiny is insignificant. The child of destiny is simply a prodigy born to pave the way for the imperial path. You do not belong to this world, hence you are an anomaly. No matter where you are invincible. Upon hearing this, Ran finally breathes a sigh of relief. After all, if he were indeed the villain, he would have gone and ruthlessly slain this so-called child of destiny to eliminate future threats. In the novels he read in his past life, children of destiny were as tenacious as cockroaches that refused to die, with countless bizarre adventures. Though he possesses a system, the encounters of a child of destiny should not be underestimated. What if they discover an adventure comparable to the system? What if that person also crossed over with the system? The thought of the numerous troubles he would face if he were truly the villain sends chills down his spine, compelling him to eradicate all potential threats. He certainly does not wish for his current life to be disturbed. So, what updates have you made in these 2.5 years? No, it was just a fight. What is that? The system update merely involves a clash with other systems. The victor gains greater privileges. Did you win? A bunch of worthless beings. Indeed, Ran decisively scored a 6. For the essence of a system update is truly a battle with other systems, something he had never encountered despite reading numerous novels. So this is what an update entails. No wonder new marketplaces and various features emerge post-update. However, with the System S revelation, he grasped an important truth. There are multiple systems, and many individuals possess them. Just like him. In this vast world, he pondered whether he would someday encounter others who also wield systems. He wondered what kind of scene would unfold then. If the system were aware of Immo thoughts, it would surely spring up and deliver a punch. After all the hard-fought battles I've endured. Is it merely to ensure you encounter those inferior systems? Have I toiled for 2.5 years in vain? System. Do you have any information regarding the Son of Fortune? He had just heard Shen Qingqing mentioned so much, yet had not come across the name of this Son of Fortune. It seemed she was unaware as well. Thus, Immo couldn't help but inquire. The system did not answer his question directly, but instead presented him with a detailed introduction page. Son of Fortune, Lin Tian, reborn, summary. Burdened with unparalleled fortune, yet beset by a tumultuous fate, he lost all his cultivation due to a failed quest for medicine, resulting in shattered meridians and the awakening of his memories. Currently, he is recuperating in a cave within the Million Great Mountains, restoring his severely damaged meridians. The Million Great Mountains? Isn't this the destination they are to visit today? How serendipitous. Previously, when Linger celebrated her birthday, she expressed a wish to Shen Qingqing, yearning to possess a spirit beast. Perhaps she had seen someone nurturing one and longed to have her own. It was a modest desire, and Shen Qingqing readily acquiesced. However, Shen Qingqing brought forth all the spirit beasts available from the Qingyu Empire, refraining from presenting those that might appear unappealing, as she knew Linga would not take a liking to them. Yet, Linga was quite discerning. None captured her interest. Thus, Immo suggested that they take her to the Million Great Mountains when time permitted, for that was where the spirit beasts were most abundant. Of course, there were also many demon beasts. Spirit beasts and demon beasts coexist symbiotically. The demon beasts cultivate their powers through the unique attributes of the spirit beasts, while the weaker spirit beasts rely on the formidable demon beasts for protection, safeguarding them from falling into human hands. This is a covenant, as well as a fundamental principle of existence. Both parties are bound by a contract, although it is said that one does not necessarily require a spirit beast. Even demon beasts can cultivate. However, spirit beasts belong to a grand lineage, and those who form contracts with them are typically from a specific race among the demon beasts. Unlike solitary demon beasts, they possess kin and clans, akin to the familial bonds found in human society. The phenomenon of spirit beasts entering into contracts with demon beasts is remarkably prevalent in the Million Mountains. This region boasts an extraordinary diversity of demon beast species, surpassing that of any other locale. The abundance of spirit beasts contributes to the rich spiritual energy that permeates the Million Mountains, making it several times more potent than in other areas, thus earning its reputation as a sanctuary for cultivation. However, this heightened energy also amplifies the dangers manifold. The more concentrated the spiritual essence, the stronger the demon beasts that arise. Consequently, despite being a haven for cultivation, the Million Mountains primarily attract warlike practitioners and mercenaries employed by trade guilds to capture spirit beasts for sale. Not all spirit beasts are capable of forming contracts with demon beasts. Similar to the spiritual swords wielded by humanity, there exists a hierarchy among them, requiring mutual recognition. In contrast to the complexity of spiritual swords, the classification of spirit beasts is relatively straightforward, comprising only 4 tiers, with the first tier being the highest and the fourth the lowest. Spirit beasts can bestow spiritual energy upon demon beasts, significantly accelerating their cultivation speed. This enhancement can also be conferred upon humans, albeit to a lesser extent, often leading to their acquisition for aesthetic purposes, akin to pets. After all, there are numerous treasures available to augment human cultivation, not solely reliant on spirit beasts. The destination of this journey coincides with that of the so-called Child of Fortune. He wonders if he might cross paths with this individual. Truth be told, he is curious to witness what this purported reincarnator is like, having never encountered one before. Is Shen Qingqing included in this category? Certainly. Yet, Immo, despite possessing the eye of truth, refrains from employing it on his own daughter, respecting her privacy. Although he has traversed time for quite some time, he remains, at heart, a good young man who would not intrude upon others' personal matters. Thus, he has never utilized this power on his wife or daughter. Generally, he is reluctant to activate this external aid. As he delves into his thoughts, a pair of delicate hands suddenly grasp his, executing the motion with remarkable familiarity. Shen Qingqing, cradling the tearful Lingo in one arm, gently whispers in his ear, "Shall we depart?" The small bundle in Shen Qingqing's embrace casts a fierce glance at Ran, seemingly reproaching him for not intervening as her mother teased her. In response, Ran shrugs, conveying his helplessness. Well, this journey may present some unnecessary troubles, so be sure to dress warmly. With that, he drapes the white cloak he wore over Shen Qingqing's shoulders. He then brings his fingers together, causing a flicker of starlight to appear at their tips. Thunder rumbled ominously, and from the heavens emerged a carriage drawn by two winged horses, crackling with purple-black lightning. The magnificent white jade carriage bore the emblem of the Qingyu dynasty, its faint white glow instilling a sense of awe and trepidation in all who beheld it. This marks the third year since Ran ascended to the position of emperor. Each passing year, the system bestows upon him various trinkets, most of which are appropriated by his two daughters. The elder daughter, of course, refrains from taking anything. However, the issue arises with the younger daughter, who frequently sneaks away to seek out Qing'er, returning with an assortment of items pilfered from Ran. In response, Ran has remained silent, as these are merely survival tools, and he has not given them much thought. The jade carriage glided gracefully toward Ran's direction, eventually halting beside him and his companions. He drew aside the jade curtain, allowing the two daughters to ascend, before following suit. Inside the jade carriage, the usually reticent Linger suddenly exclaimed with urgency, "Let the little sister come too." Little one. Observing the sudden outburst from the petite girl, both Ran and Shen Qingqing exchanged puzzled glances. What does this little girl intend to do now? The little one, referred to as Xiao Xiao, is none other than the maid assigned by Shen Qingqing to attend to Ran's daily needs. Noticing the puzzled expressions exchanged between Ran and Shen Qingqing, the child hurriedly clarified, "Isn't the young lady's home in the Million Great Mountains?" The Million Great Mountains? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing pondered for a moment, as if recollecting something, and nodded in acknowledgement. Then let us take her along. After all, Xiao Xiao is considered a member of the demon clan from the Million Great Mountains. She was once so mischievous that she consumed the transformation grass meant for the clan's young master, which led to her banishment from the demon tribe. Years ago, I fortuitously stumbled upon her in a near-fatal state and took her back with me. It has been several centuries since she last departed from the imperial court. Observing Ran's confusion, she hastened to provide further explanation. Linger understood this, for Xiao Xiao often tended to her daily needs and shared many trivial matters with her. These trivial matters may be unknown to Ran, yet he can sense the ethereal aura of the demon clan emanating from her. However, he does not perceive any ill intentions she harbors towards Linger. Furthermore, since she has been arranged by Shen Qingqing, he refrains from delving too deeply into the matter. After all, who does not possess a semblance of personal privacy? As long as she harbors no ulterior motives towards Linger, Ran will not act against her. After hearing the explanation, Ran nodded slightly. Given that his daughter has expressed such sentiments, could he possibly refuse? Having a driver is quite agreeable. Observing Ran and Shen Qingqing both nodding in agreement, Linger hurriedly climbed down from Shen Qingqing's embrace, parted the jade curtain, and called out, "Little miss, come quickly." At that moment, a young maid, elegantly dressed and possessing a charming appearance, approached with a gentle jog. Before long, she arrived beside the jade sedan, addressing Linger and the figures within. Ran and Shen Qingqing, with a respectful tone, "This humble servant, Xiao Xiao, pays her respects to the Empress and the Emperor." She then cast a glance at Linger, smiling warmly, "Greetings, Princess Linger." She felt immense gratitude towards Linger. Although she had been expelled from the demon clan for several hundred years, she remained one of their own. In her youth, she had been overly mischievous and naive, committing grave errors that resulted in the failure of her clan's young master to transform. She had long sought an opportunity to apologize for her past transgressions. In pursuit of this apology, she had spent hundreds of years in the Qingyu dynasty, living frugally, ultimately earning an imperial dan through her diligent efforts, an item potent enough to elevate the demon clan by bestowing them with another formidable emperor. This imperial pill was bestowed upon her by Shen Qingqing. Firstly, it was due to the devastating losses suffered by the Qingyu Empire in a battle a decade ago. Many powerful emperors had perished, creating an urgent need for more emperors to restore order. Yet, the imperial pill could not be casually granted to just anyone. By fortunate coincidence, she had remained faithfully by the Empress's side for many years, her intentions unwavering. Her cultivation had just reached the pinnacle of the third realm of the Fate Palace, mere moments away from the Emperor realm. Consequently, Shen Qingqing conferred the imperial pill upon her. However, she ultimately refrained from using the pill. Feeling unworthy of the Empress's gracious gift, to honor the Empress's intentions, she secluded herself for 2 years, relying solely on her own strength to break through the barrier and successfully ascend to the Emperor realm. Thus, she felt she had not disappointed Shen Qingqing's expectations. Nevertheless, she still wished to return the imperial pill, as she had indeed achieved her breakthrough without utilizing it. Although her intentions were to atone, she was even less inclined to deceive the Empress. Therefore, she disclosed her thoughts and actions to Shen Qingqing. Naturally, Shen Qingqing was aware of her sentiments and chose not to elaborate, merely stating, "The pill was granted to you. Whether to use it or not is entirely your decision." While her original intention in giving the imperial pill was to cultivate more emperors for the Qingyu Empire, she also sought to gauge the loyalty of those close to her. With the outcome now revealed, the imperial pill had lost its purpose, and it would be more beneficial to grant a personal favor. There was no need for excessive formalities. Any further delay would be too late, so she urged her to depart swiftly. Yes, after speaking, the Empress swiftly pulled the barefoot and curious Linger back into her embrace, saying, "It's getting chilly, come here for a hug." Upon hearing this, the little one understood and naturally took her place at the reins of the jade chariot. With a flick of her fingers, a dazzling light flashed, guiding the horses of the white jade chariot towards the direction of the million great mountains. As the jade chariot passed, it stirred thunderous echoes, intimidating all around, while the sky resonated with booming sounds. The sheer magnitude of this presence left countless onlookers in awe. "Look, it's the jade chariot of the Emperor. Is the Emperor taking Princess Lingo out?" It was not only the Emperor, but the Empress was accompanying them as well. Well, is this towards the million great mountains? Could they be seeking a spirit beast for Princess Lingo? Some influential figures who had attended Linger's birthday banquet recalled the scene when the Empress presented all the spirit beasts for Linger to choose from, only for Lingo to be unimpressed. This speculation ignited a wave of astonishment within the Qingyu Empire, accompanied by sounds of envy. The Empress and the Emperor personally sought a spirit beast for Princess Linger. How splendid! Surely, the eldest princess had never received such treatment. Shen Qingqing? Ah. When I awakened my extraordinary constitution, my father brought back the blood of divine beasts from the upper realms, far superior to any spirit beasts. What did you say? Of course, these are mere afterthoughts. At this moment, Shen Qingqing is leisurely wandering within the secret realm, accompanied by her somewhat simple-minded maid, Xiaoyuan. Thanks to Xiaoyuan's unique talent, she has gathered an impressive assortment of spirit fruits. However, what perplexes her is the absence of encounters with any other individuals along her path. She has yet to come across the 2 individuals surnamed Fong whom she initially met. It is as if they have vanished without a trace. Even with her enhanced perception, bolstered by the treasures extracted from Mo ran through Linger, she has been unable to detect any other presence. Thus, her journey has largely been spent with Xiaoyuan, plucking fruits, consuming them, and foraging for spirit herbs. "This is so dull," Shen Qingqing remarked wearily, casting her gaze over the vast expanse of the secret realm. Throughout her travels, she has seen not a single soul. Ever since Jun Rian departed, she has been making her way towards the direction of the 2 individuals surnamed Fong. Yet, after several days, not a single sign of life has emerged, as if they have evaporated into thin air. It is indeed most peculiar. "Well, Your Highness, look." At that moment, Xiaoyuan suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards a peculiar pillar of light soaring into the sky in the distance. The sight it created was breathtakingly beautiful. Following her maid's astonished cry, Shen Qingqing turned to behold the pillar of light, and in that instant, her pupils widened in shock as she gasped, "What is this?" "The soul-gathering pillar." Observing the brilliant white light ascending into the heavens, astonishment was etched across Shen Qingqing's face as countless souls swirled around it. These souls, devoid of consciousness, are solely guided by the gravitational pull emanating from the luminous pillar, causing them to float towards it. The soul-gathering pillar, as its name suggests, is a peculiar phenomenon formed by the congregation of the departed souls from all directions. This phenomenon is exceedingly prevalent in the upper realm. What astonished her was not the formation of the soul-gathering pillar itself, but rather the mere presence of such a pillar in this location. To her knowledge, the creation of a soul-gathering pillar necessitates the soul-gathering pearl as a catalyst, which condenses the spirits of the deceased. Subsequently, these spirits are suppressed for millennia, erasing the remnants of their original consciousness, thereby forming a purer essence available for cultivation, enhancing one's own spirit. This method of utilizing the soul-gathering pearl to consolidate souls and suppress myriad spirits, is typically employed in the upper realm to subdue malevolent entities. The emergence of the soul-gathering pillar signifies that the soul-gathering pearl has been repressing these spirits for an extensive period, effectively obliterating the original consciousness of most. The unconscious spirits that linger around the light pillar gradually congeal, concentrating into a singular essence, which can then be absorbed by individuals. However, this practice is undeniably cruel. While it possesses certain advantages, it also harbors significant drawbacks. Namely, individuals with wavering resolve are susceptible to the sinister temptations that the lingering essence may harbor. The price of succumbing to such temptations is the loss of one's body to malevolent forces. Although the consciousness of these malevolent entities has been largely suppressed and obliterated by the soul-gathering pearl, those who lose themselves to temptation may transform into erratic beings, neither fully human nor entirely demon, devoid of coherent purpose. Reflecting on the peculiar behaviors of the bloodthirsty disciples of the sword sect described earlier by Junrian, she began to comprehend the underlying cause of such phenomena. Urgently, she called out, "Xiaoyuan," and grasped her hand, hastening towards the direction of the light pillar, declaring, "We must depart at once. What is our destination? To accomplish something significant. While it is true that the chaotic remnants of consciousness may lead astray the hearts of men, the departed are, after all, irrevocably lost to the realm of the living. These ethereal essences, Shen Qingqing would certainly not let slip by. After all, she is the reincarnation of a celestial king, desperately in need of substantial resources to elevate her soul and restore her divine essence. These objects are undoubtedly the finest choices. Therefore, she would naturally not let this opportunity slip away. It was not only Shen Qingqing who beheld this extraordinary sight, the disciples of the 5 great sword sects, situated within the same secret realm, also witnessed it. They all believed that some rare treasure had descended upon the world and hastened towards the direction of the radiant pillar. Meanwhile, within a cave in the Million Mountains, a young man sat cross-legged on the ground. His eyes were tightly shut, and his hands formed intricate seals. Surrounding him were 6 herbs emitting a violet glow, which he was absorbing. His damaged meridians were rapidly recovering at an astonishing pace. The young man is Lin Tian, the last child of destiny in this realm. Time flies, and after a considerable duration, once the potency of the 6 herbs has been completely absorbed, Lin Tian slowly opens his black eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Clenching his fists, he senses that his meridians have been fully restored and murmurs to himself, "I never expected that I truly have been reborn. Yet, the trajectory of this life seems to deviate slightly from the memories of my past existence." He is Lin Tian, a prodigious talent from the collateral branch of the Lin family. In his youth, he displayed astonishing prowess in cultivation, overpowering the foremost holy son of the Lin family single-handedly. However, due to his collateral status, he did not hold a place among the 10 holy sons of the Lin family. His mother suffered from a grave illness that could not be cured by ordinary elixirs. Only the finest pills could be sought after, which were attainable solely by the holy sons. Thus, he relinquished all dignity to beseech aid. For his mother, he endured humiliation. For her, he cast aside his pride. Yet, ultimately, his mother succumbed to the relentless torment of her affliction, passing away in tears. Until her last moment, she awaited, still hoping that the so-called holy son of the Lin family would deliver the life-saving elixir. Reflecting on this, Lin Tian struck the ground with his fists in a fit of rage, lamenting why he had not sought solutions himself. If only he had not waited passively. Placing all his hopes on that so-called holy son, perhaps the outcome could have been different. Why could he not awaken his memories sooner? Why could he not have done so, even if just a little earlier? Thus, his mother would not have perished. Contemplating this, his gaze turned eerily frigid. The Lin family, Lin Wudao, in his previous life, due to the path of the emperor, allowed your Lin family to evade calamity. In this life, I shall ensure that your Lin family, along with you, Lin Wudao, cannot escape death. His eyes radiated unwavering resolve. In his former existence, he ascended to become an emperor in merely a century. Now, reborn, he must seize all that was rightfully his from his past life. Within 3 years, he shall undoubtedly achieve supremacy. At that juncture, the Lin family, they shall pay for their transgressions. Currently, restoring his meridians and reconstructing himself is but the first step. Next, he must reclaim the second item that belongs to him. Yet, prior to that, he must thoroughly ponder the circumstances of this life. In his previous existence, he was not rescued. Rather, He was brutally beaten by the servants of the Lin family and cast into the depths of the Million Mountains, thrown from an unfathomable cliff. By sheer fortune, he was ensnared by a tree branch, ultimately landing outside this cave, clinging to the last vestiges of survival instinct. He crawled into the cavern and obtained the legacy of the Eternal Emperor, mastering the Eternal Technique and ascending to the rank of Emperor. He traversed the Emperor's path and entered the upper realms, commencing his legendary journey, ultimately achieving the pinnacle of celestial kingship. Yet now, he found himself saved by the people of the Qingyu dynasty. In his memories, the Qingyu dynasty had been annihilated a decade prior. At that time, remnants of the three dynasties surged forth, with the sole surviving prince trapping the Empress of the Qingyu dynasty, and Dongfang Jin, of the Dongfang family, delivered a fatal strike. The Empress fell, and the Qingyu dynasty ceased to exist. The 9 great imperial clans, in that same year of the Qingyu dynasty's demise, completely dominated the southern region, establishing themselves as the true sovereigns. But why does the Qingyu dynasty still exist in this life? Is it a consequence of his rebirth? He found himself perplexed, uncertain whether the survival of the Qingyu dynasty would affect him. However, upon reflection, he remembered that he is a reborn individual. What could a mere Qingyu dynasty do to him? With a faint, cold smile gracing his lips, he realized that his priority must be to restore his strength. Rising, he strode purposefully towards the cave's entrance. It is time to seek out the second item that rightfully belongs to him, whether it be anomalies or changes. He is a reborn entity, seizing every advantage. What is there to fear? After approximately 2 hours of travel, Immortal and her companions finally arrived at the entrance of the Million Great Mountains. As the imperial carriage passed through, a thunderous resonance accompanied its journey, ceasing only when it hovered above the entrance. Look, what is that? Such grandeur. Which power does this imperial carriage belong to? It is from the Qingyu dynasty. Such magnificence. Could it be that the reigning empress is making her appearance? The carriage had scarcely come to a stop when the crowd below recognized the emblem of the Qingyu dynasty emblazoned upon it, erupting into exclamations. Your Majesty, we have arrived at the outskirts of the Million Great Mountains. Gazing upon the familiar landscape of the Million Great Mountains, joy radiated from her small eyes. She had returned to her former home. However, a flicker of anguish crossed her heart as she recalled the past. Had it not been for her youthful folly that disrupted the young lord's coming-of-age ceremony, she would not have been exiled from her clan. All of this was her own fault. She could blame no one else. Now, all she could do was seek atonement, harboring no hopes of reinstatement within her clan. At this moment, she no longer belonged to the demon race. The instant she was cast out, those 2 words ceased to be associated with her. Now, she belonged to Qingyu. Had it not been for the Empress's timely intervention to save her, she might have found herself in an entirely different realm. Yea, before Shen Qingqing could utter a word, a cherubic voice burst forth with delight. Inside the carriage, the plump little creature perched on Shen Qingqing's lap wriggled free from her grasp and scampered barefoot towards the outside, its large eyes wide with curiosity as it took in the breathtaking scenery. This is her first visit to the majestic Million Mountains. Consequently, she is filled with longing for the Million Mountains as described by the adults. She wishes to explore, yet she is too young to venture alone and is unfamiliar with the paths. Thus, her desires remain unspoken, particularly to Shen Qingqing, who disapproves of her being away from her side. Shen Qingqing is preoccupied with various matters, leaving no spare time to take her out. Although Immortal often takes her on excursions, they tend to be to tranquil places, free from disturbances. While these locations are indeed beautiful, adorned with many exquisite, winged beings, and captivating sights, they lack the thrill she yearns for. This time, however, the destination appears to be markedly different and promisingly entertaining. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Linga suddenly recalled a previous conversation with Xiao Xiao, who had shared whimsical tales with her. Excitedly, she grasped Xiao Xiao's hand and inquired, "Little miss, do you have many adorable spirit beasts at home?" Huh? Taken aback by the sudden question, Xiao Xiao paused for a moment before remembering the stories she had recounted to soothe Linger to sleep, tales of her mischievous childhood when she would often tease spirit beasts. With a smile, she replied, "Yes, indeed, there are many, but they are not from my home. My home should now be Qingyu. I belong to you. As your maid." She intended to elaborate, but upon seeing the eager expression on the little girl's face, she hesitated, swallowing hard as she prepared to speak. Before she could utter a word, Shen Qingqing from within the jade carriage remarked, I believe Linga would be fond of the contract spirit beast of the White Crane clan. After all, she has seen one before, a rather small creature, and I suspect she would take a liking to it, given my understanding of my daughter. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced at Mo Ran and asked, "Shall we visit the White Crane clan?" The White Crane clan is a prestigious lineage among the myriad of demon tribes within the Million Mountains, boasting 3 formidable emperor-level warriors, with the clan leader being a 7th-tier emperor. Mo Ran, discerning Shen Qingqing's intentions, smiled gently and replied, "Let us proceed." Ultimately, Xiao Xiao is still a member of the Qingyu dynasty, despite her previous affiliation with the White Crane clan, from which she has been exiled and thus no longer belongs. Now, seeking to atone for her youthful indiscretions and resolve her inner turmoil, she wishes to return. However, it is uncertain if the White Crane clan will forgive her. Therefore, her solitary journey could indeed pose dangers. Shen Qingqing, mindful of this possibility, is inclined to accompany her back. Seeing Mo Ran nod in agreement, Shen Qingqing wasted no time in giving a few instructions before directing Xiao Xiao to continue towards the White Crane clan. Meanwhile, the White Crane clan is currently hosting several external guests. What do you think of this proposal from our holy son, clan leader Shen? In the Grand Hall, a young man sat gracefully in a chair, sipping freshly brewed tea, his demeanor calm yet assured, as if success was already within his grasp. "I find this unacceptable," remarked Shen, his tone icy, as he regarded the young man below who continued to sip his tea. The youth, named Shen Qingqing, hailed from the eastern domain's Kanglan sacred land, the scion of its prestigious sect. The Kanglan sacred land stood as the undisputed sovereign of the eastern domain, a realm far simpler than the intricate dynamics of the southern domain, where only one transcendent power existed, the Kanglan sacred land. Thus, in the eastern domain, its word was law. The purpose of the young man's visit was clear. He sought to utilize the forbidden grounds of the Baihe clan. Within these sacred confines lay a spirit pool, rumored to possess miraculous curative properties. However, such tales were often exaggerated, merely serving to convey the pool's remarkable ability to heal wounds. Upon hearing Shen's refusal, the young man's actions came to an abrupt halt. He gently set down his cup, his expression darkening slightly. "Clan leader Shen," he implored, "I urge you to reconsider regarding the spirit pool. My curiosity about it is quite profound." After a moment of contemplation, Shen, adorned in white, cast a sidelong glance at him and continued, "I acknowledge your status as the scion of the Kanglan sacred land, and I grant you some leniency. Yet, do not overstep. You are aware that the spirit pool is a forbidden domain of my clan, and even I would find it difficult to gain entry." He paused briefly, only to be met by Shen Qingqing's clenched teeth as he declared, 5,000 imperial crystals. A cold smile crept across Shen's face. This fellow truly believes he is in the sacred land of Kanglan, does he? Di Jing, a universal currency forged by the powerful beings of the Emperor realm, embodies an exceptionally pure energy. It is suitable for cultivation. Shen gazed at him in silence. Is this a matter of money? Forbidden ground. Forbidden ground. What does forbidden ground mean? Prohibited entry. Do you understand? Nonsense. After speaking, he waved his hand, signaling for the guests to leave. At that moment, 2 members of the White Crane clan slowly entered through the main door, approaching Shen Qingqing and saying, "Saint Shangguan, please." Shen Qingqing paid them no mind, merely moving his lips as he addressed Shen once more, stating, 10,000 imperial crystals. An unsettling silence enveloped the atmosphere. At the instant he uttered those words, the surroundings fell eerily quiet. He could hear even the faintest sound of his own breath. "Are you insulting me?" Gazing at the youth who dared to demean him with the so-called imperial crystals, the expression on the white-clad figure's face grew exceedingly cold. The temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. The Holy Son's arrival here, driven by a rather frivolous desire, is rather amusing. He simply wishes to behold the famed spirit pool, rumored to possess the miraculous ability to resurrect the deceased and restore flesh to bones. After all, even the prospect of encountering something capable of reviving the dead is intriguing to him, regardless of whether its effects are as remarkable as the legends suggest. Due to his affiliation with the Kanglan Holy Land, Shen has treated him with a degree of courtesy. Considering the Kanglan Holy Land's superiority over the Baihe clan by numerous measures, a modicum of respect is certainly warranted. However, this young man appears to mistakenly believe that the Baihe clan fears the Kanglan Holy Land, strutting about with an air of arrogance, utterly oblivious to the subtleties of human interactions. He even dares to use the imperial crystal to humiliate him. Does he truly think Yishan is in dire need of such a trinket? Moreover, this object is intended for the cultivation of the human race. What relevance does it hold for him, a creature of the demon clan? Has this individual's brain been excavated? Does he truly believe this place is the sacred land of Kanglan in the Eastern Domain? Could it be that he naively thinks that the Kanglan sacred land, which dominates the Eastern Domain, can extend its influence into the Southern Domain? Such ignorance is indeed perilous. Upon hearing this, the anger of Yishan was entirely unforeseen by Shen Qingqing. He initially assumed that his offerings were insufficient, hence he decided to enhance them. After all, in the Eastern Domain, there is nothing that he cannot accomplish with the imperial crystals. Yet, this is not his Eastern Domain. Nor is it the Eastern Domain of the Kanglan sacred land. It is the Southern Domain, where the Qingyu dynasty reigns above, flanked by the 9 great imperial clans. And the towering Million Mountains lie in between. Not to mention the formidable Jian Wushuang atop the Divine Sword Mountain, as well as the presence on Qingqing Mountain. It appears he has underestimated the complexities of the Southern Domain. Once more, he was about to utter the word leave, when a sudden urgent voice outside interrupted. Patriarch. The Empress of the Qingyu dynasty has arrived, seeking an audience. Upon hearing this, the word leave was abruptly choked in his throat, leaving him quite uncomfortable. How strange it is that just as he was contemplating the Qingyu dynasty, the Empress would arrive. Could it be As this thought crossed his mind, his complexion turned a shade of ashen, and he let out a long sigh, addressing the stunned Shen Qingqing. Begone. Seeing Yishan in a rage, Shen Qingqing did not argue further, reluctantly following the 2 members of the Baihe clan as they led him away. He dared to refuse Shen Qingqing, but he certainly would not dare to defy Empress Shen Qingqing. Firstly, the influence of the Kanglan sacred land does not extend that far. Offending them may be of little consequence. Secondly, while this matter may seem trivial, he had shown sufficient respect, and it was unlikely the Kanglan sacred land would retaliate against him. However, the Empress was a different matter altogether. She is one of the most powerful forces in the Southern Domain, having reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm at a young age. And there exists an emperor capable of slaying even a 9th level emperor with a single sword strike. Given his own mere 7th level status, he truly could not afford to act recklessly. With a resigned glance at the flickering embers suspended from the ceiling, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes half closed, and said, "Do not linger, please proceed." As soon as he spoke, his gaze shifted, as if he sensed something amiss. He hastily flicked his sleeve and exclaimed, "Never mind. Where is the Empress? I shall go meet her. The Empress wishes to see me? Am I truly so esteemed? Damn it, that foolish individual nearly caused a disaster." Following the clan member who reported the news, he made his way toward the direction of Mo Ran and his entourage. Meanwhile, within the Baihe clan, in a more spacious open area, countless members of the Baihe clan had gathered. They gazed in awe at the exquisitely beautiful jade carriage that had suddenly appeared on their territory, engaged in curious discussions about its origin and the power it represented. Gazing at the pattern, it resembles the Qingyu dynasty. What do you mean resembles? It is indeed. Look at that lady on the jade carriage. She seems quite familiar. I can't quite recall, but that little one beside her is utterly adorable. Oh my. Help. This human child is so charming. Look, she is waving at me. Some are drawn to the jade carriage. Others are sizing up the little one, while some are utterly captivated by Linger, who is glancing around and greeting everyone. Hey, beautiful sister over there. What is that little creature on your head? Linger, standing atop the jade carriage, suddenly noticed a girl ahead adorned with a palm-sized, cloud-like, soft white tuft on her head and curiously inquired, Eh? Who are you calling, little friend? Since most members of the Baihe clan have a small tuft atop their heads, which represents their contracted spirit beasts, they were somewhat puzzled by Linger's question, unsure of whom she referred to as the beautiful sister. Yet, they all assumed it was directed at themselves, for who doesn't relish being called beautiful? Don't you agree, lovely ladies and handsome gentlemen of Tomato? Little sister, this is our contracted spirit beast, known as the tranquil heart beast. Despite its small stature, it aids us in maintaining tranquility during our cultivation, minimizing external disturbances, and accelerating our training speed. Aside from its inability to assist in combat, it is impeccable. I would call it the finest spirit beast. Many beautiful young ladies eagerly responded to Linger's inquiry. Listening intently, Lingo grew intrigued and leaped down, her little feet carrying her swiftly towards the crowd, unafraid. She approached one of the Baihe clan members, gazing up at her, and in her sweet, soothing voice asked, "Sister, may I take a look at it?" At the sound of the little one's call, the Baiha clan member stood there, utterly stunned. "This is simply too sweet. Is it possible to take it home and keep it for a few days?" "Yes, of course." She crouched down, swiftly removing the tiny white bundle that rested atop her head, cradling it in her hands and presenting it to Linger for her admiration. This is a unique contract spirit beast belonging to the White Crane clan, standing out amidst the vast expanse of the Million Mountains. Each clan member is granted a singular opportunity to forge a bond with a spirit beast during their youth. Consequently, the majority of the White Crane lineage possesses one of these diminutive creatures. Naturally, there are a few who, regrettably, fail to establish this connection. Though such instances are exceedingly rare and almost negligible, the little creature is remarkably tiny, no larger than the palm of one's hand. Cloaked in a coat of pure white fur, its pair of cerulean eyes resembles the depths of the ocean. Observing the fluffy bundle with curiosity, Linger extended her finger to poke the tranquil beast twice, akin to prodding a cloud of cotton candy. "Oh, how soft it is!" Instantly, Linger's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had unearthed a new world. What a delightful touch! Her playful antics elicited a chorus of laughter from those present. The reaction of the people upon their first encounter with the tranquil beast mirrors their initial response with remarkable precision. Amidst the jubilant laughter, two figures suddenly appeared in the distance, hastening towards them. The merriment ceased abruptly as they collectively called out, "We pay our respects to the esteemed clan leader." Shen inclined his head gently towards them, not lingering, but proceeded directly to the side of the jade carriage. With a respectful clasp of his hands, he bowed and said, "I am unaware of the illustrious arrival of the Empress. It is regrettable that we were not informed in advance, allowing our clan to prepare fittingly for your esteemed visit." "There is no need for such formality, clan leader Shen," came the calm voice of Shen Qingqing from within the carriage. "If my sudden arrival causes any disturbance, I hope you can forgive me." "Ha ha." Shen laughed heartily in response. "How could it be a disturbance? Your presence brings great honor to the Baihe clan." However, his gaze momentarily flickered towards Linger before returning to the jade carriage. "I must inquire, what brings you here today? As the ruler of a dynasty, surely you have many pressing affairs to attend to. It is unusual for you to grace us with your presence. It cannot be for trivial matters, otherwise you could have simply sent someone to convey your greetings. Could it be that she truly came for the sake of their spirit pool? It would be quite the predicament, having just dismissed a holy son, only to face another formidable presence in the form of the Empress. Their spirit pool did not possess the miraculous power to resurrect the dead. Such tales were merely exaggerated rumors. At most, it could sustain the dying back to life, but at a considerable cost. It was not to be invoked lightly. Yet, if her visit was indeed for this matter, how could they refuse? The Qingyu dynasty was not comparable to the Kanglan sacred land. Even a million-strong army would not dare to act recklessly there, given the distance. However, the Qingyu dynasty was different. It was the sovereign power of the southern region. Although it appeared merely as a fade to the imperial clan, to the Baihe clan, it represented the true ruler of the south. The imperial clan chose seclusion, content to dwell in their small world, oblivious to the true extent of their strength. Who could truly gauge their might when they remained hidden away? In contrast, the Baihe clan was acutely aware of the Qingyu dynasty's capabilities. While they may not be powerful enough to sweep across the entire Million Mountain range, they certainly possess the ability to effortlessly dominate the Baihe clan. With the imperial clan in seclusion, the Qingyu dynasty undoubtedly stood as the unassailable ruler of the south. Moreover, the Qingyu dynasty had long evolved beyond its former self. In the present day, the Qingyu dynasty boasts a sovereign who has attained the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Years ago, the tale of the Qingyu emperor, who felled an emperor with a single stroke, reverberated throughout the land. This was no ordinary emperor he vanquished, but rather the prodigious emperor of the Eastern Imperial clan, Dongfang Jian. After such a decisive blow, a decade passed without the Eastern Imperial clan daring to utter a word against the Qingyu dynasty. Was it out of fear? Indeed it was. Who possesses the audacity to slay an emperor with but one sword strike? I ask you, who amongst them has such confidence? The evidence is clear, no one can. At least among those of the same rank, to bring about the demise of another emperor is no trivial feat, unless one were to transcend their level. Yet, Dongfang Jian is an authentic 7th-level emperor, boasting an undefeated record against those at the emperor's peak. This implies that although he is merely at the 7th level, he is capable of contending with the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Yet, he fell to the Qingyu emperor's single strike. Such a feat can only be achieved by one who stands at the absolute zenith of the Emperor realm, a veritable paragon among them. Therefore, any individual with a modicum of sense would recognize that the Qingyu dynasty of today is not the same as it once was. Even the imperial clans must tread carefully. Thus, the notion of surface-level interactions? Clearly, they no longer hold any validity. The slaying of an imperial clan's emperor went unchallenged, solidifying the Qingyu dynasty's rightful status as the undisputed sovereign of the southern region. Yet, should his intentions truly revolve around the spirit pool, what then shall he do? Is he to drag forth a son who is recuperating within? Absolutely not. That is simply out of the question. The mere thought of it prompted him to shake his head vigorously. After all, that is his flesh and blood. To bring him forth would surely spell doom. However, if the Empress truly desires the spirit pool, if she does not receive it, how might she vent her wrath upon my clan? As these concerns and apprehensions clouded his thoughts, a voice emanated from the jade palanquin, its tone inscrutable yet reassuring, dispelling his worries and granting him a profound sense of relief. She had come solely to fulfill a wish of the young girl, with no ulterior motives. The leader of the Crane clan could rest easy. A young girl? Could it be? This thought crossed his mind as he cast a glance at the spirit beast, who was crouched nearby, her gaze fixated intently upon them. The members of the Baihe clan. Is this the princess of the Qingyu dynasty? Has she come for the spirit beast? With this thought, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, it is nothing of great consequence. Merely a spirit beast. Engaging in dialogue with those old fellows should pose no difficulty. Furthermore, the Qingyu dynasty offers far greater security than his own position. In terms of protection, they cannot be compared in the slightest. Therefore, it stands to reason that these old men would not refuse. After all, the initial intent behind seeking a spirit beast is fundamentally to obtain protection, is it not? When it comes to sanctuaries, the Qingyu dynasty is exceedingly secure, much more so than his own. How fortunate! With this reflection, Shen narrowed his eyes, smiling as he shifted his gaze from Ling Er back to the jade palanquin. Just as he was about to utter a light-hearted remark, he caught sight of a familiar face. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze in place. Who did he see? A person who should have perished. Who? Xiao Xiao. His previously smiling visage became taut with disbelief. He raised his hand, pointing accusatorily at the quietly bowed and silent Xiao Xiao, exclaiming loudly, "Scoundrel! How is it that you are still alive?" The sudden exclamation startled everyone present. Even Linger, who had been crouched in rapt attention, was taken aback by the unexpected reprimand. Upon realizing that the person being scolded was Xiao Xiao, she swiftly rose to her feet and hurriedly rushed to her side, shielding her protectively behind her. "My little ancestor, what on earth are you doing?" This act startled Xiao Xiao profoundly. What merit or capability did she possess? She was merely a humble maid, unworthy of having her master shield her from harm. It was utterly audacious. Furthermore, this was a trial she ought to confront alone. It should not have unfolded this way. Contemplating this, she hastily pulled Linger behind her and stepped forward, bracing herself to face the unfolding events. Shen's actions sent a ripple of shock through the assembled members of the Baihe clan. That was the maid of the Empress. What was the clan leader thinking? Was he courting death? What had caused such fury? Why is he so angry? The members of the Baihe clan exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed as to why their leader would suddenly direct his ire at a mere maid. Following the direction of his pointing finger, they turned their gazes toward Xiao Xiao. Upon recognizing the face that struck a chord of familiarity within them, long-buried memories began to resurface, becoming increasingly vivid. "Why, you are Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao? What Xiao Xiao? Small it is her. She is the center of the Baihe clan. Wasn't it said she was dead? How could she still be alive? Not only alive, but it seems she has become associated with the Qingyu dynasty, standing beside the current empress, drawing the attention of the masses." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xiao faced Shen, who was seething with rage, almost as if he wished to consume her whole. "Honorable clan leader, regarding the events of the past, Xiao Xiao acknowledges her transgressions. I have come today to atone for my sins. I beseech you to punish me. Whatever the consequence, I shall accept it without complaint." Upon hearing her words, Shen let out a cold, derisive laugh. Punishment? Atonement? Acknowledgement of wrongdoing? Would it make any difference? Could his son ever awaken? He had hoped to let this matter fade into obscurity, yet the sight of the perpetrator reignited the flames of his fury, which had simmered unresolved for so long. Years ago, his son, the young heir of the Baihe clan, was hailed as the most promising genius destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the emperor's realm. On the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, the clan elders had decided to employ the Bai He clan's supreme secret technique to help him awaken the unparalleled constitution known as the 10,000 Crane Sacred Body. However, the awakening required that he consume the transformation pill during the ritual, harnessing its power to take on human form. As only a corporeal body could adequately facilitate the awakening of the sacred body, the opportunity was singular. Success was the only option. Failure was unacceptable. This transformation must not be incomplete. It cannot manifest as a human body with a crane's head, nor as a crane's body with a human head. It should not take the form of a human body with a human head and crane wings. It must be in its entirety. The demon race possesses two methods for shapeshifting. The first method to achieve transformation into a demon king level requires self-cultivation, while the second relies on the elusive transformation pill, a remedy essential for beasts whose realms fall short of the demon king threshold. This precious elixir is exceedingly rare and nearly impossible to procure. In their quest to obtain this single transformation pill, they expended nearly half of their resources, confident that the awakening would be assured. However, on the day of the awakening, just as everything appeared to progress smoothly, a critical obstacle arose. The transformation pill they had sacrificed everything for had vanished. The absence of this crucial pill rendered their son, she, incapable of successfully transforming, preventing him from embodying the sacred body in its most perfect vessel. Consequently, in his beastly form, he suffered the backlash of the sacred body. Although the awakening succeeded, his life now teetered on the brink of peril. For the beastly physique could scarcely endure the energies unleashed during the awakening. This energy, unable to circulate effectively, erupted violently within him, causing catastrophic internal explosions. Ultimately, while the awakening was achieved, it exacted a grievous toll, leaving him with only half of his vitality and teetering on the edge of death. Had it not been for the existence of a healing spiritual pool within the Bai He clan, she would undoubtedly have perished. Thus, from that moment onward, she was compelled to enter a prolonged slumber, relying on the restorative power of the spiritual pool to mend his wounded self. This cultivation spans centuries. Since that time, the Bai He clan has chosen to retreat from the limelight, ultimately evolving into their current state of tranquility, devoid of competition and strife, content to safeguard their home. Subsequently, after a thorough investigation, it was revealed that the array housing the transformation elixir had been compromised. Someone had tampered with the formation, rendering it ineffective. Later, a mischievous child inadvertently entered the chamber containing the elixir, mistaking it for candy and consuming it. Upon learning of this incident, yet unable to identify the perpetrator of the array's destruction, the Bai He clan chose to vent their frustrations on the innocent child. Thus, the 13-year-old was expelled from the demon clan. Consequently, due to the chaos of her awakening, she faced widespread rejection from her kin. The moment she was informed of her expulsion from the Bai He clan, countless members took turns to assault her, leaving her on the brink of death. She was ultimately rescued by the passing Empress, who took her in as a trusted confidant, and she now serves as Ling's maid. After much contemplation, the once furious Shen felt the fire of anger within him diminish. His finger, which had pointed accusingly at the child, fell to his side, and he turned his face away with a deep sigh. Alas, he exclaimed with a hint of resignation, raising his gaze once more. The fury that once filled his eyes had vanished. All these years later, he realized that the events of that day were not solely her fault. She had merely been an unfortunate bystander, bearing the brunt of the consequences. Had it not been for someone's interference with the formation, it is likely the outcome would have been different. Reflecting on how they had unjustly placed the blame on an innocent, playful girl due to their inability to locate the true culprit, a deep sense of shame washed over him. Enough, enough, he finally said. Glancing at the child who awaited reprimand, her head bowed. You are no longer a part of the Bai He clan. The punishments of the past have been meted out, and thus, let us put this matter to rest. Upon hearing this, the child, who had been looking downcast, suddenly lifted her head in disbelief. Although she heard Shen's words, her heart was heavy with sorrow. The anguish etched on her face had not faded. Had she not been so reckless and consumed that invaluable transformation elixir, perhaps events would not have spiraled to such depths. The fate of the clan's young leader hung precariously, teetering on the edge of life and death, though he had successfully awakened the sacred body. The injuries sustained during the awakening were irreparable. Even with the aid of the Bai He clan's spirit pool, full restoration remained a distant hope. Over the years, she has not been devoid of awakening. However, each time it stirs, its duration is but a mere half-day. Following each revival, the period of slumber extends exponentially. This situation arises from the lingering effects of an incomplete awakening. Patriarch. She yearned for redemption, clutching the imperial seal tightly in her grasp. Yet her hand remained firmly anchored, unable to move. Reason admonished her that she must not proceed in this manner. Absolutely not. Very well, I am no longer your patriarch. And you are no longer a member of the Baiha clan, he declared, casting a glance at the jade palanquin. I cannot bear this burden. He understood the implications of his words. To personally visit the Baiha clan for the sake of a mere spirit beast? Such a reaction was indeed excessive. Her ulterior motives for following were twofold. The spirit beast was one reason, while the second was to lend support to the little one. In essence, she wished to convey that the past is behind them. Over the years, the little girl has endured her share of suffering, not less than theirs. You may impose any punishment you deem fit. Little Xiao, she remained silent. However, should her life be at risk, that is utterly unacceptable. For she now belongs to Qingyu. She is mine. At this moment, little Xiao resembles a white crane petrified in place, uncertain of what to do. The anguish upon her countenance deepens. She cannot leave unscathed. She must not. She cannot. She is here to atone for her sins. Yet, how can one atone? By self-destruction? Perhaps. She fears not. But can she truly face the Empress? Just as she is engulfed in torment, unsure of her decision. A voice emerges softly from within the jade palanquin. Enough. There is no need for excessive self-blame. The events of the past were not entirely your fault. As he spoke, a hand, pristine and delicate, devoid of any blemish, gently lifted the descending jade curtain. A tall figure clad in a white robe descended gracefully from the palanquin, exuding an ethereal aura akin to a celestial being. He appeared as a divine entity among mortals. Ah, such keen perception, he remarked, his attire as pure as fresh snow, untouched by worldly dust. Daddy. With joy illuminating her face upon recognizing Emo Ran, Linger exclaimed happily. Emo Ran playfully tapped her little nose and turned his gaze toward the direction of the Crane clan, smiling gently. Clan leader Hishan. May I inquire about your son's whereabouts? Is this the emperor of the Qingyu dynasty? How remarkably handsome he is. So gentle. Among the Baiha clan. Many young maidens, just coming of age and experiencing their first stirrings of affection, could not help but blush upon seeing Emo Ran descend from the jade carriage. He was truly a sight to behold. Emo Ran, however, did not wish to alight. Yet, captivated by the conversation between the two, he found it rather intriguing. Unable to resist, he employed the eye of truth upon Hishan. The events of the past unfolded before him like a slideshow, revealing everything in its entirety. Essentially, it was merely a minor incident that arose from a misunderstanding. Although this trivial matter inflicted considerable harm upon the Baiha clan, it was ultimately a consequence of their own administrative negligence. One could only say that they brought this calamity upon themselves, hastening their own demise. Consequently, for many years, the Baiha clan has remained in seclusion, refraining from participating in the myriad battles and territorial disputes within the Million Mountain Range. In short, compared to the past, the Baiha clan now adopts a more low-key demeanor. They abstain from any involvement unless absolutely necessary. Upon witnessing Emo Ran's descent from the jade carriage, Hishan was taken aback. He had anticipated only the Empress's presence, but to his astonishment, the fabled emperor had also arrived. However, when he heard Emo Ran utter such words, a sense of unease washed over him. When he inquired about his son's whereabouts, a flicker of wariness crossed his face as he responded, I am unaware, Your Majesty. In response, Emo Ran smiled gently and said, There are causes and effects. Right and wrong. With that, he produced a small jade vial from the system space. This was the 10 turns to 1 pill, crafted by the system. Its sole effect was exceptional healing. As long as one still draws breath, consuming this pill would ensure an immediate and complete restoration. Each person may only use one in their lifetime, for it is exceedingly precious. Merely encountering it once is a lifetime's fortune. With a flick of his finger, the jade vial soared towards Hishan's hand. Though he was perplexed by the sudden projectile, he instinctively reached out to catch it. After all, this was the emperor of a dynasty, a pinnacle figure among the mighty. Could he refuse what was offered? At the moment his fingers touched the vial, Emo Ran's voice resonated once more. Though I am unaware of the nature of your son's injuries, I believe this 10 turns to 1 pill should suffice. 10 turns to 1 pill? What is this? He mused, casting a tender glance at the person cradled in his arms, and with a smile, he added, Consider it a gesture of gratitude. He then turned to the puzzled chief of the Crane clan, saying, Might we take one of the spirit beasts from the white crane lineage back with us? Of course, of course. The chief's heart soared upon hearing that Rand's elixir could save his son's life, although he had never encountered such a potion and was unaware of its effects. He trusted that someone of Rand's stature and integrity would not jest or deceive him regarding such a matter. However, a shadow of sorrow crossed his eyes as he recalled the countless healing potions he had sought over the years, no fewer than 70 or 80 in the lower realms, none of which had succeeded in curing his son. Thus, while he felt immense joy, a bittersweet ache lingered in his heart. Nevertheless, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would continue to strive. Refusing to yield. The reason Rand had offered him the potion was twofold. First, he could see that Lingo was quite fond of the spirit beast here. Second, it was for Xiao Xiao. After all, she had cared for Linger for so long and was a trusted confidant of the Empress. Although the incident had stemmed from her misstep, it would be unjust to place all the blame upon her. Moreover, for centuries, she had lived with the burden of guilt, which was already a heavy cross to bear. Therefore, if he could offer assistance, he would gladly do so. After all, for him, saving a life was not an insurmountable task. Your Majesty. At that moment, Xiao Xiao murmured softly, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. She felt deeply grateful for Rand's actions, yet a sense of unworthiness crept in. A sinner such as herself ought not to squander a precious elixir from the esteemed emperor. It is all her fault, had it not been for her. The Baihe clan would not have succumbed to its current state. Contemplating this, she felt a deep sense of guilt welling up within her, causing her to lower her head in frustration. Enough. Observing the small eyes gazing at him, Rand waved his hand, signaling her to cease the discussion. For what is past. Moreover, rescuing others was not a daunting task for him. It was merely a matter of lifting a hand. Clan leader Yishan? Rand called out softly to the Baihe clan member, who stood there in a daze, lost in thought. He gestured for him to lead him to see the spirit beast of this realm. Yishan promptly snapped back to reality, exclaiming a couple of ahs, and then bowed respectfully to Rand, saying, Your Majesty, please follow me this way. With that, he hastened ahead, guiding Rand towards the dwelling of the contracted spirit beasts, eager not to waste his time. To an outsider, it might seem as though he were in a hurry to procure medicine for his son. Observing this, Rand did not rush to follow but turned back to glance at the enchanting figure seated within the jade palanquin. With a gentle smile, he softly inquired, My dear, will you join us? At his words, Shen Qingqing's cheeks flushed crimson. She had not anticipated Rand would turn back to ask her. She had overheard their earlier conversation and, although it had left her somewhat perplexed, her curiosity was not strong enough to delve deeper. A general understanding sufficed. After pondering for a moment, she realized her face was quite warm, which would tarnish the image of an empress, and thus decided against joining them. She merely responded, Return swiftly. Certainly, my dear. In Rand's arms, Linger stirred restlessly upon hearing Shen Qingqing's words, seemingly quite aware of her mother's state, and hastily exclaimed, Mother. How embarrassing. Upon hearing the little one's teasing, Shen Qingqing let out a light humph and flicked her delicate hand. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from her, swiftly delivering a playful tap to Linger's forehead. Ouch. Linger cried out in surprise at the sudden strike. Rand chuckled heartily at the scene, gently rubbing the spot where the girl had been playfully struck, and continued to follow the now nearly vanished Yishan. Simultaneously, he cast a sidelong glance at Linger, conveying a silent message of What are you doing? Idly provoking your mother? Linger responded with a silly grin, oblivious to the implication of his gaze. Before long, Rand followed Yishan into an ethereal realm formed by ancient trees. A towering ancient tree, reaching a height of 100 meters, stood majestically before them. The sight left Linger nestled in Rand's embrace, utterly awestruck, her small mouth agape in astonishment. Wow, what an enormous tree! Upon first encountering such a grand ancient tree, Lingo could not help but exclaim in wonder. In response, Rand merely chuckled. He had seen numerous ancient trees, some even larger than this one, and thus felt little astonishment at the sight of this particular tree belonging to the White Crane clan. The tree was colossal, rendering Rand and his companions seemingly insignificant, akin to mere ants in its presence. Above them, several cloud-like creatures frolicked on the branches. Upon noticing Rand and his group, they abruptly ceased their play, gathering together to gaze curiously at the newcomers. Some even shyly peeked out from their hiding spots. However, when they discerned the aura emanating from the humans, fear overtook them, their expressions betraying their trepidation. Humans. How could humans appear here? Had something transpired with the White Crane clan? If Shen could comprehend their words, he would undoubtedly raise an eyebrow in confusion, questioning their manners. Father, look. There are so many spirit beasts. Ling exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the serene creatures revealed by their arrival. Her eyes sparkled as she turned to Ran and said, "Do you like them?" "Indeed. They are so soft," she replied enthusiastically, nodding vigorously. After a moment, a thought seemed to cross her mind, and she turned towards Shen, asking, "Uncle, can I bring 2 of them back with me?" 2. Shen was momentarily taken aback by her sudden request, but soon his heart swelled with joy. What a delightful prospect. The little princess is simply adorable, her charm rendering him utterly enraptured. Gazing into the girl's expectant eyes, he promptly nodded in affirmation, replying, "Of course." "My dear princess, however." He paused momentarily, casting a glance at Ran before continuing. "It ultimately depends on whether these spirit beasts wish to accompany the princess back. My clan cannot intervene in their decision, if they are willing. Even if it is merely 2, he would not voice any objections. Yet, the Quiet Heart Beast clan places great importance on compatibility, on whether there is a mutual affinity. Generally, spirit beasts harbor a fear of humans, save for those who have entered into a pact with the demon clan. Uncontracted spirit beasts are often terrified of the human race, apprehensive that they may be captured and thrust into the human realm, subjected to auction as mere playthings or commodities for sale. This is also the reason why the spirit beasts were startled upon encountering Ran and his companions. After all, they had yet to form a contract with the Baihe clan. Should the Baihe clan face any calamity, they would undoubtedly be swept away in the ensuing disaster. Upon hearing this, Ran nodded slightly, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, clan leader Shen, all you need to do is give your consent, and I shall take care of the rest." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "A mere handful of spirit beasts are hardly a concern. As an esteemed immortal emperor, how could I be incapable of managing even a single spirit beast? If I cannot, I shall simply let it meet its end. For now, let this matter rest with me. Clan leader Shen, why not take this opportunity to test the efficacy of my elixir on your son? If it proves ineffective, I have other remedies at my disposal. Once healed, the 2 spirit beasts shall belong to me, and the minor transgression will be forgiven. What say you?" "Indeed. As long as you can heal my son, the Baihe clan shall heed your guidance," clan leader Shen replied, clasping his fists in respect before making his way down a nearby path. Ran merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate. "Guidance? That is quite unnecessary. It is merely a transaction." As he watched clan leader Shen depart, a playful smile appeared on Ran's face. "I have an abundance of elixirs. I refuse to believe I cannot heal even a single injury. System, is this a sign of distrust towards this system? Host, healing is indeed possible. Can you actually hear my thoughts, you wretched creature? On the jade carriage, did you forget to disable the permissions when you wanted me to share a moment with you?" Upon hearing this, Ran recalled the incident and rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You must understand, do not take my words to heart." With that, he swiftly and ruthlessly disabled the system's ability to overhear his thoughts. After some playful banter with the system, the person in his embrace wriggled free as soon as clan leader Shen left, leaping down eagerly. "Slow down," Ran said, somewhat helplessly, as he observed the restless figure in his arms. Upon hearing this, the little one dashed around the tree before turning back with a cheeky grin and nodding. "Got it, Daddy." His heart softened as he watched her energetic demeanor, suddenly reminded of his eldest daughter, Shen Qingqing. Compared to her, Shen Qingqing was much more composed, having inherited his quietude and grace, embodying the essence of a refined young lady. How different from his second daughter, who was full of energy and mischief. Little Yuan. "Ah. Yes, you are absolutely right, esteemed emperor." However, he soon pondered and inquired, "Ling, what do you intend to do with 2? It was only now that he realized, 2? Wasn't it just 1? You want 1 for your sister as well? "Ah, so it is." Ran nodded thoughtfully. "It stands to reason. This girl invariably brings along Shen Qingqing whenever she encounters something delightful. Perhaps it is because Qing'er always prioritizes her with every treasure she finds. Thus, she must also be the same. Father. At that moment, Linger suddenly cried out beneath the ancient tree. To her astonishment, 2 talismans had been affixed to her feet without her noticing. Her body soared gracefully into the air, as light as a feather, akin to the leaves dancing in a tempest. Witnessing this, Ran's expression shifted repeatedly. Where did this girl acquire such a talisman? He certainly had no recollection of possessing such an item. As he observed his daughter soaring ever higher, he gently flicked his fingers, causing the two talismans beneath her feet to instantaneously detach and transform into wisps of gray, which were swiftly scattered by the oncoming wind. Meanwhile, a glimmering beam of starlight emanated from Mo Ran's fingertips, forming a luminous shield around Ling Er. The luminous shield supported her, allowing her to walk briefly in the air, even to soar. "Thank you, father." Unable to control the wind talisman, Ling Er turned to glance at Mo Ran below, grinning foolishly. A foolish daughter begins to grow. Upon the ancient tree, countless tranquil beasts, akin to startled birds, were rendered fearful by Ling Er's approach, scattering in all directions. "Run! That human child is flying," wailed the beasts. "Oh dear, grandfather tree, save us. Such a terrifying human." Ling Er observed the fleeing creatures, her eyes sparkling as if filled with tiny stars. "Hee, run quickly. If I catch you, I'll have father stew you for soup." "Soup? Stew us? How could you eat tranquil beasts?" The little beings gasped in shock at her words. Meanwhile, Mo Ran, witnessing this, could only shake his head in a bitter smile. He approached the ancient tree slowly, casting a glance of mild apology as he spoke. "I deeply apologize for the disturbance. I hope for your understanding." After a moment, a voice, ambiguous in gender and ethereal in tone, resonated from the tree. "No harm done, no harm done. Trees possess spirits too. What more for an ancient tree that has lived for countless years?" The tree swayed its branches in acknowledgement. From the moment Mo Ran stepped into this realm, the tree had sensed his presence. In the past, it would have expelled any human intruder. However, upon detecting the aura surrounding Mo Ran, it refrained. That aura was enough to make the very souls within tremble. At the moment their gazes met, he felt as though he had traversed time and space, arriving in a realm of darkness, where an unprecedented chill, loneliness, and profound fear enveloped him. This individual was not to be trifled with. He sensed no murderous intent from Mo Ran, and given the futility of opposition, he allowed him to remain. Fortunately, after hearing Mo Ran's words, he felt reassured. He had come in search of a tranquil beast for his daughter. Observing Ling Er, it became evident that the little girl harbored no ill intentions. She merely desired a tranquil beast. Moreover, her eyes reflected a genuine fondness for the tranquil beasts. Thus, he made no effort to hinder her. After all, to provoke this one, even the tranquil beast clan, let alone the White Crane clan, would find themselves buried within these vast mountains. At that moment, a tiny figure suddenly tumbled down from the tree, landing in Mo Ran's embrace, with leaves stuck to her cheeks and a branch awkwardly lodged in her messy bun. She clutched two shimmering blue tranquil beasts in her hands. She shyly glanced at Mo Ran and raised the two creatures proudly, declaring, "Father, look, aren't I impressive?" Mo Ran cast a reluctant glance at Ling Er, whose comical appearance was hard to ignore. He assisted her in removing the leaves and twigs that clung stubbornly to her, acknowledging her efforts with a compliment. "Ling Er, you are truly remarkable." Just then, the figure of Hishan, who had previously departed down the narrow path, returned in haste. His countenance radiated joy as he approached Mo Ran and bowed deeply before him. "Thank you, Your Majesty." His demeanor suggested that the elixir had begun to take effect. However, Mo Ran had little interest in such matters. He merely nodded in acknowledgement and waved his hand dismissively, choosing silence. It was merely a transaction. At this moment, Linga chimed in with delight, her eyes sparkling as she addressed Hishan. "Uncle, I brought these two adorable creatures home." Hishan froze momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, his lips parting as if to speak. Yet, before he could utter a word, a furious voice broke through the air. "No, that spirit beast belongs to me. Ding. Host. The Child of Fortune storyline has been triggered. Do you wish to intervene?" Mo Ran, holding his daughter, was taken aback by the sudden emergence of the system. He followed the source of the voice to see a young man clad in black who had seemingly materialized from nowhere. Initially, Mo Ran had sensed the youth's presence and assumed he was a guest of the Baihe clan, thus refraining from drawing attention to him. Now that he had revealed himself, the system chimed in once more. Mo Ran smirked, an amused smile gracing his lips. "They still insist I am not the villain?" Encountering the Child of Destiny is truly amusing. The narrative of the Child of Destiny unfolds. Is this White Crane clan one of the main storylines concerning the Child of Destiny? And are the two spirit beasts in my possession rightfully meant for the Child of Destiny? Drawing from my experiences in my previous life of reading novels, I surmised the sequence of events. With this thought in mind, I cast a cursory glance at the Child of Destiny, Lin Tian, who stood ahead. TSK. An unremarkable appearance. No wonder the child of destiny can act so arrogantly without attracting the attention of the influential figures. In the realm of the ordinary, one can find countless individuals, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, an arduous endeavor indeed. The fabled child of destiny? Is this all there is? Whatever my daughter desires. Even if it were the stars in the sky, I, Immortal, could procure it. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he silently reflected, Commander, adjust the information on the child of fortune. Name, Lin Tian, one of the top 10 children of fortune from the lower realm. Identity, a reborn individual realm. Fate Palace Level 1 Physique. Longevity Body Technique. Longevity Art Plot Summary. Having regained his cultivation, Lin Tian promptly made his way to the Bahi clan. This clan harbored 2 spirit beasts among their contract beasts that were exceptionally suited to assist in his cultivation. Soon, the young clan leader, He would face life-threatening consequences due to the worsening of his internal injuries. In a desperate bid to save his son, He issued a task, proclaiming that the Bahi clan would spare no expense, willing to become servants, if someone could rescue his son. Upon hearing this news, Lin Tian hastened to the Bahi clan. In the face of countless onlookers rendered helpless, Lin Tian, having previously received the legacy of the Longevity Emperor and practiced the longevity art, could not completely cure He-Shi's afflictions, but he could effectively suppress them, thereby saving He-Shi's life. However, he would need to return every 2.5 years to maintain this suppression, granting He-Shi a brief respite. Consequently, the Bahi clan became the first weapon in his quest for vengeance against the Lin family, and he successfully communicated with 2 spirit beasts through the ancient trees of the Bahi clan, thanks to his longevity body. Upon reading the succinct introduction, Immortal let out a cold snicker. It seems that his unintentional actions had inadvertently disrupted the fortunes of the child of destiny. Does this count as an unexpected encounter? Who are you, and why have you intruded upon the White Crane clan? Shen was startled by the sudden outburst. Upon seeing Lin Tian for the first time, he was left in a daze. What is this entity? How could intruders dare to tread upon the sacred grounds of the White Crane clan without permission? Moreover, how could one remain hidden here for such an extended period, eluding even the detection of a powerful sovereign like himself? What purpose do those guards serve? Such a significant place could be infiltrated so silently? The thought sent a shiver of dread through Shen. If this individual were to employ such a method of concealment, undetectable even to a sovereign, against the White Crane clan, the consequences are unimaginable. An inexplicable fury ignited within Shen's heart. In that moment, the unique aura that belonged to him erupted violently, bearing down upon Lin Tian. Upon sensing the menacing energy surging towards him, Lin Tian's expression shifted dramatically. He inwardly lamented his miscalculation. He had intended to stealthily enter and discreetly retrieve the 2 spirit beasts that rightfully belonged to him in his previous life. After all, in his former existence, he had sacrificed his lifespan and exerted the condensed spiritual energy from the Longevity Sutra to suppress the injuries within He-Shi, all to ensure the White Crane clan became the first weapon in his quest for vengeance. He had to return every 2.5 years to maintain that suppression. A considerable inconvenience. Having faced such troubles in his past life, he hoped to avoid them in this one, but alas, he was unable to tolerate the sight of his rightful possessions being rudely snatched away by a mere girl, who brazenly proclaimed her intent to take them back. After all, whether he could ascend to the status of a sovereign and thrive in the upper realms depended entirely on these 2 spirit beasts. Without them, he feared he might have perished multiple times in battle, just as he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the sovereign about to crush him. He fought against the discomfort as if being slowly crushed by a hydraulic press. With each word painstakingly articulated, he declared, Shen, clan leader, I can save. At that moment, his body could no longer withstand the forceful pressure, and he crumpled to the ground like a fallen meteor, kneeling heavily. Hands braced on the earth, blood uncontrollably spilling from the corner of his mouth. At this juncture, even raising a hand to wipe the blood away proved exceedingly difficult. I can save He-Shi. He gritted his teeth, coughing up a mouthful of blood, and shouted, I can save He-Shi. He-Shi was Shen's Achilles heel. In that regard, he had already discerned it during the process of healing in his previous life. Therefore, in times of peril, one could only seize upon the Achilles heel of Shen to save his own life. Though reborn, with his current cultivation, he appeared before Shen like an ant before an elephant. He was that very ant. To resist would only lead to being crushed beneath a foot. Upon reflecting on this, he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. How foolish of him to invite trouble upon himself. In this lifetime, One initially sought to take shortcuts to avoid unnecessary detours, relying solely on oneself, without accumulating debts of gratitude that lead to incessant troubles. Yet, unexpectedly, before even taking the first step, one stumbled into a pitfall. Indeed, upon hearing the matter concerning Shen decisively retracted his imposing aura. At that very moment, Lin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him, gasping for air as if he were desperately inhaling life itself. The sensation of impending death, long absent, returned with a vengeance. Shen's fury did not wane. He merely suppressed it, fully aware of the gravity concerning Shen. Thus, he lowered his voice. Though the anger within was unmistakable. What did you say? His surprise was palpable. The elixir bestowed upon him by Ran had awakened the slumbering Shen, who was now harnessing the power of the 10 transformations rejuvenation pill to mend the permanent injuries inflicted by the awakening of his sacred body. How could it be that this young human, barely in his teens, claimed he could save Shen? Shen had seldom appeared in the world since his awakening as a sacred body centuries ago. To discern the truth of the matter, Shen had no choice but to suppress his rage and inquire further. Lin Tian, now somewhat calmed, fixed a steely gaze upon the spirit girl cradled in Ran's arms, a murderous intent palpable within him. It was all due to that wretched girl. Why must she seize what rightfully belonged to him? Noticing the faint murderous aura emanating from Lin Tian, Ran furrowed her brow. This youth should not be spared. Having gained a moment's reprieve, Lin Tian retracted his gaze and slowly rose to his feet, though his garments were stained with his own blood, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. I can heal Shen. A cold smile graced Shen's lips upon hearing this. A brash young lad, spouting such bravado. Clearly, he had no faith in Lin Tian's words. A mere teenager, even with a treasure that concealed his presence, could not possibly save Shen. He was far too young, too inexperienced. It was a notion that any rational person would dismiss, let alone Shen himself. Moreover, Shen was already in the process of recovery thanks to the pill gifted by Ran. Taking a deep breath, Shen observed the youth before him. Despite his youth, there was an inexplicable aura surrounding him. Possessing a treasure that concealed his presence, he likely belonged to a noteworthy lineage. There was a strong possibility he was akin to those from the prior Kanglan sacred land, such as the esteemed Shangguan Qifeng. The tales of Shen had reached him through the elders of his clan, who remarked upon the youth's penchant for indulgence, suggesting that the Baihe clan was eager to broaden their horizons. Perhaps there were formidable protectors lurking in the shadows. Considering this, in order to avoid embroiling the Baihe clan in a series of unnecessary troubles, Shen resolved to fortify their defenses against external threats in the aftermath of this situation. Even the Qingyu dynasty must be accorded respect. Who would dare to sneak in like a thief? He forcibly suppressed the fury that welled within him. He was about to retort, demanding that the intruder return whence he came, but before he could utter a word, a sudden rumble of thunder resonated from the heavens. A small dark spot appeared in the sky, rapidly expanding until it enveloped the entirety of the Baihe clan's domain. Within the ominous clouds, 3-colored lightning flickered, gathering power. Such a commotion naturally captured the attention of many, and upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, their faces turned pale with alarm. The Imperial Tribulation? Is this the Imperial Tribulation? Has anyone from the Baihe clan transcended the Imperial Tribulation? The tricolor Imperial Tribulation, the Great Emperor. Someone from the Baihe clan has broken through to become a Great Emperor. Under the ancient tree, when Shen finally discerned the figure above in the sky, his eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Sure?" Meanwhile, Lin Tian stood motionless, gazing at that silhouette, frozen in place. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a dying person undergo the Imperial Tribulation? There must be some mistake. At that moment, he felt like a mere jester, recalling the words he had just uttered. He couldn't help but clench his teeth in frustration. Damn it! Damn it! What on earth is happening? Where did it all go wrong? Why would someone on the brink of death break through to become a great emperor and face the Imperial Tribulation now? Clearly, they were on the verge of demise. They should be in slumber instead. Why? Why do the events of this life unfold so differently from the last? The Qingyu dynasty is also perplexing. It was supposed to have been extinguished in his memories. Why does it still exist? Contemplating this, he felt deeply shaken. He had successfully been reborn. Yet, the series of chain reactions brought about by this rebirth left him utterly unprepared, unsure of how to respond. Stealing a glance at Shen, who was preparing to undergo the Imperial Tribulation, and then back at Shen, who was fixated on the sky, Lin Tian noticed that Shen was completely absorbed, oblivious to his presence. He then looked at the little girl beneath the ancient tree, captivated by the commotion above, and at Ran, who was gently arranging her hair. Seeing that everyone was drawn to the spectacle in the sky, he wasted no time. He meticulously memorized the appearance of the girl in Mo Ran's arms. With his back against the tree, he decisively retrieved a slip of talisman capable of transporting 1,000s of miles away. Without hesitation, he activated it. If not now, when? As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. With he-she uninjured and poised to break through to become a great emperor, Shen's vulnerabilities had vanished. Remaining here would yield no favorable outcome. It was wiser to slip away and seek an opportunity to reclaim what belonged to him. As the talisman activated, Mo Ran slightly raised her gaze, observing Lin Tian dissipate like a collapsing structure. A playful smile curled upon her lips. Taking her time. She gently set the child down, crouched beside her, and tenderly said, "Linger, Daddy has some matters to attend to and will return shortly. Be a good girl and wait here. All right?" "Huh?" Linger responded with a hint of confusion, then nodded lightly, saying, "Okay, but Daddy, you must come back quickly." Yes. Very soon. I will be back swiftly." As he gazed at the options laid before him, Mo Ran silently uttered a thought. He had no desire to become embroiled in these trivial matters. Be it the child of fortune or the child of weather, what did it have to do with him? If he could depart peacefully, he would prefer not to play the villain or attract unnecessary troubles. However, he could not tolerate any display of murderous intent towards his daughter. He feared complications, yet he feared even more for his daughter's safety, especially when it came to the unyielding troubles brought forth by the child of fortune. Ding. The choice to intervene has been triggered. Option 1. Spare the child of fortune and allow its growth. Reward. Endless troubles for his daughter. Option 2. Ruthlessly eliminate it. Denying any chance for growth. Reward. Beast control bell. Staring at the two options before him, Mo Ran was at a loss for words. Did he truly have a choice? There was no choice at all. Option 2 it was. To be honest, since his acquaintance with the system all those years ago, he had never quite understood what sort of system he was dealing with. Universal? Tasks? Check-ins? Villains? Mo Ran could only conclude that his system dabbled in all these aspects. Congratulations, host, you have acquired an Imperial Artifact, Beast Control Bell. Imperial Artifact, Beast Control Bell. Effect, the most rudimentary beast controlling method of the Wand Beast Immortal sect. Commonly used to control low-level spirit beasts. It bears the laws of beast control, enhancing the bond with spirit beasts and forcibly controlling their minds. Allowing the signing of a master-servant contract, effective only on low-level spirit beasts. Mo Ran shook his head in exasperation. Then, with a flash, he vanished from sight. A million miles away in the great mountains, Lin Tian's figure suddenly appeared. He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Feeling a sense of relief, he had finally escaped. Recalling the moment when he had nearly been killed by Shen, he patted his chest and sighed. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Damn Shen. Once I regain my powers, you shall taste the bitterness of suppression. Reflecting on his recent humiliation, he kicked a stone beneath his feet in an outburst of frustration. And that girl who had seized his opportunity, once I restore my strength, I will make you pay. Just as he muttered to himself, Mo Ran's figure appeared behind him. He coldly scoffed, extending his hand before clenching it tightly. Perhaps in the next life. Suddenly, upon hearing a sound behind him, Lin Tian swiftly turned around. Just as he intended to utter the word "who," he realized that his throat was incapable of producing any sound. Before him, his body began to rupture, starting from his lower half, disintegrating piece by piece. In an instant, his eyes widened in horror. As he recognized the figure behind him, a look of bewilderment and disbelief washed over his face. Alas, he never had the chance to utter a single word. His body exploded like a blooming rose, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist, vanishing from the realm of existence. I am Lin Tian, the son of fortune, a paragon among men, destined by fate, ordained by heaven. I shall ascend to become the supreme immortal king. I am a reincarnator, seizing every opportunity. Who can possibly best me? Having returned from the brink of death, I fear nothing. The Qingyu dynasty? An anomaly, perhaps? Will it affect me? A force that should have been eradicated. Is the Baihe clan also an anomaly? It has transcended my understanding. Am I to perish? No, I shall not die. How could I? I am destined by heaven. I shall not meet my end. Perhaps I have already perished before my rebirth. Is this a dream? So vividly real. In the moments before his demise, Lin Tian, the child of fortune, pondered in whispers. Was it a dream? No. Was it the fleeting illusion of a dying man? Not at all. Had he been reborn? Indeed. As a reincarnator, He was meant to seize every opportunity. However, he encountered Ran, a being not of this world. Here, he transcended the realms, existing beyond the constraints of the five elements. The backlash of fortune that came from slaying the child of fortune, it simply did not exist. As beings not of this world, why should he suffer from the repercussions of its fate? After vanquishing Lin Tian, the child of fortune, Ran swiftly returned to Ling Er's side. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the small figure beneath the ancient tree, startled by the impending tribulation, as the bolts of lightning descended from the heavens towards he. The tiny being could not bear to watch and hurriedly covered his eyes with the two fluffy balls he held, unable to look. The sight was utterly endearing. Before long, He-Shi's tribulation concluded. The commotion of the heavenly trial had drawn the attention of many powerful beings from the depths of the mountains. Upon learning that the one undergoing the tribulation was from the White Crane clan, they hastened to pay their respects. Consequently, after bidding farewell to Ran, He-Shan went to entertain the guests. As for He-Shi, having learned that it was Ran's elixir that had saved his life, he came to express his gratitude. Ran chose not to elaborate. After all, it was merely a transaction. With the knowledge that He-Shi was now safe and had ascended to the realm of the Emperor, the knots in his heart were finally untied. As for the truth of past events, it no longer mattered. Ran had no desire to uncover it. This matter is best left to the Baihe clan to resolve on their own. As for whether they can uncover the perpetrator who disrupted the formation all those years ago, that remains to be seen. This matter does not pertain to Ran. Once everything was settled, Ran and her companions embarked on their journey home. Upon their carriage, Ran retrieved the beast-controlling bell provided by the system and gently fastened it around Ling Er's delicate wrist. The little girl delightfully shook her hand, causing the bell to emit a clear and melodious chime, a sound most pleasing to the ears. "What is this?" inquired Shen Qingqing, her curiosity piqued by the peculiar object that Ran had conjured from seemingly nowhere. She had long harbored this question. The various odd trinkets adorning Ling Er were undoubtedly Ran's acquisitions, whether pilfered or gifted. One could not help but wonder where Ran had sourced such an array of extraordinary items. This has always been her greatest perplexity. Ran cast a glance at her, smiling as he prepared to respond, but the person in his arms wiggled and interjected eagerly, I know. At the moment Ran adorned her with the bell, all the information about the beast-taming bell vividly unfolded in her mind. She gazed at Shen Qingqing's face with considerable pride, declaring, "This is the beast-taming bell. It's quite remarkable." Yet, as the plethora of information swirled in her mind, she struggled to articulate it clearly. After a few seconds of contemplation, her face flushed crimson, and words eluded her. Ultimately, feeling utterly befuddled, like a deflated balloon, she said, "It can control beautiful spirit beasts." She instinctively voiced her inner thoughts, for she certainly did not desire the unattractive ones. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing raised her hand and gently flicked her forehead, feigning anger, and teased, "I am asking your father. Adults are speaking, and children should not interrupt." "Humph. Bad mother. I won't play with you." The little one pouted defiantly at the Empress, letting out a huff. There was no rebuttal. How could she argue? After all, she was merely a child. Observing the mother-daughter banter, Ran shrugged helplessly. He had no recourse against Shen Qingqing's penchant for teasing Ling Er. He could only explain. The beast-taming bell originates from a beast-taming sect. It is one of the most commonly used methods of beast control. The Immortal sect is also a sect. At this, Shen Qingqing shot him a glance of exasperation. She truly could not fathom where he unearthed such an array of peculiar things. "Do you wish to know? Will you tell me?" "No, but I can take you to see." A flush of red crossed Shen Qingqing's face, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "Humph. Men are never trustworthy." His words flowed effortlessly. This recalled to her the day Ran saved her and the words he had spoken then, prompting a sudden thought. "In my hometown, we call that murder of a husband." She inquired, "Your hometown?" She glanced at Ran, hesitating. For so many years, she had never heard him mention his family, and curiosity now compelled her to ask. Yet, she feared touching upon his sorrowful memories, which made her hesitant. My hometown?" "Hometown." Ran observed her indecisive demeanor, and as she spoke the first half of her sentence, long-buried memories surged forth in his mind. "Where is your hometown? Is it beautiful? Will you take me to see it if given the chance?" Recalling the visage of his hometown, an event belonging to a time long past, Ran nodded gently, promising in his exceedingly tender tone, "Of course. It lies in a distant realm, which I consider to be the most exquisite place I have ever encountered." After speaking, He cast a playful glance at the beauty seated beside him, his hand naturally extending towards her, as he smiled and added, "Certainly, it pales in comparison to your beauty. Oh, you silver-tongued charmer. Father, I wish to go too." "Very well, you may go, all of you may go." Observing the restless little one nestled in his embrace, Ran hurriedly consented to soothe her. His hometown. It had been ages since he last returned. How vast is the world? His hometown seemed so minuscule, akin to a speck of dust amidst the myriad of worlds. When would he discover the path back home? Even he himself was unaware. An overwhelming wave of emotion surged within him, rendering him reluctant to dwell on it further. Noticing Ran lost in reminiscence, Shen Qingqing anxiously grasped his hand, wondering if perhaps she had misspoken or if it was inappropriate to bring it up. "Do not worry, I am fine. It is merely a sudden flood of memories that has prompted my sentimentality." He discerned Shen Qingqing's concern and hastily reassured her, alleviating her worries. After all, the notion of his journey across realms carried a hint of absurdity, and no one would believe him if he were to speak of it. Such matters are rather difficult to articulate. The topic bears a certain weightiness. At that moment, Ling nestled in his arms, suddenly blinked her eyes as if she had discerned something. She hastily tugged at Ran's garment. She pointed towards one side of the window and exclaimed, "Father, there is something over there." Shen Qingqing and Ran turned their gazes in the direction indicated by the child. The former observed nothing out of the ordinary. However, Ran's brow furrowed slightly. "A surge of sword energy? That direction leads to the worry-free sword sect. Your Highness, there are so many people." Shen Qingqing and Xiaoya, who had been following the luminous pillar of gathering souls, arrived a bit late. At this moment, around the luminous pillar, disciples from various sword sects had gathered together. This phenomenon was a sight they had never witnessed before. They contemplated that, as they were entering the secret realm with their souls, they were not in danger of death. At worst, they could take a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Even if they gained nothing, their losses would be minimal. The most they would suffer would be a few months of lying idle. In a more serious scenario, they might even end up with dementia. The appearance of Shen Qingqing and her companion naturally drew the attention of many. Unfamiliar faces, someone murmured. "Which sect do they belong to?" "How extraordinarily beautiful," another voice chimed in. The crowd was a cacophony of chatter, with whispers and murmurs intertwining, creating a scene of utter chaos. Amidst the clamor, a figure suddenly emerged from the throng. He wore a soft sword at his waist and held a folding fan in his hand. With a swift motion, he opened the fan with a crisp sound. "Ladies and gentlemen, within the ancient texts of the ZY Sword sect, there is a record of the mirror world, where the soul reigns supreme, gathering spirits to enhance one's own essence." Once he spoke, the crowd fell silent. He glanced at the ethereal souls drifting around the luminous pillar and continued, "I surmise that this pillar of light is indeed the peculiar phenomenon described in our sect's ancient texts. Those shimmering orbs floating about are what the texts refer to as treasures capable of augmenting the soul." "Puh," murmured the crowd. Was he the illustrious Shuiyan, the senior brother of the first lineage of the ZY Sword sect? Indeed, he was the one known for his scholarly pursuits, having carved a path in swordsmanship through his studies. As they beheld the speaker, many recognized him, for his story was nothing short of legendary. The ZY Sword sect was a grand establishment of swordsmanship, and Shuiyan, a seemingly frail scholar, had cultivated an immense love for reading since childhood, often seen with a soft sword at his side, though none had ever witnessed him practicing with it. When questioned about why a mere scholar carried a sword, he would smile and reply, "Is there a rule prohibiting scholars from bearing swords?" Thus, the tale of a scholar wielding a sword became a widely circulated anecdote in his hometown. Subsequently, when the ZY Sword sect began accepting disciples, he set forth alone, declaring before his departure, "It is a splendid place." Thus, his aspiration to join the sword sect became a topic of light-hearted conversation among the locals. Later, those who accompanied him to the ZY Sword sect recounted their journey. This young man possesses an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship, having been accepted as a direct disciple by the lord of the ZY Sword sect. Yet, they had never witnessed him practice his swordplay. After joining the sect, he spent 3 years in the ancient scriptures hall of the ZY Sword sect, engrossed in study. Upon emerging after 3 years, he attained a profound enlightenment, mastering the sword and entering the Destiny Palace realm. Subsequently, news spread throughout the city regarding a scholar from the ZY Sword sect who, after 3 years of study, achieved mastery with a single sword strike. Upon hearing this, Shuwen nodded slightly with a smile, choosing not to comment. "Your prowess is remarkable," exclaimed Xiaoyan, her eyes sparkling with admiration as the crowd expressed their bewilderment. He truly has impressed us. Shen Qingqing scoffed dismissively, ignoring the foolish remark. After a while, a few latecomers arrived. Among the 5 great sword sects entering the secret realm, for had made their presence known, while none from the bloodthirsty sword sect had yet appeared. Miss Qingqing, Miss Xiaoyan, it is a pleasure to see you again. At that moment, Jun Rian, previously reprimanded by Shen Qingqing, reappeared before them. Ah, it's Master Jun. Shen Qingqing acknowledged him with a nod, remaining silent, while Xiaoyan greeted him softly. Noticing Shen Qingqing's indifference, Jun Rian awkwardly scratched his head. Fortunately, there was still someone engaging with him. Brother Ruyan seems to know those 2 lovely ladies. I wonder which sword sect they belong to. One of his fellow disciples from the Howren sword sect remarked. It appears Brother Ruyan is at a disadvantage, another chimed in, intrigued by the scenario unfolding before them. Though their whispers were not loud, Jun Rian caught wind of their conversation, his expression darkening with annoyance. You lot better be prepared when you return. As I gazed ahead, the radiance surrounding the pillar intensified, and an increasing number of ethereal essences coalesced in the air. Among the crowd, many individuals began to succumb to their impatience. Treasures capable of enhancing the soul have long been scarce and coveted. With the convergence of various sects and the alteration of the rules within the secret realm, the opportunity for resource acquisition through force became apparent. However, no one wished to be the first to take the plunge. Yet, the allure of these ethereal essences was undeniably potent. Securing even a fragment could outweigh the risks, even if one's soul were to sustain injuries. In any case, the rewards seemed to outweigh the potential losses, as remedies for soul injuries were not beyond reach. Thus, the temptation to engage was palpable among all present. The number of ethereal orbs was finite, with a clear advantage for the swift. However, the first to act would undoubtedly become a target, vulnerable to the whims of others. Consequently, despite the overwhelming temptation, none wished to be the inaugural pioneer. Observing the gathering of souls around the pillar, I noted that the once vibrant apparitions were gradually becoming more insubstantial and sparse, while the ethereal orbs continued to multiply. At last, someone could no longer contain their eagerness and made the first move to seize the prize. The essence is mine. With the first bold action taken, it was inevitable that a second would follow, and then a third. As individuals began to engage, the previously scattered and leaderless masses succumbed to temptation, clashing fervently in pursuit of their desires. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind Shen Qingqing. Junior Sister Shun, Junior Sister Xiaoyan, what brings you here? Brother Qingfeng? Upon hearing her name, Shen Qingqing swiftly turned her head to look. The person who had arrived was none other than the esteemed senior brother of the Wenshin sword sect, the gentleman's sword, Gu Qingfeng. Following closely behind him was a small contingent of Wenshin sword sect disciples, numbering no more than 11 or 12, their garments marred with considerable dirt, suggesting they had recently endured a formidable battle. Who is this? Is he a disciple of the sword sect? Why have I not seen him before? The disciples of the heart-seeking sword sect were filled with curiosity as they witnessed Gu Qingfeng addressing Shen Qingqing as junior sister, alongside a group of his fellow disciples. Brother Qingfeng, what brings you here? Some of the disciples, who had arrived earlier and were waiting, rushed toward him upon his appearance. Noticing their tattered garments and the dirt that marred their clothing, they expressed their concern. As the 3 heart-seeking sword sect disciples approached him, Gu Qingfeng let out a long sigh. Don't even mention it. We encountered a group of lunatics. A group of lunatics? The bloodthirsty sword sect? Upon hearing this sensitive remark, Jun Rian quickly inquired. Gu Qingfeng turned his gaze sideways, and upon recognizing familiar faces, he frowned, sensing an undercurrent of treachery. Jun Rian, how did you come to know this? Indeed, you 2 have crossed paths with them. He then recounted the earlier events where disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect had attacked those from the Howren sword sect, expelling them entirely from the secret realm. Along with the peculiar behavior exhibited by the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples, as Jun Rian recounted her experiences, which bore a striking resemblance to his own, Gu Qingfeng tightened his grip on the Junzi sword, unconsciously applying more pressure. These scoundrels, over 100 members of the Heart Sword sect entered, yet now only 15 or 16 remain. The assembly here now numbers less than 100. Just moments ago, a few more were eliminated due to someone's attempt to seize the essence. This is largely attributable to that group of lunatics. Observing the current situation, it is evident that an increasing number of disciples have taken action. Jun Rian bid farewell to Gu Qingfeng and Shen Qingqing. returning to the ranks of the Hao Ran sword sect disciples to oversee the unfolding chaos. The scene is tumultuous, and it is not something easily controlled. Treasures that can enhance one's soul are exceedingly rare, and now that they have appeared, it is only natural for everyone to covet them. Shuyan, leading the disciples of the Ziwei sword sect, has also engaged in the pursuit of the so-called spirit. The elder brother of the Tianyuan sword sect has yet to make an appearance, leaving the sect's disciples directionless. Among those unable to resist the temptation to seize the spirit, disciples from various sects are present. Not everyone will obediently follow orders. In this world, most individuals are solitary. The path of cultivation is primarily a personal endeavor. For them, banding together is the act of the weak. The strong remain solitary. On ordinary days, they might greet one another with polite titles like senior brother. However, when it comes to matters of interest, who pays heed to titles? June, shall we proceed? After June Rian's return, the previously restless disciples of the Hao Ran sword sect managed to suppress their inner turmoil. Some disciples had already made their moves, and they too were tempted. Yet, fearing reproach from June Rian, they chose to wait a little longer, especially since their elder brother had yet to take action. Thus, upon June Rian's return, those disciples rubbed their hands together, eager and anxious, signaling whether they should charge forward. June Rian cast a glance at him, offering a calming look, then surveyed the others who had yet to act, saying, "Do not rush, let us wait a little longer." This was his first encounter with such a situation as well. He has ventured into this mysterious realm several times, yet this peculiar phenomenon is unprecedented. Unlike Shuwan, who revels in the pages of ancient texts, he is not inclined toward the study of such tomes. Consequently, he lacks the habit of perusing ancient scriptures and remains unaware of whether the ancient texts of the Haoran sword sect contain any accounts of such anomalies. Furthermore, the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect have yet to reveal themselves. He harbors suspicions of deceit. As the eldest senior brother, he must approach every matter with rationality. He must withstand temptation and prioritize the safety of his junior brothers and sisters above all else. It is the solemn duty of a senior disciple. Ever since the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect expelled all members of the Haoran sword sect from the secret realm a decade ago, their behavior has become exceedingly peculiar. Prior to entering the secret realm, his master had cautioned him to remain vigilant against the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect. He was informed that before any alterations to the rules were made, the sect leader of the bloodthirsty sword sect had not deigned to provide an explanation to the Haoran sword sect or the other three sections. Faced with such a predicament, they found themselves at a loss. After all, the 5 major sects are separated by great distances, and the situation remains shrouded in uncertainty. Should the bloodthirsty sword sect harbor any sinister intentions, it would be exceedingly difficult to counteract them. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution regarding the bloodthirsty sword sect. During his days in the secret realm, he diligently sought out the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect, but had only encountered one, whom he subsequently lost track of. With the recent upheaval in this place, the absence of any bloodthirsty sword sect members is quite perplexing, indeed. As the situation escalated during brief skirmishes, it grew increasingly intense. Under the leadership of Shu Wuyin, the disciples of the Ziwei sword sect wreaked havoc, swiftly establishing themselves as the dominant force. Meanwhile, some lone wolf disciples understood that relying solely on their individual prowess would not suffice against the Ziwei sword sect under Shu Wuyin's command. Having acted first, they could not return to their own ranks with a defeated countenance. They had no choice but to persist with grim determination. The disciples permitted into the secret realm generally share similar levels of cultivation, and among those who took action, several were of comparable strength to Shu Wuyin. However, they tacitly refrained from provoking him, recognizing that should they engage him, it would surely allow others to seize the advantage. Instead, it would be more prudent to let the Ziwei sword sect eliminate unnecessary competition, thereby allowing themselves to reap greater benefits. As they drew closer to the location of the essence, their eyes gleamed with fervor, revealing their intentions. If they could acquire even a fragment of this essence during their journey, enhancing their spiritual prowess, even if only slightly, would render their efforts worthwhile. After all, treasures that bolster one's spirit are exceedingly rare, often sought after yet elusive. Even when they do surface, they are typically claimed by the powerful factions, leaving little opportunity for ordinary individuals like themselves to contend for them. They could not allow the disciples of the Ziwei sword sect to systematically dismantle their ranks. Among the disciples, one astutely recognized the shifting dynamics of the situation and quickly shouted out, He then glanced at a fellow disciple from the Tianyuan sword sect, whose cultivation was roughly equivalent to his own, and called out, "Hey, Tianyuan sword sect disciple, let us join forces. We shall split the essence 50-50. Agreed. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Observing that some had joined forces, the solitary disciples began to imitate them in kind. After all, compared to being cast out, a 50-50 split, albeit slightly less, was certainly preferable to having nothing at all. The disciples joined forces, their momentum akin to an unstoppable tide, swiftly eliminating the lone wolves who had failed to find companions. Thus, after approximately half an hour, only a handful of disciples from the four great sects remained. The most grievously affected were undoubtedly those from the Tianyuan sword sect, suffering significant losses with nearly all but a few who had yet to engage, awaiting the arrival of their senior brother. Among those who could not afford to wait, only a handful remained to coordinate their efforts. The rest had been nearly entirely driven out. Where was their senior brother? As the numbers dwindled, the disciples of the Tianyuan sword sect grew increasingly anxious. "Silence," commanded a disciple who had taken the lead among the Tianyuan sword sect members. He inhaled deeply, surveying the few remaining disciples, and calmly inquired, "In these past days within the secret realm, have any of you seen our senior brother?" At this, the disciples exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in unison, indicating they had not encountered him. The disciple's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. This was illogical. The senior brothers of the other three sects were all present. Why was their senior brother missing? Even the bloodthirsty sword sect's representative had not arrived. Cursed be the circumstances. What is truly happening? From the moment the revised rules were announced, something felt amiss, very amiss indeed. "Second brother, do you think the eldest brother will?" "Silence," he coldly rebuked, silencing the disciple whose words threatened to disrupt the morale of the troops. In this precarious situation, their eldest brother remained absent, failing to take charge. Except for the bloodthirsty sword sect, the other three sects had their eldest brothers present. He cast a glance at Jun Ruyan in the direction of Gu Qingfeng. He also observed Shuayan from the Ziwei sword sect. After a calm analysis, he noted that only Shuayan was leading the charge, while the other two remained motionless, seemingly apprehensive. Were the challenges posed by the bloodthirsty sword sect truly vanquished? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. There must be some deceit afoot. We cannot act without the eldest brother. We cannot rein in those unruly elements. If they wish to rush forth, let them. We must remain still. He gestured subtly to the remaining few, indicating the direction of Jun Ruyan and Gu Qingfeng. Upon seeing that neither Gu Qingfeng nor Jun Ruyan intended to take action, the other disciples gradually calmed down. If they were not in a hurry, why should we be? The current rules differ vastly from those of yore, where what was obtained rightfully belonged to oneself. Now, the sects are free to snatch resources from one another. This implies that while they might have the fortune to seize it, they may lack the strength to defend it. Moreover, with their eldest brother absent and the other three sects' eldest brothers present, should a conflict arise, they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Ultimately, they might end up with nothing, and even lose their lives in utter disaster. "Ha ha ha, the soul is mine. I have one too. Ha 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 ha," cackling echoed through the air. During their discourse, Shuayan had already led a throng of disciples from the Ziwei sword sect to the column of light. Among them, several disciples had reached out to grasp the luminous orb, securing it tightly within their palms. Soon after, the gathered disciples from the various sects, who had fought their way through layers of encirclement, hurriedly approached the column of light. What a bunch of fools! Shuayan glanced at the remaining disciples from the other three sects, still hesitating at the periphery, and let out a cold smile. Indeed, he had shared some information regarding the column of light with everyone, but it was merely a fraction of the truth. The phenomenon of the luminous pillar born Frampa was recorded inadvertently by him, but possesses a soul capable of enhancing one's own spirit, thereby assisting in the elevation of the self's divine essence. With a soul comes awareness, yet one must exercise caution. He could recall only this much. The subsequent inscriptions appeared to have been obliterated, leaving a gap in the narrative. Nevertheless, this fragment alone sufficed to validate the efficacy of the Pa that generated the luminous pillar, which ultimately served to amplify the divine spirit. Furthermore, given that this was a realm accessible solely to the divine essence, any injuries sustained would not lead to fatal consequences, only a slight risk of harm. With adequate rest, one would recover swiftly. Moreover, the Pa that manifested this time was a treasure designed to enhance and fortify the divine spirit, even in the event of injury. There was little cause for concern. Restoration could be achieved through the treasure itself. Additionally, Throughout the many years since the realm's inception, no incidents had ever occurred. Thus, he surmised that the latter part of the inscription was likely a caution against excessive appropriation. What other explanation could there be? Consequently, he cautioned the disciple who had obtained the prayer to take only one before reaching out towards the nearest pa. However, the moment his fingers brushed against it, a terrifying crimson glow erupted around the soul-collecting pillar. Within a mile of the pillar, an eerie formation suddenly materialized upon the ground. What was this? Could it be a trap? At this moment, hundreds of disciples clad in crimson garments surged forth from all directions, a frenzied tide of red. Within a radius of 1 mile surrounding the luminous column, numerous halos manifested, and the red-clad disciples hurriedly took their designated positions, with their hands forming intricate gestures. Radiant crimson light flickered at their fingertips. A singular beam of red light shot skyward, enveloping all those in proximity to the column. It was the bloodthirsty sword sect. What nefarious scheme are they concocting? Witnessing the sudden emergence of the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples, a wave of panic washed over the crowd. Particularly those who had yet to make a move, such as Tian Yuan, Hao Ran, and the disciples of the Heart of Inquiry sword sect. Indeed, there is treachery afoot. What could the bloodthirsty sword sect possibly intend? Look, it appears to be a cauldron. Following the appearance of the bloodthirsty sword sect's disciples, a crimson, blood-tinged aura materialized within the vicinity of the luminous column. The ground bore symbols reminiscent of a formation. As the disciples took their positions, the crimson aura began to be controlled. Gradually, the ethereal gases that drifted upwards became tangible, coalescing together. Under the manipulation of the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples, they slowly formed the shape of a cauldron. The scarlet cauldron towered 100 meters high, casting its ominous shadow over the realm. Beside the three sects, 5 figures donned in red, their heads adorned with crimson hoods, emerged before them. The leader cast a disdainful glance, cracking his neck with a sound akin to snap, snap. Ah. I did not expect you to possess such acumen, managing to resist this soul essence's allure. Truly remarkable. In his estimation, those who could withstand the temptation of enhancing their souls were virtually non-existent in this world, especially within a realm governed by spiritual essence. Seeing these individuals refrain from seizing the opportunity, he was greatly astonished. Upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, Gu Chifeng and Jun Ruyan could not help but exclaim, Blood Spirit Master. The Blood Spirit Master, a sword prodigy of the bloodthirsty sword sect, stood at the pinnacle of the 3 realms of the Fate Palace, poised on the brink of becoming an emperor. 10 years prior, when the secret realm opened, he had not made an appearance. Rumor had it that he was in seclusion, preparing to transcend the emperor's tribulation and ascend to greatness. Who would have thought that a decade later, they would encounter him again within the secret realm? Blood Spirit Master. What is the bloodthirsty sword sect scheming? Beside him, Jun Ruyan glanced at him, and then at the colossal cauldron rising behind him. Within the cauldron's apex, a flame of spiritual essence, so potent it could ignite one's very soul, blazed forth. This fire has the capacity to burn souls. Ha. Upon hearing this, the blood spirit child erupted in a wild laugh. He shrugged his shoulders, casting a glance at Jun Ruyan that brimmed with a hint of mockery. It's nothing. It matters not to share this with you. He then turned to face the imposing cauldron behind him, suddenly spreading his arms wide. This formation is known as the Soul Refinement Array, capable of refining divine souls. It is a magnificent creation that took me several centuries to meticulously arrange. Several centuries? At this revelation, shock painted the faces of Gu Changfeng and Jun Ruyan. 100 years prior, when he first ventured into the secret realm, he stumbled upon a hidden cave during his explorations. Within that cave, he discovered a ring, unbeknownst to him, which housed the spirit of a deity long deceased for tens of thousands of years. Upon removing the ring and adorning it on his finger, the spirit awakened. The elderly spirit revealed that he hailed from the upper realm, once a formidable celestial king. With the assistance of this celestial king, he overcame numerous obstacles, his cultivation rising dramatically. In a mere decade, he ascended from an ordinary disciple to the esteemed elder brother of the bloodthirsty sword sect. On the year he entered the Fate Palace mirror, the mysterious elder spirit unexpectedly made a request of him, to resurrect him. He was taken aback. Could one who had been dead for so many years truly be revived? This clearly surpassed his understanding. Yet the elder assured him that in such a place, resurrection was indeed impossible. However, there existed a chance in that world. The elder then provided him with a brief introduction to a secret realm accessible solely to souls. It was revealed that this was a celestial king artifact, designed to suppress myriad souls and nourish one's own essence. Within it, countless souls had been imprisoned for an eternity, their consciousness long since dissipated. Ultimately, they were refined by the Celestial King artifact into a substance that could enhance one's soul. His task was to utilize these essences to mend the Elder's fragmented spirit. Lastly, he would need to find a suitable conscious soul to seize, granting the Elder a new lease on life. The Elder remarked that the effort to enable him to enter the Fate Palace realm within a decade had already depleted much of his limited soul power. Should his ethereal essence fail to receive replenishment, he would inevitably disintegrate, completely vanishing from this world. Thus, in gratitude for the Elder's unwavering assistance over the years, he readily acquiesced. Upon his agreement, the Elder not only imparted to him a unique secret technique capable of controlling individuals whose cultivation was a tier below his own, but also taught him a formation specifically. The extraordinary soul refining array represented by the magnificent cauldron behind him. Furthermore, he pledged that if the young man could indeed attain rebirth and restore his former unparalleled prowess, he would escort him to a realm of higher existence in pursuit of the exalted path of supreme transcendence. During this period, the Elder further aided him, enabling him to ascend from the first realm of the Destiny Palace to the pinnacle of the third realm. Over the course of a century, he entered the secret realms 9 times, dedicating 63 days to meticulously inscribing the array. Additionally, he utilized the Elder's bestowed technique to command hundreds of bloodthirsty disciples of the Sword Sect who had entered the secret realm alongside him. Moreover, in order to facilitate the Elder's rebirth and lead him to the upper realms in pursuit of the coveted first realm of immortality, he succumbed to the Elder's persuasion and quietly eliminated his own sect leader. A celestial monarch wishing for the demise of an emperor possesses myriad methods, particularly when employing stealthy tactics. He manipulated his most cherished disciple, lowering his defenses, thereby significantly increasing the likelihood of success. This elucidates the reason behind the absence of the bloodthirsty Sword Sect's leader during the 5 Great Sovereigns Conference. A decade prior, the disciples of the bloodthirsty Sword Sect acted against the disciples of the Howren Sword Sect at his behest. Had they refrained from such actions, the rules would have remained unchanged, and the plan would not have materialized so swiftly. It was only by instigating a modification of these rules, permitting the disciples of various sects to freely engage in the plunder of one another's resources, that a greater number of divine soul entities could be attracted. Furthermore, the allure of enhancing one's soul would draw even more individuals. His only task was to activate the formation the moment the disciples of the other 4 sects stepped into its vicinity. Thus, everything would culminate in success. What he did not anticipate was that his absence, along with the peculiar behavior of the bloodthirsty Sword Sect's disciples, would arouse suspicion among certain individuals, resulting in the sudden appearance of the soul-gathering pillar, which instilled a sense of caution within them. Consequently, he refrained from activating the formation at the precise moment the disciples entered, but chose to wait a little longer. To his astonishment, Gu Chifeng, Junrian, and others displayed an unexpected level of patience. The moment Sh Wui In led the ZY Sword Sect disciples to touch the essence, he could no longer afford to wait and had to reveal himself to activate the formation. After all, even the smallest of mosquitoes is still flesh. Losing a few individuals was inconsequential. All he needed was to set the formation in motion, refining the souls within, so that the mysterious Elder on his person could absorb them and be resurrected. Thus, his mission would be accomplished, altering the course of his life and rewriting his destiny. For this was a figure of great significance from the higher realms, a celestial king. He had never even heard of such a being, undoubtedly powerful. As he contemplated this, excitement, fervor, and yearning danced in his eyes. He turned to address those standing outside the formation's perimeter, declaring, "You shall be the witnesses to this most magnificent moment." With that, he snapped his fingers. A group of disciples from the 4 great sects, bound tightly, were dragged forth one by one. At his command, they were unceremoniously cast into the cauldron formation. "Help me. Senior brother, save me. I don't want this. I don't want to die. Brother Jun, help me. I don't want to perish. Second brother, save me. Senior brother is already dead. I don't want to die. I don't want to." Many disciples turned their fearful gazes toward Junrian, Gu Chifeng, and the leader of the Tianyuan Sword Sect, crying out for assistance. Their faces were etched with terror. "Blood spirit, though unaware of your intentions, the act of soul refinement is clearly nefarious. Such vile creatures deserve to perish beneath my gentleman's sword." Witnessing his fellow disciples mercilessly thrown into the cauldron, Gu Chifeng, who had remained silent for a long time, now revealed his murderous intent. This marked his inaugural contemplation of taking a life, specifically within the enigmatic realm. As the esteemed senior disciple, he could not bear witness to his junior brothers and sisters succumbing, one after another, to this inscrutable peril. Gripping his long sword firmly, a wave of sword energy enveloped him. With a decisive step forward and a slight elevation of his hand, countless sword phantoms coalesced behind him. As he unleashed a strike, the sword shadows cascaded like a torrential rain upon the formidable formation. He yearned to dismantle this seemingly bizarre array. Ever since its inception, his eyelids had been twitching incessantly. The surging sword energy reverberated with determination. Boom! A muffled grunt resonated. The strike delivered by Gu Qingqing felt as though it had merely collided with the air itself, feeble and insipid. Ha 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 ha. Observing Gu Qingqing's unyielding determination as he directly swung his sword at the grand formation, the blood spirit in front tilted its head back and laughed heartily. A smirk then graced its lips as it mockingly regarded their group, sneering, "The formation is complete. Everything has been irrevocably set in motion. This grand formation belongs to the upper realm. How could mere mortals from the lower realm hope to breach it? Moreover, this intricate setup has been meticulously crafted over a century. Would one not consider all potential consequences before its arrangement? Or perhaps, might there be unforeseen variables? To guard against such uncertainties, he has made ample preparations. How could this be?" Witnessing his sword strike down with no effect on the formation, Gu Qingqing found it hard to believe. He dismissed the words of blood spirit child, who claimed that everything has already been determined. Determined? Only by waiting idly would one meet such a fate. As she beheld the suddenly emerging blood spirit child, Shen Qingqing was momentarily puzzled. This should not be possible. How could anyone evade her perception? After all, she was the reincarnation of a celestial king, endowed with treasures bestowed by Immortal. Surely, no one could escape her senses. Suddenly, she recalled the earlier incident when two disciples of the Fong clan inexplicably slipped from her awareness. Glancing again at the bizarre formation, an ominous feeling washed over her. The oppressive aura emanating from the formation was far beyond what their group could contend with. Yet, before she could voice her concerns, the voice of Jun Ruyan quietly resonated. "Gu Qingqing, let us strike together." Seeing that Gu Qingqing's sword could not even scratch the surface of the formation, Jun Ruyan cast him a glance and spoke. After all, if even Gu Qingqing could not sever it with a single blow, he would not rashly act alone, especially with his fellow disciples standing behind him. Very well. Gu Qingqing nodded in agreement. Immediately, both of them formed hand seals, and their spiritual swords soared into the air like ethereal serpents, conjuring a myriad of illusory sword energies. Around them, torrents of spiritual energy surged madly towards the spiraling swords above. The two of them ignited different sword intents, their spiritual swords radiating with a fierce energy, as if intent on tearing apart everything in their vicinity. Go! With a synchronized roar. The sword energy they had concentrated to its zenith awakened like a slumbering beast of eons, launching a cataclysmic assault upon the grand formation, intent on obliterating all in its path. Overreaching, Blood Spirit Child scoffed as he observed their futile charge towards the formation. The grand formation above. Is it truly so easily shaken? Moreover, he cast a glance at those within the cauldron formation, their faces contorted in agony from the searing spiritual flames. Like them, those who incessantly assaulted the formation from within were similarly afflicted. A derisive smile escaped his lips. Within the confines of the formation, beneath the scorching spiritual energy that could incinerate one's very soul, who could remain tranquil? Who could maintain composure? Even the swordsmanship prodigy, Shwyn, who had dedicated a century to his studies, now resembled a frenzied lunatic, relentlessly attacking the formation that ensnared him. Numerous disciples of the ZY sword sect, alongside their counterparts from the other three sects, bore the brunt of his frenzied sword aura. The two forces clashed, mutually neutralizing each other's energies. Coupled with the refinement of the spiritual flames within the cauldron, and the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect sacrificing their own beings as fuel, the flames burned with even greater intensity. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated. As the layers of mist dissipated, the intact formation remained vividly before everyone's eyes. How is this possible? Gu Qingqing and Jun Ruyan exclaimed in unison. Blood Spirit, observing their astonishment, remarked with indifference, a desperate struggle. Why do they not heed his words? Would it not be better to patiently await their demise? The momentum is irreversibly established. This is fate. While the two were momentarily dazed, he glanced at the increasingly fervent flames at the tip of the cauldron formation, casting a look at the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples he had ensnared through secret techniques. His expression darkened as if he had resolved something. Memories of that day flashed through his mind, fleeting like smoke. Yet he chose to plunge deeper into this abyss, fully aware in the depths of his soul that this was a misguided path. However, in the face of power's allure, all misgivings would be swept away. Thus, he chose to descend further into the depths. There would be no regret, not from the moment he had slain his mentor. His resolve seemed to have been forged long ago. The current hesitance was merely the remnants of his conscience stirring. "Sacrifice your bodies," he commanded, raising his hand. The disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect, stationed at the formation's periphery and maintaining its structure, appeared to be guided by some unseen force. At the moment the formation coalesced, ominous blood-red runes erupted across their bodies. As the runes became increasingly vivid, ancient characters unfolded before the onlookers. Those symbols voraciously consumed their spiritual essence, rendering the disciples' souls increasingly indistinct. "Blood spirit, do you have any idea what you're doing?" Observing the blood spirit's enigmatic methods, which compelled the bloodthirsty disciples of the sword sect to act in unison, Gu Chengfeng and Jun Ruyan exclaimed in unison. Although they were oblivious to the precise nature of the unfolding events, the runes emanating from the disciples' bodies siphoned their very soul power, instilling a foreboding sense that this was an ominous development. For once the essence of a soul dissipates, a person is irreversibly lost. Even if the corporeal form remains intact, it becomes merely an empty vessel. Gradually, under the watchful gaze of all, the souls of the disciples of the bloodthirsty sword sect were completely extinguished, ultimately merging with the blood-red, extraordinarily strange runes. In the end, hundreds of runes surged toward the pinnacle of the cauldron, coalescing into a brilliant radiance, as if gestating something profound. Witnessing the situation spiral out of control, or rather, realizing it had been beyond control from the outset, Jun Ruyan and Gu Chengfeng fixed their gaze intently upon the blood spirit, exchanging a knowing glance and a nod. The two warriors tightened their grips on their swords, reinforcing their forms with sword energy, unleashing the full might of their swordsmanship. Two streams of sword intent manifested behind them, as they fervently absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. With a thunderous roar, Jun Ruyan made the first move, darting forward with remarkable speed. Her sword danced through the air, each swing amplifying the ferocity of her sword energy. Clang, clang, clang. The blood spirit regarded the approaching Jun Ruyan with an expression of calm indifference. With a flick of his fingers, he shaped them into a sword, the sword energy coalescing at his fingertips, effortlessly countering the breathtaking sword strikes unleashed by Jun Ruyan. The sword energy took form, embodying the essence of a half-step emperor. Jun Ruyan's breath quickened. The blood spirit has indeed set one foot into the realm of the great emperor. How astonishingly swift. I am reminded of the first encounter between the two in the secret domain, where they were merely at the dispelling chi stage. Now, several years have passed, and he has ascended to the second stage of the Fate Palace, while the latter is on the verge of achieving the great emperor status. Only a half-step away from that pinnacle. Yet, that half-step is not easily traversed. His offensive remains unyielding, growing ever stronger. Even against a great emperor, he dares to engage in battle. Possessing the supreme and vast sword body, he remains undaunted to confront him. A furious roar escapes his lips. Gripping his long sword with greater intensity, the aura of righteousness surges once more. Clang. From the side, the sound of swords being drawn resonates. Behind Gu Chengfeng, disciples of the Asking Heart Sword sect swiftly unsheath their swords, positioning themselves in various directions. At the forefront stands Gu Chengfeng, surrounded closely by his disciples. The disciples raise their swords skyward, and numerous sword energies instantaneously shoot up into the heavens. Below, a radiant light emanates from the ground. The sword formation is activated. Seeing the formation established, Gu Chengfeng's sword, the Junzi sword, is enveloped in sword energy. At this moment, the aura he exudes is that of a half-step great emperor. Originally, he was a formidable force at the third stage of the Fate Palace. Now, by harnessing the collective strength of several disciples, he forcibly steps into the half-step great emperor realm, albeit still slightly lacking in comparison to a true half-step great emperor. Nevertheless, it suffices for him to engage in battle. Due to the time required to set up the sword formation, it falls upon Jun Ruyan to strike first, buying him a few precious seconds. With the Asking Heart sword body activated, Gu Chengfeng releases an overwhelming sword energy that soars into the sky. Within the formation, his gaze remains indifferent. Yet the fury in his eyes cannot be contained, surging forth uncontrollably. This sword is destined to cleave down upon the one who has arranged the formation. He subtly moves his lips, uttering a low command, Asking Heart Sword. Boom. The soaring sword energy cascades down like a torrential galaxy, striking fiercely at the blood spirit. Their assault does not harm the formation in the slightest. Whoever set the formation must be the target of their onslaught. To break the formation, one must eliminate its wielder. Once the holder of the formation is slain, the formation shall cease its operation. Observing the descending sword energy that rivals his own might, the blood spirit silently mutters, "Not good." Ding. After parrying Jun Rian's descending longsword, he seizes the fleeting moment of her distraction to unleash a powerful kick to her abdomen. Puff. In an instant, Jun Rian's figure is sent flying like a kite severed from its string, once again propelled backward. This familiar sensation signifies her liberation from his grasp. The blood spirit's figure flickers, and a crimson longsword materializes in his hand. Infused with a sanguine aura, the blood-red sword energy radiates outward, transforming this space into a realm akin to hell. Nearly trivial, he regarded it with disdain. How could one who has truly encountered the Emperor's barrier fear the sword aura of one who had only forcibly breached the barrier through the combined strength of several? The moment he grasped the sword, an aura of blades surged around him, resolute in its rejection. With a swift upward stroke, he unleashed a devastating strike. The power of the laws flowed forth like an unceasing river. A thunderous clash erupted as sword auras collided and entwined. The resultant waves radiated outward, expanding into the void. The two beams of sword light collided with ferocity, tearing through the heavens, casting the sky into a shadowy gloom akin to an apocalyptic scene. Crimson sword auras intertwined with successive waves of law's power. This is the power of the laws that can only be comprehended upon entering the third realm of the Fate Palace. Gu Chifeng has just stepped into the third realm and has yet to grasp its essence. Even though he forcibly elevated his strength to a half-step emperor through the sword formation, he remains unable to touch the laws in the slightest. In contrast, Blood Spirit has long since entered the third realm of the Fate Palace, and thus has gained an early understanding of the laws. Following the explosive clash, the sword energy dissipated and the attack vanished, yet the scarlet power of the laws that had coalesced in the sky continued to ripple, lingering without dispersing. Beneath the crimson firmament, the vitality within the bodies of those below surged chaotically, while their spiritual essence grew increasingly feeble under the illumination of the blood-red laws. This law, could it truly ignite the soul? Beware, step back, this law is peculiar. As Jun Rian, having been forcefully thrown back, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, she addressed the stunned crowd, her expression one of anguish. Upon her warning, they too felt the strangeness within themselves. Hastily channeling their spiritual energy to shield their bodies and retreating further. Before them, the dark-haired blood spirit held a crimson sword, his demeanor unsettling as he pointed the blade at Jun Rian, calmly declaring, "You shall serve as stepping stones upon my path." Within the furnace, the spiritual flames raged uncontrollably. Having already endured a fierce battle, their energies were nearly depleted. Now, they exerted even more effort to assault the grand formation that ensnared them, leaving them on the brink of exhaustion. Many succumbed to the refining power of the spiritual fire, their souls dissipating. With the sacrificial rites of the bloodthirsty sword sect disciples, the flames above them grew ever more fervent, amplifying the sense of oppression. "Ah, no, I refuse." Shuyan cried out, "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't." As he observed his own essence becoming increasingly insubstantial and the heat intensifying, he noted many around him were unable to withstand the refining process. Those who still clung to life and attacked the grand formation voiced their unwillingness and despair. Seeing Shu Wuyan struggle, still attacking the formation, he could not contain his rage. But mid-yell, he hesitated, pondering whether it was truly anyone's fault. Was he blameless? Had he not succumbed to temptation? How had he found himself in such dire straits? Whom can we blame for all of this? Before there was a chance to utter any farewell words, their bodies were consumed by the ethereal flames, ultimately transforming into a drop of pure liquid that soared towards the flames. Within the confines of the cauldron formation, countless individuals shrouded by the array knelt, unleashing their unwilling roars. Yet, without exception, their bodies gradually disintegrated. In the end, the liquid coalesced, encircling the radiant flames. Ultimately, within the cauldron, only one remained, desperately holding on, though his aura had long since diminished in intensity. His eyes, now clouded, observed his fellow disciples being consumed one after another, while witnessing Gu Chengfeng and Jun Rian relentlessly assaulting the blood spirit outside the array. Recalling his earlier remark of fool, he threw back his head and laughed. It turned out, I am the true fool, the greatest fool to have doomed an entire generation of disciples from the ZY Sword sect. Gazing at the blazing flames encircled by the liquid above, it seemed to beckon him. Come, you are the last one needed. This is a dead end. There is no chance of survival. Ultimately, within his bewildered gaze, his body was also refined and dissipated, culminating in a drop of liquid that merged into the whole. The moment he integrated, the flames radiated a blinding brilliance. A distinct silhouette began to coalesce within. Boom. Crack. The cauldron shattered, resonating with the crisp sound of breaking glass. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged toward the flames, enveloping them entirely. Within the flames, an overwhelming pressure, one even greater than that of an emperor, emanated outward. As if seeking to shatter this realm, a force of unparalleled dominance poured forth from the flames, confining the surrounding space and causing all souls within to tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing, who had been silently observing, furrowed her brow upon witnessing this scene, seemingly recalling something as she contemplated deeply. She felt no ripple in her heart regarding the earlier folly of those who had entered the formation out of greed, nor did she harbor any desire to save them. It was not she who had begged them to enter. As adults, they must take responsibility for their actions. Behind her, Xiaoyuan wore an expression of curiosity. Meanwhile, the blood spirit, who had initially intended to strike down Gu Chifeng and the others, suddenly halted his advance. He trembled with uncontainable excitement. It has succeeded. It has truly succeeded. Ha ha ha, the tide of fortune, destined to belong to me, the blood spirit, is imminent. The resurrection of the elder has become an undeniable reality. At present, all endeavors seem devoid of purpose. What, indeed, is this phenomenon? This oppressive force surpasses even that of the great emperor. The remaining individuals, gazing upon the colossal spirit body formed from countless divine souls gathered upon the spiritual fire, felt their faces turn ashen. They had witnessed the great emperor before. Yet the emperor's might now appeared so insignificant in comparison. Even if the emperor were to descend, this spirit body could extinguish him with but a mere thought. At this moment, Blood Spirit Master seized the opportunity. Removing a ring from his hand and casting it forcefully towards the luminous sphere of spiritual fire. Elder Dong, I entrust the next steps to you. Ha ha ha, little Lingzi. Fret not. I shall fulfill my promise to you, came the response. The ring emitted a brilliant white light as a weathered spirit suddenly emerged, soaring towards the sphere of spiritual fire. With hands forming intricate gestures, a series of enigmatic runes sprang forth, gradually affixing themselves to the luminous mass. He then grasped it firmly within his palm, casting a disdainful glance at the remaining spectators before swallowing the sphere whole. As the essence of the spirit, now imbued with the vitality of numerous disciples, coursed through him at that moment, it began to nourish and restore his once fragmented soul. The soul-gathering pearl. Upon witnessing the elder emerge from the ring and consume the sphere of spiritual fire, Shen Qingqing, who had been silently observing the unfolding events, finally sensed something amiss. Is this not the soul-gathering pearl? The formation of a soul-gathering pillar requires the soul-gathering pearl as a catalyst. And this pearl has the power to amass countless souls. However, the spiritual flames birthed from the cauldron condensed by this array can refine myriad souls, thus attaching them to the soul-gathering pearl. Through gathering souls, it refines them, ultimately forming a liquid that nourishes and restores the spirit. Moreover, using the soul-gathering pearl to suppress countless souls, over time, it coalesces essence, a method both simpler and more brutal, yet remarkably effective. Well, watching as a figure suddenly emerged from the ring, blood spirit tossed into the air, Xiaoyuan, who had been clutching her sword, loosened one hand and pointed excitedly toward the ring. Your Highness, look, that ring just spat out a person. So amazing. A ring can hide people. How can something so tiny hold someone? It's miraculous. Interrupted from her contemplation by the sudden exclamation, Shen Qingqing rolled her eyes at the fool. Has her brain been crushed by a door? How can she still laugh at a time like this? I'll stuff you inside it later, she threatened. No, it's too small. It definitely won't fit me. I don't know how to shrink. Xiaoyan shook her head vigorously, refusing with utmost seriousness. TCH, idiot. Ignoring her, Shen Qingqing lifted her delicate face to observe the elderly figure hovering in the sky. The aura radiating from him carried an extraordinary presence, one that felt faintly familiar. Suddenly, as if realizing something, her eyes brightened with surprise. So it's an immortal. Gazing at the elder named Dong Lao, whose presence exuded that familiar energy, Shen Qingqing felt a flicker of doubt. After all, how could an immortal possibly appear in this world? The Emperor realm was already the pinnacle. Immortals belonged to an entirely different plane of existence, one that should not manifest here. Thus, the emergence of an immortal naturally evoked astonishment. As for why she was more astonished, that had everything to do with her father, Immortal, compared to the appearance of an immortal in this world. Immortal's existence was far more absurd, though she had rarely witnessed him act, only once or twice. Each time, he ended battles in a single strike, revealing nothing of his true depth. Yet, recalling how he had once procured Phoenix divine blood to awaken her constitution when she was young, possessed a tome documenting the myriad affairs of the upper realm, and wielded an inexhaustible trove of cultivation techniques, each vastly surpassing even the celestial king arts she had practiced in her past life, it was clear he was anything but ordinary. Thus, when sensing the aura of an immortal from the elder before her, she merely felt a tinge of curiosity and mild surprise. "Your Highness, what is an immortal? Is it something tasty?" Beside them, the ever-curious Xiao Yuan overheard her princess murmuring. Having never heard of such a thing before, she grew intrigued. "What is an immortal?" Her Highness seemed to know who he was. "It's something that devours people, especially foolish ones like you," teased the princess. I don't want to be eaten. So it's a wicked thing after all." Terrified, she took 2 steps back, her eyes darting toward the radiant old man hovering in the sky. "What kind of creature is this? It wants to eat little Yuan. Yuan isn't tasty. Not as delicious as her Highness. If it eats the princess, it can't eat Yuan anymore." Meanwhile, amidst her own astonishment and bewilderment, Shen Qingqing, who had just recovered from being kicked away, watched as a wisp of divine consciousness emerged from the ring. Jun Rian's pupils dilated in shock. What is this thing? The oppressive aura emanating from the elder is astonishingly more formidable than that of his revered master. Gu Qifeng experiences a similar sensation. He encounters his imperial father daily and has witnessed the latter's wrath manifest in action. However, the pressure radiating from this individual far surpasses that of his father, rendering the latter utterly inconsequential in comparison. Where did this blood spirit master obtain such a terrifying entity, sacrificing so many disciples' lives? Was it all for this being? Beyond the great emperor realm, could this be the legendary immortal realm, attainable only through the path of immortality? Above the heavens, the elder's ethereal form grew increasingly distinct, the oppressive aura emanating from his body forcing many to their knees, unable to withstand the pressure. Gu Qingfeng and Jun Rian exchanged a glance, as if stealing their resolve. The sword's aura surged once more. If the elder completed what appeared to be a ritual, their demise would be inevitable. Rather than passively awaiting death, they chose to seize a sliver of hope. Suppressing the discomfort of the crushing pressure, they forcibly channeled their spiritual energy, guiding the sword's movement. Gripping their blades tightly, they prepared their incantations once more. Just as one was about to charge at Blood Spirit Master to delay him, while the other attempted to disrupt the elder's self-restoration, Shen Qingqing, who had been silently observing the situation behind Gu Qingfeng, spoke up in warning, her voice calm, yet urgent. "If you wish to live, do not approach. If you charge forward now, you will perish without question, crushed beneath the elder's overwhelming might." This is no jest. The oppressive aura of an immortal differs vastly from that of an emperor. The pressure exuded by a celestial realm is overwhelmingly formidable, with every subtle movement radiating the profound rhythms of the Tao. Should one recklessly intrude, they would likely be mercilessly annihilated by these Tao rhythms before even nearing their target. Hearing someone call out to halt them, both individuals turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. Upon recognizing Shen Qingqing as the speaker, they paused in surprise, dispersing the gathered momentum around them. In unison yet with differing tones, they inquired, "Junior sister, do you know what is happening here? Mission, why must we not proceed?" Unlike Jun Ruyan's simple question, Gu Qifeng suspected that the well-traveled Shen Qingqing might possess insight into the situation, especially given the formidable prowess of her father, which he had witnessed before. Jun Ruyan, however, was genuinely perplexed. Though he had previously crossed blades with Shen Qingqing and recognized the dominance of her techniques, implying an extraordinary lineage, he doubted even she could surpass the elder before them. Thus, he was baffled by her intervention. Noticing the bewildered gazes of the two and the surviving disciples, Shen Qingqing cleared her throat softly and spoke deliberately. "It would be unwise to step within the boundaries of this formation. It devours and refines souls. Any reckless trespass would be fatal." She gestured toward Xuelingzi, who stood outside the formation, deliberately avoiding its reach. Moreover, the aura emanating from this elder far surpasses that of an emperor. Observing the crimson Tao rhythm swirling around the elder, she added, "Even if one evades the formation's grasp, the elder's Tao rhythms would inevitably crush them." The disciples paled at her words, exchanging uneasy glances and murmurs among themselves. Clearly, The notion of a power beyond an emperor, immortality itself, terrified them. Be beyond an emperor. That would mean an immortal. Why? Why would such a terrifying existence appear here? Then, are we simply to wait for death? Indeed. Must we idly watch as he restores himself? Shen Qingqing merely responded with a quiet hum and a resigned shake of her head, indicating her own lack of understanding. She could perceive it. The aura surrounding the elder was undeniably that of an immortal. The elderly man undoubtedly exuded an aura of a celestial being. As for the reasons behind the appearance of such an entity in the mortal realm, or the existence of immortals within this mystical domain, she regrettably refrained from speculating. Moreover, could a mere insect truly disturb such a being? The gathering of souls using the soul-gathering pearl to consolidate the myriad spirits of heaven and earth, and the subsequent repair of one's divine essence through the soul pillar, is a commonplace phenomenon in the upper realm. Thus, she did not display much astonishment at the elder's method of restoring his soul with the soul pillar, for she had initially contemplated a similar approach. However, the technique employed by this elder diverged significantly from her recollections. The souls collected by the soul-gathering pearl were devoid of corporeal forms and would instinctively repel those with physical bodies. Yet, within this secret realm, the soul-gathering pearl appeared to transcend this rule under the influence of the formation. Such a method was one that even the erudite lunar moon immortal king had never encountered, and she had never witnessed anyone utilizing such a grand formation. Although she held the title of immortal king, she belonged to the younger generation in the upper realm, where 3,000 years felt but a fleeting moment to the cultivators. She turned her gaze back to the elder, who was now enveloped in a series of crimson runes. Ancient characters emerged from the runes, swirling around him in an ethereal dance. Upon witnessing this, Shen Qingqing seemed to recollect something, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Is this a form of demonic sorcery? How could this old man be a sinister and malevolent immortal? These individuals are indeed quite unfortunate. Such a rare breed of being, yet they have encountered them. One must admit, their luck is truly remarkable. Shen Qingqing shook her head and began to silently pray for their safety. She had no need to worry about her own well-being. Those who sought to provoke her would find themselves unfortunate. Indeed, out of a sense of humanitarianism, Shen Qingqing felt compelled to offer assistance to these individuals. After all, they belonged to the same sect. Surely, she could lend a hand. If salvation proved impossible, then fate would determine their lives and fortunes. She glanced at Gu Qifeng and inquired, "Senior brother Gu, is there a way to leave this secret realm?" Gu Qifeng, taken aback by the question, was unsure why Shen Qingqing was asking, especially since the secret realm had only been opened for a few days. Yet, despite his confusion, he chose not to probe further and replied candidly, "There is. Either one must be gravely injured and on the brink of death, or wait for 7 days." Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing surveyed the remaining disciples and pursed her lips. Waiting for 7 days was certainly out of the question. It had only been a few days since the opening. As for being gravely injured, well, this is indeed acceptable. At first, Shen Qingqing presumed that the frail soul of the elder was merely that of a long-deceased being, desperately in need of substantial spiritual energy to mend its own essence, a rather unscrupulous immortal. Generally, a virtuous immortal would refrain from engaging in such morally reprehensible acts. Although it is common in the upper realms to gather souls to restore one's own spirit, she had never witnessed a method as enigmatic as this, employing soul-gathering orbs and intricate formations. However, she was certain that remaining outside this formation would ensure her safety. Thus, she urged Gu Chengfeng and Junrian to refrain from acting rashly. Should they inadvertently step into the array, the outcome would be shrouded in uncertainty. Therefore, even in the fervor of rescue, one must not gamble with their own life, especially when faced with an immortal being. Consequently, when Gu Chengfeng and the others prepared to confront the mysterious elder, she intervened. Yet, upon witnessing the blood-red runes suddenly emanating from him, along with the ancient characters that flowed continuously from the runes, enveloping the elder, her expression turned grave. Is this not the legendary phenomenon that only manifests when one cultivates demonic and heretical arts? Yet now, the demonic entities of the upper realm have long been eradicated, all suppressed by the mighty immortal emperors. What remain are mostly unscrupulous immortals who seek shortcuts in their cultivation. In her previous life, though she held the esteemed title of immortal king, her understanding of demonic forces was vague, never encountered, never witnessed firsthand, only gleaned from ancient texts. If they were dealing with an immoral immortal urgently in need of vast amounts of spiritual energy to mend their fractured soul, that would still be manageable. Such beings typically employ these arrays merely to lure wandering spirits, absorbing their essence to restore themselves. Thus, standing outside the formation would likely ensure safety. But now, sigh. At this thought, Shen Qingqing couldn't help but exhale wearily, too fatigued to elaborate further to the group. With an indifferent shrug, she cast a glance at their bewildered faces and remarked with detached nonchalance, "Best end yourselves swiftly. If you delay, you'll all perish here. Don't say I didn't warn you." Then, fearing they might underestimate the gravity of the situation, she reiterated with emphasis, "According to ancient records of the upper realm, demonic entities were once one of the myriad races, originally known as the soul-guiding clan, masters of esoteric arts, with their innate soul-guiding technique reigning supreme among them. The method of refining spiritual essence by gathering souls through soul convergence pearls, that very practice originated from their lineage. Thus, the soul-guiding clan stood as the most anomalous existence among the countless races of the upper realm. Precisely because of this peculiarity, their kind struggled to breach the immortal emperor realm, their highest cultivation plateauing at the immortal king level. Later, in pursuit of greater heights, they sought new paths. Through repeated failures, they stumbled upon a singular trait. This very trait was that their divine souls could achieve breakthroughs and ascension by absorbing other souls. Later, the discovery of this characteristic plunged them into a state akin to madness for the ensuing millennia. Soon, the soul-guiding clan produced their first powerhouse whose divine soul reached the realm of a celestial emperor. With the emergence of this sovereign, the clan no longer chose to live under others' roofs, nor were they content to practice the myriad techniques of other races. Their ambitions grew increasingly vast, and they began voraciously devouring the souls of the deceased. Because their methods were excessively cruel and defied the natural order, they were scorned by the myriad races of the upper realm. From that moment onward, they abandoned their original duty of guiding souls and instead lived by plundering them. Branded as malevolent fiends, the soul-guiding clan vanished from the upper realm thereafter, ultimately having provoked collective wrath. They were jointly suppressed by several celestial emperors and forced to migrate to a desolate, lifeless wasteland, where they faded into obscurity. Recalling these events recorded in ancient texts she had once perused out of boredom, Shen Qingqing couldn't help but purse her lips. Fortunately, she had read extensively otherwise. She wouldn't have recognized their identity, yet she truly hadn't expected to encounter these fiends, who existed only in ancient records and were separated from her by untold eons. It truly echoed the words she had once spoken to Xiaoyan, "They devour people." And indeed, they truly did. Nevertheless, she remained unshaken, for in this life, her backing was formidable enough. Seeing that after her lengthy speech, no one had moved, Shen Qingqing's brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. Did these individuals genuinely wish to perish here? In light of the crowd's apathy, Shen Qingqing chose not to elaborate further. After all, life and death are dictated by fate, and fortune lies in the heavens. With so many people present, she could not possibly save them all. Having already made her stance clear, whether they chose to leave or remain was entirely their own affair. Perhaps their backgrounds were as formidable as her own? Contemplating this, Shen Qingqing leisurely returned her attention to the unfolding drama. After all, she had only heard of such spectacles before. Now that she had the opportunity to witness it firsthand, why would she not revel in the experience? Gu Chifeng, upon hearing her words, keenly sensed an ominous premonition arise within him, which compelled him to take Shen Qingqing's words seriously. He addressed the crowd with utmost seriousness. "Everyone, we must heed Shen's advice and swiftly take our own lives to escape this place. Sustaining serious injuries is preferable to dying here." His intent was abundantly clear. The prospect of waiting for the entrance to the secret realm to open in 7 days and then departing safely was evidently no longer viable. The only course of action left was to forcefully exit the secret realm, despite the considerable cost that such an action would entail. After all, the soul is the most fragile aspect of a person, and they were uncertain of the dire consequences that might arise from such a desperate act. However, the thought of remaining behind led the crowd to nod gravely in agreement. Quickly, restrain them. Above in the skies, the venerable immortal who was mending his soul seemed to sense something amiss, and he suddenly bellowed at the blood spirit. The blood spirit, taken aback by the command, hesitated momentarily. Although he did not fully comprehend the elder's intent, he complied nonetheless. At that moment, he was in the same precarious situation as the immortal. Disobedience could lead to his demise at any moment. Furthermore, he had already exhausted all chances of retreat. In an instant, he surged forward, and as he did so, several bloodthirsty disciples of the sword sect, who had yet to receive his command to sacrifice themselves, followed suit. Witnessing the blood spirit leading a charge towards them at such a rapid pace, those disciples contemplating self-sacrifice were instantly thrown into disarray. Taking one's own life was already a daunting task. The sudden turn of events only added to the chaos. How could they possibly take such action? Upon witnessing the situation, Gu Qifeng immediately sensed the gravity of the matter. Although he could assist them in self-sacrifice, his desire to save them all outweighed the prospect of saving just one. Thus, he exhaled deeply and commanded the group with a stern voice, "Run. Seek a place of safety and initiate your self-sacrifice swiftly." With that, he gripped his longsword tightly and surged forward like an arrow, charging towards the approaching blood spirit. He gracefully leaped, delivering a powerful kick against a nearby tree, utilizing its rebound to slash down at the blood spirit with his sword. At that moment, the others seized the opportunity and fled with all their might. A sharp clang echoed as the blood spirit clashed with its blood-colored longsword in defense. Observing this, Gu Qifeng let out a cold snort and retreated a few paces, unleashing the full might of his sword's essence. The ethereal sword energy radiated around him, resolutely countering the threat. "Why resort to this?" The blood spirit replied with a calm smile. It twisted its longsword, producing a resonating clang as blood-colored laws enveloped it. Empowered by these laws, its sword energy surged in all directions. Gu Qifeng, unwilling to be outdone, activated his sword energy at an accelerated pace, but he fell short compared to the blood spirit, which was bolstered by the power of the laws. After all, the opponent stood on the precipice of the imperial realm, while he had merely stepped into the third realm of the Destiny Palace, an insurmountable gap. In an instant, the blood spirit flickered and appeared before him. How swift! As the sword lunged towards him, Gu Qifeng clenched his jaw, attempting to maneuver his body to evade the strike, but it was too late. The sword moved too rapidly. He was too slow. "Move, I must move." At the moment the blade was about to descend, a fiery lotus whisked past his ear. Upon contact with the sword light, it exploded with exuberance. The force of the explosion propelled his body backward. He quickly regained his footing and redirected his spiritual energy for defense. "Leave him to me," he declared. As the dust settled, the blood spirit reemerged, lightly coughing twice. Observing Shen Qingqing's unfamiliar figure and glancing at Gu Qifeng, who was still recovering from the impact of the earlier strike, it remarked, "Interesting." From the earlier fiery lotus, the blood spirit sensed the aura of the laws. The exquisite young girl before him appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old. Yet her prowess not only reached the second realm of the Destiny Palace, but also encompassed an understanding of the laws accessible only to those in the third realm. This prodigious talent is nothing short of extraordinary. The forces supporting the young lady must undoubtedly be of remarkable stature. Yet, what does it matter? Even if her backing is formidable, can it possibly rival the power of the immortal elder standing behind him? Upon hearing this, Shen Qingqing's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. She had no intention of engaging in futile dialogue. With a surge of energy beneath her feet, a fiery lotus erupted from the ground, blossoming magnificently. She leaped past Gu Qifeng, seizing the longsword firmly grasped in his hand. "Brother, may I borrow your sword?" Upon witnessing the theft of his weapon, Gu Qifeng instinctively nodded, regaining his composure from the earlier force. As Shen Qingqing rushed toward Bloodlingzi, he could only utter a warning, "Be careful, junior sister," before hastening towards the ruthless disciples of the Bloodsword sect. His chances against Bloodlingzi were nearly non-existent. However, Shen Qingqing was different. He had previously clashed with her, and the Fire Lotus technique of the Azure Feather Empress was something she wielded with remarkable skill. In her hands, he could hardly last even 10 moves before facing defeat. Thus, their only strategy was for him and Junruyan to swiftly deal with the ferocious disciples of the Bloodsword sect, and then join forces with Shen Qingqing to grasp a fleeting chance of survival. In an instant, Shen Qingqing wielded the Junzi sword, enveloped in crimson sword energy, and thrust it towards Bloodlingzi's chest. Bloodlingzi raised his hand, positioning his longsword to block the incoming strike. A resonant clang echoed in the air. Bloodlingzi smirked. "Is that all you've got?" "TSK." Shen Qingqing regarded his arrogant demeanor with disdain, letting out a cold hiss to signify her contempt. Immediately, she channeled her internal energy, and a shadow of a devastating fire lotus materialized behind her. The tip of the Junzi sword bore a small lotus imprint that rapidly expanded. Upon seeing this, Bloodlingzi inwardly cursed his luck. This woman is full of thorns. With a forceful thrust of his sword, he swiftly formed a hand seal. Crimson runes swirled around his palm, imbuing the blood-red blade in his grip. Above, streaks of scarlet sword energy crisscrossed the sky. With a cold command, slash. The energy surged forward like ravenous beasts, lunging toward Shen Qingqing. Yet she remained unruffled. Raising her delicate hand, she faced the descending onslaught of sanguine strikes. A single push of her palm, accompanied by a sharp cry, "Go!" and the phantom fire lotus behind her bloomed in response. Countless tiny lotus petals transformed into a storm of blades, clashing against the scarlet sword energy. Upon impact, they erupted into a sea of flames. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions tore through the air, painting the heavens in infernal hues. Incredible. Jun Rian watched, wide-eyed, as the battle between Shen Qingqing and Shui Lingzi unfolded. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the lifeless body of a bloodthirst sword sect disciple against a nearby tree. What a formidable woman. The memory of his own brutal beating resurfaced, his face burning with humiliation. So she was holding back against me? He exhaled deeply, surveying the near-decimated remnants of the bloodthirst sword sect. Turning to his fellow disciples of the noble sword sect, he commanded, "Leave the secret realm immediately. I'm going to assist her. Senior brother, come with us." "Yes, hurry, or it'll be too late." Having witnessed the terrifying aura emanating from the elder, they knew resistance was futile. Desperate to stop Jun Rian from throwing his life away, they pleaded with him. But his expression darkened, his gaze icy as it settled on the dissenters. "Get out," he growled. "She's risking her life to buy you a chance to escape. I am no ingrate." Without another word, he charged toward Shen Qingqing's position. The rebuked disciples clenched their fists, teeth gritted in frustration. One struck his own chest in bitter resentment. "What does anyone else matter? I just want to survive. Is that so wrong? Since you wish to perish, so be it. I merely offered counsel out of goodwill." As the fist descended, the disciples' form began to dissolve into mist, ultimately transforming into a radiant orb that soared toward the horizon. Witnessing this, several disciples of the righteous sword sect followed suit, gathering their strength before striking their own chests with clenched fists. In an instant, countless luminous orbs surged from the earth, ascending toward the boundless azure sky, a sight both transcendent and extraordinary. Just as the multitude of orbs were about to breach the celestial barrier and depart, a crimson vortex erupted from below. An overwhelming force of suction drew the orbs together, merging them into the swirling abyss of blood-red energy. Ha! Mere fledglings. Daring to believe they could escape unscathed from this king's grasp, a figure materialized high above, an elder clad in sanguine robes, standing tall with a sinister orb clutched in his left hand. The vortex, which had just absorbed the escaping orbs, transformed into a scarlet streak and vanished into the orb the moment the elder appeared. "Damn it all. To hell with you." Enraged at the sight of his juniors being ensnared by this treacherous elder, Jun Rian's veins bulged across his forehead. Gripping his sword with desperate force, he pushed his body to its limits, blood spurting from his lips and staining the ground beneath him. Blinded by fury, he disregarded his own failing condition. His eyes, bloodshot and burning with hatred, locked onto the immortal elder hovering above. With a swift motion, he formed a seal, summoning tens of thousands of sword energies behind him. As his fingers pointed skyward, his blade shot forth, wreathed in violet energy, slashing toward the elder in a devastating arc. The gathered sword energies followed in unison. A relentless storm of destruction. "Ah, you wretched old fiend, die?" The elder merely smirked, unimpressed by the desperate assault of this insignificant ant. With a mere glare, the incoming sword energies shattered midair, collapsing into nothingness. Below, Jun Rian watched as his all-out strike failed to even graze his foe. Another mouthful of blood spilled from his lips as he clutched his chest, enduring the agony while staring at the figure he could never hope to reach in this lifetime. A bitter, self-mocking laugh escaped him. Is this, then, the so-called legendary realm above the Emperor? Is this what it means to stand above the Emperor? What a sight it must be. If only I had the chance. I too wish to ascend. Master brother, what is your dream? Huh, my dream? Yes, what is your dream? Within the sword forest of the Howren sword sect, a young girl of about 4 or 5 years old, wielding a meticulously carved wooden sword, struck a pose and swung the sword style taught to her by a nearby boy, all the while inquiring. The boy pondered for a moment, stroked his pristine chin, and replied with a smile. "My dream is to protect all of you. So am I. When I grow up, I too want to be someone like Master Brother." Haraha. In that instant, laughter echoed throughout the sword forest. "Little one, Master Brother has broken his promise. I could not protect you all." At this moment, Jun Rian's eyes were tightly shut, his breath growing increasingly feeble. resembling a living corpse, until he could no longer muster the strength to uphold his heavy body. He fell heavily to the ground. The earth stained with his blood blossomed into several crimson flowers, seemingly endowed with support and affirmation for his guardianship. His body lay amidst the sea of flowers that had flourished from his blood, ultimately transforming into a radiant orb ascending towards the horizon. The elder extended his aged hand towards the orb of light. A powerful pull emanated from his palm, firmly grasping the spirit orb that had transformed from Junrian. And, from beginning to end, in the elder's eyes, even if he exerted all his strength at the cost of his life, it would be futile to shake him even a little. How can an ant disturb a great tree? At that moment, Gu Qingfeng, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, beheld the spirit orb, faintly emanating Junrian's essence, tightly clasped in the elder's hand. His fists clenched tightly. Even someone as formidable as Junrian could not budge him? Was this truly a situation of certain death? Just moments ago, he had been urging his disciples to leave the secret realm quickly. Little did he expect that right after his call, he would hear Junrian's furious shout. Anxiously, he hurried in that direction, only to be met with this scene. This is bad. Suddenly, gazing at the spirit orb in the elder's grasp, he recalled something. He swiftly leaped forward, racing towards the direction of the disciples of the Wenshin sword sect. Damn it, I must make it in time. But in this world, how often do matters allow for timely intervention? When he arrived at the spot where he had just settled the disciples of the Wenshin sword sect, they were already surrounded by a radiant white light. No. When they saw Gu Qingfeng rushing towards them, their lips moved, seemingly trying to say something. They bore the pain of their injuries, smiling and waving at Gu Qingfeng. It's Master Brother. Why has Master Brother returned again? Haha, Master Brother, do not be anxious. We shall meet again shortly after we step outside. Master Brother, upon our return, I shall treat you to the finest peach blossom brew. A glance, and it becomes a final farewell. Gazing at the disciples of the Wenshin sword sect transforming into ethereal orbs of light, soaring into the sky, Gu Qingfeng found himself entranced. His mouth slightly agape. The pain pierced through his heart. There was nothing he could do. He could not halt this unfolding tragedy. No one could. Once celebrated as a paragon of elegance, he now appeared somewhat disheveled. He could not comprehend why this journey had come to such a conclusion. He could not fathom the presence of an immortal in this realm. In the face of such divinity, they were likely unworthy even of being compared to ants. There were simply no words to adequately convey the enormity of the situation. Gu Shixiang, at this moment, Shen Qingqing had finally extricated herself from the entanglement with the blood spirit. She arrived belatedly, gazing at Gu Qingfeng, who stood motionless, devoid of the presence of his fellow disciples from the Heart's Inquiry Sword sect. She softly called out to him, turning her gaze to the surroundings. She found no trace of that foolish figure, and her heart involuntarily tightened with fear. Brother Gu, where is Xiaoyuan? Upon hearing her, Gu Qingfeng emerged from his earlier reverie. I have not seen her. What about Junrian? She is dead. Dead? How could this be? How did she die? And what of Xiaoyan? That fool. I wonder if anything untoward has befallen him. How infuriating. With that thought, she flung her longsword towards Gu Qingfeng and rose to seek out Xiaoyuan. What concern is it of hers what happens to outsiders? As long as that fool remains unharmed, all is well. Xiaoyan, where are you? She searched tirelessly, calling out her name. Yet the absence of Xiaoyuan's presence brought a frown to her face, and an indescribable wave of emotion surged from the depths of her heart. Not only had she failed to catch sight of Xiaoyan, but the figures of the disciples from the four sects were also nowhere to be found. It seems they must have all fled. This foolish individual, surely nothing untoward has happened? Could it be that they have escaped? Upon reflecting on this, she quickly shook her head, casting aside this terrifying thought. Could this fool truly inflict harm upon himself? Unthinkable. Absolutely inconceivable. After a fruitless search, she had yet to catch sight of that familiar figure. In a surge of anxiety, she hastily removed the jade pendant from her waist, raising her delicate hand, from which a drop of crimson blood fell. The moment the pendant came into contact with her blood, it radiated a dazzling brilliance. This light penetrated her brow, causing her consciousness to expand significantly. Just as she was about to extend her awareness in search of others, a silly voice suddenly echoed from ahead. Your Highness, I am here. I am right here. Upon seeing the figure ahead, clumsily waving its little hands, she exhaled a sigh of relief, her taut nerves beginning to ease. Thankfully, this fool was unharmed. As the breathless Xiaoyan approached her, running with all her might, she could not help but deliver a playful punch to the top of her head. Stop running aimlessly. At this, Xiaoyan winced and let out an ouch, pouting as she explained, I saw them transform into glowing orbs and fly away. Then that monstrous creature captured them. So I hid, transforming into orbs of light? Captured by a monster? What in the world? Just as confusion clouded her mind, Gu Qingqing, who had momentarily lost focus, seemed to regain his senses and stepped forward, saying that Immortal Elder took all the disciples who were forcefully attempting to leave. He succinctly recounted the events to Shen Qingqing. Yes, this was precisely what she meant. Hearing the unexpected explanation from Gu Qingqing, Xiaoyan nodded emphatically twice. In response, Shen Qingqing felt utterly exhausted. What is happening here? She cast a glance at the foolish Xiaoyan, then turned to observe Gu Qingqing, whose eyes were devoid of light. She understood well that he was suffering greatly at this moment. With a heavy sigh, she shook her head in resignation. How exhausting. I merely wished to enter and assist this simpleton in uncovering his lineage. How did so many troubles arise? Where did I go astray? Just as she pondered these questions, the sky above erupted in a crimson haze, and the figure of an elder emerged amidst the chaos. His aged voice resonated throughout the heavens as he gazed at Shen Qingqing, utterly astonished, exclaiming, "A congenital Tao body." Upon hearing this, the elder vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood before Shen Qingqing. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned forth a brilliant flame, her fiery lotus principles surging once more. Just as the elder reached out to seize her, she swiftly grasped Xiaoyan's hand and retreated several hundred steps. The elder chuckled softly upon witnessing the scene. Choosing not to pursue but instead observing the retreating figure of Shen Qingqing with keen interest, lost in contemplation. To encounter a fully awakened innate Tao body here was indeed astonishing. The elder licked his parched lips, his gaze toward Shen Qingqing brimming with avarice. Such a transcendent constitution had not graced the upper realms for millennia. The natural affinity for the Tao. If he could devour it, his spirit would undoubtedly be restored to its prime state. Furthermore, possessing this Tao body would enable him to transcend the eternal limitations that the Soul Summoning Clan had faced in their quest for the realm of the Immortal Emperor. This was the true essence of becoming an Immortal Emperor, rather than merely achieving the status through one's spirit. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the elder could hardly contain his exhilaration. He reminisced about the time when he was suppressed by the vast universe Immortal Emperor, enduring millennia of refinement. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter years ago, wherein he stumbled upon a nameless ring that could nourish the spirit, he might have long been consumed by the accompanying artifact of the universe Immortal Emperor. It was this ring, with its life-sustaining properties, that allowed him to survive until the present day, existing as but a fragment of his former self. Now, after countless years, he had pieced together much of the narrative from the blood spirit child who had rescued him from that place and aided in his recovery. This place remained a familiar sanctuary for him, the very realm of the Celestial Emperor's artifact that had confined and refined him for countless eons. The Celestial Emperor's artifact, which had once subjected him to its influence, had long been fragmented into 5 shards during a battle in years past, severed by the Celestial Emperor through a secret method, and scattered across myriad worlds in the lower realm. This was done to ensure that the malevolent beings he had subdued would remain eternally ensnared within the confines of the Celestial Emperor's realm. Yet, he could never have anticipated that after his demise, those shards he had dispersed would be acquired by others. In a serendipitous encounter, they managed to forge a connection through the last vestiges of unbroken essence within the shards, creating a bridge, a conduit linking one shard to another. Thus, the 5 fallen shards were collected by their respective bearers, who, drawing upon their spiritual essence, established a unique space through the fragments. After a series of discussions, they endeavored to simultaneously channel their spiritual energy into the shards to observe the outcome. After numerous attempts over many years, they finally activated the shards, and the realm of the spiritual mirror re-emerged into existence. Through a fortuitous turn of events, he lured the blood spirit to a cave he had previously established before his self-imposed seclusion, thereby facilitating his own escape. Thus, he was granted the chance for rebirth. All of this is owed to the pioneers who established the secret realm. As he contemplated this, he could hardly contain the joy swelling within him. What did you say? A dignified immortal? Unable to suppress one's emotions? Try being imprisoned for a millennium. Suppressing what? Yet, on second thought, this was a realm of consciousness. Even after devouring it, he would not possess a complete corporeal form. Thus, he conceived a bold idea, to descend to the mortal realm where the girl resides and seize her body, to wholly dominate that so-called innate Tao body, which had not manifested for millennia. At this point, his covetous gaze roamed over Shen Qingqing. Feeling the elder's avaricious stare upon her, Shen Qingqing experienced profound discomfort. Although she could not discern the elder's intentions or thoughts, the sensation was so unsettling that she wished to slay him. Yet, he was an immortal furrowing her brow. She pondered when the esteemed Moonfall Immortal King had ever been so brazenly scrutinized without pretense. Despite her unease, she forced herself to relax and released her grip on the hand of the frightened Xiaoya. Resting her hand upon the hilt of the Houyu sword cradled in her arms, before her stood a true immortal, even though she had once been an immortal king. With myriad techniques at her disposal, she could not manifest even a fraction of them in her current state. Thus, she dared not act impulsively at this moment. The Houyu sword was her last and greatest reliance. Observing the startled expression on the girl's face, the elder recognized his own lapse in composure. He had let his excitement get the better of him. Retracting his gaze, he resolved, the mere mortal realm could be extinguished with a single hand. With his soul-guiding techniques from the soul-guiding clan, coupled with his mastery of diverse methods and his restored powers as an immortal, traversing space posed little challenge for him. However, as he contemplated this, he hesitated, not due to any apprehension, but rather because Shen Qingqing was a woman. Seizing her body would indeed tarnish his image. Yet, after careful consideration, to break through the boundaries that the soul-guiding clan had never achieved, what did it matter if she was a woman? With this thought, he shifted his focus, and the soul strength within him coalesced into a pitch-black vortex. A smirk graced his lips as he raised his hand and grasped, pulling over the blood spirit that had been so ruthlessly battered by Shen Qingqing's fire lotus loss. Suddenly yanked away, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Moments ago, an overwhelming sense of pressure surged towards him, accompanied by an intense force of attraction. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a pitch-black vortex materialized before his eyes, and a hand emerged from it, forcibly dragging him inside. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, startled. "Remove the jade piece from your possession." At this command, Blood Spirit Child, still grappling with the unfolding circumstances, beheld the familiar figure that had steadfastly accompanied him day and night, delivering the order in a cold, emotionless tone. "Wow!" exclaimed Xiaoya, unable to contain her astonishment as she witnessed the elder conjuring a living being once more from afar. Truly remarkable. Despite his confusion, Blood Spirit Child had no time to ponder the situation and hastily retrieved the jade piece requested by the elder, presenting it to him. The jade piece was only half complete. The other half remained within the bloodthirsty sword's sect. This was the contingency left by the elder. Through the soul-drawing arts of the spirit-summoning clan, he had extracted a fragment of his own divine soul and sealed it within the jade tablet stored in the bloodthirsty sword sect. The elder explained that should unforeseen circumstances arise, by shattering this half-piece of jade, the sliver of his detached soul would awaken, destroying the teleportation mirror and forcibly transporting them away. However, with the mirror shattered, they could no longer return to the world where the bloodthirsty sword sect resided, but would instead be randomly sent to one of the other 4 realms. He feared that the mighty Houyu Immortal Emperor might also have prepared similar contingencies. Therefore, this was a measure of last resort. "Your Highness, what is he trying to do?" Xiaoyuan, who had been watching the old man perform his grand illusion, asked curiously from the side. "I don't know," Shen Qingqing replied with a shake of her head, though she couldn't fathom the old man's intentions. One thing was certain, he harbored no murderous intent toward them at the moment. Otherwise, they would have perished in an instant. A mere thought from an immortal could snuff out their lives. Just as she was lost in bewilderment, a crisp crack echoed through the air. The jade fragment in the old man's hand shattered into pieces. The moment it broke, crimson streaks of blood-red energy erupted from his palm, spreading outward in all directions like a sinister tide. Above them, the sky itself began to fracture, fissures splitting the heavens like shattered glass. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, pouring out through the cracks as if the world itself were bleeding. Ancient trees, one after another, disintegrated into nothingness. Everything was being reduced to oblivion. The sky, stained with bloody spiritual energy and torn asunder, resembled nothing short of an apocalyptic vision. Is someone destroying the secret realm? Beside them, Gu Chifeng stared at the unfolding catastrophe, his mind flashing back to his youth when he had accidentally wandered into a secret realm and been trapped for over a year. His father, the great emperor, had been so enraged that he shattered the entire realm to free him. The scene before him now was identical to what he had witnessed back then. Watching the destruction of the secret realm, a strange mix of sorrow and elation rose in Gu Qingfeng's heart. He turned to Shen Qingqing and exclaimed, "Junior sister Shen, we can escape now." Shen Qingqing blinked in confusion. Seeing her bewilderment, Gu Qifeng hastily explained in brief. Upon hearing his words, Shen Qingqing's lips twitched uncontrollably. This is possible? Are secret realms in the lower world this peculiar? Destroying it lets you leave? Shouldn't we be annihilated along with it? No, wait. Oh no. Does that mean this old man will also escape with us? A true immortal descending upon the heart-questioning sword sect? As she watched Gu Qingfeng's joyous expression, oblivious to the impending disaster, she was utterly dumbfounded. Big brother, your sect is doomed. Just then, a blinding white light erupted behind her, followed by an overwhelming force that yanked both her and Xiao Yuan into its grasp. Startled by the sudden pull, Xiao Yuan shrieked and clung tightly to Shen Qingqing's arm. Ah, your highness, save me. Quiet. Gu Qingfeng was no exception. He too was dragged into the vortex. Even Shui Lingzi met the same fate. But before being swallowed, the old man dissolved into a wisp of scarlet smoke and vanished into the ring on Shui Lingzi's finger, leaving behind a single, ominous whisper, the innate Tao body. I'm coming for it. In this moment, a ripple of rejection reverberated through the empty valleys, joy transforming a long-standing desolation. Ah, finally some action. A mournful cry echoed from the heavens. A blade of light surged forth from within the heart of Inquiry Sword Sect, cleaving the sect's protective array asunder with a single stroke. Instantly, the very essence of sword intent surged and reverberated within the sect, cold radiance piercing the sky. Upon contact with the blade's brilliance, the firmament shattered, unleashing countless whirlwinds and storms, rushing forth like an unrelenting river. The fierce sword light struck like a bone-chilling current of winter, piercing the heart. By the heavens, a spatial tempest. Has the heart of Inquiry Sword Sect lost its mind? Are they discontent with this world? Even an emperor would kneel before this sword. This is sheer madness. The protective array had been cleaved in two. It startled me to my core. Surrounding the heart of Inquiry Sword Sect, countless onlookers gazed at the soaring blade of light, which shattered the sky and left a breathtaking scar upon it. The tempest that followed surged in, rendering the heavens incapable of healing, and they could not help but express their astonishment. The heart of Inquiry Sword Sect was a transcendent force in this region, and these individuals had initially intended to pay protection fees to the sect. Yet, before they could even reach the foot of the mountain, they beheld the blade of light ascending towards the heavens. Even from such a distance, they could feel the awe-inspiring sword intent. Were they to venture closer? Would they not meet their demise? As this thought crossed their minds, they shuddered involuntarily. Just then, a white jade palanquin, crafted from exquisite marble, sped towards the heart of Inquiry Sword Sect above their heads. Thunderous roars echoed in its wake, lingering ominously. This is the palanquin of the Qingyu dynasty. Yet, they wondered which formidable figure from the dynasty occupied it. Glancing at one another, confusion etched on their faces, they speculated. Clearly, they could not proceed to the heart of Inquiry Sword Sect now. They would have to wait for another occasion. After all, gazing at the unhealed, terrifying scar upon the firmament, they swallowed hard and turned back home. What folly! To advance further would likely cost them their lives. The protective array of the heart of Inquiry Sword Sect had withstood the combined might of 3 late-stage emperors. If a single sword could not endure, what hope remained? Go away. Farewell. At this moment, beside the martial arts arena of the heart-questioned sword sect, on a vast expanse, the teleportation mirror used to send the disciples into the soul realm lay shattered. Those disciples who had entered the secret realm with their souls now found their bodies contorted and disarrayed, as if struck by an overwhelming external force. Their forms scattered like stars in clouds. In this moment, they resembled mere shells devoid of souls. Their souls had been entirely devoured by the elder clad in a blood-red robe, who stood beside the teleportation mirror, merging them into his being. Before him, a beam of sword light coalesced from his fingers, poised as if to strike. Beside him, Shen Qingqing approached, wielding her sword, surrounded by a fiery lotus aura, with her long sword emanating a subtle, ethereal glow. The elder bore a gruesome, bloodied gash upon his chest, his face as pale as death, a stark contrast to the majestic presence he had exhibited within the secret realm. With a fierce glare, he regarded Shen Qingqing, who stood resolute with her azure sword encircled by the fiery lotuses, a vast illusion of flames flickering behind her. At that moment, he dared not act rashly, for upon his arrival in this realm, he sensed the deficiencies in its heavenly laws, which had forcibly suppressed his cultivation from the realm of immortals to the pinnacle of this world, the peak of the Emperor realm. Furthermore, he had yet to seize a physical body and remained in a state of pure soul. Thus, he refrained from expending too much soul energy, for excessive consumption could plunge him into a deep slumber, lacking a corporeal form for rest. Within the soul realm, conditions were favorable, as it was a domain suited for souls, rich in energy sufficient for his whims. But now, he was no longer within that realm. He had intended to seize this girl immediately upon emerging and find a suitable location to commence his possession. But who could have anticipated this turn of events? To his astonishment, the young woman possessed a talisman of protection. At the very moment their hands made contact, the jade pendant at her waist suddenly radiated a celestial brilliance, enveloping her entire being in a protective shield of starlight. Despite his utmost efforts, he found himself utterly incapable of unsettling that astral barrier. Consequently, the ensuing events unfolded. With the starlit shield safeguarding her, he was rendered powerless, and she swiftly recognized this advantage. Thus began her relentless assault upon him. What a spectacle it was, a mere insect of the second realm daring to launch an offensive against a pinnacle emperor. Can you even fathom the tumult of emotions he experienced? He yearned to retaliate, yet the impenetrable starlight shield thwarted his every attempt. He could do nothing but endure her onslaught, a frustration that was truly unbearable. Although her strikes were ineffectual against him, prolonged exposure to the barrage began to numb his hands. He had hoped to maintain a stalemate, waiting for the young lady's shield to wane before seizing his opportunity to subdue her. Yet, after half an hour had passed, the celestial barrier showed no signs of weakening. In fact, it appeared to grow even more formidable, seemingly imbued with a counterattack capability. Recognizing that prolonging the confrontation would be futile, he began to contemplate an escape. For the future held endless possibilities. But what transpired next? Noticing his intention to flee, the maiden swiftly darted to her attendant's side and retrieved an azure longsword from the woman's embrace. Without hesitation, she unsheathed the blade. As steel met air, the surrounding atmosphere visibly plummeted in temperature, while countless streams of spiritual energy converged upon the weapon in frenzied torrents. A palpable aura of death instantly assailed him, piercing straight through to the core of his being. Within moments, sword energy from dozens of miles around coalesced into the maiden's weapon, leveling the blade at his forehead. She executed a single devastating strike, a cut that seemed to sever all avenues of retreat. Time itself appeared to freeze in that fleeting instant as mortal terror gripped his heart. That single moment nearly became his last. He would have perished in this wretched backwater realm were it not for his lineage as a soul summoner and mastery of myriad racial arts. His modest proficiency in spatial manipulation allowed him to momentarily phase his body, just as the sword's radiance would have cleaved through him completely. Hence emerged the spectacle of sword energy piercing the heavens, sundering the Heartseeker sect's protective formation and scarring the firmament itself. Recalling this narrow escape, he unleashed his full aura. Crimson laws of blood swirled about his form as ancient sigils and archaic script materialized in the air, gradually merging with his flesh. Observing the grievous wound upon his chest that refused to heal, his pupils contracted sharply. With claw-like fingers, he seized the crown of blood spirit child's skull. A tremendous suction emanated from his palm. "Elder Dong, what are you?" The aged figure cackled darkly in response. "Worry not, I shall honor our agreement. Whether that includes your people, matters little to me." As the elder called Dong launched his surprise assault, the victim's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend this betrayal from one he'd helped resurrect. No explanations would come. Within moments, blood spirit child's soul had been completely absorbed. The gaping chest wound began healing at visible speed. Curling his lips into a sinister arc, the elder surveyed Shen Qingqing standing sword ready, advisor Heartseeker with fingers poised like blades, and the assembled sect disciples forming their sword formations. Pointing at Shen Qingqing, he declared, "That body belongs to me now. Not even a celestial emperor can save you. This I swear." Having come this far, he would claim that innate Tao physique at any cost. The alternative was unacceptable loss. "Then come and try," came the defiant retort. Shen Qingqing let out a frosty snort towards him, the fiery lotus phantom behind her intensifying its aura once more. Grasping the hilt of the Hoyu sword, as spiritual energy continuously poured in, the blade began to shimmer with streaks of sword energy. Upon hearing this, the old man swiftly formed hand seals, crimson runes flowing from his fingertips. "Soul seal, condense," the elder bellowed. In an instant, a sigil materialized between his brows. The moment the sigil appeared, a sinister scarlet light shot forth from his forehead, hurtling towards Shen Qingqing. Without hesitation, Shen Qingqing swung her sword in response. The elder knew ordinary attacks would be futile against her. Thus, he resolved to employ a soul-based technique. Confident that such a method, specifically targeting the spirit, would prove effective, he refused to believe otherwise. This jade pendant is so extraordinary, capable of not only deflecting physical attacks but also withstanding assaults from the soul. The crimson light effortlessly shattered the sword aura condensed by Shen Qingqing, surging toward her with an unstoppable force. Not good. Seeing this, Gu Wenxin, standing nearby, inwardly exclaimed in alarm. In a flash, he appeared before Shen Qingqing, pointing 2 fingers toward the crimson light. A blinding radiance erupted from his fingertips, entwined with the power of laws. Yet, with a resounding crack, his sword aura was also obliterated by the crimson light, and he was sent flying several meters backward. Father, Elder Gu, watching Gu Wenxin being flung back. Unable to withstand the blow, Gu Qifeng and Shen Qingqing cried out in concern. Cough. Gu Wenxin steadied himself, suppressing a cough. I'm fine. The old man laughed maniacally at the sight, casting a contemptuous glance at Gu Wenxin, who now seemed as insignificant as an ant. Turning his gaze to Shen Qingqing, who was retreating while desperately slashing her sword to fend off the attack, he sneered. I told you, today. Not even a celestial emperor could save. Before he could utter the word you, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens as a jade carriage emerged from the void, accompanied by a voice that shook the firmament. Oh, is that so? Just as the soul-piercing light was about to strike Shen Qingqing, a figure materialized before her. Father. Foolish old man. Recognizing the newcomer, Shen Qingqing's face lit up with joy. The tension in her nerves dissolved the moment Imoran appeared. With a mere wave of his hand, Imoran effortlessly shattered the terrifying soul-piercing light before it could even touch his palm, as if it were nothing. Your Majesty, Gu Wenxin, who had been flung aside, also brightened at the sight. Xiaoyun, upon seeing the reassuring figure, couldn't contain her excitement. Hooray! His Majesty has arrived. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The old man shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept that Imoran had crushed his soul attack with such ease. Imoran, however, paid him no immediate attention, leaving the old man to his denial. Instead, he turned to his eldest daughter, standing protectively behind him. Noticing the exhaustion on her face, his heart ached. Gently stroking her head, he smiled and said, Fear not. Daddy will cut down this old wretch for you. Humph. Then hurry up. With a delicate huff, Shen Qingqing handed the Hou sword over to him, for she truly had no means to wield it, though she was once a celestial king in her past life. Now she was merely a minor cultivator at the second stage of the Life Palace realm. The elderly man before her, his cultivation suppressed to the peak of the great emperor realm, could crush her effortlessly. Had it not been for the protective jade pendant bestowed upon her by Imoran, she would have been captured the moment she emerged. Imoran chuckled lightly as he took the Hou sword from Shen Qingqing's hands. Turning around, his gaze fell upon the spectral figure of the old man, whose form had grown increasingly translucent. His eyes instantly turned icy. One strike, he uttered coldly. Tend you. With a swift motion, he raised the Hou sword and slashed toward the elder. A glimmer of starlight shimmered along the blade as a razor-sharp sword beam, infused with celestial radiance, descended upon the old man. Facing the impending strike, the elder's pallid face twisted with unwillingness. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his suppressed great emperor-level cultivation at its peak. Just as the sword energy was about to strike him, he once again employed his spatial technique, forcibly evading the attack at the cost of a substantial portion of his soul energy. Now, his spectral form grew even more ethereal than before. His pale visage and fading soul suggested that, before long, he might dissipate entirely from this world due to excessive depletion. His expression darkened gravely. He had already expended his soul energy once when dodging Shen Qingqing's earlier strike. Now, with Imoran's mere casual slash, he was forced to resort to spatial evasion once more, an act that carried the sin of death itself. Those spatial techniques were formidable. His current spectral form could not sustain such expenditure. Moreover, spatial manipulation demanded immense spiritual energy. Had he still possessed a physical body, his reserves could have been replenished. But as a wandering soul, his dwindling essence could not be restored, relying only on fleeting spiritual energy for temporary relief. If he failed to secure a suitable vessel for possession soon, he would inevitably fall into eternal slumber. He had initially assumed this lower realm would be easily subdued. After all, at his peak, he was a celestial king. Yet, to his dismay, this world's heavenly Tao was incomplete. The moment he descended, it suppressed his power, forcibly confining him to the so-called Great Emperor peak. In other realms, he could at least negotiate with the heavenly Tao, wielding half-step celestial might. But here, the heavenly Tao remained elusive, leaving no room for bargaining. A low growl escaped his lips as he muttered, soul condensation art manifest. In the present day, he finds himself at the end of his tether. The only recourse left is to forcibly shatter the seal on his divine soul power, thereby effectively replenishing the limited reserves he currently possesses and enabling him to navigate through this dire predicament. However, such an act of defiance against the will of the heavenly order will undoubtedly invite its wrath. Yet, he feels he has no alternative. He is willing to take a gamble, betting that the celestial laws will be powerless against him, if he can successfully break the seal and unlock his sealed cultivation. Reaching the realm of immortality, he would be prepared to confront even the celestial order itself. As his words fell, a crimson aura enveloped his form, coalescing around him. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged wildly towards him, forming a vortex of power centered on his being. His ethereal self was lifted into the air by the overwhelming influx of energy. At that moment, his aura surged dramatically, ripping apart the recently mended scar left by Shen Qingqing's sword, which had cleaved through his celestial barrier. As he gathered his spiritual energy to forcibly break the seal, the very fabric of space surrounding him began to fracture. He seemed on the verge of transcending the limits of this realm. Simultaneously, the system that lingered in Immortal's mind emitted a resonant, ethereal mechanical voice, echoing within his consciousness. Ding. The space here is beginning to collapse. Please, host, swiftly eliminate this disturbance. Otherwise, the celestial order of this realm will be unable to withstand the power of the immortal realm and will soon shatter into oblivion. At that time, this world shall dissolve into nothingness. Is the Tao so fragile? No, I must have a thorough discussion with the system afterwards. What is this heavenly Tao all about? How could it be so fragile, merely possessing some flaws, yet unable to withstand even the slightest celestial being? Could it be that you've just been born, still unfamiliar with the operations of this world's order? Taking a deep breath, he cast aside his myriad thoughts. Turning to Shen Qingqing behind him, he spoke slowly. Qinger, your father shall impart unto you a single sword strike, one that can sever all things between heaven and earth, and shatter all laws of creation. Having spoken, Immortal once more raised his hand, lifting Hou Yu into the air. Though Hou Yu's sword had been sealed by him, its aura now appeared no greater than that of a mere spirit sword, yet as the blade of a celestial emperor, even in its sealed state. It feared no immortal sovereign. The laws of the stars flowed around Immortal, converging into the sword's body. As the celestial principle swirled, Hou Yu in his hand emitted wave after wave of razor-sharp sword radiance, striking directly at the soul. Around him, the sword energy of the stars surged unrestrained. A single strike to sever all things between heaven and earth, to shatter all laws of creation? Shen Qingqing watched as countless stellar sword energies gathered around Immortal, repeating the words he had just spoken. In the next instant, Immortal swung his blade toward the old man, gathering power in the sky. A single resonant sword cry echoed forth. 10,000 sword energies swept forward like 10,000 drifting stars, piercing straight toward the elder. That single strike seemed to transcend past and future. After the sword fell, the skies above the heart-questioning sword sect trembled endlessly with the echoes of blade song. That fleeting slash, which seemed to halt time itself, dispersed the vortex of spiritual energy enveloping the old man entirely. The sword energy spanned over 10,000 miles. Its razor-sharp echoes lingering above the sect, refusing to fade. High in the heavens, the sword scar torn once more into the fabric of space could not heal again. Spatial storms poured through the narrow fissure, rending it wider. And the presence of the elder had long since vanished from this world, as though he had never existed. Immortal's sword could slay immortals. Majestic, awe-inspiring. This reflects the thoughts of everyone at this moment. Whether they are emperors or immortals, in the eyes of this individual, they seem utterly insignificant, incapable of even withstanding a single strike. At this time, the Sword Heart sect has transformed into a unique realm solely belonging to the essence of sword energy. Beneath the might of Immortal's sword, all the laws of the world can be shattered with a single blow. Throughout this entire ordeal, his countenance remained unperturbed in the slightest. Both Shen Qingqing and Gu Wenxin, the sect leader of the Sword Heart sect, along with numerous disciples, were left utterly astounded by the sword strike unleashed by Immortal, their astonishment lingering on their faces for an extended period. In the distance, a scar left by the sword in the heavens appeared. While the raging spatial storm seemed like the embodiment of a ferocious beast, greedily attempting to devour the spatial barriers of this realm, yearning to penetrate its entirety. Gradually, that sword scar was being infiltrated by the destructive aura of the storm, bit by bit. If not promptly mended, it would not be long before the Sword Heart sect became the sole desolate land within the southern domain. The once thriving Sword Heart sect was destined to become a relic of history after this day. These insignificant creatures drive me to madness. If they wish to fight, let them fight, but why must they sever the heavens? At this moment, by the edge of the rift, a blurred and ethereal figure, elusive and incomprehensible, was persistently tugging at the fissure with her tiny hands, striving with all her might to mend it. Her name is Tiandao, the guardian of this realm and the maintainer of order within this world. The previous Tiandao had perished not long ago, and she is the newly manifested Tiandao. Therefore, her understanding of the Tiandao laws remains incomplete, and her grasp over this world is still insufficient. To put it simply, she is still young and unable to manage such a vast world. Her emergence was unforeseen. Years ago, there were powerful beings from the higher realms attempting to forcibly invade this domain. The former Tiandao, as its protector, could not allow those with malevolent intentions to enter the world she safeguarded. Thus, a fierce battle ensued, the aftermath of which saw the invaders retreat while he was left with fractured laws of existence, his life nearing its end. Knowing his time was limited and unwilling to witness the world he had guarded for so long descend into eternal ruin, he used the remnants of his celestial laws to prematurely nurture her. He had assumed this process would be swift, yet it spanned years. During this period, as the former heavenly Tao devoted himself to forging the new one, he forcibly amended the order of this realm. Henceforth, any who attained immortality, even those merely half-ascended, would be forcibly expelled, not through the proper path of ascension, but by ruthless banishment, their survival inconsequential. This was his safeguard. A new decree to prevent powerful beings from other realms from breaching this world while the new heavenly Tao was still in gestation. Those cast out would not tread the celestial path, but instead be hurled into the tempest of spatial storms beyond the world's borders. Adrift and inevitably torn apart, unless they wielded strength surpassing even the Immortals. Surely, no existence beyond the realm of celestial kings would descend upon such a minor world? It could scarcely endure their presence. A mere step would sunder it entirely. There was no need for beings of such stature to torment a fragile domain. Yet this prolonged nurturing of the new heavenly Tao led to an overabundance of emperor-level powerers in this world. Those who reached the pinnacle could no longer depart via the celestial path, doomed instead to perish of old age. What emperor would dare shatter the world's barriers and brave the spatial storms? Certain death awaited. Moreover, ascending to emperor no longer required traversing the path of emperors as before. Now, one had only to endure the emperor's tribulation, surviving the ordeal to claim the throne. While this method may seem straightforward, those who ascend to the rank of emperor through overcoming the imperial tribulation are significantly weaker compared to those who achieve it by traversing the imperial path. Of course, there are rare exceptions, unusual anomalies that emerge, perhaps not even 1 in 100. This disparity naturally leads to the perplexing question: why are some emperors so feeble while others are overwhelmingly powerful? Although the lifespan of an emperor forged through the tribulation matches that of one who conquers the imperial path, the difference in strength is vast. Hence, a distinct term is reserved for such individuals, false emperors. Good heavens! The little girl, an incarnation of the heavenly Tao, widened her eyes in shock as she withdrew her tiny hands from the ever-widening fissure she couldn't mend. Pressing her palms to her lips, she gasped in disbelief. She had merely intended to observe this world with detached amusement, savoring the spectacle like a casual spectator. Yet before she could indulge for long, catastrophe struck. What vendetta? What grudge could warrant such a calamity? To greet her new reign with such a disastrous gift. Is this the hospitality of this world? Splendid. Staring at the sword scar that simply refused to mend no matter what, she finally gave up. With a disdainful downward curl of her lips and a contemptuous glance at the crowd below, she shrugged her hands in resignation, ready to abandon all effort. She decided to wait until her heavenly Tao principles were perfected before attempting to repair this place again. As for the current state of this land, whether it would be ravaged by storms or reduced to a desolate wasteland, the little voice in her mind offered a singular suggestion: just walk away. She heaved a heavy, helpless sigh, shrugged her shoulders, and prepared to depart. Earlier, when that old immortal realm cultivator had suddenly descended, the remnants of the previous heavenly Tao's rules had sealed his cultivation at the peak of the great emperor realm. Due to the emergence of a new heavenly Tao, the power of these rules had weakened, preventing his expulsion. She, sensing the old man's arrival and detecting the stirrings of something intriguing, had lingered here a while longer. Whether it was because the faint aura she emitted had been detected by the old man or due to some other peculiar reason, He had begun employing an esoteric secret technique to negotiate with her, pleading for her assistance in loosening his seal, just enough to allow him to wield half-immortal power. But she ignored him, because she had no solution. Elder, you've come to the wrong person for this, she thought. I don't know how. My predecessor never taught me. You're barking up the wrong tree. And so, she remained silent, content to spectate from the sidelines. Yet as she watched, the situation below took a sudden turn for the worse. The old fool, in his desperation, attempted to forcibly break the heavenly Tao's seal within him through some reckless technique. She had intended to intervene. After all, she had only just come into existence, and many matters remained unmanaged. If this old fool truly shattered the seal, this world would be doomed. But just as she prepared to act, a streak of sword light pierced through the old man's body and slashed toward her. Startled, she barely dodged in time, and so she evaded, leaving the freshly mended sword scar to suffer yet another blow. First month on the job, and already hard at work, she mused wryly, just as she was about to vanish and return only after she had fully matured to repair this fissure. A gentle voice softly spoke behind her. Hello, do you need help? The heavenly Tao's avatar, poised to flee this den of chaos, froze in place, startled by the sudden voice. Who is it? Do you devour people? No. Do you devour heavenly Taos? How can you see me? Who am I? Where am I? As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, she remained invisible unless she willed it, especially within this realm that belonged to her. Yet now, she wasn't so certain. A thought struck her. Could it be? Could this one, like the previous visitor, be a cross-dimensional traveler? Impossible. That elder had only managed to commune with her through elaborate means. But this one seemed to genuinely perceive her presence. By the heavens, the crux of the matter? She, the heavenly Tao, sovereign of this realm, had failed to sense his arrival. The thought of suddenly stabbing her on the street is terrifying. Yet, why does this voice sound so familiar? Puzzled, she slowly turned around to see Immortal standing with his hands behind his back, gazing at her with an amused expression. It was as if he were saying, "Don't run. I still have so many questions for you." Damn, it's him. But that shouldn't be possible. How can he see me? When she caught sight of Immortal's strikingly handsome face, she sighed in relief. At least she didn't have to worry about someone stabbing her from behind. Yet, along with that relief came confusion. And within that confusion, anger simmered. It's him. This very man. Her fury stemmed from the fact that within just a month of her taking office, Immortal had presented her with such an enormous gift. But what baffled her was, why could he see her? It made no sense. After all, Immortal was a peak-level great emperor. A pseudo-emperor born in an era where the path of emperors remained sealed. Such a realm should be imperceptible to the senses. How could one possibly see her? Could there be something extraordinary about this situation? Hearing this, she instinctively took a few steps back in fear, scrutinizing the man before her who wore a mischievous grin. After a long silence, as she remained wordless, Morin spoke. Little one, do you need assistance? Assistance? You're offering help? At these words, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao darkened in expression, her small fists clenching. She took a deep breath, raised her hand, and pointed accusingly at Moran's nose, shouting, "Help? What kind of ridiculous joke is that? Wasn't it you who caused this destruction? Wasn't it your battle that shattered everything? I just arrived. Do you understand? I had barely taken over my duties when you dumped this colossal mess onto me when I can't even begin to mend. No, wait. I already repaired it once. I fixed it. And yet you, again and again, kept striking the same spot. Is this some kind of amusement to you? Couldn't you have aimed elsewhere? Must you relentlessly target one place? Where are your manners?" Though uncertain how Moran had managed to perceive her, she had been seething with frustration, desperate for someone to vent her fury upon. And now, Moran had delivered himself right to her. She wouldn't hold back. After this scolding, Moran awkwardly rubbed his nose. Truthfully, he hadn't initially sensed the presence of this little being. It was only when the old man, in his final moments, suddenly manipulated spatial magic that Moran noticed something amiss. Just moments ago, when his sword strike had pierced through the old man's body, the latter had already broken half of the seal within him. Sensing the newborn heavenly Tao spectating nearby, perhaps seeking a final act of spite, the old man had warped space, slightly diverting the trajectory of Moran's attack. He struck toward the nascent heavenly Tao, not by deliberate intent. Yet fate conspired to fulfill his own prophecy. Indeed, this was a freshly birthed heavenly Tao, still unacquainted with the workings of this world. Observing the gaping rift behind the heavenly Tao, torn wider by the tempest's fury, he raised a finger. A glimmer of starlight unfurled from his fingertip. coiling through the air like a celestial serpent. With painstaking grace, it wove across the ravaged firmament, mending the breaches devoured by the spatial storm. Before long, the once chaotic fissure was restored to pristine wholeness. But more than mere restoration, his touch had reforged the very fabric of this boundary. The heavenly Tao's avatar could perceive it. The mended barrier now stood mightier than ever before. This, how extraordinary. Why don't you take over as the heavenly Tao instead? Her previously imposing demeanor dissipated like smoke after witnessing Mo Ran perfectly mend the spatial rift, swift in arrival, swifter in departure. She blinked, starlight shimmering in her eyes, lost in contemplation, though unaware of Mo Ran's unique qualities. His method of restoration clearly revealed him as a reclusive powerhouse spending his retirement here. She must cling to this formidable ally. Unlike those mindless heavenly Taos who only know violence and destruction at every turn. To cleave the heavens with one sword stroke. To mend the firmament with one fingertip. And you claim he's merely a minor peak-level great emperor? Would you believe it? Certainly not I. At this realization, inspiration flashed through her clever little mind. With a cunning smile directed at Mo Ran, she proposed, "Boss, why don't you become the heavenly Tao instead?" Hearing this, Mo Ran froze momentarily. A giant question mark hovering above his head, his hands suspended mid-air in forgotten stillness. "Boss, me as heavenly Tao? Have you lost your mind? Forsake my comfortable position as Azure Feather Monarch? Abandon my warm marital bed? To become some heavenly Tao laborer? The last one who took that job now rests beneath a 2-meter burial mound, understand? Not even dogs would take such work." Ahem. Mo Ran swiftly cleared these thoughts from his mind. Observing this newborn heavenly Tao entity, his lips twitched. He'd nearly been led astray by this creature's nonsense. Though compared to that ancient relic, this little contraption is far more intriguing. Recalling the past. On the very day he ascended to the throne of the immortal emperor, his mastery over its formidable powers remained incomplete. In a careless moment, he nearly altered the ancient laws painstakingly established by the venerable sage at the cost of half his lifespan. This entity is seething with rage, spewing vulgarities left and right, utterly unbefitting of a celestial sovereign's demeanor. Pondering this, he cast a glance at the newly born celestial sovereign, who was rubbing his hands together with an insufferably smug expression. To not inherit the predecessor's temper was one thing. But why does it feel like some equally troublesome new trait has awakened? Oh, well, it matters not. Enough digression, he demanded. How long until you fully master the celestial laws governing this realm? With the emergence of a new sovereign, this era shall be reshaped. Prepare yourself for the advent of new rules and order. TCH. Suit yourself. If you don't want it, I want to force it upon you. Seeing Mo Ran's refusal, she pursed her lips and coldly scoffed before replying. Half a year. Half a year? That's rather prolonged. Mo Ran stroked his chin, sinking into contemplation. Due to the demise of the former sovereign, the new rules he had established were gradually weakening and would soon vanish entirely. By then, this nascent sovereign would formally ascend as the guardian of this realm. However, the issue lies in the fact that she is not the inheritor of the celestial mandate. Rather, she is a unique sovereign birthed by the old one. In other words, an inheritor could directly assimilate all the celestial laws and power of their predecessor, albeit with limitations. A sovereign born through gestation, however, belongs to the growth archetype, boundless in potential. How far she evolves depends entirely on her comprehension and mastery of the celestial laws. Were the sovereign's avatar privy to his thoughts, she would undoubtedly berate him vehemently. Half a year too long. Preposterous. Of course, such musings were trivial. His true intent in posing the question was to assist in reinforcing the spatial fabric of this realm. After all, the dimensional stability here is laughably fragile, barely withstanding the descent of a single immortal before teetering on collapse. Why not reinforce it earlier, you ask? Must I justify my reluctance? Must I explain my disinterest? Strengthening the spatial fabric is the sovereign's duty. What concern is it of an immortal emperor? Fool. Does spatial reinforcement not require the owner's consent? Must permission not be sought? What chaos would breaching order unleash? Some consequences are irreversible, even for an immortal emperor. There are lines one must never cross. Understood? Having obtained his answer, Mo Ran imposed no further demands. This matter was beyond his jurisdiction. He was no celestial sovereign, and thus had no right to forcibly intervene. At this thought, a whimsical notion struck him. That coffin stored within the Azure Feather Imperial Court. Would its claimant soon arrive to retrieve it? After all, the old heavenly Tao had perished. The new heavenly Tao seemed somewhat unreliable and lacked formidable strength. Alas! He shook his head, offering her a helpless expression, delivering one final reminder. Devote more effort to seizing control of this world sooner rather than later. The order of things still depends on you to uphold. Upon hearing this, the heavenly Tao wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed. By the time she regained her composure, Moran had already departed with effortless grace. Watching his retreating figure, the avatar of the heavenly Tao was deeply puzzled, though uncertain of his meaning. She could only shake her head in resignation before dissipating into a wisp of white mist. Below, the disciples of the heart-refining sword sect exhaled in relief as they witnessed the sudden restoration of the shattered rift. At the very least, they no longer had to fear the sect's ruin. Yet, glancing at the devastation left in the wake of battle, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. There was much work to be done. After that single sword strike, the storm had passed, but its remnants lingered. The world returned to its usual tranquility, leaving only the heart-refining sword sect's disciples to labor amidst the wreckage. Now, the sect's most promising young disciples had all perished. Of those who entered the secret realm, only 2 survived, and one of them had already lost heart. A tragedy. But compared to the other sword sects across the realms, the heart-refining sword sect had fared far better. The realm of forgotten hearts. The vast sword sect within the sword forest. Beside a solitary tombstone, a wooden sword stood planted in the earth. Before it lay 3 cups of farewell wine. Did you know? A melodious yet sorrow-laden voice broke the silence. Tears traced down the maiden's cheeks as she choked back a sob, forcing out a bitter smile. The master once said, "Those who break their promises will face divine retribution. They shall suffer misfortune even in their next life." As the words left her lips, her tears surged uncontrollably, cascading like an unrelenting tide. Whether it was the overwhelming rush of emotion or the sheer weight of grief, her expression remained eerily calm, yet inexplicably. The tears refused to cease. "Jun Rian, you wretched fool." Upon the tombstone, the inscription was clear. "Here lies the eldest disciple, Jun Rian." The familiar voice that once whispered in her ear would never return. The memories they shared could never be relived. The master said, "All men must die. Some with weight, others lightly. Were you heavy or light? You never acted like a proper senior brother. Now that you're gone, what am I to do?" Her murmurs lingered from dawn till dusk, yet no reply ever came. Time passed, how much she could not say. Perhaps her tears had finally run dry. Though the tear stains remained stark upon her face, no more fell. "Farewell, you fool." She waved her hand, bidding farewell to the gravestone, or perhaps to the past itself. The wooden sword embedded in the earth remained untouched, never to be drawn again. In time, the forest of swords became a forbidden place. "I am Xiao Xiao Xiao, the second disciple of the Howren Sword sect's master." "Xiao Xiao? No, it's Xiao Xiao Xiao." "Ah, Xiao Xiao. Greetings. I am your senior brother, Jun Rian. From now on, I shall protect you." Having parted ways with Gu Wenxin, Ran ascended the jade carriage with Shen Qingqing, returning together to the Qingyu imperial dynasty. Within the carriage, Shen Qiqiu's voice, laced with bewilderment, broke the silence. She turned to Ran and asked, "Can you slay immortals?" The aura of the sword he had unleashed earlier surpassed that of an ordinary great emperor. And for a fleeting moment, the old man's erupting presence had transcended even that, reaching an unfathomable height. Thus, the sword strike that had felled the elder left her deeply perplexed. To sever all things in this world, to shatter all laws. Hearing this, Ran rubbed his nose, uncertain how to respond. Yet, he answered truthfully, "I can." Gazing at him now, Shen Qiqiu found herself momentarily lost in thought. Immortals? What manner of beings were they? No one had spoken of immortals for countless years. The celestial paths and imperial roads recorded in ancient texts had grown indistinct in the minds of the people, as though deliberately forgotten. Then, are you one? Are you? Have you ascended to that legendary realm? Well, I suppose. An immortal? An immortal emperor. Should count, shouldn't it? When Ran confirmed it, the Empress beside him nearly fainted. What have I done? Abducted an immortal? Memories of their first encounter surfaced, how he had played the fool, luring her into grave injury before claiming her in the aftermath. A flush of indignation colored her cheeks. What an absolute scoundrel. A wicked man. Meanwhile, Shen Qingqing sat trembling in silence, clutching little Linger tightly. From the very beginning, she had suspected her father was a being akin to an immortal emperor, yet without proof. She had kept it to herself. Now, hearing his admission, an inexplicable thrill surged through her. Does this mean I can do as I please? Why bother cultivating? Why not just laze about? She glanced up at Ran, then swiftly banished the treacherous thought. No, absolutely not. She could never allow herself such indulgence. Those who act recklessly meet an early demise. Long have I heard it said that this world harbors a peculiar coincidence known as arrogance begets destruction. The ancient texts of the Falling Moon clan once recorded, those who are domineering and insolent, with celestial connections, handsome features, and formidable parents, one must never approach them, for they bring naught but misfortune. Her parents embodied all these traits, and she was their daughter. What could she do? Woohoo! Thrilling. Sister, what is an immortal? Is it delicious? In her arms, Lingo played with the two spirit beasts she had painstakingly captured, then heard Shen Qingqing mention something about slaying immortals. Utterly clueless, she tilted her head in confusion. Beside them, Xiaoyuan, upon hearing the word eat escape Linger's lips, snapped her drowsy eyes wide open. Eat? Where? Hearing this, Ran and Shen Qingqing turned their gazes toward the innocent voice. Ahem. Well, Shen Qingqing, suddenly the center of attention under their scrutiny, flushed slightly, hesitating whether to speak. She wasn't sure if her words might reveal something unintended. I know. Xiaoyuan piped up, glancing at Linger in Shen Qingqing's arms. Recalling how she had once asked Shen Qingqing the same question, she answered eagerly, they're bad things that eat people. Ah, Lingo shrieked, clutching Shen Qingqing tightly. Unable to hold back, Ran and Shen Qingqing burst into laughter, filling the jade carriage with mirth. Yet, while joy reigned here, shockwaves rippled through the sects and imperial clans. Even ancient beings, sealed away for millennia on the brink of death, shattered their restraints and emerged. Atop the celestial divination mountain, Tianjizi sat with eyes closed, fingers tracing invisible calculations. Moments later, delight flickered across his face. Turning abruptly, he addressed the young maiden plucking her zither behind him. Ranner, the time has come. Eh? What time? Startled by his sudden exuberance, she blinked in bewilderment. The time for you to descend the mountain. Why should I leave? Puzzlement swirled within her. Since ascending the mountain to become his disciple, she had never set foot beyond its peaks, not by choice, but by his decree. Over time, she had grown accustomed to it. This is rather pleasant, tranquil, and well-suited for her spiritual cultivation. He silently cursed in his heart, this old man. What madness is he spouting again? He said the same thing 10 years ago, and she paid no heed to it. Had nearly forgotten. Surely not? You truly wish for me to descend the mountain? What purpose does that wretched peak serve? Here I pluck my zither, tend my birds, and drink in the scenery. Is that not bliss? Suddenly, a ruler materialized in Tianjizi's hand, and with a flick, he tapped the maiden's head. Io, wretched old man. The girl cursed under her breath in pain. Yet she seemed to forget. Her master excelled in divining the heaven's will. Her petty thoughts were all written plainly upon her face. What need had Tianjizi for calculations? Merely a guess would suffice. Smoothing her disheveled tresses, she pursed her lips and inquired, to contend, for the imperial throne? Am I even capable? Truly cannot fathom what nonsense festers in that aged mind of his. Doesn't even fear I might be abducted once I descend. Upon hearing this, Tianjizi stroked his beard with an inscrutable expression. The throne matters not, he intoned. What you lack is tempering in the mortal dust. Then why not let me descend earlier to undergo this tempering? Tianjizi's beard-stroking hand froze mid-motion. Clearing his throat softly to dispel the awkwardness, he continued. The time was not yet ripe. The maiden's lips twitched violently at these words. She longed to curse, yet must maintain reverence for her teacher. Though she'd often secretly called him a doddering old fool behind his back, these were but affectionate epithets from disciple to master, devoid of true malice. Observing his eccentric, otherworldly sage demeanor, the girl settled cross-legged by her zither and plucked the strings. Instantly, mellifluous notes filled the air, and all fell into prolonged tranquility. Even the wind, it seemed, grew enchanted by her melody and forgot to blow. May I still return to keep you company, honored elder? The maiden lifted her gaze to the elder, her eyes brimming with anticipation for the answer she sought. Yet, the old man's countenance abruptly shifted, his hand froze midair, his throat working soundlessly as though words eluded him. At length, he exhaled a faint sigh and murmured, By all accounts, one cannot return. For those who tread the emperor's path must follow their own destiny, never to linger forever in another's shadow. Upon hearing this, the girl lowered her head without reply, her fingers resuming their dance upon the zither strings. The so-called emperor's path held no allure for her, yet contend she must. She was Wenran, a fleeting life, first daughter of the obscure Wen family in Longnan City, beneath the banners of the Azure Feather dynasty in the southern territories. Born with severed meridians, doomed never to see 19 winters. She had witnessed it all, her mother's sacrifice beneath assassin's blades, her father's solitary charge into enemy ranks, his body broken in vengeance name. At 3 years old, The celestial seer Tianjizi had plucked her from ruin, annihilated her family's murderers, and borne her to the seclusion of Heavenly Mystery Mountain. There she had remained, untouched by worldly cares. Why stir the dust of mortal strife? For her, this quietude sufficed. Yet the Emperor's path, though undesired, could not be refused, for it was her sole path to survival. Her cursed veins permitted breath only through Tianjizi's sustaining arts. Without him, death would have claimed her long since. As the last zither note faded, she rose, storing the ancient instrument within her ring before bowing deeply to her master. Shall I depart, then? Tianjizi inclined his head in silent assent. Humph, stubborn old man. The ballad sang, the heavenly mystery maiden descends, her purity sullied by mortal dust. Centuries pass in a glance. The mountain stands unchanged, but where now walks the celestial seer? Across the 9 imperial clans of the southern territories, beyond the 3 distant realms. Within every sect and dynasty, countless auras erupted skyward. Ancient experts roused from death-like slumber, unleashing final reserves to prolong withering lives. For the long-dormant immortal path had stirred. A wisp of presence, there, then gone now, had flickered through the void. More portentous still, the Emperor's path seals had loosened. In the Luo household of the southern territories' 9 imperial clans, an aged voice rasped through the darkness. At last this old bones has endured to see the day. Immortal, with a creaking sound. The ancient ancestor of the Luo family, who had slumbered for an unfathomable length of time, stirred from his sealed confinement. He twisted his stiffened neck, his withered frame emerging as though from the depths of the underworld. The aura of the immortal path. Before the word aura could fully leave his lips, a youth who had awakened before him materialized abruptly in front of him. The young man fixed him with an intense gaze, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips as he declared, in the scent of the Emperor's path, Luo Tianqiong, the sole imperial scion of the Luo family. Years ago, he had sealed himself in slumber, awaiting the next opening of the Emperor's path. Unexpectedly, the imperial scion had awakened before the ancestor himself. Truly, your perception is keen, the ancestor remarked. Luo Tianqiong merely smiled faintly, unperturbed. Not long after their awakening, 2 figures streaked toward them from the distance. Ancestor, imperial scion. The arrivals were none other than the current patriarch of the Luo family and the grand elder, Luo Ji and Luo Quen. They bowed deeply in reverence. Similar events were unfolding across all 9 great imperial clans. Even ancient sects with millennia-old legacies were conducting obscure, time-honored rituals, as if summoning something unknown. The birth of the nascent heavenly Tao had wrought profound changes upon the world. As it absorbed the laws of existence, refined itself, and sought complete dominion over the realm, faint disturbances inevitably rippled outward. And from these subtle tremors, the awakened ones gleaned fragments of truth. A millennium ago, the celestial seer Tianjizi had prophesied, the heavenly Tao is flawed. The Emperor's path and the immortal path shall not reappear. It was said that once the number of great emperors reached a critical threshold, the immortal path would manifest, for the world could no longer bear their overwhelming presence. Yet Rand's emergence had altered this trajectory. The birth of the new heavenly Tao was but the first of these changes. Had events followed their original course, the appearance of the immortal path would have heralded the world's demise. But now, with the new heavenly Tao in place, both the Emperor's path and the immortal path could be reopened, sparing the realm from destruction. Thus, those who had sealed themselves away, whether awaiting the next immortal path or the next Emperor's path, began to awaken, one after another. These prodigies, each a celestial favorite of their era, were endowed with peerless constitutions and unparalleled cultivation talents. Yet, fate was unkind. They were born into an age where the heavenly Tao was incomplete. Thus, they had no choice but to seal themselves away, biding their time until the Emperor's path descended, through which they might ascend to imperial sovereignty. How arrogant these prodigies were! And those who had long reached the pinnacle of the great Emperor's 9th layer, merely a step away from the immortal realm, sought only to await the descent of the immortal path in their remaining years. They yearned for higher realms, to journey farther and beyond. At this moment, within the Eastern Imperial clan, the 3 ancestral elders of the Dongfang family gazed upon the suddenly activated compass before them. Unbidden, joy flickered across their faces. Dongfang Quan, who had achieved imperial sovereignty through physical cultivation, slammed his fists together, battle intent surging. His booming voice echoed through the grand hall. After all these years, the immortal path is finally descending. The weight has truly set my blood aflame. Around him, waves of scorching energy erupted from his fists, shaking the surroundings. Humph. The Qingyu imperial dynasty. At the forefront, clan leader Dongfeng sneered coldly, his voice sharp. It is time to collect our debt, the debt of Dongfeng Jian. We shall reclaim it upon the immortal path. Time slipped away like fleeting shadows. Half a year, neither long nor short, passed in the blink of an eye for the cultivators. Now, the great powers emerged one after another, their long-sealed prodigies awakened over these months. Though their auras were faint, the cunning elders had detected them. After all, they had waited for this moment for countless years. How could they not be exhilarated? Especially in a desolate wasteland, where a dilapidated sect stood in ruins. Days prior, a deafening explosion had shattered the silence as a coffin erupted from beneath the sect's grounds. Many had assumed it was a hidden treasure manifesting, only to discover that within lay their founding ancestor. Their ancestor was still alive. When the news spread, many forces that had planned to annihilate the sect could only exclaim in shock, "Old Six, I concede. Thank the heavens we hesitated." As the heavenly Tao's laws gradually mended, ancient ruins that had slumbered for years surged forth in droves over these 6 months, each emergence reinforcing the rumors of the Emperor's path's imminent opening. For ruins were both blessings and trials. Their appearance was this world's gift to the countless prodigies treading the Emperor's path, a final safeguard for their survival. Amidst this, there is no shortage of various supreme imperial artifacts. Upon the path of emperors, ahead lies the challenge of vanquishing 10,000 foes, while behind yawns an abyss of unfathomable depth. To retreat is to perish. Within the newly discovered ruins, a grotesque 100-foot-tall toad-like beast, its form somewhat unsightly, stood upon mystical flames, its massive weight pressing deep craters into the earth. Upon its back, a youth clad in violet robes gazed down at the crowd below with a cold smirk and declared, "A swarm of insignificant ants dares to covet what belongs to this imperial heir?" Hearing this, the remaining onlookers surveyed the desolation around them, then cast resentful glances at the ancient parchment floating before the young man, their faces twisted with unwillingness. This ancient parchment records the great Emperor's scripture, a legendary tome known as the Flame Emperor's fire fusion art. It contains tens of thousands of fire manipulation techniques and encapsulates the Flame Emperor's lifelong insights into the path of fire. The ruins they now stand within are none other than the Flame Emperor's sacred inheritance grounds. Encircled by swirling flames, the scroll itself embodies the Flame Emperor's legacy. It is said that in his time, wielding this very scripture, he dominated the path of emperors, vanquishing all who dared claim mastery over fire. Hundreds of mystical flames orbited him, and every fire in heaven and earth bowed to his command. Such was his indomitable might. Now, having ascended the immortal path, he has departed for the fabled upper realm, a place of yearning for countless souls. Yet, despite the inheritance lying before their eyes, none dare entertain thoughts of seizing it. For the young man in violet robes hails from the Song clan, one of the 9 great emperor lineages. His name is Song Qingqing, a scion of the Song clan's imperial bloodline, awakened barely half a month prior. Born with the spirit fire constitution, his affinity for the path of fire is unparalleled. Thus, upon hearing of the Flame Emperor's ruins emerging, he hastened from his clan without delay. Before they could even begin their dispute, someone had already taken the lead, an ancient prodigy who had slumbered for millennia, perhaps even longer. In his presence, they lacked the courage to meet his gaze, let alone challenge him. Of course, there were those with audacity, but did they see the colossal beast beneath him? It was said to be his companion since birth, the Violet Spirit King, a peak 3rd-stage life palace cultivator, a true demon saint. And what of them? Mere novices who had barely stepped into the 3rd stage of the life palace, or worse, still lingering in the 2nd. How could they possibly contend with such a being? Are you courting death? Upon hearing this, some still refused to leave, glaring angrily and retorting, "Humph. Just a coward who fears death. What does it matter if he awakens? I, a mere passerby, have no fear of facing him." At these words, Song Qingqing's face atop the monstrous beast turned ashen. He had sealed himself away, not out of cowardice, but for a greater purpose. As a prodigy favored by the heavens, why would he fear death? If he could not ascend the path of emperorship, standing out among geniuses like the legendary Fire Emperor, what meaning would life hold? Thus, when he heard such insolence from below, Song Qingqing clenched his fist, a flicker of spiritual flame igniting upon it. The full might of his 3rd-level life palace cultivation erupted, scorching spiritual energy radiating from his body. In an instant, the surrounding space turned into a stifling furnace, unbearably oppressive. With a single punch, he struck the insolent passerby, who had no time to evade. The blow, infused with spiritual flames, reduced him to mere ashes. A collective gasp of horror swept through the onlookers. The sheer terror of the spectacle left them breathless, their hearts struggling to settle. This celestial prodigy from 1,000 years ago was truly formidable, despite merely being at the third stage of the Life Palace realm. With a single punch, he instantly reduced a peak second-stage Life Palace cultivator to scattered fragments of dust. The unfortunate opponent didn't even have time to resist or evade. Is this the so-called self-proclaimed prodigy who refuses to submit to the realities of this world? Truly remarkable. Observing the stunned crowd, Song Mingji let out a cold chuckle. With a firm grip, he snatched the floating parchment before him and roared, "Who else dares?" Silence. As if a few crows had silently flown across the sky. A deathly stillness, not by choice, but because suddenly, everything felt unbearably awkward. Is there something amiss with the genius of the Song Imperial clan? You've obtained what you came for, now leave. We still have other matters to attend to. Must you linger here? The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes darting between one another in silent communication. Just then, from a nearby path, emerged a young maiden cradling a jade-green sword in her arms. Her gaze fell upon the colossal beast standing motionless at the center of the square, and her lips parted in involuntary astonishment. One hand still clutching the jade sword, the other flew to cover her mouth as she gasped, what an enormous toad. A toad? Someone in the crowd couldn't suppress a snort of laughter, though they quickly stifled it, wary of drawing the attention of Song Mingji upon his beast. Song Mingji's expression darkened entirely. His eyes narrowed as they locked onto the source of the voice, a glint of frost flashing within them. True, his bonded beast bore an uncanny resemblance to a toad, but it was merely a resemblance, and he despised nothing more than hearing it referred to as such. It felt as though they were mocking him directly. Where did this insolent girl come from? Such disrespect warrants death. His fist clenched once more, dark flames swirling around it. The scorching aura of spiritual fire threatening to consume everything in its vicinity. Without hesitation, he hurled a devastating punch toward the maiden. The onlookers tensed, watching as the girl made no move to defend herself. Yet none dared intervene, who would willingly invite calamity upon themselves. They could barely ensure their own survival. Just as the fiery fist was about to strike, a blazing lotus erupted from behind the maiden, shattering the attack into embers. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, another surge of flames materialized behind the jade sword maiden, streaking towards Song Mingji. Song Mingji spread his palms, a peculiar sigil flaring to life upon them. The dark flames obeyed his will as he slashed downward. The two forces collided with a thunderous explosion that echoed through the ruins. As the smoke cleared, Song Mingji's icy glare fixed upon the faint silhouette ahead. "Who are you?" he bellowed. In the fortnight since his awakening, he had claimed 3 ruins, each time departing with bountiful spoils, and never had anyone survived a single strike from him. Yet, no matter how fiercely he glowered, the figure seemed indifferent. Instead, she delivered a sharp rap to the jade sword maiden's head, scolding, "You foolish girl, must you always court disaster? Last time, you nearly lost your head to a blade. This time, I narrowly escaped being scorched by the fiery fist." Her incessant chatter was truly remarkable. As a sandbag-sized fist descended upon her head, Xiaoyan felt her cranial endurance had noticeably improved. It didn't hurt. The princess could no longer inflict pain upon her. She first chuckled softly to herself, secretly delighted, though the source of her mirth remained unclear. Then, pointing ahead at Song Mingji, who stood atop a demonic beast with an expression of towering rage, she whispered in what she imagined was a discreet tone, "But it really does look like a toad." She wasn't wrong. The resemblance is uncanny. Following her gesture, one glance was enough to startle. Indeed, it was rather distinctive. Clearing her throat delicately, she offered Song Mingji an apologetic look and said, "My apologies. This maid of mine lacks tact. I hope you won't take offense." "Excellent. Truly excellent." Song Mingji's voice dripped with venom. "It has been many years since anyone dared speak to me in such a manner." "Of course not. You've been asleep all this while." His expression twisted between fury and humiliation, his aura erupting violently. The cultivation of the third realm of Fate Palace surged forth, his spirit flame body reaching its zenith. Pale yellow mystic flames coiled around him like serpents, alive with eerie grace. For these two who dared belittle him, he would exact a grievous price. His momentum gathered like a gathering storm, spiritual energy rippling around him. With a sudden shift of weight on the beast beneath him, he launched his fist toward Shen Qingqing. As a prodigy of his generation, he would fight for his dignity. He was not a toad. Watching his charge, Shen Qingqing sighed inwardly. She had no desire for prolonged conflict here. Her purpose was to test her luck, to seek the Fire Emperor's peerless flame control techniques. Fire had always intrigued her. And the Fire Emperor's renown had reached even the upper realm, though the distance had kept her from witnessing his prowess firsthand. His mastery over flames was said to be unparalleled, a legacy of his status as a celestial emperor. Once, he had even wagered with the ancestral patriarch of the Flame Clan. If defeated, he would be allowed to take away one of the clan's spiritual flames. Though the exact terms of the wager remained unknown, never disclosed by the Fire Clan, it was said that the Fire Emperor, with his unparalleled mastery over flames, effortlessly immobilized 5 of the clan's immortal monarchs, leaving them powerless as he claimed their sacred flame and departed with effortless grace. From that moment, the name of the Fire Emperor resounded throughout the upper realm, placing him among the foremost of immortal monarchs. A mere flicker of thought passed through her mind. As Song Mingji lunged toward her, a fiery lotus materialized behind Shen Qingqing. Cloaked in flames, his body wreathed in crimson golden runes. He swung his palm down in a vertical slash aimed at her. Yet, just before the strike could land, the phantom lotus behind her pulsed, releasing radiant scarlet beams that pierced through him. In an instant, his body was hurled backward, skidding several meters before he regained his footing. The onlookers gasped, their expressions awash with shock and disbelief. Who was this woman? Such strength, could she be another sealed prodigy recently awakened from one of the imperial clans? Terrifying indeed. Shen Qingqing sighed under the weight of their astonished gazes. She truly wished to avoid trouble, yet it seemed to follow her relentlessly. Perhaps next time, she should bring her father along? No, this was all that fool's fault, always running her mouth. She resolved to find something to silence her upon their return. Meanwhile, Song Mingji steadied himself within moments, his breath ragged. Carelessness, he could have dodged, had he not underestimated her. Too long in self-imposed slumber must have dulled his instincts. Beside him, his bonded spirit beast, the Violet Flame King, let out a furious roar, its body erupting in searing mystic flames. The air around them scorched unbearably. Damn it! The spectators scrambled back, shielding themselves from the blistering heat. What madness was this? Just moments ago, it had been calm, now it burned with such intensity. Was this all because its master had been struck down? Was it truly necessary? The Violet Spirit King's entire body seethed with swirling dark flames, his crimson pupils blazing with fury as if fire itself might erupt from them. Witnessing this scene, Shen Qingqing cast a glance at Song Mingji, who clutched his chest lost in contemplation, then turned her gaze toward the symbiotic demon beast preparing to charge at her once more. With deliberate grace, she slowly brought her fingers together, conjuring a glimmer of starlight at their tips that coalesced into a sword aura. As the stellar sword energy manifested, several crimson streams of light erupted from her wrist, swirling languidly around the radiant blade. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slashed downward toward the beast. Countless streaks of starlight poured from her fingertips, transforming into razor-sharp sword energies that cascaded like a celestial downpour upon the creature. What flowed from her fingertips was none other than the law of stars, the very same cosmic force Ran frequently wielded. Half a year prior, upon returning to the Azure Feather Imperial Dynasty, she had expressed her desire to comprehend Ran's stellar principles. Blessed with an innate Tao physique, she was naturally attuned to the Tao, making the mastery of cosmic laws as effortless as plucking a ripe fruit from a tree. In just half a year, she had already mastered the art of condensing starlight sword energy. As for that legendary sword technique Ran demonstrated when slaying the Immortal Elder at the heart-questioning sword sect, well, she hadn't quite grasped that yet. Hearing this, Song Mingji stood frozen in place as he watched the starlight sword energy slash toward his bonded spirit beast. The aura emanating from that single strike sent shivers down his spine. It was a power he knew he couldn't match. Yet, he couldn't simply stand by and watch his lifelong companion be torn apart by the merciless starlight blade. Under this devastating blow, even if not fatal, it would leave one gravely wounded. The Violet Spirit King was a companion beast that manifested alongside his birth, their fates inextricably intertwined. Should the Violet Spirit King suffer harm, he too would inevitably endure the consequences. Witnessing this, his teeth clenched in terror as he gazed skyward, bellowing desperately, "Ancestor, save me." Having just awakened, and with the Imperial path soon to open, he could ill afford any mishaps. As Song Mingji's plea for help echoed through the air, the crowd froze in stunned silence. Could it be a guardian stood watch? Such ruthlessness from such a young girl. Today, this elder shall discipline you in place of your parents. A voice, sharp with disdain, rang out before its owner appeared. Just as the sword energy was about to sever the Violet Spirit King's head, an aged figure materialized before it, a stooped elder clutching a serpent-headed cane. With a mere tap of his staff, the starlit sword energy shattered into fragments, dissipating into nothingness. Black robes, a serpent staff. He Song Ji. the third ancestor of the Song clan. Rumor claimed he had long since. The spectators trembled inwardly at the elder's sudden appearance. Some nearly voiced their disbelief but recoiled, sensing the venomous gaze of a serpent upon them, a primal fear that struck deep into their souls. Whispers spread like wildfire. Song Ji of the Song clan was said to have perished long ago due to the limits of his lifespan. Yet here he stood, alive and present. How could this not stir shock and awe? This individual is akin to that formidable presence upon the Divine Sword Mountain. Both are ancient entities who survived the path of emperors. Merely treading the imperial path is hardly an astonishing feat. What truly inspires awe is emerging victorious amidst the fierce competition against prodigies from myriad realms. Securing a throne among emperors. For every sovereign who ascends through the path of emperors has clawed their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, each an earth-shattering existence without exception. Hearing this, Shen Qingqing's expression remained unperturbed as she observed the elder who had abruptly appeared. Instead, his words elicited an involuntary chuckle from her. She remarked, "Are you certain you wish to discipline me on behalf of my parents?" At her composed and indifferent demeanor, the onlookers were once again struck with astonishment. Their hearts stirred anew by the unfolding spectacle. These words, could it be that this young maiden also? Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. At such a tender age, she already possesses such formidable strength, beating the self-proclaimed prodigy until he cries out, "Ancestor, save me." Such genius could not have emerged from obscurity. Though which faction she belongs to remains unknown. Suddenly, the crowd's eyes widened in shock, pupils dilating as if trying to swallow whole eggs. A maiden wielding a sword, conjuring flaming lotuses. Flaming lotuses. Could it be from the Azure Feather Imperial Dynasty? "Are you worthy?" she challenged. The elder snorted in fury at her provocation. With a thunderous slam of his serpent staff against the ground, shockwaves erupted outward, sending cultivators scrambling backward. Those too slow or weak disintegrated instantly into nothingness. Not even ashes remained. Cold sweat drenched the survivors. "Great Elder, we're just spectators here. Must you always make us collateral damage? We've relinquished any claim to the sheepskin scroll. Can't we just watch in peace? This is excessive." Shen Qingqing stood firm as a fiery lotus materialized behind her, its blazing aura clashing against the shockwaves. At the third stage of the Life Palace realm, her cultivation erupted fully just to maintain her footing. "Sharp-tongued brat," the elder sneered. "Today, I'll show you exactly how worthy I am." Song Ji observed with mild surprise, though his composure remained unshaken. Meanwhile, the previously repelled Song Mingji scurried to his ancestor's side, eyes alight with perverse excitement. "Ancestor," he whispered eagerly, "could we capture her alive?" A pause. Then realization dawned on Song Ji's face, followed by an amused chuckle. After all these years in seclusion, the young master's preferences endure, it seems. He nodded. "Granted." Boom. The elder's imperial aura detonated like a collapsing star. Invisible pressure crushed the onlookers flat against the ground. Damn it all. Again. This old monster, must you suffocate everyone just to flex? Has Song Mingji gone utterly mad? What on earth did he say to that old wretch? The onlookers, standing at a distance, failed to catch the words exchanged between Song Mingji and Song Ji. Yet Shen Qingqing, positioned perilously close, heard every venomous syllable with crystalline clarity. Her exquisitely beautiful countenance contorted with righteous fury, her delicate features twisting in visceral disgust. Before she could voice her indignation or take action, the elder's serpent-headed staff suddenly swung toward her. From the tip of the staff, a sinister sigil materialized, unleashing a sickly emerald radiance that carried with it a whisper of apocalyptic annihilation, though its power seemed deliberately restrained. The beam shot toward Shen Qingqing. Even as the overwhelming imperial aura emanating from the elder diminished in intensity, Song Mingji sought to capture her alive. As a scion of the Song family and its future hope, the elder dared not defy his wishes too openly. Since the moment he had intervened, the clan's elders had indulged Song Mingji's every whim. This was no exception. Fearing that harming the woman might provoke Song Mingji's displeasure, the elder held back, though he concealed a hidden contingency within his attack. Witnessing the emerald light streaking toward her, Shen Qingqing's feet ignited with blazing lotuses that erupted beneath her. Her figure flickered like a phantom as she evaded, her jade-like fingers weaving intricate seals mid-motion. A glimmer of celestial radiance coalesced around her fingertips. Suddenly, she whirled around. Twin fingers extended like a sword's edge and slashed toward the encroaching beam. Where her stellar blade passed, the air shivered with resonant sword song, while the crimson lotuses swirling around her strike seemed poised to detonate the very earth beneath them. The spectators, who had lingered in morbid fascination rather than fleeing. Gasped in collective disbelief. Is this woman some kind of demonic prodigy? One muttered. That's an Imperial realm expert. How dare she face him head on? By all reason. Shouldn't she be scrambling for survival with every ounce of her strength? This woman not only refused to flee, but dared to confront this emerald radiance imbued with apocalyptic intent. Truly commendable courage. Compared to the so-called Song Mingji and other disciples of the Song family, she surpasses them by far. They are not even worthy to carry her shoes. The collision between the starlit sword gleam and the viridian light generated an aura so powerful that everything in its vicinity was pulverized. At the moment of impact, the sword radiance, adorned with blazing lotuses, detonated in succession as if ignited by some unseen catalyst. Boom, boom. A raging inferno erupted, consuming all in its wake. This technique was conceived through her profound comprehension of her mother Shen Qingqing's blazing lotus principle and her father Ran's celestial star law, culminating in a harmonious fusion of both lineages. This was precisely what she had been researching during her half-year of seclusion. Half a year ago, the jade pendant bestowed upon her by Moran contained a wisp of the law of stars, leveraging the innate affinity of her heavenly Tao physique. She had managed to grasp a fragment of this celestial principle in just 6 months, thereby creating this very technique. As for her inspiration, naturally, she had drawn from Moran's legendary sword strike from years past. With her past life as a celestial king, her comprehension was already extraordinary. The techniques of the mortal realm were child's play to her. She mastered them almost instantly, except for those of her monstrous father. Laughable, utterly impossible to decipher. Had Moran not intentionally revealed it half a year ago, even in death, that elder might never have understood how he perished. In the blink of an eye, the tides of battle shifted unpredictably. Humph! Stubborn fool. Seeing his casual attack effortlessly blocked by Shen Qingqing's starlit sword aura, Song Ji snorted coldly. Behind him, another phantom emerged, a serpent, an ancient behemoth. Many sharp-eyed onlookers recognized this apparition at once. Legend had it that the Song Imperial clan had once forged an ancient pact with the illusory demon tribe, beings capable of shape-shifting into various monstrous forms. The illusory demons existed in a peculiar state, souls without flesh, allowing them to mimic any demonic entity. Through this covenant, they could be born alongside the Song clan's prodigies, sharing the same body, bound in life and death. Simply put, a portion of the Song scion's flesh would be severed and bestowed upon the illusory demon, granting it corporeal form rather than remaining a spectral entity. In return, the demon, now possessing a body, would obey its master absolutely, fighting alongside them as both human and beast. Given the scarcity of the illusory demon tribe, such pacts were ideal for alliances with humanity. Thus, among the Song clan, those of exceptional talent or divine favor were often born accompanied by a demonic beast. Through this contract, the illusory demons could share their master's cultivation gifts, while the master, in turn, inherited certain traits of the demon. Like the phantom looming behind Song Ji, a flash of emerald light passed through his eyes. The moment the serpentine shadow manifested, his once pitch-black pupils transformed into eerie, jade-green serpent eyes. A chilling sight. Those who met his gaze felt an icy wind claw at their backs, dread creeping into their bones. This old scoundrel has no sense of martial virtue. Watching Song Ji's aura surge uncontrollably, Shen Qingqing cursed inwardly. As Song Ji narrowed his eyes, she felt as though she had been immobilized, unable to move an inch. His aged hand suddenly rose, and the invisible pressure of an emperor erupted in that very moment. An overwhelming force, like a colossal boulder plummeting from the heavens, crashed mercilessly upon her. Ignorant fool, grovel before me with a flip of his palm. He pressed down ruthlessly upon Shen Qingqing. Kneel. Your Highness, be careful. The moment the elder's voice faded, Shen Qingqing heard a familiar cry from behind her. A petite figure darted forward, shielding her. It was Xiaoyuan. Trembling like a fragile blade of grass in the wind, her legs quivered uncontrollably. What is this idiot thinking? Shen Qingqing's heart clenched. Fool. Not good. She swiftly yanked the girl back, tossing her behind. Confronted with the sudden pressure, Shen Qingqing's expression darkened. This old man truly has no shame. She was merely at the third stage of the life palace realm, yet here stood an emperor, bullying the weak. Her gaze flickered toward Song Mingji, who stood leering with obscene amusement, and her fury deepened. So you can call for help, huh? My father is an immortal. Do you think I fear you? She reached for the jade pendant at her waist, infused with a wisp of celestial law, ready to crush it, when suddenly, the very space around them froze. A voice, laced with amusement, echoed through the void. Old fool, you dare presume to discipline this emperor's daughter? The moment those words fell, The oppressive aura the elder had unleashed collapsed as if it had never existed. Who goes there? Song Ji's face twisted in shock as his emperor's pressure was effortlessly dispersed by an unseen force. Yet no one answered him. Under his stunned and terrified gaze, the onlookers turned their eyes skyward. A figure, pristine as white jade, materialized in the heavens. But before anyone could fully take him in, he flickered once more, dissolving into a trail of starlight. Only a faint shimmer remained. Then, before Shen Qingqing, a glimmer of celestial radiance coalesced. The crowd blinked, and there he stood, the jade-like figure. Now beside her. His voice was tender, yet laced with quiet reprimand. Sneaking out, were we? Upon seeing the visitor, Shen Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. However, upon hearing the word sneak away, she gave a light cough to ease the tension, then involuntarily lowered her head in slight embarrassment, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Half a year ago, after being brought back to the Qingyu imperial dynasty by Ran, she had hastily informed them before rushing off to secluded cultivation, claiming to have gained some enlightenment. That seclusion lasted 6 months, during which she conceived an original sword technique. Once her seclusion ended, she intended to test her newfound skills. But before she could act, she overheard discussions about the emergence of the Fire Emperor's ruins. Listening further, she gleaned the current state of affairs and developed an interest in the rumored Fire Emperor's legacy. Having heard in her past life of the Fire Emperor's unparalleled mastery over flames, she decided to try her luck, especially since she herself bore Shen Qingqing's Lotus Flame technique. Thus, she hastily dragged Xiao Yan along to explore the Fire Emperor's ruins, neglecting to inform Ran or Shen Qingqing beforehand. It was, indeed, a covert departure. As for whether Ran truly hadn't known, of course, he was aware. How could she possibly slip away unnoticed by him? Hearing this, Ran smiled gently. He had sensed her emergence from seclusion, but he hadn't expected her to be so bold, skipping even a word to her mother before secretly activating a teleportation array to journey all the way to the distant Fire Emperor's ruins. And because of that, he had gotten scolded. And there was more. This is utterly preposterous. What is so remarkable about this dilapidated ruin? What could it possibly offer that he lacks? Thus, his curiosity was piqued. Coincidentally, at that very moment, Shen Qingqing arrived in haste. Compelled by circumstances, he reluctantly stepped out. Then he followed closely behind her. Along the way, through the system's detailed narration, upon hearing the life journey of the Fire Emperor, he was utterly astonished. Isn't this the so-called Yin? What a coincidence. Familiar memories were once again awakened, prompting him to let out an involuntary sigh. He then followed along, watching the spectacle unfold like a bystander enjoying the show. He was curious to see just how much his daughters had grown over the years. After all, between his 2 daughters, only Shen Qingqing had truly dedicated herself to cultivation. The other one, just recently, Moran had attempted to coax her into practicing cultivation or attending the academy to learn something. But no sooner had his words left his lips than his younger daughter was covered head to toe in talismans. With a swift whoosh, she waved at him and vanished into a blur. Where she went, Moran had no idea. By the time he extended his senses to locate her, she was already 100,000 miles away. Since no harm would come to her, he could only sigh in resignation and let her be. What puzzled him was the peculiar nature of her constitution. While he had deliberately left those talismans within reach, how had she managed to spirit them all away without him noticing? It was baffling, utterly perplexing. Returning to the matter at hand, Moran cast a helpless glance at Shen Qingqing, his eldest daughter, who had been mature beyond her years since childhood. It struck him how much she had grown. He recalled when he first laid eyes on her, so tiny then. The swift passage of time left him momentarily dazed. Then, slowly turning around, he spoke in a tone impossible to decipher, each word deliberate and measured. The Song family. Songji. As Moran's voice resonated, Songji was overcome by an unprecedented pressure. The man before him stood motionless, doing nothing, yet fear gripped Songji inexplicably. He was, after all, a peaked great emperor, just one step away from ascending to immortality. Hearing this, the onlookers were stunned. Their gazes toward Shen Qingqing were tinged with unmistakable envy. Earlier, when Xiaoyan behind her had cried out, "Your Highness, be careful," they had already deduced the identity of this crimson-clad maiden, treading upon fiery lotuses and wielding starlit sword energy. In the entire southern domain, only the daughter of the reigning empress could bear the title of princess. And the mastery of the fiery lotus technique? That belonged solely to the current empress of the Qingyu dynasty. As for the faint, ethereal starlight sword energy, needless to say, it was a legacy from Moran, the empress's consort. Thus, they couldn't help but regard her with admiration, though inwardly they sighed. Reincarnation truly was an art. Yet, despite such thoughts, none of them relinquished hope in life. What faction do you belong to? Ran stood ahead, his presence overwhelming. Songji, his face etched with sheer terror, could barely muster the courage to speak. The man before him, motionless yet exuding an aura of celestial supremacy, instilled in him a dread so profound it seemed to emanate from the very depths of his soul. Ran remained composed, his countenance serene. With a single graceful motion, he raised his hand, upon which a radiant sphere of starlight coalesced. Within its luminous depths, a brilliant sword's gleam surged restlessly, yearning to break free. The celestial orb, vast and boundless, seemed to encompass the entirety of existence. A faint smile graced his lips as he uttered, "Qingyu Emperor, Ran." The moment those words left his lips, Songji's eyes locked onto the devastating starlight sphere, its power capable of annihilating worlds. Overcome by terror, he staggered backward, his mind screaming a single realization. This was an adversary beyond all reckoning. This is a peerless emperor. He cupped his hands in salute and hastily spoke. "I know not your esteemed name, and have committed grave offense. I humbly beg." As he spoke, he cast a venomous glance at Song Mingji standing beside him. This foolish junior, he cursed inwardly, as the other man was startled by his sudden serpent-like glare. Hastily lowering his head in fear, sweat dripping down his back, too intimidated to meet his gaze, he then spoke, his voice trembling. "I beg you, esteemed one, to spare us out of respect for my status as a member of the Song Imperial clan." Having slumbered for so long, he had only awakened 2 days prior. Now, he had been hastily assigned as the guardian of this imperial scion, leaving him no time to grasp the current state of the imperial court. Unaware that the title of Southern Domain Imperial Court now belonged solely to Qingyu, his memories remained anchored in the era he once knew. Thus, he did not recognize Ran, this young and formidable emperor. As for the Qingyu he mentioned, only a vague impression lingered in his mind. From the depths of his memory, 2 absurd figures emerged. In the annals of their time, there was a tale well known to all, a pair who, upon the path of emperors, suffered defeat after defeat, never once tasting victory, until they were mockingly banished from the sacred trial. They, it seemed, hailed from a place called the Qingyu Imperial Court. Of course, given the vast expanse of time, some details might have blurred. Thus, he failed to connect the colossal presence before him with the Qingyu of his recollections. Instead, he invoked the might of his imperial lineage, hoping to instill caution in Ran. Hearing this, Ran merely shook his head with a faint smile. Amusing. An imperial clan? A flick of his fingers could erase them. After a brief contemplation, Songji, seeing Ran's silence, exhaled in relief. Assuming the emperor hesitated out of fear for his imperial backing, yet Ran's gaze sharpened, snapping back from his thoughts. The swirling starlight in his palm suddenly condensed into a blade's radiance, sword intent raging within his grasp. With a single command, starlight erupted from his palm. Swords like falling stars, like rain, they surged forth, slashing toward Songji and Song Mingji. Within the ruins of the Flame Emperor, the relentless clangor of blades resounded. Terror-stricken, Songji lunged forward, shielding the path ahead. His serpent staff pulsed with emerald shadows as the phantom of a colossal serpent emerged from the void. Its massive head slowly rising, venomous tongue flickering, eyes brimming with malice. Confronted by the storm of starlit blades, the serpent unleashed a terrifying aura. Bearing its fangs, it roared at the incoming swords. Thick, noxious fumes billowed from its maw, swiftly engulfing the entire space. And within the toxic mist, the countless blades detonated in a series of explosions. Damn it! Shield yourselves with spiritual energy. This smoke is poisonous. Ugh, what is this sticky? Hearing this, the spectators swiftly channeled their spiritual energy to shield themselves. A faint, luminous aura enveloped their forms, warding off the dense emerald fumes spewing from the serpent's maw. Yet, the less fortunate found themselves drenched in the noxious, venom-laden mist that swirled amidst the toxic haze. Behold, the so-called genius of the second realm of Fate Palace, known as Passerby, inadvertently became tainted by an unknown substance. Before he could even utter the word viscous, the emerald venom had already consumed his entire body, reducing him to a wisp of white smoke that dissipated into the heavens and earth. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of the man beside them, transformed into mere smoke, the crowd instinctively recoiled several steps, fearful that the same venom might claim them next. As the space grew thick with viridian fumes, Ran paid no heed to their corrosive nature. With a mere wave of his hand, the dense smoke scattered, revealing once more the figures of Song Ji and Song Mingji, who had been shrouded within. "Sir, do you truly intend to make an enemy of the Song family?" Song Ji demanded, gripping his serpent-headed staff, its twin emerald orbs glowing ominously with an eerie, law-defying radiance. In response, Mo Ran let out a derisive chuckle. Upon his palm, the starlit edge of his sword coalesced once more, this time sharper, more relentless, its intent more profound. The blade took form, a pale azure gleam hovering above his hand, adorned with two drifting starlit shadows that exuded an annihilating aura. The swords will surged anew, locking onto the two men before him. "Make an enemy of the Song family?" he mused. Clang. Before the words had fully left his lips, the sword's energy shot forth from his palm, slicing through the void. Space fractured and mended in its wake as the blade streaked towards Song Ji's brow with blinding speed. In an instant, a crimson dot bloomed upon his forehead. His body collapsed backward before he could even raise a defense. The serpentine phantom he had summoned glared at Mo Ran with venomous hatred, its hollow eyes burning with defiance. It unleashed a final, furious roar. Hiss. As Song Ji fell, Mo Ran remained unmoved, his expression unreadable, watching the spectral serpent writhe and howl. Its form growing ever more translucent, he finished his earlier thought with icy detachment. "And what, pray tell, can you possibly do about it?" The serpent's agonized shrieks meant nothing to him. "Why, you ask?" "A jest. For I, alas, do not speak the tongue of serpents." In less than 2 breaths, the colossal serpent's form dissipated along with Song Ji's consciousness, as if it had never existed. Beside them, Song Mingji, who had witnessed the entire ordeal, had long since clutched the life-saving spatial talisman in his hand. The moment his guardian was about to fall, he crushed it without hesitation. With a sharp crack, a dark ring of light emerged behind him. "Qingyu Empire. I, Song Mingji, swear upon this grudge today. One day, I shall trample your empire beneath my feet." He snarled venomously. No sooner had the words left his lips than the black void swallowed him whole, erasing his presence from this world, leaving no trace behind. After his departure, the land fell into a silence as deep as death itself. This young man, no, this fellow who has lived for countless years, is truly formidable. The scattered onlookers thought to themselves in awe, simultaneously mourning for him in silence for 3 minutes, hoping they might witness his presence in this world once more. After all, everyone present had heard, to varying degrees, of Mo Ran's legendary feat of slaying an emperor with a single sword stroke. If in the past they had only heard rumors and remained skeptical, unwilling to believe that anyone could defy the heavens to such an extent, today they were convinced. Why? Because just moments ago, they had personally witnessed the fall of an emperor. This time, however, there was no celestial lamentation. Perhaps the heavens simply disliked this old wretch. They did not understand. The heavenly Tao lamentation? The previous lamentation occurred because the former heavenly Tao was nurturing me. The world's consciousness was grieving. What does that have to do with me? Hearing this, the young heavenly Tao, who had been watching the spectacle from above and was about to depart, suddenly shuddered. She glanced down once more at the crowd below the ruins, her face etched with confusion. Who is invoking me? As she turned her gaze back, Mo Ran also looked up toward the sky, meeting her eyes with a smile, as if to say, "Hello, little heavenly Tao. Good morning." Startled by his sudden, benevolent gaze, the heavenly Tao stumbled backward several steps, shaking her head and waving her hands frantically, as if to say, "Don't set your sights on me." Then, in a puff of white mist, she fled in fear. I didn't mean to watch the show. The more she refined herself, the harder it became for her to grasp the depths of Mo Ran's terror. Logically, as the sovereign of this realm, everything should be under her control, though she was not meant to interfere excessively. Yet she had come to realize, when it came to Mo Ran, she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Not a shred of malice could flicker within her toward him, because she had discovered Mo Ran seemed more like the heavenly Tao than she was. No matter where she was or what she did, he knew everything, even the exact moment she had fully assimilated the heavenly Tao's laws. It was as though the entire world was enveloped within his divine consciousness. How could anyone possibly embody the heavenly Tao more profoundly than her? She truly no longer wishes to play this game. She is the rightful heavenly Tao, after all. When offered the position, you declined, yet now you carry its essence more authentically than she ever could. Upon Mo Ran, she detects not the faintest whisper of the Tao's principles. No, to be precise, there exists no trace of its laws whatsoever. Yet why, with every movement, every strike, does the Tao manifest so vividly? It flows through his actions, undeniable and pure, yet remains utterly imperceptible to her senses. She feels nothing at all. What a bizarre creature. Upon witnessing this, Ran curled his lips in disdain and shook his head with a faint smile. How dull. Why fear me so? I don't devour humans, or rather, I don't consume the heavenly Tao. He sighed helplessly, his meaning obscure. Then, turning around, he cast a tender gaze upon Shen Qingqing, who stood rigidly upright, and asked with affectionate amusement, Speak. What reckless impulse drove you to sneak into such a perilous place? Your mother is already beside herself with worry over your sister's antics. Before his departure, he recalled Shen Qingqing storming toward him in a fury, her voice laced with venom. Did you let Lingo slip away again? With ancient ruins emerging across the realms and cultivators scrambling for treasures, the dangers are endless. Go find her at once. She's still so young. What if something happens to her? And Qingqing, she's not even in seclusion. Another one sneaking off. Ugh. This Empress is utterly infuriated. Not a single political affair had ever vexed her so, yet her own daughters had driven her to the brink. Why were they all so restless, so unwilling to stay home? Hearing Ren's words, Shen Qingqing rubbed her temples. The mention of her mother's distress over her sister's disappearance told her everything. That mischievous little sister of hers had likely vanished again, just like last time, when she had suddenly appeared at the heart-refining sword sect, startling Qingqing half to death. Upon questioning, the truth emerged, another secret escape. With a sheepish glance at Ran, she offered a guilty chuckle. I'll return at once to soothe mother. And with that, she prepared to bolt. She knew Ran had undoubtedly been dispatched by Shen Qingqing to retrieve her sister, after all, without his tacit permission. The girl would never have slipped past the borders of the Azure Feather Dynasty. She wouldn't delay him further. Yet before she could flee, Ran materialized before her, blocking her path. Not so hasty, he chided. You've yet to explain why you ventured into these wretched ruins. And, he paused, recalling Song Mingji's earlier threats. A visit to the Song Imperial clan was now imperative. Also, you're accompanying me to the Song Imperial clan. Huh, the Song Imperial clan? What business have we there? Delivering charity? Go alone if you must. She disregarded Ran's questions, only catching the last sentence. Yet I must return to console. Before the words mother could escape her lips, a glimmer of starlight flickered at Ran's fingertips. After tracing a few phrases in the air, he gestured lightly toward the direction of the Azure Feather Imperial Dynasty. Satisfied with his work, he smiled and declared, There. I've informed your mother. Upon witnessing this, Shen Qingqing stood bewildered. To put it bluntly, she had no choice but to go, did she? Once more. She would be paraded like a spectacle. She sighed in resignation, shrugging helplessly. Seeing Ran had gone to such lengths, she could only relent. You're an immortal, you win. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. Then, perhaps Xiaoyuan can return. No, Xiaoyuan. Can one not even finish a sentence? Where are your manners? The Imperial Lord is present. Must you be so harsh? Realizing her lack of restraint, Shen Qingqing cleared her throat awkwardly. Then, with a glance at Ran's stunned expression, she softened her tone and cooed to Xiaoyuan. How could we let you return alone? It's far too dangerous. As she spoke, she tightened her grip around Xiaoyuan, as if fearing she might flee, while casting a meaningful look at Ran. Isn't that right, father? Witnessing their oddly harmonious closeness, Ran nodded with an amused smile. No, your Imperial Majesty, don't agree. Xiaoyuan doesn't want to go. Xiaoyuan wants to return for fruit and sleep. Walking, cultivating sword practice. It's all so exhausting. With Ran's approval, Shen Qingqing wore the triumphant smirk of a schemer. Xiaoyuan, however, stiffened like stone, unwilling to move an inch. She had been dragged along against her will in the first place. Must she be denied even sleep now? Then, Ran raised his hand, his fingers shifting directions as he murmured, if I recall correctly, the Song Imperial clan. After a moment of contemplation, he settled on the eastern horizon. It should be this way. After determining the direction, with a flick of his sleeve, a shimmering starlight emerged behind Shen Qingqing and Xiaoyuan, enveloping them in its glow. With a snap of Ran's fingers, their entire group vanished from the spot, leaving only bewildered onlookers and scattered starlight on the ground. The crowd exchanged glances, silently mourning the impending fate of the Song Imperial clan in their hearts. Retracting his earlier words, he wished that after today, the Song Imperial clan might still be seen in this world. Having escaped the Fire Emperor's ruins, Song Mingji stepped out of the teleportation array, scanning his surroundings to confirm his safe return to the Song family. Seeing no pursuers emerging from the array, he patted his chest in relief, muttering to himself, Thank goodness I fled swiftly, otherwise, I'd have perished alongside that old man. Recalling how his guardian had fallen to Immortal's single strike, he shuddered in fear. Not long after exiting the array, he spotted an elderly figure approaching from ahead. Their eyes met, and in unison, they exclaimed, "Patriarch? Imperial Scion?" The latter was puzzled by Song Mingji's abrupt return. Hadn't he just departed? Could he have already secured the treasure? After a brief pause, Patriarch Song Yiji's thoughts swirled with delight at the prospect. Striding forward, he clapped Song Mingji's shoulder with one hand while stroking his beard with the other, his face brimming with pride. As expected of our Imperial Scion. Truly outstanding. The Fire Emperor's legacy, such a trivial feat, effortlessly claimed. The Imperial Scion bears the bearing of an emperor. Our clan shall rise to glory. Witnessing Song Yiji's elation, oblivious to the truth, Song Mingji broke into a cold sweat. Recalling how narrowly he'd escaped death. Hastily shifting the topic, he inquired, "Patriarch, where might you be headed?" In his memory, Song Yiji was no wanderer, rarely seen outside his quarters. Yet here he was, approaching the teleportation array. Was there urgent business requiring his departure? Nodding cheerfully at the question, Song Yiji explained. "I came to greet the patriarch of the Eastern family. Earlier, I noticed the glow of teleportation and assumed the Eastern family had arrived ahead of schedule. Little did I expect." He paused deliberately, unable to suppress his grin. Song Mingji, blessed with the spirit fire constitution, had now obtained the Fire Emperor's legacy. How could this not bring him joy? Who was the Fire Emperor? A legend. That was once a being who dominated the path of emperors, slaying all contenders in the way of fire, leaving none daring to claim the title of emperor. Now, Song Mingji has inherited his legacy, coupled with his innate spirit fire constitution. Truly, it is like adding wings to a tiger, elevating his strength to unprecedented heights. When the path of emperors opens once more, he will undoubtedly secure a throne among the sovereigns, rising above the rest. By then, the Song family will reign supreme, unifying the southern domain. Who would have thought that before the head of the Eastern family could arrive, the young emperor would return first with joyous tidings? Huh? Joyous tidings? What are you talking about? Are you certain it's good news? Hearing this, Song Mingji wore a puzzled expression, utterly bewildered. Yet, he could only assume it was excitement over the Eastern family's impending arrival. After all, the Eastern family and the Song family were allies. Surely, they couldn't be celebrating his offense against a peerless great emperor, could he? He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. The world was vast, and the Song family was hidden so meticulously that not even a great emperor, let alone one at the peak, could find them. Unless an immortal descended, who could possibly threaten him as long as he remained concealed? And besides, in this world, do immortals even exist? Satisfied with this reasoning, he nodded with a faint smile. Then, recalling that the Eastern family would soon arrive, the familiar figure of an old friend surfaced in his mind. Patriarch, will Dongfang Jin be accompanying them? At this question, Song Yiji's expression darkened instantly, his face turning ashen, uncertain how to respond. How could I have forgotten this? Dongfang Jin was the young emperor's closest friend for years. With a heavy sigh, he reluctantly replied, Dongfang Jin has already fallen. What? Song Mingji's face twisted with stormy disbelief, his emotions shifting violently. His expression darkened, struggling to accept the truth. Song Yiji then recounted the events of a decade ago, the remnants of the three dynasties, the Azure Feather Imperial Dynasty, the Southern Domain's overlord. A single sword strike that felled a great emperor, the Azure Feather Emperor. Immortal. Boom. The moment the name Immortal left Song Yiji's lips, Song Mingji's mind felt as though struck by a meteor from the heavens. A deafening explosion echoed in his skull as he stared at Song Yiji in horror, trembling as he stammered, the Azure Feather Emperor? Immortal. Did he wear white robes and possess extraordinary beauty? Song Yiji blinked in surprise. Young Emperor, how did you know? Though he had never laid eyes upon the Azure Feather Emperor, the descriptions that had reached his ears painted a picture of a man clad in pristine white robes, exuding an air of refined elegance and scholarly grace, a visage of noble handsomeness that perhaps only paled slightly in comparison to the esteemed readers present. Thus, his curiosity was piqued by Song Mingji's account. How had this man come by such knowledge? Had their paths crossed before? Yet, why did the imperial heir seem to harbor such trepidation? Could there have been some past transgression? As he prepared to voice his inquiries, the teleportation array before them suddenly shimmered with radiant light. Several figures emerged from its glow, none other than the Eastern Imperial clan's patriarch, Dongfang Minjiang, accompanied by Dongfang Quang and their retinue. At the sight of them, Song Yiji cast aside his earlier questions and strode past Song Mingji, arms outstretched in warm welcome. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother. The three embraced, their faces alight with joy as they regarded one another, voices merging in unison. It has been far too long. Their gazes then shifted to the youth standing behind Song Qingqing. And who might this be? He seems familiar. Studying the young man before them, a vague sense of recognition flickered in their minds. A junior they had encountered somewhere? Yet the memory remained elusive. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Dongfang Minzhang. Long-buried recollections surged forth as he stepped closer, scrutinizing the youth's features until they aligned perfectly with a face from the past. A hearty laugh escaped him. Why? If it isn't our wise and worthy nephew Mingji. So long has passed, I nearly forgot your countenance. A shadow of sorrow briefly crossed his face. If only Jianna still lived, what joy that would bring. Scratching his head with a sheepish grin, Song Mingji bowed respectfully. Patriarch Minzhang. It has been years indeed, yet you appear more youthful than ever. Turning to Dongfang Quang, he offered another courteous salute. And Patriarch Quang, your vigor remains undiminished. The group erupted in warm laughter. Ah, you flatter us, Dongfang Minzhang chuckled, clapping the young man's shoulder. We came in haste, unaware of your awakening from seclusion, and arrived empty-handed. Pray forgive this oversight. Nonsense. The fault is mine, Song Mingji protested. Had I known of your esteemed arrival, I would have prepared gifts befitting your station. My apologies for this breach of etiquette. Enough, enough, Song Qingqing interjected, striding forward to break up the exchange of pleasantries. Taking Dongfang Minzhang by the arm, he steered the group toward the council chamber. We have pressing matters to discuss. Imperial heir, you should retire and rest. We shall convene shortly. Hearing this, Song Mingji nodded with a smile. Watching the departing figures, he waved and said, Esteemed ancestors, Mingji shall now prepare a grand gift for you both. Both the Eastern sect leader and Dongfang Quang responded with faint smiles. Truly, the younger generation from other families knows how to conduct themselves properly. Boom. Just as they were about to vanish from Song Mingji's sight, the earth suddenly trembled violently. The grand formation enveloping the entire Song family shattered in an instant. As the formation collapsed, 100 zhang-long stellar sword aura materialized in the sky above the Song residence, swirling with an overwhelming sword intent. A calm and inscrutable voice resonated between heaven and earth, enunciating each word deliberately. A grand gift, you say? Then this emperor shall deliver one to all present here. Upon hearing the distant whisper of the wind, no, upon recognizing that terrifyingly familiar voice that sent chills down his spine, Song Mingji at the base involuntarily gulped, his body trembling as he staggered backward in retreat. That sound, that voice, it's him. Qingyu Emperor, Mo ran. Oh no, oh no. He slapped himself hard several times, regretting why he had to utter those defiant words before fleeing. Seriously, big brother, you actually came? Previously, he had been extremely confident in his clan's protective formation and their hidden, no, their reclusive sanctuary. Ordinary people wouldn't even sense it, let alone find it. Moreover, as one of the 9 great imperial clans, their protective formation had been passed down since ancient times. Legend had it that it could withstand a full-force strike from a demi-immortal. And now, someone had shattered it with a single sword slash? Please tell me this isn't real. Just as he stood there in shock, frantically thinking of ways to escape, an enraged roar slowly emanated from within the Song clan. Audacity! Who dares to flaunt their power before the Song clan? Seeing their protective formation forcibly shattered and 100 Zhang sword chi hovering above their heads, dozens of emperor-level auras erupted from the depths of the Song clan. Meanwhile, the Eastern sect leader, Dongfang Quang, and Song Qingqing, who had been preparing to head to the meeting hall, were also stunned. Without hesitation, they transformed into 3 streaks of light, soaring into the sky. In the void, a swirling vortex of starlight suddenly appeared. From within the vortex, 3 figures slowly emerged. When Song Qingqing, who had arrived first, saw that the intruder was an exceptionally handsome young man accompanied by 2 young women, he bellowed, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Song clan?" Hearing this, Mo ran, who had just stepped out of the void, exuded an ethereal aura, with countless starlights swirling around him. Resembling an immortal descended to the mortal realm. He glanced at the crowd before him, smiled gently, and said with grace, "I didn't trespass. I walked in." At these words, everyone was left bewildered. Their expressions of shock only intensified as one emperor-level aura after another erupted, shaking the very fabric of the surrounding world. Who is that? Who cares who he is? Daring to barge into the Song clan. Even with 9 lives, he is as good as dead. The Song family members watched in shock as their ancestral formation was breached, witnessing Mo Ren emerging leisurely from the void above. Their own clan's several great emperor experts erupted from the ancestral grounds, adding to the astonishment. Ignoring their reactions, Mo Ren remained indifferent to their unleashed auras. Knowing they posed no threat to him, his gaze swept downward, landing on Song Mingji, who trembled in terror, his legs shaking uncontrollably. The moment their eyes met, Song Mingji collapsed to his knees in sheer fright. With a flick of his fingers, Mo Ren condensed a glimmering sword aura at his fingertips, imbued with annihilating intent. A beam of starlight shot forth, aimed directly at Song Mingji. "You dare, Junior," roared Song Yiji, the leader of the Song family, veins bulging on his forehead in fury. Enraged that Mo Ren disregarded their pressure and still attacked, he flashed in front of Song Mingji. Pale flames gathered in his palm as a phantom of scorching fire manifested behind him, just as the starlight was about to pierce Song Mingji's brow. Song Yiji intercepted it with his palm. The phantom behind him erupted like a volcanic explosion, unleashing torrents of blazing fire. Mo Ren arched an eyebrow in mild surprise before flicking his fingers again. Song Yiji's body hurtled backward like a severed kite, smashing through countless structures before being buried under rubble, his fate unknown. Their brother, Dongfang Minzhong and Dongfang Kuang, bellowed in unison, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed toward the debris. Fearing the worst, they shattered the rubble and lifted the bloodied figure, while Dongfang Kuang positioned himself protectively in front, glaring furiously at Mo Ren in the sky. To attack without reason is excessive, don't you think? Clenching his fists, Dongfang Kuang channeled his spiritual energy, crimson runes materializing on his arms and merging into his body. His cultivation surged to its peak, and behind him, a colossal phantom wielding a giant axe slowly materialized. Meanwhile, the other experts confronting Mo Ren in the sky unleashed their own secret techniques. The heavens above the Song family blazed with dazzling brilliance as overwhelming auras enveloped the entire estate, suffocating the onlookers. The very air grew thick with tension. Unfazed, Mo Ren withdrew his hand, palm upturned, as another radiant orb of starlight coalesced above it. This time, he did not concentrate for long. Gazing at the feeble yet relentless waves of energy surging toward him, he hurled the radiant sphere of starlight in their direction. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance erupted from within the sphere. The moment it was cast, beams of starlight scattered in all directions, sword energy surging with fervor as it swept toward the crowd. A group of false emperors, how utterly repulsive. Hearing his words, they watched as countless streaks of sword energy descended upon them. Each summoned their most formidable techniques, their auras intensifying again and again. Yet, in the end, it was all futile. One by one, their bodies were pierced through by the relentless sword energy. Figures plummeted from the sky like falling stars, crashing to the ground, some alive, some dead, their fates unknown. The sight was nothing short of spectacular. Glancing below at Dongfang Nu, enveloped in crimson laws and inscribed with ancient runes, Moran offered a faint, indifferent smile. Then, his gaze shifted to the unnoticed Song Mingji, standing to the side. A cold smirk curled his lips as he spoke. "I stand here now. Let us see what you can possibly do." Recalling Song Mingji's earlier words and his vile intentions toward his daughter, his voice dripped with icy disdain. The moment his words fell, the truth dawned upon all who witnessed it. This supreme deity, so it was you who brought it here. Instantly, the several pseudo-emperor experts who had been struck down by Moran, supporting their exhausted bodies and leaning on each other, all turned their gazes towards Song Mingji. "Well done. You sealed yourself away for so many years, and the moment you emerged, you presented the Song family with such a grand gift. Splendid. Truly magnificent. As expected of an imperial scion. An ordinary person could never accomplish such a feat. The makings of an emperor are indeed not in vain." The crowd sneered at him with icy disdain. This so-called self-proclaimed imperial prince was nothing but a laughingstock in their eyes. They held little fondness for him. Unfamiliar as they were, some didn't even recognize him. Thus, neither reverence nor respect was spared in their regard. To them, he was but an insignificant ant, having yet to ascend the path of emperors or claim his rightful throne. Though they were but false emperors, a false emperor was still an emperor. An imperial prince? What nonsense was this? Did he not owe them an explanation? Mocking sneers rippled through the crowd. Despite their grievous wounds, they pressed on, hurling question after question at Song Mingji. By now, could they not discern whose side Mo Ren truly stood on? Under Mo Ran's icy glare, and the cold smirks of unfamiliar emperors within his own clan, who seemed to have pieced together the truth, an unquenchable fury ignited within him. As a self-proclaimed prodigy, He had his own pride to uphold. If he feared Imoran, that was one thing, but to be belittled by these false emperors. These worthless pretenders who had never even walked the path of emperors? Though he did not understand how so many emperors had emerged, he could sense it, despite their titles. Their strength barely surpassed his own. They wielded the aura of emperors, yet their power was laughably feeble. Did they truly believe attaining the title of emperor made them invincible? Damn it all. The more he thought, the more his rage swelled. Did they truly think his title of imperial prince was unearned? For the sake of his pride, he would not yield. Having sealed himself away for so long, it seemed some had forgotten to fear him. Excluding the years spent in slumber, he was barely over 1,000 years old, still a genius among the younger generation, at the peak of the three realms of fate. Had he not sealed himself and wait for the path of emperors, he could have crushed these false emperors with a single hand. Suppressing the discomfort of Imoran's piercing gaze, he dropped to his knees, fists clenched in unwilling submission, and roared, "Your Excellency, I know I cannot escape death today, but grant me but a little more time. Once my affairs are settled, I shall deliver my own head to you." At this, Imoran's lips twitched. What in the world? What exactly was happening here? Brother, what the hell are you doing? Nephew, what is the meaning of this? Imperial Prince. From the side, Dongfang Quang, who shielded Song Yiji, alongside the bloodied figure supported by Dongfang Minzhang, and the grievously wounded Song Yiji himself, all cried out in bewilderment. Kid, didn't you say you had no gifts prepared? What in heaven's name is going on? Hearing this, Song Mingji ignored them. He stood still, suppressing his fury as he awaited Imoran's response. System, is this guy mentally sound? Imoran's lips twitched in irritation, unsure of the young man's intentions. He turned to the system, lurking in his mind with a puzzled inquiry. Did we just stumble upon an interdimensional lunatic? In response, a mechanical voice echoed in his consciousness. How should I know? Ugh, stop bothering me. Another system just challenged me to a fight. Figure it out yourself. Are you out of your mind too? What are you trying to steal this time? No, I'm not the one stealing. It's trying to take something from me. It demanded 2 drops of Pangu's essence blood, but I don't have any. The other systems already looted everything. What am I supposed to do? Upon hearing this, Imoran sighed deeply and massaged his temples. What is all this nonsense? Could someone normal please step forward? After a brief silence lasting about 10 breaths, Shen Qingqing, who had been standing behind Moran enjoying the spectacle like a bystander savoring a visual feast, suddenly spoke up. Father, just agreed to his request. To be honest, she was also curious about what Song Mingji was scheming. The atmosphere was undeniably strange. Something was off. Earlier, she had observed the people of the Song family and noticed that most of them seemed not quite right in the head. Logically, Moran was the intruder, the enemy. Yet, the hostility toward him was rapidly diminishing, as if it had all been redirected towards Song Mingji instead. Very peculiar. This clan is truly bizarre. Hearing this, Moran gave a faint nod. After all, the very reason he had come here was for him. As for the process, how it unfolded, it mattered little. The only thing that mattered was the result, his death. Seeing Moran nod in agreement, granting him a brief moment, Song Mingji, who had been suppressing his overwhelming fury, finally unleashed it all. With a dark expression, he clasped his fists in a cold salute of gratitude before turning toward the group of false emperors Moran had struck down. With each step he took, his aura intensified. His spirit flame body surged into full activation, and wisps of profound fire flickered around his hands and feet, gradually merging into his flesh. In the end, he transformed into a being of pure flame. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a torrent of spiritual fire erupted from his palm, coalescing into a towering inferno beside him. From the flames emerged a monstrous silhouette, 100-jong-tall demonic shadow, manifesting before the stunned onlookers. It was a familiar sight, the vaguely toad-like form of the Violet Spirit King, now standing at his side. Song Mingji, what are you doing? One of the Imperial Scions demanded. What is the meaning of this? Do you dare raise your hand against your own kin? Song Mingji responded with a frigid laugh. My own kin? Since when? He cast a glance at the Violet Spirit King beside him, and the beast instantly understood his intent. With a mighty leap, it soared into the air, its feet wreathed in surging flames. Hovering midair, it bared its fanged maw and inhaled sharply, before unleashing a devastating blast of fire toward the Song clan's emperors. Already grievously wounded, their strength greatly diminished. The emperors were in no state to resist. Moran's starlit sword energy had not merely repelled them, it had nearly claimed their lives. Had they not desperately mustered their spiritual power to block it, they would have perished on the spot. Meanwhile, Song Mingji, now a blazing figure of fire, shot forth like a crimson comet, plunging into their midst. As if traversing an unguarded realm, he moved with terrifying ease, his hands swirling with profound flames that erupted from his palms and body. The injured false emperors could only retreat in disarray. Had they not been so severely weakened, they would never have been reduced to such a state. Nearby, the elders of the Eastern Gate stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless by the spectacle. And as for Song Yiji, supported by the Eastern Gate's leader, the sight was too much for him. Overwhelmed by rage, he collapsed into unconsciousness. After all, he had exhausted every last drop of his spiritual power just to withstand a single strike from Moran. He could not comprehend just what manner of monster stood before them. This is precisely why the Eastern Gate Master and Eastern Fury never dared to take the initiative against him. To strike down Song Yiji with a single sword stroke, frankly, they couldn't do it, not even if they joined forces. No sane person would willingly provoke such a being. Gazing at the sky, his lips twitching uncontrollably, Ran stared blankly at the chaotic battle below. Suddenly, as if struck by realization, the Eastern Gate Master turned to Eastern Madness beside him and whispered urgently. Could this man be the Azure Feather Emperor? Indeed. Observing Ran's face, just a fraction less handsome than the protagonist's, and his terrifying, unparalleled strength, the title Azure Feather Emperor silently surfaced in their minds. At these words, the two exchanged glances, their eyes lingering on that peerless figure in the heavens. In that moment, they couldn't help but feel a bitter amusement at their own folly, to have even entertained the thought of seeking vengeance. This grudge, how shall it be avenged? To speak without reservation, they lack even the courage to stand before him. What talk of revenge can there be? The two clenched their teeth, tightened their fists, and sighed inwardly. Their resentment was palpable. The future of the Eastern family had been severed. In this lifetime, within the Eastern family, apart from Eastern Sword, it seems no one else possesses the qualifications to ascend the Emperor's path once more. After their departure, what fate shall befall the Eastern family? Above, Ran gazed in astonishment at Song Mingji, who was reveling in the midst of battle amidst the crowd. His expression one of utter bewilderment. What is happening to this world? Why must such a tragedy befall him? What an absurd plot this is. Let's be reasonable. I came to your doorstep bearing goodwill, only to shatter your grand formation with a single sword strike. Instead of uniting against me, you're embroiled in internal strife? Watching the group of false emperors below cower and dodge under Song Mingji's assault, Ran suddenly felt deceived by the face-slapping tropes of past novels. Why wasn't this scenario unfolding for him? Shouldn't they have joined forces against him, only to be defeated, leading to the emergence of older generations in a cycle of retaliation? Just as confusion took hold, a voice weathered by time echoed through the void, ethereal and profound. Esteemed one, let today's matters end here, shall we? The surrounding air seemed to solidify at the sound, and all combat ceased as gazes lifted skyward. Even Song Mingji's imposing aura dwindled upon recognizing the newcomer. Above, before Ran, an aged figure emerged from the depths of the Song family, piercing through the heavens to stand before him, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. It's Patriarch Song Fei. He emerged. Thank the heavens. Ran responded with a faint, derisive smile. Do you seek to shield him? The Patriarch, Song Fei, shook his head. From his waist, he retrieved a shattered jade pendant, his voice grave. Song Ji has already fallen by your hand. My Song family will not pursue this further. A life for a life, Song Ji's, in exchange for sparing our imperial heir. I implore you to cease here. Gasps erupted below. Disbelief and icy glares returned to Song Mingji. The third ancestor perished? Impossible. At the moment of Song Ji's demise, the jade bearing a wisp of his soul had fractured, transmitting his final visions back to the clan. Thus, they had witnessed, clearly, how Ran had slain him. Their delayed intervention? A test of Ran's rumored, insurmountable might. Now, having seen it firsthand, thoughts of vengeance had evaporated. Ran's expression remained impassive. Starlight pooled once more in his palm. If this patriarch wished to interfere, he'd simply cut him down too. Song Fei's face paled, terror flickering across his features. Do you truly intend to wage eternal war with the Song family? Ran laughed outright. The Song family? With a fleeting downward glance that swept across the assembled members of the Song family, he continued with icy disdain. What manner of insignificant creatures are you? Song Ji dared to bully my daughter, and your imperial scion sought to humiliate her. This matter. Ran dispersed the starlight halo gathered in his palm, his fingers aligning with lethal precision. A surge of sword energy pulsed at his fingertips, coalescing into a radiant blade of celestial light. The heavens themselves seemed to tremble in response, thunder roared, dark clouds churned, and a tempest of 1,000 layers swirled ominously above. How does your song family intend to atone for this? As his words fell, the starlit sword energy at Mo Ran's fingertips erupted, its radiance stretching endlessly across the firmament. A boundless surge of sword intent reverberated through the world, its might shaking the very foundations of existence. With effortless calm, Mo Ran leveled his fingers toward them and declared, "I shall strike but once. If you can withstand it unscathed, I shall spare your song family. Of course, should you fail." His gaze flickered toward the 100-jong sword of starlight suspended above the song estate, its implication unmistakable. Should they falter, that annihilating blade would descend mercilessly upon their heads, reducing the entire imperial lineage of Song to dust. Having spoken, Mo Ran regarded the unyielding Song family patriarch, who had not retreated a single step, and posed the final challenge. Do you dare to face it? Originally, he had intended to claim only Song Mingji's life, but upon deeper reflection, he found such leniency unsatisfactory. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. Spare the weeds, and they will sprout again with the spring breeze. Thus, the moment he emerged, Moran altered his resolve. Since enmity had already been forged, he would see it through to the very end. Either he would be annihilated by the Song family, or he would annihilate them. Simple as that. Hearing this, Song Fei, who had been staring at the sword Qi gathered at Moran's fingertip, felt his breath grow ragged. Song Mingji, he could not hand him over. This is the future of the Song family. Song Ji's vengeance may be avenged or left unsettled, it matters little. As for whether to seek retribution, they must deliberate anew. Yet now, it seems Mo Ran has no intention of sparing Song Mingji. If that is the case, then there is nothing left to discuss. Come, let us battle. Hearing this, Song Fei took a deep breath, steadying his turbulent emotions, silently reassuring himself. If I can withstand this single strike, all will be well. Though both stood at the pinnacle of the great emperor's 9th realm, and though Mo Ran possessed the legendary ability to slay an emperor with a single sword stroke, Song Fei too harbored his own unshakable confidence. He was certain this strike would not claim his life. Come then. I refuse to believe you are as monstrous as the rumors claim. With that, his fist clenched. The full might of his peak great emperor cultivation erupted in an instant. A terrifying pressure radiating outward, suffusing the air. In that moment, every soul present felt their breath stolen, the atmosphere turning oppressive. The crushing weight of his aura leaving them gasping. He could not hold back, not if he wished to avoid sharing Song Ji's fate. Admirable courage, Mo Ran acknowledged. Seeing Song Fei had steeled himself for death, Mo Ran wasted no further words. With a mere flick of his finger, the sword Qi gathered at his fingertip surged forth as though it had found its life's purpose, streaking toward its target with blinding speed. The razor-sharp sword intent transformed into a towering wave of sword Qi, shimmering like celestial starlight. Beneath its overwhelming majesty, all things in existence seemed to lose their color, the very heavens and earth falling silent in its wake. Where the sword Qi passed, stars flickered, encompassing all creation. Ahead, Song Fei beheld the descending storm of sword Qi, like a sky full of falling stars. Clasping his hands together, a golden light erupted from his body. Behind him, a radiant golden statue materialized, from which emerged a monstrous beast, a green-faced, tiger-headed, serpent-bodied abomination wielding twin axes. Mo Ran paused. Ah, another bonded beast. At once, the twin-axed monstrosity gathered swirling spiritual energy into its weapons before unleashing a furious barrage. Tens of thousands of axe beams erupted in mere moments, while Song Fei himself conjured a colossal spectral axe, swinging it toward the celestial swordstorm with a thunderous roar. Shatter. The sword energy utterly disregarded their attacks. At the moment of collision, the axe light shattered instantly, crushed by an overwhelming sword momentum that annihilated everything in its path. With a single, decisive strike, tranquility was restored to the world. As the dissipating smoke and dust cleared, the 100-jong sword energy suspended above the Song Imperial clan descended vertically, a merciless judgment. Regrettably, you failed to withstand it. Above the Song Imperial clan, the colossal starlit sword energy descended slowly, its radiant glimmers transforming into countless fine sword rays, cascading like a deadly rain. In an instant, the entire clan was ensnared within this lethal storm. Wherever the sword energy touched, existence dissolved into fleeting bubbles, vanishing without a trace. The light of destruction spread relentlessly. No, run. I don't want to die. I haven't finished reading through 100 years. Raising a daughter from the immortal Emperor's era, it's too good. I can't die yet. Below. Countless members of the Song Imperial clan scrambled in panic, only to be pierced by the descending sword energy, their bodies dissipating into wisps of smoke. Not even their souls escaped annihilation. Chaos reigned supreme. Some attempted to flee through teleportation arrays, but how could Ran grant them such mercy? To uproot the weeds, one must sever them completely. To eliminate future calamities, one must leave no survivors. This was the truth he had comprehended from reading tens of thousands of books before transcending dimensions. As the heavenly Tao grew increasingly perfected, the capacity of this realm to bear power has grown increasingly vast. It now seems capable of withstanding the might of a demi-immortal. With this thought, he lifted his gaze to the heavens. When time permits, he would seek out that little creature for a conversation. Meanwhile, high above in the celestial Tao palace, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao sat cross-legged beside a talisman emanating a faint immortal glow. Her eyes remained fixed upon the object before her, a violet-hued talisman pulsating with mysterious energy. A look of bewilderment crossed her delicate features. She could not comprehend the nature or purpose of this relic left behind by the previous heavenly Tao. No method proved effective, burning yielded nothing, striking it was futile, and tearing it apart proved impossible. Every attempt had been made, yet its function remained an enigma. Could it be? Her luminous eyes flickered with sudden inspiration as she playfully uttered, "Open sesame?" Silence. Only the mocking caw of a distant crow answered her. The talisman remained inert, undisturbed. TCH. Pouting slightly, she threw up her hands in resignation. If it was meant to be, then so be it. Sometimes, ignorance spared one greater suffering than knowledge. In that case, why not embrace joy and become a carefree little heavenly Tao? Humming a light tune, she skipped merrily out of the palace. This melody was something she had casually memorized during her wanderings, overheard in a tea house that struck her as rather pleasant. Below, witnessing the entire Song Imperial clan gradually obliterated and annihilated by the Starlit Sword energy, Ran expanded his spiritual sense once more to confirm no survivors remained before elegantly departing with Shen Qingqing and Xiaoyuan. As for the ill-fated visitors who had come seeking an alliance to confront the Qingyu imperial dynasty, the Eastern sect leader and his companion, Dongfang Quang, they too were swept away by this cataclysmic intent, each struck down by the radiant sword energy. Thus, of the 9 great imperial clans of the southern domain, 2 were extinguished. As for the identity of the perpetrator, well, in a small town, within a tea house, a storyteller abruptly seized the wooden clapper on his table and slammed it down with a resounding crack, jolting the drowsy audience awake. Clearing his throat, he boomed. From the heavens rained countless sword beams, stars transforming into a storm of blades descending upon the Song Imperial clan. 100 zhonglong sword energy advanced inexorably, reducing all it touched to nothingness. At this point, the storyteller paused, licking his parched lips before hastily gulping down tea from his cup. The crowd remained unimpressed. "Old Zhong, you've been spinning this tale for days now. Don't you have anything fresh?" Yeah. We've heard this so many times it's lost all flavor." Cough. Choking mid-sip, the storyteller named Zhong snatched his folding fan and pointed it accusingly. "What do you fools know? This is history worth retelling endlessly. Of the 9 great clans, only 8 remain. The Dongfang clan lingers in name alone. Its glory faded. With this battle, the southern domain's balance has shifted overnight." His impassioned rant met with weary sighs. The audience, long accustomed to his theatrics, shook their heads and dispersed, gathering their belongings before leaving the tea house. Every day, the tea house drew all manner of patrons, wayfarers, cultivators toiling for survival, each day bringing new faces, though familiar regulars lingered as well. Not long ago, a new ancient ruin emerged near the town, attracting numerous cultivators. The ruin spanned several miles, with this being the only settlement in the vicinity. As they awaited the ruin's opening, all took temporary residence in this small town, particularly in this tea house. The inn has been fully booked these past few days. For the first time in all the years since the town was established, it is experiencing its moment of glory. "Sister Ran, are you absolutely certain your home is really here?" A sweet, childish voice suddenly rang out on the bustling streets of the town. The little girl gazed at the hurried figures rushing past, her face etched with confusion. Hearing this, the woman walking beside her, dressed in an elegant emerald green robe, her long raven hair cascading down, her dark eyes gleaming with vitality, paused to glance around. She lightly tapped her lips with a slender finger, hesitation flickering across her expression. It should be this direction, I think. So many people. Sigh, the little one beside her exhaled in resignation. shrugging her tiny shoulders with an air of reluctant acceptance. Clearly, she wasn't entirely convinced. Hey, look, a beauty. Stop staring, she already has a child. What's the harm in looking? It's not like anything will happen. Careful, she might be a disciple of some powerful faction. They'll gouge your eyes out. Zhang Wuji's mother once said, stay far away from beautiful women. Don't blame me if you get burned. Amidst the crowd, many had taken notice of the ethereally beautiful woman and the little dumpling standing beside her. Their teasing remarks drifted through the air. These idle remarks naturally reached her ears. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. What nonsense about having children? She was still an unmarried maiden, for heaven's sake. The little figure beside her paid no heed to such frivolous gossip. Her large eyes darted about until they alighted upon a storyteller animatedly waving his fan nearby. She scurried over and gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering softly, Sir, might I trouble you for a moment? The elderly storyteller surnamed Zhong, deeply engrossed in his tale, felt the faint tug at his sleeve. Looking down, his face blossomed into a delighted smile upon seeing a cherubic little girl gazing up at him with innocent eyes. Her rosy lips forming the quiet inquiry. Whose adorable little child is this? Such a lovely sight. Of course, you may interrupt. The storyteller surnamed Zhong replied with a warm smile. The little one giggled, her crescent moon eyes sparkling. Excuse me, sir, what is the name of this town? And are there any families with the surname Wen here? The town? The Wen family? The storyteller saw right through her question. After a moment of contemplation, the old man shook his head. This town has no name. You may call it nameless. As for the Wen family, I'm afraid not, little one. The town is small, with no prominent clans. Oh, there isn't? The child's enthusiasm deflated like a punctured balloon. Pouting, she imitated the court official she had seen, offering a small bow to the storyteller in gratitude before hurrying back to the young woman beside her. Father always said one must be polite, never arrogant. When asking for help, one must do so properly. Stay away from those who bully the weak, avoid engagements with troublemakers, and if you dislike someone, just throw a talisman at them. She had taken his words to heart. After thanking the man, she quickly departed. Wait, little one, might I ask your name? The storyteller called after her. Turning back with that same crescent moon smile, she replied, I'm Linger, M.O. Linger, M.O. Linger, a fine name, full of spirit. Nodding in approval, he returned to his storytelling. Back at Wenran's side, M.O. Lingo tugged at her skirt, hands on her hips, pouting up at her delicate face. Sister Wenran, you've gotten us lost again. Wenran's lips parted slightly, her breathtakingly beautiful face creasing with dismay as she sighed. Unlucky, clearly. This wasn't the first time she had led them astray. How could it be wrong? I followed the path from memory, muttering to herself. She tapped the ancient ring on her finger. A beam of white light shot forth, materializing into an aged parchment, a map. She examined it carefully, her jade-like fingers tracing the faded lines. This is the right route. How could we have gone wrong? She was perplexed. After fumbling around for about half a day, the two seemed somewhat weary and settled down at a noodle stall to rest. 2 bowls of longevity noodles. Coming right up, M.O. Linger, her large eyes brimming with curiosity, gazed at the endless stream of passers-by. How could such a small place be so crowded? While waiting for the noodles, her eyes never stilled, darting about in fascination. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside them. For bowls of longevity noodles. Right away, honored guests. Please wait a moment. A group of individuals adorned with jade swords, feathered headpieces, and blue robes, likely disciples from some academy or sect, took their seats nearby. Senior Brother Zhang, we've been here so long. Yet the ruins show no sign of awakening. Could it be a hoax? Don't speak nonsense, the leader, addressed as Senior Brother Zhang, replied after sipping his tea. Wait a little longer. If there's still no movement, we'll return to the academy. As you say, M.O. Lingo blinked in confusion. Ruins? What were ruins? She had never heard of them before. Were they something fun? Instantly, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, her interest piqued by their conversation. She glanced across the table at Wenran, who was still meticulously studying the parchment map, and asked, Sister Wenran, what are ruins? Ruins? Wenran mused for a moment, recalling her master's constant lectures about ruins and the path of emperors. They are legacies left behind by mighty emperors, usually only appearing when the path of emperors is about to open. Oh, mighty emperors, like my father? So there must be lots and lots of treasures inside, just like the ones he has. And what's this path of emperors? Is it just a road? If it's a road, why can't we just walk over it? Why wait for it to open? She didn't understand, so she set the matter aside for now. As for the so-called ruins, however, she was quite intrigued. After all, she hadn't brought much with her when she ran away, and her supplies were nearly exhausted. If not for encountering Sister Wenran, she might have perished from exhaustion long ago. She recalled the moment she left the Azure Feather Imperial Dynasty, how the teleportation talisman had whisked her away to some unknown place, where enormous, hideous demonic beasts had tried to devour her. Terrified, she hastily fled, incessantly hurling talismans of various effects, in her desperate bid to escape the pursuing demonic beasts. She even exhausted the stolen sword-she talismans taken from Immortal. Though she managed to obliterate those creatures, the ordeal left her utterly exhausted. At that very moment, her talisman attacks inadvertently disturbed another slumbering beast. With no offensive talismans left, only a handful for evasion, she had tested them before. They carried her far indeed. Yet she hesitated to flee further, fearing she might never find her way home. Thus, she ran and ran until she reached the foot of a mountain. Peering upward through layers of dense mist, she could discern nothing. Just as the beast lunged toward her, an elegant figure suddenly descended from the sky. With a single palm strike, she sent the creature flying. Upon learning that this mysterious woman was also bound for the Qingyu Imperial Dynasty, they journeyed together. But she soon realized, this ethereal maiden, resembling a celestial being descended to Earth, appears to be rather directionally challenged, utterly incapable of navigating her way. She senses herself drifting ever farther from the sanctuary of home. Yet fortune smiles upon her, for she is not alone on this journey. The fairy-like elder sister accompanies her. At this thought, a crescent moon smile graces her lips once more. Lady Wenran, let us venture forth to explore the ruins together. Upon hearing this, Wenran freezes momentarily before hastily waving her hands in refusal. Absolutely not. It's far too perilous. A question mark seems to materialize above Mo Linger's head. But I'm here. She pats her chest with an air of bravado, as if to say, fear not, for I shall protect you. Though she lacks prowess in combat, fleeing is an art she has mastered impeccably. There is no need to dread danger. Besides, we've come all this way. Won't you indulge me just this once? Then, as if by some inexplicable impulse, she snatches the parchment map Wenran had been scrutinizing, hops onto the table, and points at it with an expression of amused disbelief. Look, even your map is incorrect, nothing like the one I studied at home. Wenran stands utterly motionless, petrified as though turned to fragile stone. At last, the reason for their misdirection dawns upon her. Frowning in profound exasperation, she exhales a weary sigh, pressing a hand to her forehead as she mutters, "What wretched luck! How swiftly the world changes its course! Nearly 2 decades since she last descended the mountain, yet everything has transformed beyond recognition." The moment she stepped beyond the mountain gate, she could no longer discern the path she once took to ascend. Hadn't she always insisted that descending wasn't for her? Damned old man. Why must he insist on her coming down, speaking of experiencing the mortal world and whatnot? Misfortune. In the end, she succumbed to the little one's relentless pleading and agreed to accompany her to see this so-called ancient relic. But on one condition, no trouble, just a look. The little one nodded emphatically in solemn promise. Yet, an uneasy premonition lingered in her heart. Still, a promise was a promise. Since they were already here, they might as well make the best of it. The small town grew increasingly crowded, and with the surge of people came all manner of eccentric characters. Some, accustomed to arrogance in their own domains, carried the same insolence into the outside world, utterly incapable of restraint. Just moments ago, a clamor erupted from what appeared to be a tavern beside the noodle shop, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Busy passers-by halted in their tracks, transforming into an audience of idle spectators. What kind of immortal gathering pavilion is this? Nothing but a sham. Tell me, do you even have an immortal here? Amidst the stream of curses, a dark figure was sent flying out of the tavern with a sharp whoosh, landing heavily on a fruit stall within moments. Crushed fruit stained his clothes thoroughly. From within the tavern emerged 3 figures. The young master at the forefront crossed his arms, strutting forward with an air of haughty arrogance, every step exuding unbridled conceit. The man who had been flung out, likely the tavern owner, pushed himself up from the fruit baskets, dusting off the remnants of fruit with eerie calmness. Immortal gathering signifies the hope that all who gather here may one day ascend to immortality. Yet you demand I produce an actual immortal for your inspection? Are you a fool? His face bore no trace of anger, as though his earlier flight had been entirely deliberate. His composure was unsettling, far too composed for an ordinary man. The young master faltered momentarily, taken aback by the owner's unnerving serenity. A fool. What does that mean? This was perhaps the first time the arrogant and domineering young master had encountered such defiance. Normally, those who received his kicks would either immediately kneel and beg for mercy or feign death on the ground. Yet this man before him was different. Was it because the kick had stunned him, or had he not exerted enough force? Brother Gu? The onlookers murmured among themselves, puzzled. The unfamiliar face before them seemed to belong to a scion of a noble family. From his attire, it was clear he was no commoner. Concern rippled through the crowd. Would Brother Gu be all right? Why had he provoked someone of such high birth? And worse, would the young master's powerful connections seek retribution? The young master's face darkened with fury. Sensing his displeasure, a sycophant at his side quickly stepped forward, eager to please. Young Master Su Yang, he simpered. Allow this lowly one to handle such insignificant trash for you. Su Yang gave a slight nod. Indeed, dealing with such riffraff himself would be beneath his dignity. The unnamed lackey, Li Si, seized a wooden staff and advanced menacingly toward the shopkeeper. Born into poverty, Li Si was a man obsessed with power, dreaming of the day he could stand above others and dictate their fates. Orphaned young, his silver tongue had won him favor with the scion of an imperial clan, elevating him to the status of a loyal hound. Though he had yet to reach the pinnacle of influence, he now reveled in lording over those beneath him. You ignorant fool, Li Si sneered. How dare you defy young Master Su Yang of the Su imperial clan? His word is law. If you cannot produce an immortal treasure today, I will beat you to death. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. Imperial clan? Someone stammered. Surely not one of the 9. No, the 8 great imperial families of the southern domain? Indeed, in all the southern domain, only those 8 lineages could rightfully bear the title of imperial. In vain. The onlookers all secretly held their breath for the proprietor of the tavern. Their hearts clenched with apprehension. After all, the imperial clan was far more fearsome to them than any ordinary noble family. Never had they imagined that the elusive house of D, which they wouldn't even glimpse on ordinary days, would cross their path today, whether by fortune or misfortune remained uncertain. Mid-conversation, the lackey had already brandished a wooden cudgel and advanced upon Master Gu, his countenance twisted with malice and mockery. Yet when he beheld the tavern keeper's face, devoid of fear, as serene as a tranquil breeze, he froze. Why was this man so composed? That detached, almost transcendent demeanor. Could it be? Is this a formidable figure? A myriad of ominous thoughts flashed through his mind. Playing the fool to deceive the tiger? To be honest, he was slightly unnerved at the moment. According to past conventions, ordinary people would tremble in fear upon hearing his proclaimed background, their legs turning weak and faces paling with dread. Thus, this situation was the first he had encountered in all his years as a lackey. Yet, having volunteered himself, retreating now would undoubtedly diminish his standing as a subordinate. Gritting his teeth, he realized the arrow was already knocked. There was no turning back. He had to gamble. With a sudden surge of momentum, his cultivation at the chi-dispersing realm erupted, his feet barely touching the ground as he swung a wooden staff toward the innkeeper's head. In such a remote place, a chi-dispersing cultivator could easily become the town magistrate. Thus, he was confident he could smash the man's skull with a single strike. Just as the staff descended with crushing force, a streak of sword light shot from within the tavern, shattering the weapon into splinters. The backlash of the sword chi sent him hurtling backward. Boom! With a deafening crash, his body slammed into a stone wall, leaving a human-shaped imprint. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth as he coughed violently. At the tavern's entrance, Su Yang whipped his head around just in time to see a flash of blue light streak past him. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared before the innkeeper, brushing off the wood fragments on his shoulder with a casual pat. "Boss, aren't you afraid?" the newcomer asked, puzzled. The innkeeper remained expressionless, exuding the aura of a transcendent master, until his lips twitched slightly. "Of course I am." "Then why the blank face? And why didn't you dodge?" "Blank face because I've had a lifelong paralysis." "Didn't he dodge because I couldn't T?" "Why?" "My legs gave out." Hearing this, the blue-robed youth's smile froze. "There is such a thing?" Shaking his head, he mused thoughtfully. "So that's how it was." At this moment, Su Yang, who had been momentarily stunned, snapped back to his senses. With a haughty demeanor, he pointed at the severely injured and unconscious Li Si, whose mouth was still bleeding, and demanded, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, the youth in blue turned around, his gaze settling on Su Yang's arrogant expression. A faint smile played on his lips. Being the center of attention once again made him slightly self-conscious. and he instinctively rubbed his nose. The last time he had been scrutinized like this was during the sword inquiry half a year ago. After a brief pause, he spoke softly. Wenlin, from the Shanghai Spiritual Academy in the Northern Domain. The crowd murmured in confusion. None recognized the name, though the reputation of Shanghai Spiritual Academy was well known. Wenlin. From the Northern Domain? Do you know him? Are you serious? We grew up together. If you don't recognize him, how would I? Whispers rippled through the crowd. Yet no one seemed familiar with him. After introducing himself, Wenlin scratched his head sheepishly. It was only natural that no one knew him. Standing at the entrance of the tavern, Su Yang narrowed his eyes in thought before sneering. Shanghai Spiritual Academy, with the surname Wan. Are you from the Wan family, the one who once declined an invitation from the Qingyu Academy? Wenlin nodded lightly. The confirmation triggered a long-forgotten memory in Su Yang's mind, flooding back with startling clarity. During his time at the academy, he had heard of a prodigious swordsman from Longnan City who had rejected Qingyu's offer, citing prior apprenticeship. It was the first time anyone had ever refused the academy's invitation, turning it into a topic of amusement among the students, though some had jested that forcing the matter would have been unwise, despite the temptation. When family of Longnan City, seated nearby, when Ran's eyes flickered with a sudden gleam of recognition. Meanwhile, Imo Linger, who had been enthusiastically slurping her noodles, hastily drained the last remnants of broth from her bowl before patting her full stomach with satisfaction. Ah, so full, she sighed, utterly devoid of any princess-like grace. Though absorbed in her meal, she had still caught the blue-clad youth's words. Wiping her mouth, she turned to Wenran and asked, Sister Wenran, do you know him? Wenran shook her head. How could I possibly know him? Indeed, it would have been strange if she did. The disparity in age between this youth and her spanned many years. Moreover, from the moment her parents perished, she had severed all ties with the Wan family. How could they possibly be acquainted? This forced descent from the mountain was merely because she knew not where else to go beyond the celestial mechanism peak, and thus contemplated a fleeting return. The mortal world. Ah, the mortal world. Perhaps this homecoming could be considered a form of cultivation? So she mused. He possesses a treasure. Startled from her reverie, Wenran was abruptly drawn back to reality by the exclamation of the little figure before her. With a puzzled murmur, she noticed Imo Linger had already turned away, small hands gripping the armrest, eyes shimmering with faint radiance as she gazed in astonishment at the youth named Wenlin. Treasure? Following her outburst, Wenran also directed her gaze, yet discerned nothing extraordinary about this scion of her own lineage. If anything, she sensed only a surging power ebbing and flowing within him, hardly what one would call a treasure. Thus she inquired, perplexed, where lies this treasure you speak of? Imo Linger paid her no heed. Her eyes gleamed with cunning, wheels undoubtedly turning in her mind. There's a glowing treasure, but its light is so faint, not nearly as bright as father's. Still, she glanced down at the pink treasure pouch hanging at her waist. Tiny fingers fiddling with its contents, a dwindling stash of talismans and objects yet beyond her use. Surveying the pouch's meager offerings, she pondered briefly. Perhaps she could trade for it? After all, she'd never encountered a treasure emitting such pale luminescence, and curiosity pricked at her, mistaking it for something rare. These were merely escape tools anyway. She'd grown weary of them, and they were plentiful beyond exhaustion. Surely an exchange would suffice? Her gaze drifted to the blue-clad youth. Would he agree? With a firm nod, as if stealing her resolve, a crescent moon smile crept across her lips, mischievous and plotting. She schemed how best to approach him, to barter for that peculiar treasure, for never had she seen one radiating such subtle light. Father once said, the unremarkable often conceal the greatest treasures. Never let them slip away. In the brief moment she was lost in thought, Su Yang could no longer suppress the agitation within him. The insignificant Wan family. Had it not been for this incident, he doubted the name one would have ever crossed his mind in this lifetime. Thus, his gaze toward Wenlin brimmed with murderous intent. Yet, he feared another humiliating defeat at Wenlin's hands, just like last time, which had barred him from ever setting foot in the Qingyu imperial court again. Swallowing his fury, he could only snarl, move aside. Upon hearing this, Wenlin remained unmoved. He had grown rather fond of this employer. These days, I've grown fond of listening to his ramblings. To every passerby he proclaimed, Young master, your countenance is extraordinary. Bearing the very visage of an immortal, might you grace the gathering Immortals pavilion with your presence? The proprietor is a most benevolent soul. Indeed, the tavern owner was renowned throughout this humble town as a man of exceptional kindness. He had inquired and learned that even starving beggars passing through would never leave unfed under his roof. Those without shelter, vagrants, and the like, were often given menial tasks in the kitchen, earning them a warm meal and respite. Such generosity had earned him widespread goodwill. During my stay at his establishment, the innkeeper had shown me uncommon hospitality. Thus, if today I could shield him just this once, then shield him I shall. I did not step aside. Instead, I countered, as scion of the imperial clan, why lower yourself to squabbling with a mere mortal? Truth be told, I had no desire to antagonize Su Yang. My family hailed from Longnan City, one of the vassal territories beneath the Azure Feather imperial dynasty. Nestled securely within the empire's borders, we held no fear of the imperial clan's wrath, however brazen they might be. Even they dared not flaunt their arrogance within the Qingyu Empire's domain. As for me, a mere flick of my wrist would carry me back to the northern reaches. What could the Southern Territory's imperial clan possibly do to me then? Were they foolish enough to pursue this feud for a century? My innate sword body constitution would render their efforts futile. Yet this gathering Immortals pavilion, rooted firmly in the mortal realm. Should Su Yang insist upon vengeance after my departure, calamity would surely befall the kindly innkeeper. Slay him outright. That would unleash consequences far beyond containment. My standing is modest. A few insolent retorts might be overlooked. But murdering a young master of the imperial clan? That crime would shake heavens and earth. I couldn't presume any power would risk the imperial clan's wrath for my sake, even if my backing from the Songhai Spiritual Academy might withstand the storm. What of the Wen family? A war of words causing no tangible harm might be forgiven. But this? Su Yang's tone grew ever more menacing. Stand aside, or I'll cut you down with him. Do you truly believe the Wen family could touch me? This, naturally, cannot affect you in any way. But young one, are you truly confident you can strike me down? Seeing negotiations fail, Wen Lin heaved a helpless sigh. If so, then we must battle. A resigned exhalation escaped his lips, a fleeting shadow of melancholy passing through his eyes. A graceful silhouette surfaced in his mind, prompting a wry smile as he shrugged slightly. In a whisper meant only for himself, he murmured softly, "It seems I must break my promise once more." Facing Su Yang's relentless provocation and refusal to relent, Wen Lin sighed deeply. A cold glint flashed as a beam of light emerged from his ring, materializing into a 3-foot azure blade now grasped firmly in his hand. His thoughts drifted to a cherished figure he hadn't seen in years, his betrothed, the one who held his heart, though separated for so long. The very purpose of his return was to reunite with her and fulfill the long-overdue promise from their youth. At 5 years old, he had left home to join the Songhai Spiritual Academy, embarking on his path of cultivation. At 6, he had returned once, solely to celebrate her birthday, an occasion she deemed of utmost importance. Coinciding with a senior elder's journey to the southern domain, he had pleaded to accompany him, seizing the rare opportunity to visit. Upon parting, they vowed to meet again the following year. Yet at 7, he failed to return. His senior brothers, venturing out for training, had fallen into an ambush by demonic cultivators. By the time the elders arrived, they were grievously wounded, with the northern domain overrun by demonic forces. All factions were preoccupied with their eradication. As the youngest and deemed unfit for battle, he was entrusted with tending to his injured brothers. Amidst the chaos, another year slipped by without reunion. After explaining his absence, he postponed their promise by another year. When the next year arrived, he had hoped, finally, to see her again. Yet fate had other designs. That year, the Wen family happened to have matters requiring a trip to the northern domain. So she thought she might as well accompany them, sparing him the need to return. Thus, she sent him a message via the communication jade, asking him to wait for her arrival. Yet, as fate would have it, that very year marked the once every 5 years sword inquiry assembly between the heart-seeking sword sect and the vast Sea Spirit Academy. Lost in the joy of anticipating their reunion the next day, he paid little heed to the message. The following morning, buoyed by high spirits, he set off with his senior brothers toward the heart-seeking sword sect, intending to visit his beloved at the Wen family once the event concluded. But upon his return, she was nowhere to be found, for his heart's desire had already departed for the northern domain. Once again, the meeting did not come to pass. After deliberation, they postponed their arrangement yet another year. But year after year slipped by, as unforeseen events arose one after another. In the end, the promised encounter never materialized. Missed, and missed again. By the time he turned 13, his senior brothers and sisters were either gravely injured, away on training journeys, dispatched on missions, or secluded in meditation. Left with no choice, he had to ascend the heart-seeking sword sect alone to challenge their swordsmanship. At last, he thought, this would be the moment to fulfill that long-overdue promise. Yet, alas, at this memory, when Lin, gripping his 3-foot azure blade, could only shake his head in resignation. After the duel concluded, urgent news summoned them back to the academy in haste, and the elder swiftly escorted him away. Once more, they never met. This rescue mission would undoubtedly offend this young lord. The imperial clan. Alas, could he not even keep a simple appointment? He gazed at the sky, his heart simmering with indignation as he muttered under his breath, damn it all. Was it truly so difficult to honor a single promise? Why could he not accomplish something so straightforward? Why? The heavenly Tao's voice echoed mockingly. Young one, I hear you fancy yourself quite bold. Look me in the eye. As the tension thickened, Su Yung stood before him, observing his stubborn defiance, his reluctance to retreat, his readiness for a fight. Yet his expression laced with resentment and discontent over his predicament. Truth be told, Su Yung felt the urge to perform a drum roll for the audience. But as the scion of an imperial lineage, backing down was not an option. Where would his dignity lie then? Thus, the stalemate dragged on for several minutes. Su Yung remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed upon Wen Lin. He dared not strike first. His cultivation had only recently reached the dispersing chi stage, and that too, barely. Wen Lin, though not revealing his own cultivation level,